We did it. Coming to you live in the future, all the way in the year 2022. I'm your host, Wes. With me as always, my good friends, Roots and Eric. Guys, we finally made it, huh?
Yeah, and I'm muted. I'll tell you what, crazy. I feel like my nerves are like on edge because it's been so much like preparation last minute to get this done, and yeah, we finally did it. We're here. Can sigh a little bit relief, and I guess move on into the future, right?
Is it 2023? Do we miss 2022?
Yeah. Hey, I'd be remiss. I wanted to start off this episode telling past Roots, Wes, and Eric to go fuck themselves, because I heard they were talking smack about us a little bit in our segments, and yeah, I don't like that, and we're here now, we're taking over, and you guys can go screw yourself.
Those guys suck.
They said something about our clothes or something. Dude, I'm wearing my best shirt.
Yeah,
my Sunday best.
dude, I got this shirt.
Oh, I love your shirt.
Yeah.
Larry Kirk in the chat says free key for everyone in live. Well, let me tell you, Larry Kirk, as long as everyone in live is on their toes, there's enough to go around. So just pay attention, and I'm sure you'll get something. And everyone should walk away with something.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wes is so diehard. He put his life on the line for the show. He almost died.
Well, I just shut down, man. I didn't know what to do. So Roots is having, technical stuff on his end. So I'm trying to talk to him to get an ETA on, when I should set the show time to, so that, we don't keep people waiting forever in the chat. Yeah. And as soon as I'm doing this, the sirens start going off. Tornado warning, seek shelter immediately. And what do I do? I mean, people are in the chat. It's showtime. We're not ready to go on anyway. The family needs to get to safety, and man, it's been pandemonium. So I just shut down. I got the family out the door, and just sat down on my computer chair and started handing out keys.
What's crazy is I can't seem to get YouTube to pull up properly. Like, first I couldn't get it to pull up, then I couldn't get it to pull up with the chat. Now I got the chat. Oh my God. I feel like I am like a winner here. Yeah, a lot of not even technical difficulties. Actually, everything's pretty much ran smooth so far. It's just a lot of last minute setup. So
yeah. Well, Raza with the $5 donation says Happy New Year. Fuck the weather. And I agree with those sentiments completely. And I did notice that someone left a donation before we went on the air. I was so busy with my head on a swivel, I did not get to see who it was. So whoever you are, thank you for donating. Sorry, I don't know exactly who did it, but it is appreciated.
It was Dark Angel.
Oh, Dark Angel, dude! Dark Angel is the best. Dark, you rock. We love you, and we're glad you're here.
Of course it was. Of course it was Dark Angel. I should have known that. Thank you, Dark Angel, for the support. Thank you, Wolvie, for the support. Thank you to everyone who has been hanging out for the past hour plus, waiting on this thing to go live. We promise it'll be worth the wait. So, we've been handing out keys for the last 60, 90 minutes or so. And that didn't come out of the pool, guys. Like the 100 plus that we've been advertising. Typically what we do when we do a big giveaway like this, or any kind of giveaway, you hold 10 to 20% back because shit happens, right? Sometimes the keys don't work. Sometimes you make a mistake and you give the wrong thing to the wrong person. It always helps to have a few put aside just for when a rainy day comes. And that's exactly what we had today. We had a rainy day. So we've been handing out the extras. So the show will not suffer in the least due to our pre-show activities. So congrats to all those winners. The slate is wiped clean. You're all eligible to win one more time. Those pre-show keys do not count toward the official 2021 show.
Yeah, Boy Brown says it feels like Sunday. It absolutely feels like Sunday. I don't know, the Sunday show. Yeah, at least that's what we used to call it, right?
God, I hope it's not Sunday. It might be Sunday before we get off the air with this one. But I got to go back to work on Sunday. Like, I've been off for almost 2 weeks
Oh
and I haven't
God.
had a break. I've been working on this the whole time. Like the period between when this show goes off the air to 10 p.m. Sunday night, that's my vacation. So I hope it's not Sunday. That would suck.
Yeah, me too, because I have today and tomorrow off, so that would mean I lost a day. I guess this is the theme. So we'll put a kibosh on this right now. I see somebody in the chat saying, "Are we going to give out the Room VR?" I'm assuming that's what you mean by out room. I don't think that's on the list, and I was telling them when we saw that first, I was like, man, I wish I could like just manifest specific keys, but we had developers that actually donated the keys to us, so. And that's not one of them, but it is an amazing game, and I know exactly why you want to play it because it's my favorite puzzle game of all time.
Give me a half a second here.
Hell yeah, it is.
There's an outside possibility that I
Ooh.
might actually have one of those.
Oh,
It's an
hey.
outside possibility. It's an outside possibility, but it is a possibility. I will look since someone specifically asked for it.
Yeah, it gives me time to
let's
fix my
see.
window. Yeah, you may see a little bit of changes here and there. I was telling them, I said I had no chance. I had no time to, because usually I'll do all my scenes and then I'll go through every one of them and make sure they're right. I couldn't do that today, so we're gonna see how right Roots was off the first shot. I think I'm pretty close. So
Roots is always
There's
right.
so much stuff in here. I don't even remember ordering some of this stuff. Here it is.
You know what's crazy is
but-
you were saying that we were on a break. I feel like we've been working harder this month than we do when we're normally going on Wednesdays and Sundays and whatever days.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, I do look forward to getting back to the routine, right? Because I mean, a lot of reasons. I don't even know, like, there's so much news that I miss out because Wes isn't telling me what's going on in VR news, and that's crazy.
Now, unfortunately, there are no keys for the room in my my little extra stash here. But I will say this: there's a great deal going on right now for Viport Infinity,
Ooh.
and there's nearly 1,000 games on there that you can play. PC VR, of course, but if you are playing on PC, the Room VR is one of those games on Infinity. So slide on over there and check that out. And if you sign up for annual right now, I think they're giving people Song in the Smoke just to
Ooh.
keep forever. So
Oh wow, that's good.
Can't beat that.
this is a nice deal. Anyway, I want to quickly shout out Paradise Decay with the 2 was it quid pound whatever you guys call it, the 2 shekels donation. Thank you, PD. We very much appreciate it. I'm trying to find your what you said here. It says, Happy New Year to my VR bros across the pond. Happy New Year to you, PD. Wasn't it so fun getting to play with PD recently, guys?
Yeah, dude, that's the dream. As far as like you get to meet these people, to actually get to hang out with them. Like I've known PD for a couple of years now, several years, and I don't think I've ever really got to hang out like that, and that was cool. So
yeah, it was amazing. We had so much fun doing
Yeah,
that.
first time I ever played. First time we've ever done anything with PD outside of being on this side of his chat or him being on that side of ours. So super cool. Look forward to doing more of that in 2022, friend.
you get this, Sergeant Frosty says his phone's gonna die 2 seconds before a key drops. Well, I'll tell you what, I'd plug it in now. Because this is going to be like probably 10 hours, dude. So there's a good chance that you are going to have your phone die. And I mean, that puts me almost to midnight by the time the show ends. That's going to be crazy.
Yeah. So I guess we need to get to it. I am going to break down exactly how the giveaways are going to work. Even if your phone dies, even if you're not even live here right now, if you're watching this on replay, everyone has a chance to win. And the ones that are live right now have multiple chances to win multiple prizes. But before we get to that, I want to kick off the 2021 show the way we always kick off every year. This is our 3rd annual celebration of VR. And I always like to start off by taking a moment to reflect on where we were, where we are, and where we're about to go. And it's been interesting seeing the landscape change year after year. I like to go back and watch the older shows just to kind of get a feel for where we're at. We don't quite realize how vastly things change over the course of a year until you really go back and look at where we were at that specific moment in time. Santiago Rodriguez Gaitan with the $5 donation. Thank you, sir. The support very much appreciated.
Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Anyway, a year ago, we were just starting to come out of the darkness. Like we had actually some measured optimism a year ago as the newly released Oculus Quest 2 was only just starting to become available on store shelves. We had about 3 months solid of it being sold out, and we were all just kind of wondering, was that the hot gift for Christmas? We didn't really know. We kind of felt like maybe it was, but we didn't really know. Um, so, for the first time in a long time, we're starting to feel some optimism that maybe the consumer demand for VR might be starting to pick up, because we all know what the Quest means, right? Having a tetherless headset that anyone can pick up and use means that it can spread like the virus, right? As long as you get that thing within 6 feet of someone, they're going to catch the bug as well. And guys, I don't know if you remember, just what it felt like as we sat here a year ago. But I would describe it as quiet optimism for most people.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was everybody was over that VR is dead phase. Everybody was looking to the future, and we were all looking for just an incredible 2021. And I think for the most part, we got it.
Yeah, well, I would agree, because it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows for everyone. Specifically, the PlayStation VR crew was pretty depressed at this time last year. Jim Ryan had recently come out and made some statements about how the future of VR was not going to be here in a year or even 2 years. And then a couple of media outlets like Upload and 365, a few people kind of took that and run with it, conflated it, and focused on the negative, and had cast some real doubt on whether or not we would ever see a sequel to PlayStation VR. But we didn't have to wait long, did we? February last year, Sony come out and squashed all of that by announcing that PlayStation VR is indeed going to have a successor. And then they showed us the controllers. And Roots, have you ever seen as much hype for controllers as you have seen for the upcoming PlayStation 5 VR controllers?
No. I mean, I have hype. Like even just the fact that they're not Move controllers and they're going to be tracked and they're going to be amazing, but they're going to be next level. I mean, I've been using them for the last 6 months on my PlayStation 5, or a version of them, right? And the adaptive triggers, the dual sense, everything about it. I'm so hyped for those controllers. I can't tell you. I believe we're going to enter a new level of immersion on every level for PlayStation VR, with the audio, the controllers, and then of course, everything else that's going to come with. Really, maybe who knows what the vibrations in the headset is going to do. It's going to be huge, bro. Huge.
How smart is Sony too? They take the one thing that people complain the most, well, maybe the second most about, maybe the camera was first, but the people that complained about the controllers the most. The moves suck. You can't work the system with the moves in VR. So they said, boom, we're going to do a new headset. Here's the thing that you want the most. Here's the controllers, and people freaked.
Yeah, absolutely. Because the library has always been there. The quality of software has always been there. The only thing that's been lacking is the tech. They built PlayStation VR as kind of an experiment around PlayStation 3 era tech. And the fact that they've been able to do what they were with it is amazing. Mr. Tasselhoff with the $10 donation says, thanks for what will be a great show. Stay safe. Giveaways were weather sucks. Virtual strangers are the bomb. Diggity, yo. Eric, I thought my wife was the only one that still said bomb diggity, but I guess I was wrong about that.
She's your wife. She can say whatever she wants, man.
That's right. What's up, GT? He's calling us a bunch of geezers. So I can't argue.
We are, man. You see my
anyway.
hair?
Yeah, right. See my beard?
There.
Anyway, so optimism coming from Oculus Quest 2, and then soon to follow by optimism for PlayStation VR and what the future holds for that. A lot of people kind of poo-pooing the future prospects of PC VR, but the modders out there have really stepped it up, and in the latter part of the year, shown us what we all have to look forward to uh, if we are PC VR gamers, and the future is looking sweet because they've pretty much shown us that it doesn't matter what the big studios want to do, and it doesn't matter what Sony wants to do or anyone else. They're going to bring us the AAA games in VR one way or another. And if we want to throw down thousands of dollars on a machine, then we're going to get our money's worth one way or the other.
I mean, look, what are we talking? What's everybody talking about the first day of 2022? Nobody's talking about Quest. Nobody's talking about PlayStation. Everybody is talking about the modding community and PC VR and how freaking amazing Resident Evil 2, 3, 7, and 8 are going to be in VR right now. You can do it right now.
Yeah. Right. Well, 7 and 8 are in the very early stages. There is code out there for people to build upon. That's the coolest thing about these Resident Evil mods, is that they're making the mods open source so that people can collaborate and make them better. So a lot to look forward to with PC. As we made our way through the year, we saw the holiday season start around late October, early November. Resident Evil 4 was launched to a hell of critical acclaim, and that was kind of the snowball at the top of the mountain, which has been rolling now for a good 2 or 3 months. RE4 kind of put Oculus Quest 2 on the larger map, the mainstream consciousness. We cracked in a little bit there, and that little bit of exposure, that little bit of curiosity from the mainstream marketplace has grown and grown and grown, and Oculus has really they've done us all a favor by being so readily available. I mean, I think our friend GT said it the other day, like, you can't just walk into a store and get a PlayStation 5. You can't just walk in and get an Xbox, but you can go anywhere right now and pick up 10 Oculus Quest 2s, no problem. And we're all going to benefit from it now because, you know, that snowball that started with Resident Evil 4 has now grown into a gigantic boulder, and it's running over everything and everybody. We can really start to see the exponential curve start to trend upward now. So 2022, I mean, between the prospects and the continued growth of Oculus Quest, between the promise of PlayStation 5 VR and the growing modding community on PC, and as well as the indie developers that are still operating in the PC space, I think 2022 is going to be the best year for VR yet, and I don't think it's even going to be close. I think we are coming into the golden age, and it starts now.
Yeah, 100% agree. You know, somebody was saying in the chat, they, I think it was Meow Mix, said that exactly kind of what you were just addressing, which is kind of ironic. Saying that PCVR is looking kind of bleak, and then listed the most favorite things that they're looking forward to, right? The exclusives from Quest. I'm looking forward to those, but I'm more looking forward to every AAA game that I've wanted to play being modded into PCVR. I think that's bigger than people are even thinking for some reason, I guess.
Right. Well, you mentioned it multiple times that, you know, these mods coming out and being so good on PC that are being cranked out by 1 dude, 2 dude, 3 dude team. It puts pressure on the companies because the larger studios see this and they realize they're losing money. Like, this is something they could be selling. And if 3 dudes can do it, obviously it's not very costly, right? They could put 3 of their dudes on it. So I think it just spells good things to come. One way or the other, we're getting those games in VR.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Takes the yeah but out of it. Takes the yeah but out of it for these big companies, because they can't. You can no longer go, yeah, but we can't do it in VR. Or, yeah, but it won't work. Or yeah, we don't have the resources to do it. When freaking guys are doing it out of their house, part time, and they're making these amazing mods. It takes the excuses away for the big developers, and it makes them look at the money and say, why aren't we doing this? And why aren't we on the money wagon, of making, they all want to make money. So why would you not put these great games out there to a market that is now, growing exponentially?
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Oh, go ahead.
sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna
No, you
say.
go ahead.
I was just gonna say. Onakazi says it will continue to look bleak until GPU prices are sane, and I disagree. For some people, but I believe they're pushing us into cloud gaming anyway. I don't think they want people, and this is my personal belief. The days of us everybody having their own computer are probably come to an end. But hopefully I'm wrong. But either way, the people that are going to get excited, like myself, or that do have a GPU. The modders are out there modding them regardless of how many GPUs are out there, how many PCVR people. They're bringing these games in. People like Luke Ross are making more money now than they've ever made in their life, probably, doing something they love. So I agree. For some people, it's looking bleak, but I would start looking into cloud gaming if people are struggling to get a computer, because that may be the only way you're going to be able to use one. So
Yeah, and we've seen. I mean, I don't think very many people out there think that the GPU prices are a product completely of shortages. We all know that Nvidia is gouging, right? We all know that, and you saw when graphics cards got affordable for about 5 minutes, and you saw that it interestingly happened when the consoles launched. Right? They just happened to get cheap when the consoles launched, and as soon as they noticed that there were supply issues with the consoles, then all of a sudden the GPU prices went right back up. They're going to continue to be more of these moments. You just have to be vigilant. You have to pay attention, and when your moment comes, you got to jump on the grenade, bro. Get your GPU when you can.
yeah.
Yeah. You got to remember the Quest is the gateway drug, guys. You know what I mean? The Quest gets people in the door because the community that we have. There's 145,000 people now tasting VR for the first time, and then they see what else is out there, and then they want to move on. So cloud gaming is big right now. I can tell you right now, there's a ton of people out there just saying, "Hey, I just ordered cloud, or I'm just starting PC right now with Shadow, cloud gaming for the first time, and they want it." So you're going to see it. It's going to be out there.
And the optimism isn't just on the ground level either. There is uber investment into the XR space right now, because all these big companies, they see Facebook or Meta going all in and putting their money where their mouth is to build the metaverse, and now everybody wants a piece, and people are handing over money, left and right, investing in every little startup that you could possibly think of in a big way. Um, Again, it's about to explode this year. Um, this is easily going to be the best year yet, and I think we have a good 3, 4, 5 years ahead of us of just exponential growth, one year on top of the next. It's about to get nuts, guys.
Yeah. It's going to be crazy. I'm excited.
Hell yeah.
Anyway, that's where we were, where we are, and where we're going. Let's talk about the giveaways. A lot of people are here to get free stuff, and we've got free stuff, friends, as you all well know. Let's talk a little bit about the giveaways and the ways that you can win. First, keys will be hidden throughout the video for those who could not watch live. Some of them are hard to see, others are very hard to see. These keys that are hidden in the video will come during our pre-recorded segments, of which there are 4. So before we go off the air, there will be 4 pre-recorded segments that play. And let me tell you guys, it's different this year. Those video segments are jam-packed with keys. They are full of keys, and they're not that hard to see. They only flash up for about 2 or 3 seconds, but there are tons of them in there. They're not all great keys. I'll say that. It's about 50-50 new releases to old releases, but the old releases are front heavy. So as we go along through the day, we're going to start to see less and less of the older keys and more of the newer ones. Typically, when we have done this in the past, they've been almost all Steam keys. Not the case anymore. We have keys from all 3 platforms this year. It's about half Oculus keys, about 45% Steam keys, and then a few PSVR keys in there as well. So we got a little something for everybody. There's tons of them in those videos. And so when we do throw to the pre-recorded stuff, make sure you keep your eyes open and your fingers on the space bar, because that's when the fun's really going to start. But that's only one way that you can win. You can also win by answering trivia like we did before we went live. So we have basically the way it's going to go, we're going to give out 2 or 3 awards. Then we're going to give away some games. We're going to give out 2 or 3 awards. Then we're going to give away some games. We're going to lather, rinse, and repeat that all the way through the show. So, that's how those of you who are watching live in the chat can win. You're only allowed to win one time by answering chat trivia. And the only exception to that are the people who won before we went live. That doesn't count. Starting now, people who win in the chat can only win one game. So if you answer the question, make sure it's something that you don't have. Make sure it's something that you want. Because if you do win in the chat, then that's the last one you're going to get from the chat. But that's not the last way that you can win, because there's another way that we can all win. Most of the keys that we give away doing chat trivia, we're also giving away in the comments for people who watch after the fact. So if you didn't win in the trivia, or if you weren't able to watch live and you're watching on replay, all you have to do is go down to the comments below, leave a comment that says #giveaway, and then in front of the giveaway, list the games that you want to enter for. So as we go through the show today and I say this game is eligible for second chance drawing, type it in on your comment there. Edit your comment to include that title of that game, and we're going to draw in a week. And those people who weren't able to watch live or were able to watch live and just wanted to enter again anyway, we're going to have winners next week. And the only other thing really I need to say about well, there's 2 things. There's 2 things I need to say about the giveaways. One, make sure you're subscribed. That's the point of all this. We like to hold these nice events for our subscribers. If you want to be eligible to win, you got to be subscribed. Big red button, you can't miss it. Just go ahead and click on it now so we don't have any issues with that later. Secondly, for those of you who are playing chat trivia today, everyone's screen is different. And whenever you're entering in your comments, your computer or your phone or your tablet, whatever it is, doesn't send your comment out into the internet and bring it back before it displays on your screen. It just puts it on there. And what that means is that oftentimes it shows that you were the one to answer first, even if you weren't. So whenever we do chat trivia, it's the first one to answer on my screen. So if your screen says that you won, I mean, you can still mention it. Maybe I made a mistake, but 99% of the time, that's not the case. 99% of the time, it's just that you actually weren't first. Your screen's just wrong. So again, my screen is the official screen with chat trivia. Sorry if that seems shady to anyone, but we have to draw a line somewhere, and that's the only way that I know how to do it.
Shady as F, bro. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I know, right?
It's crazy. People get so worked up, and the bottom line is like Wes is the one calling it. So if he's got to call what he sees.
Trust me, I would much rather just drop codes in the chat. But people hate when you just drop codes in the chat. They always think bots are taking the codes or whatever. So we don't do it that way.
I'll tell you what, Wes. If I was watching this show, I would want you to drop the codes in the chat, and I'll tell you why. Because I don't use a bot, but I watch an Anthony show or whoever's it was when he was doing that. I kid you not, I could get like 5 out of 6 codes every time. I had to stop myself because I was so fast at copy paste, get it in there, and then people would be like, "Oh man, I missed it," and I started feeling guilty because I had all these. So it really is legitimate. Like, you don't want to do that because there's some people that, if you imagine that delay now, by the time I get to see it and I do it, somebody's already got it. And it's just not fair. I think the trivia is the best way.
What, you think you're better than me because you can get all the codes?
You think you're better than me?
Diane Jackson says rules are rules, and that's absolutely right. Negan would tell you the rules keep us alive.
Oh God,
that's absolutely true.
I love that.
and you don't want to get on his bad side for sure.
Absolutely
Glenn.
not. Yeah, right.
You're right.
Anyway, with all that said, now that we're clear on how this thing's going to work, what do you say we give away a game? Let's give away. Oh, there she is.
I love
Oprah is in the house.
Yeah, somebody said that Oprah doesn't have anything on us, and I agree 100%. Oprah's cool. We're cooler.
That's true, but you know what? She does think that she's better than us.
Oh yeah, Oprah. You think you're better than me? Yeah, you think you're better than me, Oprah?
What's up with Oprah?
Oh, it's crazy.
Oh, brother. I don't know. I don't want to see what's going on below the belt there.
Below the screen.
Stedman going to town. Is that his name,
Oh,
Stedman?
Yeah.
I think so.
Maybe it's Ellen. Never mind. Dash World. Who wants a copy of Dash World? I've got some keys for Dash World. Dash World, we're going to give away one key to those live in chat and one key for the second chance giveaway. So those of you playing second chance, out in front of your hashtag giveaway, if you'd like to win Dash World, write Dash World. And you don't have to pick one game, guys. With the second chance drawing, you can list every game that's eligible on there. You can make it a mile long if you want to. Just let us know which ones you're interested in. Anyway, Dash World. Let's see what platform Dash is on. I'm pretty sure that it's Oculus Key, but yeah, Oculus Key. So one for the chat, one for the second chance drawing. Dash World. Now we got to come up with a good trivia question. It can't always be who's the developer because people catch on to that, right?
Right.
So for a copy of Dash World on Oculus, the first one to answer the question will win. And the question is, what's Oprah's last name?
Oh.
Ooh.
I know what it is, but here, let me type it.
First one to type in Oprah's last name will win a copy of Dash World on Oculus Quest. Rattlehead 9026 is the winner.
You did it.
Congratulations, Rattlehead.
Hey.
You did it, bro. So we'll
That's
get
awesome.
Rattlehead down here. Bear with me while I...
Rattlehead, Oprah, she wants you to win. Look at
She wants you to win. She wanted you to win, and you did win.
Congratulations, Rattlehead. Those of you who answered too late, be sure to subscribe. Be sure to leave hashtag giveaway in the comments below, and be sure to write dash out in front of it, so that we know that you would like to enter.
I love the internet and the delay in some people's streams, and yeah, if these are you need to refresh or something. Because as we were talking about it, it was over. People, he had already answered it. He was saying thank you. People were still typing.
Yeah, make sure you're on live chat too, everybody. Make sure you're on live chat, not top chat.
Yeah.
Top chat sucks. Don't be on top chat.
Yeah,
don't be
two keys there. Yeah, 2 keys. Make sure that you're on live chat, like Eric just said. You'll see at the top of the chat bar, it'll say live chat, or top chat. Make sure you're on live. And then every now and then, it doesn't hurt to go to your YouTube window and click where it says live. And what that does is if there's any kind of lag or delay, it'll put you up to date, up to speed, up to the minute with what we're doing here.
Sahil Aurora says, some laugh out loud. Someone answered wind fry, or I would imagine wind free. I would have taken that because that's just a spelling thing. And Radio Runt says, keep up the good work. And that Goonies is the best movie of all. Oh wait, he said Demio is the best Quest 2 game of 2021 in his opinion, and I think it's a damn good one, man, and is up for the running for sure.
Absolutely, yes. Demio, a popular game, and for good reason. Had a lot of fun in Demio this year, didn't we?
Yeah, absolutely. Chi-Town D says, you know who else likes to be on top?
My mom.
Oh yeah, she prefers it.
That's probably the longest we've ever gone without seeing her already.
Yeah, well, you know what? She kind of died. She needs to get back in here, man. She's getting lazy.
Yeah.
Talking about D?
No,
Oh, maybe not.
no, I'd never say that about D. I'm talking about my mom.
I thought you were talking about D. I was like, D's been in the chat for hours, dude. What are you talking about?
No, D is hardcore, bro.
Yeah, she is.
She's like that appendage that all of a sudden you look down and your arm was there and you're like, oh shit, I didn't see it, and it's been here the whole time, or it feels like it.
Yeah.
People left and right saying that they were on Top Chat, so good call, Masher.
Yeah.
Fuck Top Chat.
Anyway, let's give out some awards. And for those of you who are new, we don't give out your typical awards. Well, we do. I mean, they are, most of them are some, typical categories, only remixed a little bit. We like to do our own thing here. We like to be original. So our first award this year is called the Royal Flush Award. And the Royal Flush Award is for the best hands in VR. You guys get the joke? Anybody get the joke? When you play poker, the best hand is a Royal Flush.
I'll tell you what,
So
that looks like a fancy toilet, man. I don't know if I could use that without feeling guilty.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah,
I
would
a
feel
bidet
bad.
That's got to have a bidet in it.
It's
Right?
got to have everything.
It's got dual bidets.
It's got a full course meal in there, probably. Oh, wait, that doesn't sound right.
It doesn't sound appetizing at all.
That sounds horrible.
Anyways, Chris at 9989 says, and the award for brown pants goes to. We actually do have an award that's very similar to that coming up later, so stay tuned for that. But the Royal Flush Award is for the best hands in VR. Whenever we get into a VR game, what's the first thing we look at? 100% of the time, we look at our hands. So it's the first way for us to judge the quality of a game is by what we see when we look at our hands. So it's a pretty important thing, right? So we feel that there should be an award for that. People should be recognized for putting these awesome looking hands in the games. And the nominees for the best hands in VR this year was Demio, with the cool gnarly looking hands and the cool charm bracelet, which shows you whose turn it is. Song in the Smoke with those hairy looking monster caveman hands. Fracked, which had awesome looking hands. Everything in that game looked awesome. Everslot, which maybe should have won this category, to be honest. Those big blood gauntlets that you wear in Everslot are amazing. So that would have been a rightful winner if had we chosen that one. And Wraith Afterlife from Fast Travel Games, the horror game. And you guys remember the hands looked like in Wraith. They had all those had blood all over them, and then those big cracks and veins going all through it. Gnarly looking hands in Wraith. But as good as those all were, they were not the winner because the hands in Lone Echo 2 were absolutely amazing. I don't know if you guys noticed or not, but these Android cybernetic hands in Lone Echo 2 were incredible looking. And I think we absolutely got this one right.
Yeah. It was one of the best looking games I've seen all year, and the hands and the whole wrist and everything, the way everything moved, it was just amazing. I mean, you literally thought you had Android, arms and hands and things. It was just so cool. And the way that they, as the radiation started to get to you, you would see the bubbling and the cracking on the skin on the Android's metal, and flaking off. It was just so good looking.
Yeah, it was really good.
Yeah, the one thing that this game has a lot going for it, obviously, but it remains the high bar in terms of visual quality, not just in clarity, but detail. Like probably the most realistic game in VR right now, at least in full release. Beautiful game, beautiful hands, a deserving winner.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, there's some people out there saying like Half-Life Alyx, and guys, this is just so everybody remembers, this is 2021 game awards, so it can't be a 2020 game. So
yeah, this is 2021 show. So these are games that came out this year, had significant DLC this year, that sort of thing. These are the 2021 awards. Half-Life Alyx got plenty of awards last year.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyway, let's move along to the next award. The next award being the Gavin Newsom Award. The Gavin Newsom Award is the game that's most likely to make you move. Lots of people like to use the VR headset, and especially the Oculus Quest 2 for exercise. And it's very effective. A lot of the games make you want to move, just like Governor Newsom. So the candidates or candidates, I've got politicians on the brain now. The nominees for the Gavin Newsom Award, most likely to make you move, are Ark-ade, Smash Drums, Against, and Ragnarok. But the winner of the Gavin Newsom Award was Yuki. That's right, the awesome roguelike bullet hell from our friends at Aravora Immersive. Yuki was the game most likely to make you move this year. Eric, I know this is one of your favorites. I'm sure you've worked up more than one sweat while playing Yuki, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and I played all these games on the list, and I got to tell you, the closest one to me from that one was Against, because I probably sweat more than that in that game than any other game. But for actual movement, I mean, there was times in Yuki I was literally down, like crouched, where my stomach was almost touching the floor. I was on my knees trying to avoid some of these bullets there or little lasers that are coming at you. I mean, you use every bit of your play space, and this is never a game that you could ever play seated. I don't see how you could ever do it. But yeah, they're all over the place in this game.
Yeah.
You can do it. You're just not going to get very far.
No.
Well, not everybody takes this game so seriously, Mash. Mash is like, dude, he's fucking crawling on the floor. He's like doing it all. But if you've ever watched Mash play this game, you'll understand, because he does. He takes it seriously, and he's really good at it. This is a crazy game, and you definitely need to move.
Chris 9989 says Eric rigged this for Yuki. Well, he kind of did when we were having the meetup with the patrons to select the winners. Eric told us that he literally had to get down on the floor playing this a couple of times just to stay alive. So that's kind of what locked it for us. Like, if you're rolling around on the floor trying to play a VR game, then that's probably should win the award for movement.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hell yeah.
And Joe Herman says Governor Newscomb. He's a Cali resident, so he likes the joke.
Love it.
We typically don't do political humor, but that one, I think everyone can see the humor in that one. Nobody can deny the mass exodus from California as people move to Idaho.
Everywhere.
Right.
I love Hard to Get. He said doing the platinum in Super Hot was my ultimate sweaty moment of 2021. That's got to be a hell of an achievement. And for the PlayStation version of Super Hot, getting a platinum in that, damn.
Yeah, PlayStation's the platform I played through Super Hot on. It's actually a lot of movement. They don't call them move controllers for nothing, right?
Yeah.
So Mash, Drew has a question for you. He says, when does Yuki get good? Levels 1 through 3 were quite boring for me.
I mean, you can definitely go to the endless mode now. Go to the endless mode is super hard. They start you out right from the beginning at like insane. I mean, that game gets so hard if you're bored with it. And once you get it, if you're starting out from a brand new run, the first 3 levels are not easy. Trust me, because you have nothing that you're starting with. And if you have built yourself up and you're playing the first 3 over and over and over again, of course they're going to get easier because you're going to get better and your character is going to level up as you go. So they are going to get easier, but the endless mode is really where it's at if you're looking for challenge, because it's super hard and they do not play around with that. They throw everything at you literally right out of the box.
It's crazy.
Yeah, and we did receive a giveaway key for Yuki, but since we only had one. That's one of the hidden keys in the pre-recorded segments. So
cool.
if somebody needs this one, keep your eyes peeled. There's an Oculus key 15-digit Oculus key in one of the segments today that will win you Yuki.
Cool.
We move along to the Tesla Award. The Tesla Award is for the best movement system. And guys, I can't think of a better movement system than a system that lets you sleep while you drive to work.
That's very true. Very true.
Like I so want one of these Tesla cars that can drive themselves. Like I've been watching a lot of YouTube videos on them and stuff, dude. It's nice.
Yeah, until they wreck and kill you in some weird fiery crash. You know, I feel like there's that's the thing. As good as this technology is you're still people out there, and they kind of throw a kink into the whole automation, I think. I don't know.
Well, I could argue with you there, but this is not the time nor the place. They've got some. It's not perfect yet, but they have sensors and things on these that can react actually more quickly in a lot of cases than people can to unexpected things. So
and
it's getting better.
Yeah, and they're definitely coming. I can tell you this: I've been contacted by about 10 companies to next week. I don't know why because I have like, because I'm going to CES. I have to give out like what my interests are and what my where my more of like an expertise lies, and all these, and then because I put AR and VR, all these car companies, all these automated car companies have been contacting me to come and go to their booth because they're doing some type of AR or VR presentation and into it. But there's probably about 10 of these companies out there that are doing either flying cars or doing automated driving cars.
Yeah.
This shit's gonna get real soon.
Yeah. And what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that technology isn't there. I'm just saying that every once in a while there'll be some kind of an accident because they are working out the kinks. I would say it's probably safer almost at this point than flying because there's been a lot of plane crashes lately. But yeah, this is definitely a good award to talk about. Right, we're gonna have a discussion on this one.
Yes, this is a discussion award, and what Roots means by that is some of these awards were a little harder to find a winner than others, and we're going to kind of talk through our process here. So when it comes to best movement system, the first game that really came up as a serious contender was Everslot, and it really isn't so much that Everslot has this revolutionary locomotion system. What Everslot has is one of the best, if not the best, grappling hook that I've ever used in VR, and the levels are built vertically. So if you have like an enemy on an upper balcony or something, you can shoot your grappling hook through the enemy's chest and then ride it up to the next level. That, my friends, is awesome.
Yeah, that's awesome. If you're playing a flat game, the fact you can do it in a VR game is amazing. This is one of the games that I look forward to when it's fully fleshed out, man. I really look forward to playing this thing. It looks amazing, and it is amazing from what I've played so far. So.
Yeah, it just got a big update like 3 or 4 days ago, and it's got new levels, new weapons, new enemies. I mean, I can't wait to get back into Everslot, and congratulations to Ben F. if he's still in here. He won a copy of Everslot while we were setting up. So
nice.
That guy might be experiencing it as we speak, actually.
That's cool. That's really cool.
Yeah. This was from the developers who said, we don't really care if you get motion sick. We're not holding anything back. This is going to be the game, and this is it. If you can't handle it, you can't handle it. Sorry.
Yeah, I love that about these guys. And
hell yeah.
Yeah, they made a VR game for VR gamers, and that's cool. Cool in my book.
Hell yeah.
Anyway, next on the list we come to Fract, the PlayStation VR exclusive from our friends at In Dreams, and you're looking at it right there. Why this game was nominated? There are levels in this game where you play on skis, and you're not just skiing downhill like you would in a winter sports game, but as you can see, you're battling for your life with handguns, submachine guns, what have you. This might have been the funnest part of an awesome game, and I absolutely love these sequences in Fract.
Yeah, the skiing's so good. Eric said it so many times. He would play a skiing game. just for the skiing is, if you just some levels that were just skiing would be amazing. Or extra stuff, I guess. So
Yeah, just give me 5 levels of skiing. You know what I mean? Let me shoot shit on the way down the mountain. I would do that. It'd be fine.
yeah,
Yeah, and it wasn't just the skiing that this game had going for it in terms of movement. There's also this awesome cover system that they use where you're in like these gun battles with the enemy, these alien enemies, and you literally can just grab the cover from all around you. You can grab just about anything and just pull yourself behind it. And why is that a big deal? Well, the big deal is because the move controllers don't have thumbsticks on it. So anything that allows you to move with quickness and precision is a big deal on PlayStation VR, and these guys nailed it.
yeah. I think using cover like that on any platform is amazing. This is one of the things that even though it's cool to duck behind stuff, sometimes it can be hard in VR, and so you end up getting hit. And so if you can just grab it and kind of pull yourself up, I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah, this is the
On
best
a
cover.
side note, I'm
Best,
sorry,
best,
go ahead,
I was
Eric.
just say best cover mechanic in any game I've ever done, and no collisions problems either with it. You know what I mean? When you're going in and out of like objects like this, sometimes like, you can have collision issues. Never an issue with this.
Yeah.
100% agree. And I just wanted to add a little side note here because it just occurred to me what this game looks like in terms of art. Looks a lot like Gunheart, doesn't it, Roots?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. That is graphically amazing. This game is just all around good, and I wish it was coming to other platforms for everybody else. But the PlayStation VR people, definitely, if you haven't tried this is an amazing game.
This game is living proof of why exclusives are awesome.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
but now I want to play Gunheart.
We need to play that. I think you're gonna love it,
Yeah.
Mash.
I can't wait.
Yeah,
I want
I
to do it.
agree. I agree. All right, we move along to our next nominee for the Tesla Award for Best Movement, Resist. Resist came along and took a pretty much known and used locomotion system and added, new precise details to it that we haven't seen in these type of Spider-Man with guns games before. Um, hard to easy to pick up, but hard to master the resist controls. But if you put a little time into this game, swinging through these cities feels really really good.
Yeah, I spent an hour just in the beginning, just an hour going around the city figuring out how to get myself how to move around properly. Right? I think that everybody should do that. I don't think anybody's going to do it, but I thought it was cool. I really enjoyed this game.
Yeah, it was one of those cool things where you could pick it up easy, but you needed to work at it to get really good at it. So it was kind of nice. It was anybody could do it, but to get really good at it, it was a little challenging, and you had to really work at it, which was great.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the surprise releases of the year, Resist. Just how good it was kind of blew people away. Like nobody expected this game, and everybody loved it universally, and that's largely because of the movement systems in it.
Yeah, absolutely.
But if we're going to talk about swinging and grappling, I don't think Resist was the best we saw this year, because the winner of the Tesla Award also uses grappling, and it might be the best example of it that I've seen, at least at a high pace. You know, Windlands and Windlands 2 probably has a little bit more precision with what you can do when you get good with it. But what this does, it allows you to pull off high speed aerial maneuvers while you're shooting and taking down enemies. And unlike Windlands, you can do this without getting sick. Like anybody can play this game, and people who complain of motion sickness are few and far between with Swarm. This game is really a miracle when it comes to movement, and a very deserving winner of this award.
What's crazy about the movement in this, I found, was just the way that depending on how you have your hands together or way, if you're pulling them, if you push them back, like the where you put your hands completely changes everything. Like you can really manipulate those things. I would almost say that once you get good with Swarm, And I'm looking at you, Delirium Drew. You can do things maybe even more than in Windlands 2. I don't know. I mean, I'm not at that level, but there's so much manipulation you can do, and there's nothing better than flinging yourself up in the air and then coming down as you're shooting. This is one of the best games of the year, in my opinion.
No game threw you up higher, right? You could just whip yourself up in the air like a dizzying heights. I mean, just insane.
It's crazy.
Yeah, they really nailed the physics of the elasticity of your tethers, right? Like your tethers aren't just like chains; they're elastic, and what you do with your hands, like Ruth was talking about, allows you to kind of sling and throw yourself in a very realistic way. Like if these things were real, this is how they would behave. So it makes it kind of intuitive once you get a little experience in there, how to use them, because the physics is so well done with them. And that's why we chose them as the winner of this award. And I understand it's not the first game that ever did it. You know, people like to bring up that Jet Island did it first, but Jet Island puts your stomach in your throat, and Swarm don't.
Yeah.
And beyond that, I just love this game and think it's fun. So
yeah. Absolutely. And Phil Yarn says boo. He's not a big fan of Swarm. As Aylin Kara, I'm sure out there is smashing something right now. But I would say you're in the minority, like the extreme minority of people that don't like this game. So
Radio in the chat says Swarm is the second best quest game of 2021.
Well, I'll tell you what, it is up there. There's a few. There's a few games out there, man. That this is one of them that I tell everybody how amazing it is. So, except for Phil Yarn, I don't tell you. I tell you that it sucks.
It is an awesome game. Why don't we give away some copies of Swarm? What do you think?
Hell yeah!
How about we have so what, we have 3 copies of Swarm here. We're on Oculus. Hey, there's Oprah. There she is.
Look at her. She's happy. She's so excited.
So 3 copies of Swarm on Oculus. 2 go to the chat. 1 goes to the second chance drawing. So if you don't win in the chat, or if you're watching on replay, be sure you're subscribed. Hashtag giveaway, and then Swarm out in front of it along with all of the other games that you're interested in. Anyway, 2 winners on this one, guys. 2 winners. So the first 2 that can tell me the developer of Swarm will win a copy of Swarm on Oculus, and it is cross-buy.
Ooh, that's crazy. What was that? I said somebody just said something in the chat, and I was gonna say something about, I don't know. It'll come back to me.
All right, we have our winners. Elru _0 is the first, and EV Man versus Gas is the second. Congratulations, you two. Hit me up on Discord after the show, and we will see about getting you your prize.
I remember Aylin Kara says they want to burn your shirt, your Swarm shirt. Let's burn Wes's Swarm shirt.
I'm the opposite. I want the Swarm shirt. I can't get it now.
Did I tell you I tried to get you one?
Messaged me. You're like, I tried to get you one, but they don't have them anymore. You have a collector's item now.
Yeah. Sorry, dude. I tried.
Well, you're wearing one of the only Shadowgate VR shirts that in existence, one of probably 3.
I think 3, yeah.
No, I'm totally jealous of that. I'd buy one of those in a heartbeat too.
I know.
Well, we do know that the developer, the main guy. Maybe he could get us a shirt.
I know. I was going to say, Wes, what do you think? You're better than me with your Swarm shirt, but I got the Shadowgate shirt.
You think you're better than me?
So, writing down the winners. Congratulations, Elru 0 and EV Man versus Gas.
Josh Herman really wants a room key, guys.
He wants us to give away the room.
Dude, give away a room key. Let's do it. Give away a room key. He really wants one.
Serious?
Give away a room key.
All right, well, yeah. Hey, there
you go, Josh Herman. Since you were so adamant about it, our friend Masher here is putting one up for grabs. How about that? Impromptu giveaway here. The room. Do you want to do the question, Eric, or you want me to come up with
Oh,
something?
I'm so bad at these. I really am. I'm so bad. You should do it for sure.
All right. So for a copy of The Room, who was the artist that was featured in the most recent Beat Saber DLC pack?
Ooh.
Did you do that just for me?
I did that just for you, Eric.
Oh shit, that's funny.
Oh, Dave's in the chat. Dave says, I want to win a John Herman key.
Yeah, who doesn't? if Josh Herman doesn't win now,
Chatty.
Chatty won.
Chatty comes through. So congratulations, Chatty. You win a copy of The Room on the platform of your choice, I would imagine. Unless did you have a specific platform already, Eric, or is that an open platform?
Anything you want.
Open platform. All right, congratulations, Chatty. You have won The Room VR.
Yeah, congratulations. That's awesome. Great game. I mean, you brought up a good one, Josh Herman. That's a good one to get.
He says no.
Like, we give you a shot, man. You got to be ready.
Here,
Look at all those Lady Gagas in the chat, man. People know their Beat Saber, don't they?
We'll make sure. We'll show you. We'll just make sure you see the Oh, what?
So my wife and daughter were playing last night. Yeah, my wife and daughter were playing VR last night in the Quest. My daughter was playing Synth Riders. My wife was playing Beat Saber.
Lady Gaga pack.
I had to leave the room, man. I had to leave. I'm like, I gotta go. I gotta get out of here.
The Room VR. Oh,
yeah, right.
Well, here it is, Josh. This is the game you didn't win. But Chatty, this is the game you won. But this is a good game, Josh. I would definitely recommend continuing to try to get it because this is one of my favorite games in the Quest, especially puzzle games.
Did you just pull it up on the fly?
Yeah, I can pull some stuff up on the fly. Not like Todd. Todd's got a little bit more freedom and hit the weight. It's really the program that limits me. So
that's pretty damn good.
Hussein X making a very good point that the Room VR is on Viport Infinity.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Anyway, congratulations, winners. Congratulations, Elru O, Evaman versus Gas, and Chatty. All big winners. And the first, well, no, we gave away Dash Dash. So we're well underway.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's give away some more awards. Name some more award winners, like the Beer Pong Award. The Beer Pong Award is for the best party game in VR. See what I did there?
That's awesome.
Anyway, Beer Pong Award for the best party game. And we didn't have a whole lot of viable nominees for that. We had Golf Plus, which, the patrons were really high on. And, we had a few of these games where the patrons were just like, bro, you got to put Golf Plus in there, bro. So Golf Plus nominated for the Beer Pong Award. Forever Bowl from Forever Games, the awesome Oculus Quest bowling game, certainly deserves to be on the list. But if anyone has any doubt what the party game of the year was, then you're just not paying attention. Demio, of course, from Resolution Games, was the definition of awesome VR party game. You can go in with up to 3 of your friends to play this simulated, fully animated VR tabletop role-playing game. We had a lot of good times in Demio this year, didn't we?
Yeah. It was actually really good. I don't know what trailer that was trying to pull up there for me. It looked like Unplugged for something. That's not Demio.
Yeah, so some of our best moments this year.
This isn't Demio either.
No, that is not Demio.
That's what it says it is. It's the bad part of not being able to go through my scenes in the beginning. I don't understand what's going on.
Well, I think most people can imagine what Demio looks like.
Use their imagination, right?
Played it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Dave says I played with my friends and Eric.
All right, I'm taking the shirt off.
We need to finish that game. is what we
I
need
know.
to do for sure. Because it was we were getting in there, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we had a good chance of winning, I think.
Yeah, definitely. I had some good cards when we quit playing, dude. Like
Yeah.
for real. So, yeah, we
It's
need to
saved.
pick it back up.
Yeah, it's saved. It's ready
100%.
to roll.
Yeah.
And we have new DLC, so we can start a new game even after we finish that one.
That's true.
Yeah.
That is very true.
Travis Gillespie is back. Back at it. Welcome back, Travis. Welcome back. Anyway, we will move along to the next award, which is the Columbia House Award. Columbia House Award is for the best value in VR. So these are the games that give you a lot for not much money. And it doesn't necessarily mean the cheapest game. Like, if you have a super awesome game that's moderately priced, that's still a great value, right? This is all about value. Bang for your buck. That's what this category is all about.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, the nominees for this game included Stones of Harleth, the awesome retro RPG from Garage Collective. $10 for Stones of Harleth, right? Or was it 15?
That is 10.
You're right.
I think it was
10.
Yeah, it's 10, right?
Yeah.
That's stupid. You launch your game at $10, bro. That's just dumb. That's so stupid. That game is awesome. You're just taking money away from yourself. Hopefully a lot of people bought it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If not, go buy it. I mean, damn, dude, it's good.
$10.
There was a lot of game there too, man. I mean, if you wanted, it's like Zelda. It's like Legend of Zelda in VR, man.
Zombieland, Headshot Fever from our friends at XR Games. $20 for Zombieland, Headshot Fever. Endless leaderboard chasing on that one. And very nuanced gameplay that allows for separation even on the upper ends of the leaderboard. Very well designed game, and one of the bigger surprises of the year for me, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Same here. Love that game.
Resist. We just talked about Resist, and you could see it in the chat how much people love that game. It launched for $20. Not much money for a epic 5-hour campaign with lots of replayability in the mini games and stuff that you find all around the city. Resist, an amazing value. Then we have Shadowgate, The Mines of Mythrock, which was up until recently, it was a PC quality Oculus Quest game. Now it is a PC also Oculus Quest game, as it just launched for Oculus Rift this past week, or maybe it was the week before. What was it, $30 for Shadowgate?
Yeah, $25.99.
Was it 25?
I think it's
$24.99.
Dave's in chat. Dave, tell us. I think
Dave?
it's 20. It's $24.99 or
$30.
$25.99. 20.
It's a deal either way, and that's kind of the point, right?
Under
It's,
$30, which is amazing.
Yeah, and it's a lot of game too, but not the winner of this award, not the best value this year. Best value this year goes to Crashland, which is an Oculus Quest exclusive. It retails for $20. There's like 30 some levels in this game and it gets hard by the first one. Like the first level is hard and it gets harder. There's leaderboards, there's multiple ways to play the game, there's a ton of depth. It's the best wave shooter I've ever played, and it came out in 2021 on a standalone unit. So $20 is a steal for this game. It's easily the best value in VR this year.
Yeah, I've got like, I don't know, 40, 50 hours in this game probably, or maybe 30 hours, and I've only gotten like level 10. There's so many levels and it's so hard, and it's that one more that just pulls you back in, right?
Well,
Yeah.
Dave says that Shadowgate's $25. So yeah, maybe we need to pick another winner.
Yeah, I know, right?
That's a great deal. Shadowgate for $25 is a great deal. It is cross-buy. And honestly, we didn't even take that into consideration when we were assessing the value. So easily could have won. $25 a great price for Shadowgate, but again, Crashland, the best wave shooter I've ever played, easily. So
It's amazing.
$20.
Some great,
Yeah.
great streaming moments for Roots. Screaming was the spiders are sneaking up on him. Most of the
Yeah.
funniest streaming moments I've seen this year.
I'll tell you what, man, those screechers, dude, then when they scream and they come barreling at you, and I think it's because of the, you know, each one having its own animation within itself with AI. It's just like every worm is going to behave different. Every spider is going to behave different. It really makes you feel like you're in this world. And I don't like to be swarmed by spiders coming on me. You know what I mean? It's not good.
Yeah, and all the monsters that you're seeing on this trailer here, this is all early level stuff. Like this is not uh this is not like the bad stuff. This is the easy stuff at the beginning.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's crazy. Love this game so much.
Yeah. Wolveraza says he needs to get this game. I think Wolveraza would freaking love this game, man.
It's amazing. Maybe you would thrive at it too, like
Yeah.
Wes does, because there's different ways to approach it. Like there was those one monsters I was shooting, and I didn't even notice those right there. I didn't notice you'd have to shoot the eyes, and I was like trying to. Wes
Right.
was watching my gameplay. He's like, "What are you doing? Like, just shoot the eyes, bro."
Yeah.
It's awesome.
It is.
Wolveraza, if you need a copy of this game, stay tuned.
Yeah.
Stay tuned.
Yeah, and Resolution Games stopping by, chat. What's going on? How you doing, Resolution Games?
Oh, hey. Hey, welcome. Welcome, friends. Want to know? Nice surprise. Must be pretty late over there, right? Like almost 11 o'clock. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah.
Most likely Amber. Thank you.
Yeah, awesome.
Anyway, let's move on to the next award, which is the Heisenberg Award for the best first dose of VR. Amber, you're about 5 minutes too late, by the way. We just gave Demio an award right before you got in here. Or maybe you were lurking and I just didn't know it. Anyway, best first dose of VR, the Heisenberg Award. This is for the game that you would show to a new person to try to kind of hook them on VR. This is something that you want to be easy to pick up, something that's very visually impressive. These are the type of games we're looking for with the Heisenberg Award. Anyway, the Heisenberg Award nominees were Zombieland Headshot Fever, which we just spoke about a moment ago, Yuki, which we spoke about a few moments ago, Star Wars Pinball, which I thought was a good nominee on this list, because it's not just pinball, right?
Yeah. Yeah. It is definitely not just pinball.
It's just pinball, right?
Pinball. Ark-ade, which is another one of those that our patrons like insisted must be a nominee here. I've never played ark-ade, but they say it's amazing and it would be a great first dose for someone.
Yep.
BioLoom, which is actually not a VR game, but is a cinematic experience, an interactive cinematic experience, which just hit Steam like a month ago, maybe 6 weeks. Very visually impressive, and obviously, with it not being a game, it was very easy to pick up and make your way through. But at the end of the day, you want to talk about something that's visually impressive, something that's going to hook somebody on VR in 5 minutes in the headset. We're talking about Lone Echo 2. I mean, we spoke about it at the top of the show. Like, this is the high watermark in terms of production quality in VR today. And when you talk about the gameplay and interactions in this game, it's nothing like super complex, right? Go over here and grab that, flip this switch, move this item. It's something that newbies should be able to pick up fairly easy. As soon as someone understands the movement system in this game, which isn't complicated, then it's off to the races. And this is very much like living through a movie in VR. And I wouldn't want to meet the person who isn't impressed with Lone Echo 2.
Yeah, and like you said, just the normal stuff, just all the stuff that us that have been around in VR were like, I don't care about flipping switches and all the stuff. Like even Eric, he played through the entire game. He said he loved it. But you know, there's those moments where you just want to get through certain things to get to the meat of the story. But a newbie, they want to flip every switch. They're grabbing everything. Every single thing they do is like, oh my God, this is amazing. I'm holding a gun. I'm holding this, you know? And then you put on top of it the production value and the story. I mean, this is made for somebody new, and you're floating in. I mean, that's something everybody wants to experience, weightlessness, right? To some extent. And so this is your first chance. You get a chance to do that. And I think that's cool.
Yeah, and we're a little bit jaded, right? I mean, because we've been in VR for so long, we've seen all these crazy, amazing moments. So when a game still makes me go, "Holy shit!" I know. I mean, it's something special. I mean, and if it can make me do that, it's gonna blow somebody's mind who's never been in a VR headset before.
Okay, I agree.
Absolutely deserving winner here. And if you don't like seeing Lone Echo 2 win awards, then you're not going to enjoy this show because this isn't the last time you're going to hear it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyway, moving on to the next award. The next award is the Dragon Chaser Award for the most addictive gameplay in VR. Most addictive gameplay. This is a discussion category. We did have a difficult time deciding a winner for addictive gameplay. So many great releases in 2021 with that fast addictive loop to it, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh yeah,
Sure.
crazy.
We start with Swarm, which we talked about earlier within the movement category. Moving around, shooting things in Swarm, super addictive. This is one of those games that you got to watch the clock. Like if you're going to jump into this for a few minutes before work, you're probably going to be late for work because the time flies in this thing and you never quite want to put it down. Definitely a great choice. Swarm would have been.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it was tough to put this game down. I remember when I first started playing it, man, I was like, you know, it was like I knew I had to move on to another game, but man, I didn't want to. I kept going back to it.
Yeah, that's the way I was too. Like this is one of the first games that really had me moving away from my PC to play on Quest. Like early on in the standalone days, I really didn't. I mean, there was a handful of games that I would play standalone, but most of the time I would stay on my PC. But when it came to Swarm, like that tether for the first time ever really became a problem because that game's so fast and the enemies are all around you. It just made me, leave my room even and go into the wider space of my living room and play. And, more often than not, I'm either the only reason I'm stopping is because I got to go somewhere and do something or my battery's dead. So, absolutely addictive and an awesome game.
Yeah, absolutely.
For sure.
Yuki from Arvor Immersive. We talked a little bit about this game earlier. This is one of those one more time games. It's not easy. You have to start all over when you die, but you always feel like it was your fault when you died, and you could have, if you had just only done something a little bit differently, then you would have been able to keep going. So we'll just try it one more time to prove it to ourselves that we can make it a little further. And then the same thing happens again. A lot of returnal here in this game. Like you get on a good run, invest some time, you die, and then you want to just jump right back into it.
Well, plus like what Mash said, you're building your character as you go. So like you're getting stronger and stronger and stronger. So you can't get past this time if you've played it like 5-6 times, so you're thinking, okay, I got some upgrades. I can get through this time. And then you realize, oh, I couldn't get through. Well, if you're Mash, you definitely got through it because he's like, if you ever watched him play it, he's very meticulous. And there's so many choices. That's what's cool about it is like your choice, which way you go, it makes a big difference. And maybe you missed it because you waited half a second too long and you didn't get that. You have to choose quick. So yeah, it's just definitely got one more all over it.
And I think anything that wins the addictive category needs to have that one more match, hook to it.
Yep.
Yeah, 100%. I just love the fact. I just love the way you can get into runs. You know what I mean? You can get into a middle of a run and you know, you get a couple of perks in, and you're like, okay, that's not bad, and then all of a sudden, you know, you start making some decisions in game, and really, I mean, it affects how you are going to do with what you decide, what perk you decide to take, and you got to make them so quick, and every run is different, and then so you know, you lose in a run, and you're like, all right, next time I'm going to change this, I'm going to do this instead, and you just want to jump back in and do it again, man. It's just, you'll love it.
Absolutely. Great game.
Yep.
Everslot from MobX Studio. We talked a little bit about this one earlier. Super fast-paced violence. This game kind of gives you an adrenaline high when you play it, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. It's got so much, action, so fast paced. This is what you want. This is what I want in VR. You know, that's why I loved Serious Sam so much. I want to be flinging around and killing stuff and moving fast paced and doing everything I would do in a flat game. And this game is like, does even more than what a flat game would do. And I think it's going to be, when it's said and done, it's going to be an amazing game.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I think it's amazing as it stands. I can't wait to get in there and check out the update for it. If you have that like VR bloodlust thing going on, this game will quench your thirst.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so good. And it's amazing, you know, another roguelike game too, right? I mean, those types of games lend themselves to this type of category so well. One more because, you know, you have to do it all in one run. So you just want to keep going back and you just you want to get that like perfect run going.
Yeah.
I mean, it gives you a sword and a shotgun, bro. I mean, what the hell?
That's all you need.
And a blood gauntlet. Who the hell doesn't want a blood gauntlet?
That's true.
And a grappling hook.
Oh yeah.
You
so
know
good.
what I mean? It's very, very good. Moving along, Zombieland Headshot Fever. This is another one of those one more time games. This is actually one of those games where you won't even complete the run. Like the windows are so precise in this game. If you blow it during a run, you'll know exactly where you blew it at, and you'll just restart the track. So it's not one of those where you die or anything like that, or you make it through a run and then you didn't like your time, so you start over again. It's like this is one of those games where you get halfway through a run and you miss a shot and you go shit, and then you hit restart and start the whole thing over again. Very addictive. It didn't take long for me to get hooked on this game. I really enjoy it, and I think it's underrated, to be honest.
Yeah, I think so too. And it's funny, the first time we played this game or heard of it and stuff, we were like, what the hell? You know what I mean? But then you get in there and you're like, wow, this is really good. It's just crazy.
It just goes to show you, man, like, you know, rail shooter, most people frown upon that term. But in 2021, if you're releasing a rail shooter, it should be better. And this one is. So
it's got to be unique. And this one's definitely unique.
This is one of those games you got to play. You look at the trailer and you're like, this looks like dog shit. But you get in there and play it, and it's just so good. The gunplay is so smooth. The headshots, just the feeling of getting the headshots, it just feels good when you get them. And then, like you said, you know, chasing the leaderboard is awesome. But you got to play this game. If you're looking at this trailer going, wow, this looks like garbage, you got to get in there and play it. Because we also do the same thing. But when we play it, we love it.
All right. And I've seen it in the chat a few times now. A lot of people saying After the Fall. And I can't disagree. After the Fall is very addictive. But I think a lot of what After the Fall is for me is that initial drive to get in and play. Like for me, it's all been about, it isn't about keeping playing after I start so much as when I'm not playing, I want to be in there playing it. Right.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It's definitely a draw when you're not even thinking about VR. And then all of a sudden you're like, I need to get into After the Fall. And you're like, what the hell? It definitely pulls you in for sure.
I freaking love this game, man. That's all I have to say. I love this game. I still to today, there's not one other game I'd rather go into right now than this.
Beat Saber, Lady Gaga pack.
Well, okay, maybe.
Diz the Game Cat says this game was more fun than I thought. Yeah, dude. Like, Sometimes you don't have to reinvent the wheel. Sometimes it's just fun to get in VR with your friends and shoot stuff. And that's what this game is. That's what this game does, and it does it very well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But it wasn't the winner. It is not the most addictive game that I played this year. The most addictive game that I played this year was Crashland. And we just talked about Crashland. We just talked about how great it was, how it has that one more thing. More often than not, and this is the God's honest truth. When I'm done playing Crashland, it's because my battery's dead. Like most of the time that I've ever quit playing this game, it's because I had to. This game is so addictive. Time flies in it because the first level you have to survive for 5 minutes. The second one 6. The third one 7. The fourth one 8. So one more in an 8-minute level. Just doing that once is 16 minutes. Do it again, it's 24. You know what I mean? Do it again, it's 32. Time flies in this game, and it's always the smallest, weakest enemy that kills you in the end. And that's what kills you, and that's what makes you have to play it again. Because had you been just paying more attention, moving more, teleporting instead of trying to kill everything, then you would have survived. But your pride always gets the best of you, and the weakest enemy always kills you in the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, God. I for me, dude, the craziest time I've ever had, I put down one of those turrets and I got cocky and I thought, okay, I'm just gonna let the turret kill everything. And then it started shooting at stuff that it couldn't hit and it was wasting bullets. And I was like screaming at the turret to stop. And then it all chain reaction to a point where now I didn't have the turret and I had so many things coming at me and I literally died as I was starting to lift up. And that's the one thing that this did. If we had a frustration award, this could also win, because when you that moment when you're almost like a 9 or 10 minute round that you've already tried 2-3 times, and like you said, you did something stupid, you didn't pay attention, you let the spider get up behind you or whatever it is. There's so much strategy to this, and it's got that gameplay loop. That's what blew me away from the beginning. That makes you want to play more, to go back into it. And as amazing as VR is in a lot of ways, a lot of the games don't make you want to go back in, like flat games do. And we're starting to see it. And this is just one of those games that I just can't rave enough about. It's amazing.
Yeah. That's why this is a discussion issue, because every one of the games in this list has the hook. It has the hook to bring you back in. And we could have voted for any one of these games. That's how close it was. This is why we're talking so long about this one topic, because this was a debated topic, and it took us a long time to choose, because we all loved all these games, and Crashline just happened to be the best out of all of them for that hook. And it was easy to get into, right? It's not a game you have to grab somebody else to get into with, or if you don't want to play with random, saying after the fall. This you can just get into by yourself. You can chase leaderboards. You can just chase your own records. And it's just quick and easy. You can get in, and you want to get in for a half an hour, and you end up spending 3 hours in there.
Yep.
It's very gratifying. If you ever take one of your friends on this leaderboard, it's very gratifying, because it's not easy to place on this leaderboard. You have to work at it, and it's not all about proficiency with the guns. There's strategy involved. It's more about the strategy, honestly. With regards to the leaderboard, it's more about strategy than actually shooting accurately. It's about making sure you have the right perks stacked on top of one another. It's about recognizing when you're about to change levels and level up, because there's an opportunity when you level up to score extra points, if you know what I'm talking about. It's a great game, and it's good on so many different levels. And in addition to all of that, look at this footage. Look at the animation. Look at the graphics. Look at the physics. This is a Quest exclusive, and I can tell you that it looks like this on Quest 1. So it's an amazing technical achievement, in addition to being the most addictive game I played this year.
Yeah. It's amazing.
One dude made this game.
Yeah.
One dude.
You know what the craziest, coolest thing about this game was? Well, I guess it's not about the game per se, but it's about the opportunity that people in the chat are about to get to own this game, right?
That is correct, because we have come to the time to give away another game, and guess what? It's Crashland, ladies and gentlemen. One to the chat. Another one to the second place, second chance drawing. So those of you watching the replay, or those of you who are about to not win in the chat, all you gotta do, subscribe, hashtag giveaway in the comments, and Crashland out in front of it, and you could win a copy of Crashland 2.
Yeah.
I could probably just do the name the developer on this, and no one would ever get it. No one would ever be able to spell it correctly, so I'm not going to do that.
I'm not sure I get it.
Yeah, I would have to look it up myself.
Well, Kyle Kitching
right.
says we got him sold on Crashland. If it beat out after the fall, for that, then it's and it's an amazing game. It was so amazing to me that I literally went to YouTube and I don't do many videos. I made a video, a stream, or I streamed it. I think I streamed it, or maybe I made a video just to show Wes. I wanted Wes to see how amazing the game was. Because when I played it, I thought, oh God, Wes needs to play this. This is like made for him. And it's just amazing.
Boy Brown jumping the gun, coming through with the developer. So as is Kyle Kitchings and Derail and Warmark. That wasn't the question, you guys. I didn't say that was the question. Good on you all for getting it correct. That dude's amazing, by the way. You should all email him and tell him I said that.
Yeah.
He is amazing.
Just remember this.
Anyway.
Oprah wants all of you to win.
Yes. She wants.
All right, so here's the question for Crashland. For a copy of Crashland on Oculus Quest, it was the winner of the Dragon Chaser Award for the most addictive gameplay.
Oh.
Name any of the other nominees, and you'll win a copy of Crashland.
Oh God, that just happened. I hope you guys have a long attention span.
Yeah. I forgot it already. What was it?
5 other games. 5 other games
Any
were
of them.
nominated for this
Any
category.
of them.
Any one of those will win you a copy of Crashland.
Oh, looks like Boy Brown. Did you see the same thing?
That's what I got.
Yeah. Yeah, I see it. Yeah, Boy Brown's the winner. Congratulations for putting the initials of one of those games in there. But I understand what you mean. And I didn't specify that you have to write the whole thing out. So that's on me. So congratulations, Boy Brown. You have won a copy of Crashlands. You're about to find out what I've been talking about. And for all of the rest of you, hashtag giveaway Crashland in the comments below. And maybe you'll win the other copy next week.
Wow. How crazy.
Gamer Chick says Good Dog, Bad Dog is her game of the year.
Oh, hey.
I agree.
Well, hey, Gamer Chick. I did say hi in the chat, but I wanted to verbally say it. We love you, Gamer Chick, and we're glad to see you here.
Absolutely.
We're happy to see
you. She's awesome.
Thanks for joining.
Yeah.
Brown wins Crashland.
I missed an amazing gaming session with Gamer Chick the other night.
You were doing something else, right?
Yeah, I was playing After the Fall with you and Wes and Isabel.
And now,
hopefully she's got her camera in, right?
Yeah. Let me clarify to everybody else that's getting so excited in the chat. You need to do what you're doing right now. Zaylin Maru, Wolf Raza, Kyle Kitchings, Reggie Boy, Jasper, all of you. Do that in the comments down below at the end of after the video, right? Not the chat.
Right.
Yeah. So you guys.
Yeah.
So,
Well, you can do it now. Like you can go down to the comments right now. You should be able to.
So do it in the comments, but they're putting it in the live chat, and that's not going to get you entered.
If you do it in the chat, it'll be lost. It'll be gone.
Yeah. But it makes me feel good though. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
What's up, AJ? Joining us. What's up, friend? Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah. How's it going?
He's going back to the shadows, lurking. Thanks for stopping by nonetheless, AJ. We appreciate it. Yeah, guys, if you want to enter the second chance drawing, hashtag giveaway in the comments, not the chat, the comments. Scroll down under the description. You'll see a place to leave comments. And you can enter for more than one game. It doesn't just have to be Crashlands. Just keep editing your comment to add games to it as we go along.
Yeah.
And we're going to draw.
Apparently, Radio Runt as clarified, it does not happen, or is not letting you,
Well, you
which I
can't.
thought you can't comment until it's over.
All right, so do it after the show. After the show, then. My bad.
Yeah, just write it down. Jot a note which one you want, and then that way you're not going to forget afterwards. So
Yeah, and I would just say everybody out there to refresh your screens right now. If you're hearing seeing answers before you hear the questions, you guys need to refresh your page right now. You might be a little bit behind.
yeah, you know who else
And
is a
make
little
sure
bit
you're on top
behind?
of that.
Oh yeah, well, she's actually a lot behind.
Yeah,
If
big
you know what I
big
mean.
behind.
Big behind.
All right, so with that giveaway behind us, we are back to handing out awards, and this one is the Dolby Award for the best sound design in VR game this year, and a lot of good nominees for this one. Any one of these could have won, to be quite honest. This was a very hotly contested category as well. Song in the Smoke, very immersive, great sound design in that. Really gives you the presence and the feeling like you're outdoors. And most of that is accomplished through the sound. So kudos to 17-bit there. Demio, amazing sound effects. Even though the dungeon's on your tabletop, has a nice little echo to it. You can hear the monsters around the corners, and the characters. They make little comments and things, and the spells, the fighting. It all has uh, excellent sound effects. So Demio, a great nominee for the best sound design as well. After the Fall, great directional audio here. And beyond that, great audio cues. Do you need ammo? They're going to tell you. Are you hurt? They're going to tell you. Are snowbreed coming? You're going to know it, all because of the sound design in this game. Exceptional sound design in After the Fall. Cosmo Dread. Sound design, probably the one strongest trait of this game when it comes to building fear and dread in the player. Most of it's done through audio in this game. They did the same thing with Dread Halls, and it's world class. They would have been a very deserving winner. But when you have to pick one best in terms of sound design, there's only one best, and that was Wraith the Oblivion Afterlife. Again, like Cosmo Dread, a lot of what this game does is through audio. And from the very get go in this game, you're trying to convince the player that they're dead. They're now a wraith. You're dead from the very moment you start playing in this. You're a wraith in a whole new realm full of entities that are more powerful and more evil than you. And a lot of the way they get that across to you is through the sound design in the game. Beyond that, the directional audio is pivotal when it comes to the stealth sequences in this game. Most of the intense scenarios that you're put in are stealth sequences where you're trying to sneak by something that will kill you if it gets near you. Furthermore, it's not so easy sneaking by these things. There's broken glass everywhere. If you step on broken glass or bump into a table or something, the enemies are going to hear you. And that really is what kind of set this one off for me. Not only does it check off all the boxes in your typical horror game sound palette, but it's that two-way thing like Saints and Sinners had last year that we were so impressed with. It's also going on here, and probably the most impressive thing about this game is the sound design, and very deserving winner.
Yeah, it was fantastic.
Yeah, I agree.
So
100%. So I was getting sidetracked by the chat as everyone's like freaking out about the delay, and there's no reason to be here. There's no way they're going to win a game, and just a lot of weirdness around it. They want us to type the thing in the chat now instead of verbally do it out, because I guess it's gonna be more fair. And it is what it is, and this is why we give keys away to the people in the comments as well. Because the internet is what it is, and I don't know if there's any other way besides refreshing to get everything equaled out, but You know, I don't know. What are
Well,
your? Go on.
let me remind people that the chat trivia is only one way of the three ways that you can win. Again, the second one is through the second chance drawing. Pretty much everything we're giving out in chat trivia, we're drawing a second winner for. And besides that, I would say half the keys that we're giving away are just going to flash up on your screen before we go off the air. Like the chat trivia is about this much of this many keys. So I wouldn't get too worked up about everything not working out the way that you think it should. Maybe I'll type some of this stuff out, but I wouldn't get too bothered by it. There are other ways to win besides that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just it is what it is. Unfortunately, we're trying to do the best we can, and that's all we can do.
That's it.
That's it.
That's
Absolutely.
it.
Anyway, moving on to the next award, the Bob Ross Award. Bob Ross Award for Best Graphics and Artwork in a VR game. Lots of great nominees for this one as well. Sniper Elite VR was beautiful on all three platforms. Blown away by how that game looked on Oculus Quest. Warhammer Age of Sigmar Tempest Fall was breathtaking on PC VR. Some of the scale and lighting effects in that game were surprising, to be quite honest. Like just how good that game looked once you got in that world. Rhythm of the Universe Ionia didn't do a lot right, but the one thing it did do right is make a beautiful world for you to experience on PC. Not so much on Quest and PlayStation VR, but on PC, it was a beautiful world, and it was worth your time to experience just because it was so beautiful. So, a deserving nomination here for Rhythm of the Universe.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
ET2K9 now $25 donation. Thank you, sir. Says the award to the channel that gives back to their community the most. Virtual Strangers. Happy 2022. Thank you, ET2K9 now. Thank you very much. Appreciate the compliment
Hell yeah.
as well as the donation.
Yeah.
So
Absolutely.
Definitely.
it's guys like you that allow us to do this, by the way. It's not just we're just passing it on. Like we're not buying any of this stuff. Like everything we do is provided by you or from our developer friends. We're just we're the medium. So thank you to all of our supporters.
We're the middle guys.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Anyway, best graphics and artwork. Hitman 3, guys. How about that one? That was a pretty decent looking game on PlayStation VR, right?
Oh
Yeah.
my God.
Amazing game.
The freaking that party room where you go in and there's just like what 1,000 guests just walking around. And I don't know how they did that whole scene, man. It was so cool.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Crystal clarity on a 5-year-old headset too. Like beautiful, amazing, and coming to PC next month.
Yeah.
This
wait.
month.
We're here.
Yeah, I can't wait either.
That's crazy.
And then Shadowgate VR, The Mines of Mythrock, beautiful on PC. A feat, a technical achievement on Oculus Quest. Like this game looks like a PC game on Oculus Quest 2. It's very, very impressive graphically. So some of the best lighting and fire that you'll see in VR. I mean, big caverns. I mean, so much you could go on. The enemies, the way the enemies look in this game is amazing. What it all equals out to is a great sense of immersion and presence in these dungeons. So, Shadowgate, The Mines of Mythrock, a deserving nominee.
Yeah, I remember.
But at the end of the day,
I was just gonna say, Bruce said one thing to me when he first played that game. He goes, "I thought this was a PC game." He's like, "It looked that good."
That's crazy, right?
Yeah, I said the same thing, and I've seen others like Paradise Decay, I think, and Gamertag. Our friends all agree that game is it shouldn't look as good as it does on the Quest. So, beautiful game. But at the end of the day, there can only be one winner of graphics and artwork, and we wouldn't be honest if we said that anything came out this year that looked better than Lone Echo 2 did on PC. Top 3, would you say? Or it might even be the best looking game I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah, it's up there. Man, it wowed me. I mean, I really didn't think they could do much better than they did with the original Lone Echo, because that game was gorgeous, and this game beats it, man. The shadowing, some of the effects, the colors, the vibrancy of these environments is just stunning.
Unparalleled realism. Like, this is the most photoreal VR game I've ever played. Now, we've got good things to look forward to. That Hubris demo was amazing, and it might take the trophy next year on the all-time list. But as things stand today, and with what we have, this is the most photorealistic game I've ever played in
Yeah.
VR.
Absolutely. You know what? Josh Herman, I think it was Josh Herman said. Somebody said we just convinced them to get. Joe Herman convinced him to get the Mines of Mythrock, and I went in.
Awesome.
I went in there yesterday and was like, it blew me away. Like I don't know, man. I don't know what the hell you've been doing in there, but that game is amazing.
Yeah. And so congratulations, Mr. Herman, on making sound decisions. So
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
anyway, on to the next award. Congratulations, Lone Echo 2 on its third win already, guys, and we haven't even hit the first intermission yet. Like 3 wins for Lone Echo already.
It's crazy.
2 for Crashland.
Oh man. Oh, both great.
That's why our channel is the best, right? Who else is giving Crashland awards? Nobody.
Nope. Nobody.
Only the
Who
smart
should
ones.
be? Everyone, right?
Yeah,
Right.
Anyway, let's move on to the Size Matters Award. The Size Matters Award for the best use of scale and perspective. So this is an interesting one, and this is a discussion category because we had lots of great uses of scale, lots of great uses of perspective this year with regards to level design and gameplay in VR. First of all, the obvious one, Demio, right?
Yeah, this game's amazing. I like to get myself right down in the board to where the characters are pretty big, and I play up that way. But a lot of people like to be top down. I just think it's a great game for scale.
Mike? Oh, we got a mic.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Well, it was
right.
there for a second.
Anyway, as we were saying, if you're giving an award out for scale and perspective use in a VR game, Demio is kind of the no-brainer here. It's a tabletop RPG that allows you to zoom in to ground level inside the game board, and everything just kind of grows up around you when you do so. Again, just a beautiful use of variable scale and changing perspective. They give you complete control of your point of view in this game. You can be as big or as little as you want, unlike our friend Val Venus that we saw at the top of the award there.
Absolutely.
I thought that was a picture of Wes when he was younger. That wasn't you?
Hello, ladies. Anyway, Demio kind of the no-brainer here, right?
Yeah, it's definitely an amazing game for sure, for the scale as well.
Yeah, and perspective changing is so cool, man. I love any time you can do a perspective change in a game is just great.
Ashes to Ashes says, you said size matters, and then I thought I went deaf. My soul left my body or something. Oh, that's funny. Anyway, other great uses of scale and or perspective in VR games this year. Warhammer Age of Sigmar Tempest Fall. This is probably the game I had in mind when I came up with this award category. Like the structures in this game, these towering castles that are covered in gold and with sunlight shining off of them, breathtaking in this game. Some of the biggest structures I've ever seen in VR, and we all know how that immense scale can make you feel when you're in the headset. This game has that sensation in droves. It's probably my favorite thing about this game.
Yeah. Yeah. And the fact that, like you said, we were pretty much convinced, like it was probably going to be this category. But then as we started talking about it, we realized, well, there's a lot more to this. And this is how we came up with the discussion ones, right? Like you said before, is like if we sat there and we went back and forth for a good amount of time, we said, okay, we need to talk about it on the show. Because this one was high up on the list for me, for this, for sure.
Yeah, I think at one time we're all three of us were in the same mind of this was the game.
Yep.
This was the game until we realized what the game was.
Yeah.
At the end of our conversation, we said, you know what? Wait a minute. There was another game that used scale and perspective intricately in the gameplay, but we'll talk about that in a minute. Something that our patrons brought to our attention was the ark-ade. Ark-ade has you constantly shifting between three perspectives, and apparently does so very well. Apparently, I was remiss in not playing this one this year. I feel like a fool listening to these guys. This is one of the best games on App Lab.
Yeah, this game was super cool, man. This was like, it had so many different ways you could play it because it kind of switched. It switched back and forth. You know, at one point you were doing a first person view, and then you were doing a top down view, and then you would change, you know, from melee into magic, and you know, into, you know, shooting a gun. It was just amazing, and it kept changing all the way through most of the first level. So it was just a really cool game.
We're gonna have to check it out, Roots, I think.
I think so too. It looks really cool. Just the video looks cool.
Chris9989 says, if size matters, can I choose how to measure? You don't have to measure, bro. The only way you have to measure is by polling the chat right now. I'm pretty sure all the ladies will tell you it matters. And the ones that don't, the ones that disagree with that statement, they just don't know yet.
You know who does know, Wes?
I know. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
She knows all about it.
Yeah, she does.
Anyway, a very interesting use of perspective swaps came from Interspace VR's Mass Maker, which is a very heavily story-driven, almost fantasy game, where you explore the map by making masks. And what the masks allow you to do is actually inhabit the bodies of the other people who dwell on this island. The bodies are all kind of empty shells until you possess them. And the way you make your way around the different islands and cross the gaps is by inhabiting the beings on these different islands. So you're very literally switching perspectives, and when you switch bodies in this game, this was a very clever, one of the most original concepts I've ever seen for a puzzle game, a light puzzler, casual puzzle game. I really enjoyed this title a whole lot, and I think it very much deserves to be here.
Yeah, absolutely. It was really good. Miss Gamertag says Mrs. GT was like, "What the f?"
Size matters.
He's crying right now. He said.
That's why we don't go with the generic categories. We like to induce tears from time to time.
Hell yeah.
No.
Both tears of joy and actual tears.
Yeah.
So stay tuned for that. Anyway, as great of a choice as all of these titles would have been to win this, any one of these would have been a deserving winner. And really quickly, let me just say something. It's kind of cliche whenever you watch these award shows, and they always start off by saying, congratulations to all the nominees. You're really all winners. And it's a cliche thing that people just kind of say it as a token thing to kind of give everybody a pat on the back. This year in VR, that's true. Most of these categories, everyone we listed as a nominee would have been just as good as a winner. And when I say that, congratulations to all the nominees. you're all winners. I really mean that. Like every nominee that we have for every category is one of the best one of the best from VR's best year. So congrats.
Yeah,
absolutely.
we didn't have to search for any games. You know what I mean? When we were looking at these awards, we were like, okay, bang, that's in there. That's got to be in there. That's got to be in there. There was no, when you had to put 3 games in, we got to find. Let's go find 3 games. It wasn't like that. We were actually like having to keep games off of it. Like, well, how many? You can't have 20 people be up for it. You know what I mean? Or 20 games be up for it. So, yeah, all these games.
It was
were
like
amazing.
we've got 10 nominees here. We got to start knocking ones off if we want to keep adding to the list. That's what it was like.
Yeah.
Anyway, the winner of the Size Matters Award, a very deserving winner, Shadowgate VR, The Minds of Mythrock, uses perspective in a very creative, or many very creative ways to progress in the game. Like you have a raven that follows you. It's one of the main characters of the game. And one of your abilities is that you can possess the raven and see things through the raven's eyes. And this isn't just a novelty, it's a necessity. You will not be able to solve many of the puzzles, probably most of the puzzles, if you don't make use of your raven vision. And it's useful in more ways than just that. I mean, you can do more with it than solve puzzles. And that's why this is such a deserving winner in this game. Perspective swap is key. It's integral to the design of this game, and it's very, very well done.
Yeah, it's amazing. Like I said, I went back into this game yesterday just to refresh myself before we finalized a couple of categories, and I ended up spending almost 2 hours in there. I got to a part, and I promised when I talked about it I would tell Dave fuck you, because I got the spike part. There was all those spikes, and I didn't use the raven, and I spent like 45 minutes, Dave, or 30 minutes probably, dying to those spikes, memorizing them all. And then right when I got to the end, I didn't have the key, and I just but it was awesome. It was everything that I loved about old school gaming, and the fact that I was able to get through that area and I didn't have to use the raven. And believe me, I did use it when I came back the second time because I realized it. Was so cool, man. I was so impressed with this game, Dave, because I'd already played it some. I bought it for my dad, and I gave it to him yesterday because he was an old school, or he still plays Max, and I guarantee he tried this game back in the day. So now he's enjoying it, and this is just one of the best games in VR, in my opinion, in VR on any platform at this point. But the PC one is so beautiful, it blew me away.
Yeah, and Odin is such a cool character, man. I mean, it's the perspective change is amazing with that, and it's such an innovative way to do it. But the bird itself is just a cool character, and it kind of stays with you the whole game, and it's got little cool quips and things it says to you. And but the way the Odin vision affects the game is so cool. And when you change that perspective. And yeah, I mean, some parts you need it. You have to have it to get to advance, and it's just so good, man.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
Yeah, very, very clever, deserving winner. Congratulations, Dave. Congratulations, Shadowgate.
And congratulations to you, the audience, because this amazing game could be yours if the answer is correct.
Yeah, if the price is right.
Yeah.
So yes, what my friend Roots here is saying is absolutely correct. It is giveaway time again, ladies and gentlemen, and we do have a copy of Shadowgate VR, one to go to the chat and one to go to the second chance drawing. Hashtag giveaway in the comments. Shadowgate VR out in front of it. Make sure you're subscribed, and you'll be entered to win a copy of this next week. But as for those of you who are watching live, I'm going to type it out just because they think that this is going to help them. They're so wrong.
Yeah.
Roots, Roots. Dave Marsh says that you're his best friend now, and I got one thing to say to you, Roots. What do you think? You're better than me because Dave loves you better?
You think you're better than me? I'll tell you what, man. I'm thinking about going back in there now. You know what I mean? That's just that good.
Yeah, and It's got freaking mine carts, man. Who
That's
doesn't want
what-
to do mine carts in VR?
That's what I want. That's what I want to I want to get to, that minecart thing. I like the way the puzzles work too, and the fact that you can you don't have to use the hints, but he's always there. Although, like you said, Odin is he's got a smart mouth sometimes. He likes to he'll say something and try to get under your skin. I'm not gonna let it happen.
He definitely thinks he's better than me.
Odin. He does. Odin, you think you're better than me? You think you're better than me, bro?
Oh man. Odin, so good.
Yeah.
The question's out there among the people now.
Oh, God.
See who answers it first. We
There.
just gave this answer out a few minutes ago.
Oh, we did too. Some good questions.
Ashes to ashes.
Ashes to ashes. That's who I see.
Ashes to ashes. Congratulations on your second win. She was a pre-show winner as well.
She was.
Nice.
She won. Oh, she's doing good tonight because she won the pick any game you want on any platform.
Nice.
Oh, really?
She's gonna get 2 of them
Dude.
in VR.
Absolutely. Oprah's holding this note for a long time.
It's good.
She is good.
So Ashes to Ashes will always remember that she won the recipient of the 2021 Size Matters Award.
Yeah.
There was also,
And she also says bomb diggity, so that's 3 people now.
yeah.
Bomb diggity.
All right, friends. So that's going to. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say Mark Evans said the question just appeared for him.
Well, how about that?
Tell you people, come on.
So that proves that there may or may not be too much difference in putting it in the chat. Although I guess it seemed to work okay.
Yeah.
Kyle Kitchen says on my chat it has me before her. Yeah, that we addressed earlier in the show.
We're not going by Kyle Kitching's chat thing, unfortunately.
Right. Whenever you guys enter something into the chat, your device doesn't send it out into the internet and then back into your chat box. It just automatically pops it up when you hit enter. So sometimes it shows you as answering before someone else, even if you didn't really. So what we have, the only way that we can deal with that is by going by my screen and what's first on my screen. And I'll go ahead and verify just to make sure I didn't make a mistake. But typically in these situations, I didn't make a mistake. No, Kyle, you were 3rd place. Ashes to Ashes and Traveling Man both answered for you. So sorry, but all hope is not lost. All you got to do after the show, go down to the comments, #giveaway, Shadowgate VR, and make sure you're subscribed. And we're going to give another one away next week. So that could be you.
Hell yeah.
Anyway, that's going to bring us to our first intermission. You guys think that the keys have been coming hot and heavy so far? It's about to pick up, friends, as we are moving to our first pre-recorded segment. This is the first part of our session that we recently recorded with our good friend Gamertag VR, who was just in the chat a few minutes ago. So we've got about an hour here that we're going to show you with Gamertag VR. Now, listen, 2 things you want to remember. There's a lot of keys in these segments. They're not all great, and especially toward the front of the program. I told you that earlier. A lot of the stuff up front is older keys, maybe lesser known games. As you go along, you'll find less of them, but not all of them. There's some good ones in here. So if you see like an Oculus key or a PSVR key, those are 100% new releases, and there's even some newer Steam ones too. But my point is, you don't want to get bogged down too far on pausing for these keys, because as soon as we come out of this segment, we're doing another giveaway for another great game. So we'll be back in an hour-ish, back to live, and as soon as we go live, we're doing another great key giveaway. So if you pause to try to get these keys, be sure you're live an hour from now. Okay.
Yeah, and be sure to tell the past Roots, Wes, and Eric to go screw themselves.
Mind Jive, yeah, those guys can suck it.
They could definitely suck it.
Mind Jive says any PSVR. Yes, there are PSVR keys. Does it say NA or EU? No, it does not, but there are both. And I could be wrong about this, Mind Jive, just by going from memory. I think I used the EU keys first. So I think the first one that you'll see will be an EU key. Then the next one will be an NA key. But I could be wrong about that. That's just me going off the top of my head. So good luck to everyone. There's keys from every platform in here. New releases, old releases, $2 games and $30 games. So you guys have fun with it. Be sure that you pay attention to the conversation though, because that is the best part.
Yeah,
So,
forget about the keys. Wait till you hear Gamertag, man. He's awesome.
Oh yeah.
That guy's great.
Yeah, we couldn't get him to stop shitting all over these games, man. Like that's all he wanted to do was talk bad. We kept trying to take the conversation to a positive place, and he just kept dragging it right back down in the mud. Just joking.
Yeah.
That was me. I did that. But take it away, guys. Have fun. So we are back here for the second year in a row with our good friend Gamertag VR. GT, thanks for hanging out with us again this year. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, man. Thank you for having me on, everyone.
And what a year it's been, right? I mean, we're in the midst of VR pandemonium with everyone getting their Christmas gifts. I just watched your video, the montage video of all these kids opening up their Quest 2s.
Yeah.
This is kind of the moment that we've all been talking about for years, isn't it? It feels like it.
That was lovely. Like, I've had trouble sleeping recently with shift work and stuff, and I was like just on Twitter, and I think someone mentioned that Oculus Quest 2 was trending. So then I started like going through the content of Quest, and oh my god, it was amazing. There was so much good stuff happening.
Yeah,
So,
hundreds of them. My entire social feed was just full of this stuff. Video after video, one after another. All of my friends, I mean, I can see it happening in real time in my real life. I think VR's moment has finally come. The exponential curve is finally starting to get really steep.
I hope so, man. And I think when PSVR 2 comes, that wave is just going to continue, and it's going to get even bigger. Like that's what I think will happen, because I think like most of us, you get that little taste of VR. Suddenly, maybe there's not the game that you wished for on this particular platform, not available at the moment, but it will happen at some point, and you're just going to be waiting for it, and it's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy.
Yeah, the
Eric,
cool thing is, I was gonna say, the cool thing you see is all these kids that are opening up these things, but it's the parents that you see afterwards that they're like, oh, let me try that out, and then they're like, holy crap, and then they go buy a headset, and and their friends buy a headset. This is going to snowball like crazy.
Yeah, I've had that comment from people who said they bought it for their kids, and now they're completely hooked as a parent. Like that's brilliant.
Yeah, we have some friends here local to us, and they bought one for their children for Christmas, and then they called us on Christmas Day, and it's like we've already got the second one ordered. Like it's on the way.
Hell yeah,
that is so good.
So it's really happening. But Eric, you're seeing it all over the Quest 2 community group on Facebook as well, right? Just tons of new people coming in day after day, right?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I mean, as of shooting this video, the week of Christmas, we gained about 8,000 new members in a week.
Wow.
Crazy. We're fast approaching 150,000 members, which is just crazy. I mean, I started this group September of 2020, and we are now December 28th of 2021, and we're at 150,000 members, and it's just growing astronomically. I mean, we're gonna be at 200,000 probably before springtime.
You got to be so proud of that. You got to be so proud of being part of someone who actually runs that community. That is fantastic. It's so good.
It is, and I think one of the biggest things I'm proud of is just that we're just not a normal everyday, Facebook group. I mean, we have that part of it where we're there to help people, especially new people coming in. But we started out early. I started out watching these two guys right here, and one of the things that I wanted to do was bring the games to the people and the developers to the people, and that's what I really focused on, was doing the best I could to kind of bridge the gap between developers and people playing the games, and because that's what I saw these two guys doing. making things about the games, because to me it's about the games and the people that are making them.
100%. And Roots, how gratifying is it as we sit here and we see VR doing what we always said it was going to do? Every time I see these awesome sales figures get reported in the press, I can't help but think about Phil Spencer, the head of Xbox, saying famously that no one's asking for VR. And this was just over a year ago. No one's asking us for VR. And here we sit at the end of 2021, and a VR headset, just one of the many VR headsets, just one has reportedly outsold the two new Xboxes combined over the last year, and that's before the Christmas sales figures even get added into it. Suck it, Phil Spencer. That's how I feel.
It's crazy, right? What's funny is it wasn't just him. It was like that. When we've said this before, when we first started the podcast, so many upper management in these companies were like, you tried to put them in the same bed with VR, and they were like, well, no, fuck you, don't even put us in the same sentence with VR. Xbox was one of those, and even just his statements lately have changed, because they're saying they're focusing more on the software for VR, which I don't know, man. I don't know exactly what Xbox is doing, but they're, the fact that they're surpassing, I don't see the PlayStation numbers that low. I don't know what Xbox is doing. They don't seem to be selling consoles like they used to.
The thing I think, at the moment, and I know it's different depending on your region, but there is a shortage of Xboxes and PS5s. And I know everywhere I went, there was not a shortage of Oculus Quest 2s. There was stacks of Oculus Quest 2s on shelves. So I do think, not to take away the thunder, I do think that because of the price and availability, that is a big factor at Christmas. That people would have come into a shop and they can't get an Xbox, and the only way you can get an Xbox is by some scalper who wants, what is it, $450 for an Xbox S? So this guy wants $600 instead, and then they're like, hold on a minute, I can get a brand new Oculus Quest 2 with a warranty. It's virtual reality, like it's a new buzzword, and reportedly it's amazing, and I'm glad of that. Like, to be fair, that is the best recipe for us. As supporters of the tech, that is great.
Yeah, it was a perfect storm. Everything's kind of fallen into place. Kind of what I was saying before we even started the show. Things fall into place. This is supposed to happen. I believe the fact, like you said, that you can't get any of these things. Even the Nintendo Switch is kind of hard to get. So it put the Quest 2 in a unique position to be able to sell a shitload of things. And now we're seeing the benefit, right? Because it's going to benefit us all in the long run. So as far as software wise.
And I feel like Meta deserves a lot of credit for taking the lessons from Oculus Quest 1, which was notoriously difficult to manufacture it to scale to meet demand, and turning around and putting a new version out less than a year later that's easier to manufacture, shoring up the components that they need to really meet demand. Even when demand greatly exceeded what they expected, they've still been able to meet it. And then, through advertising and other things, actually build demand even higher than it was then. So I think they deserve a lot of credit, because we've literally, over the last 3 months, we've seen, we'll say a little bit more, over the last year, we've seen the attitude go from, VR is dead to the metaverse is the future, like that. And now all this money's pouring in. There's a vast or a growing marketplace for developers to sell their software. And sky's the limit now, man. We're off to the races.
Yeah.
Do you guys think they knew it was going to be this successful this Christmas? Do you think they knew that?
It was kind of odd, all the money that they threw into the Quest Day, right? Like, when have you ever seen them do anything like that, where they're just coming up with these crazy ad campaigns and giving away, tons of free headsets to people? I think that these larger companies, Questy, why I don't? Where's my little Questy? I've got a little Questy around here.
Roots, I don't have a Questy.
I
You got
don't
one?
either.
You got
What the
one?
hell, Eric? How come we don't
What do
have
you-
a Questy?
What do you guys think? You're better than us?
You think you're better than me?
You know what I do think though? I mean, I have no facts to base this on, but I'll just say, do you think they removed all those 64 gigabyte quests because they needed the Snapdragon out of all of them to make enough to have these new 128 gigabytes that they're putting out there?
No, because they're selling them all on Walmart for $200 right now. So I think that they realized that when they let go of the Quest 1 requirement for developers to develop for that headset, that they understand now that the games are going to get a lot bigger, and 64 is just not enough. And they were already recalling them due to that facial interface problem that it had. So they thought, well, since we're already recalling them anyway, we might as well upgrade it, make it better. Much like the G2, they're doing a new version, making the tracking better. I think that they're doing the same thing here.
Yeah.
Anyway, GT again joining us to give out a couple of awards. As it happens, the same couple of awards, or at least very similar, that we did last year. So it's 2 years in a row. I'm going to call it a tradition. And we're going to start GT the way we started last year, and we're going to go negative, bro. We're going to go in hard in the paint, but mostly for those who deserve it. So we're going to start with what I like to call the 9/11 award. And the 9/11 award is for the biggest tragedy of the past year. And we've had a few of them, right? And the thumbnail or the picture that you're looking at here alludes to one of them. And I don't know if you guys can read the text there, but the dude's whispering in Bush's ear. Apparently, they decided to go with an Overwatch clone.
Is that Larsenauts? Larsenauts, dude.
The kid saying, the kid in the picture is going, "Where's Farpoint?"
Oh,
Yeah.
that was yeah.
Not now. Let me be clear here. I think Larsenauts is a fine game, but I really, really thought that this was going to be either Farpoint 2 or something in that vein, a story-driven sci-fi title, and it just wasn't. And it could be Larsenauts could be the best game ever, and I'm still going to be disappointed. And in my opinion, this is one of the biggest disappointments of the year.
Okay.
Anyone want to elaborate? Agree? Disagree?
I don't agree. I initially felt that, but I think I had too much confidence in the developers for this game. So then I don't know if you know any backstory of this, but basically I was in an early playtest of this game, and there was loads of us playing it, and me and Nathie hung around at the end to talk to Oculus and a guy called Greg. And I was just like, this game isn't going to do well the way it is right now. Like, there was the controls were wrong. The way the players moved. There was lots of things that were wrong. I had it all written down and stuff. And he did fix it. I remember, didn't they call it some sort of update, the stealth update or the move? There was some sort of movement update. I can't remember what it was, but it was all based on the idea of what the ideas we gave him. And then there was like, I remember the first time I went in the game, I had arms that weren't mine moving. And I was like, this is weird. I've never come across a game that done that. And then I pressed reload and the gun took off and reloaded in midair and come back. And I was like, this is just a really weird experience in general. BMF was like going green. He was like, I'm going to throw up. This is making me sick and all this stuff. And I was thinking, oh God, what's happened here? So that's when I got worried. I think luckily though, the characters came through. They've definitely delivered on characters that have a character. You know, they have a bit of a story and a bit of something about them. But on the whole, the game hasn't really gripped me as much as I really hoped it would. And it should have been massive for VR, this game. It should have been really big. But I think it's still all eyes. If you want an online game at the moment, it's still, when you're against other people, will be still population 1, I think.
Well, when it comes to this type of game, and you're really, when you're putting all of your eggs in the multiplayer basket, it is crucial that you make a good first impression. Because if you get that first wave of negative reviews, then all of a sudden everybody's passing on your game, and then you have no one left in the lobbies. And I think there's a
Yeah.
lot of that going on here. Do you think that they can, correct course now, or do you think it's too late for them?
I think if they'd done like a season 2 with quite a fair bit of content, like 4 new levels, a couple new characters, something substantial, something where people go, okay, this isn't just some skins or something. I will go in there and check it out. Maybe, but I don't know. I don't know because I don't know how this operation worked, because this might have been a game where it was funded by Oculus and they've made it for Oculus, and that's the deal done. Do you know what I'm saying? They've delivered. Chances are, normally these games are Oculus or PlayStation or whatever will go up to them and say, listen, we need a game by this particular date. What game have you got in mind? We're going to do this. They're like, yeah, cool, do it. It's got to be released on this particular date. This is what causes most of the problems. It's got to be done by this particular date. And then there might be a roadmap for maybe 3 months of support. And then that'd be it. Like, that could be it. This game might not go anywhere after that. And,
Yeah.
that'd be such a shame.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, every game gets a patch now, right? I mean, almost all games come out and there's a patch. And I think if you're a campaign or a story-driven game, you can survive a patch. When you're a multiplayer game, it's extremely hard to not come out running, being perfect, especially when you have the price tag that you do on a game like this, where it is just multiplayer. You really need to be perfect. And I think they really did themselves a disservice, because GT is 100% right. There was a lot of this. I was in that playtest too. There was a ton of us in there, and they had a Discord and they were listening on the Discord, but they still didn't do anything about it. They still launched the game thinking that we can patch it all later and everything will be okay. And that is not what happened. They did fix this game. If you play this game right now, it is a great game. But the problem is the damage has been done, and I just don't know if they can repair it now.
Yeah, and also at the moment the VR community is so tight. It is storming a cup, and that obviously has a good and negative effect. When a game like this ripples, how many reviewers, for example, I'm not. If someone really liked this game, they might even be worried about saying how much they like it, because everyone around them is going, this game is rubbish.
Mm-hmm.
So there's also that factor in that, if your friends are and not only that, if none of your friends are buying it, as you said, it kills the player base. I hate to bring up Space Junkies, because that was such a good game.
Yeah.
That was such a good game, but that had a mixture of bad steps and things happen. I've not heard anything about Last Naughts recently. I've not heard any updates. I've not heard any news. So yeah,
It's interesting because you got to imagine that they're in an interesting position right now, because I would imagine, and this is all pure speculation on my point, that they have a choice on their hands now. Do they double down, invest time, money, and resources into something like you said, a second season full of content? I mean, that's a pretty massive undertaking to try to save their investment in this game. Or, PS5 VR is on the way. It's going to be here soon. I got to imagine that there has to be an offer on the table for the Farpoint sequel now. So which way do you go? Are they big enough to do both? I got to imagine that they're weighing their options carefully right now, and I don't know which way they should go. I know which way I want them to go. I want my Farpoint sequel, but I can't imagine just walking away from this type of investment and not giving it your all. So I don't know what the future holds for them, but you're right. This is a highly polished and well done game now. So hopefully they can right the ship and attract some players into it.
Yeah, I just don't think it's their investment. I actually think this is an Oculus investment, and they get paid a certain amount of money, and that money is done and spent, and that's it. I think that from certain conversation I had with developers, my brief time in community management and stuff, they will pay a certain amount of money to get a certain item and support, and unless it's making money all round and everyone's thumbs up, it probably is a potential move on scenario. But at the same time, it's like you just said, there is a decent game there now, so no one can say they didn't deliver on what was originally set out for. So, you know, you pay that money, they deliver it on launch day. They've already accepted there's going to be a fallout of possible patches. Obviously, this had serious problems as far as I'm concerned in the way it played. But maybe to people who weren't so hardcore in VR, like I don't know who the playtesters were on that, didn't have those same impressions. They thought the game was obviously great. Because once again, this is one of those games that triggered my frustration of like, okay, so let's just say I am a professional reviewer. Let's say I'm Angry Joe of VR, yeah, and you've invited me along to a playtest of this game. That is a nightmare scenario because at the moment we're all here to help. One day VR is going to be so big that isn't the case. And you've seen me. I've had a couple of, I don't know, bad videos where I've basically lost my temper. But when you get to that size with that size following and stuff, I mean, I do believe VR is going to go that way eventually. You can't do that. It's like exactly like you said. Going back to what you said, first impressions are super important, and especially the press people, because it's not just one person who's got that opinion. Then that one tweet could go up to 100,000 people, and that's that impression shared across 100,000 people who then trust that person, and they have the same impression and they ain't even played it. So yeah, it's just that's what frustrates me, is that whole big picture of, come on now, let's really get it right as soon as we can. And but it still goes on, even like Battlefield. You've seen all that Battlefield stuff, man. Like, it goes on all the time.
So what's the answer though? Because like you said, Oculus is part of the problem. They put an arbitrary date on it. They say we want it by this day. You know, obviously if the devs, if it's not ready, and then they feel forced to put something out that's, you know, half baked. But then at the same time, it sounds like they had not only every indication, they had several voices in the Discord, MASH, a bunch of different people playing this game saying you need to fix this, this, and this, and then they didn't get it fixed. You know,
have you ever worked for a large company?
Well, yes.
When you work for those large companies, what's happening on the ground isn't always that important.
Right.
So,
well,
I just assume it's that. As much as you don't want to think that, and I don't want to think that, I'm assuming whoever's right on the other end of the spectrum's going, I've played it, it was fine. Yeah, we're still going to go ahead with it. Like, you know, unless everyone was kicking and screaming, I don't know.
Yeah. Bummer.
Anyway, let's hope this one doesn't go the way of Space Junkies. Another awesome game in a similar situation. I am a big fan of Impulse Gear, and I hope that they can turn it around. But this wasn't the only rough launch that we had this year due to a lack of play testing or what have you. I, for one, was very hyped. Being a horror game fan, I was extremely hyped to try out Hinge when I saw the reveal trailer early this past year. And, you know, it was some of the better looking visuals that we've ever seen from, you know, an indie studio like this. And I was really curious as to how it was going to turn out on launch day. As it turns out, not so good. You know, this game made my 3080 stutter. You know, trying to you know, produce these high detail textures on every single surface throughout the game. Much like Larcenauts, they have patched the game since then, and it is in a pretty good state now. But at the time, this was a pretty big disappointment for me. Anyone agree?
Yeah, it was disappointment in the price too, and that was a double-edged sword to swallow with all the problems it had on launch, right? So
yeah.
I just want to know, is this going to be like every year I've got to come on and just be part of the negative VR
well,
crew? I'm like,
just come on in and we're going to shit all over some games with GT.
oh,
well,
no.
I just remembered how uncomfortable you were doing it last year. So I had to do it again.
I love you, Wes. I love you. Thank you ever so much.
But for what it's worth, the positive, the next category, the positive things that we're going to be talking about outnumber the negatives 3-1. So
that's cool.
Really,
Yeah.
Yeah, we only have a handful here that we have to stick it to as the year's biggest 9/11 tragedy.
Yeah, Hinge was another one I was very blessed to get super early access to, and yeah, I just emailed them straight back. I went, it's unplayable. Don't know what to say. It's just, I've not got the best PC in the world, but it was unplayable. It was awful. And then they said, "Oh right, okay, no worries. We'll get back to you." 2 months went by, come back, and it was at that point that some of the other people that I thought it was actually better, still not worthy of showing. Actually, I was like, "Look, it's still not ready to be a video, but it's getting better." Is when they let other people play it. So suddenly on my feed are people going, "Who's played Hinge? GT, have you played Hinge? Like, it's really bad performance, blah, blah, blah. Like, what's your specs?" That's the first thing they want to know. What are your specs? Blah, 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 blah. And I was just like, oh, no, not again. We're going around in this circle of they think it's okay and it's not okay. Yeah, it is what it is, and yeah, I don't know, man.
Yeah, I had quite a few people in the comments try to argue with me about this one, but
Oh,
you could tell that they were like of the same nationality as this developer. So it kind of makes you want think, who do they know? Where are they from? Um, Luckily, I think this game is amazing today. It's a really creepy game. It runs well, but at the time, it wasn't all performance issues either. There was a whole lot of jank in this with the interactions and things as well. And in a game that's putting you in this surreal environment to begin with, and the game itself is confusing by design. To have it not run right and have all these performance issues, I agree it was unplayable at the beginning, and it was a pretty big disappointment for me because I was really looking forward to this one.
I think the other thing it done is it had the magnificent trailer. So what I've seen with certain games is if you bring the audience along with the growth of the game and maybe have it in alpha stage, then most of the time things are forgiven and you want to just be part of that growth and watch a game grow and get on the Discord and give ideas. And, all of a sudden these things, you've then got a community of however many people going, "No, dude, this game's actually really good." Like, you wait, it's going to be good. But when you release a trailer like this game, and I remember this trailer, I played it on the podcast a long time ago, or whatever, and I was just like, wow, that looks insane. Cannot wait. And then obviously, like everyone else, I put it in the headset and I'm like, can't even play it. It's not that I don't know what that is I watched, considering it looks so similar. They must have had some super rig to make that thing happen, because it kind of does in certain places. The trailer, well, I remember seeing, it kind of did look like gameplay. I haven't got it now. I don't know if it definitely was gameplay, but it did look like gameplay.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, as excited as I was for Hinge, I'm similarly excited for their next game. Have you seen the trailer for Requisition?
No, but I've heard of it.
Yeah, it's a zombie shooter where you get to basically craft weapons out of whatever household items and things you find laying around. Notably the guy in the trailer makes a weapon out of like a stick and a toaster, and he throws a
Yeah.
bunch of knives in
It
the
puts forks in a toaster and then shoots the forks and knives out of the toaster.
Yes.
It looks really good. So hopefully they've learned some lessons from the Hinge launch, and they'll do some extensive play testing before Requisition, which is coming in February, if I'm not mistaken.
Nice.
Cool.
And then we come to to another of the year's tragedies, which is truly a tragedy because it's a port of what I thought was a fairly solid game, but unfortunately, due to the poor quality of these ports, this game has gone on to become a meme on on the VR YouTube circuit, and that is Tarzan. Tarzan initially launched on PC VR Steam um, from Stonepunk Studios in collaboration with I always forget this publisher's name, Fun Train,
I'm
and
trying, yeah.
and it was I mean it wasn't game of the year or anything, but it was a fun game and a nice little bit of nostalgia playing this on PC. But then they outsourced the porting process. Uh, for Quest and PlayStation VR to similarly disasterful results. And now, I mean, I feel embarrassed even recommending people play the PC version because it's got such a reputation now for being janky garbage that I just tend not to talk about it anymore.
Yeah, you haven't got all my thumbnails saved for these videos that we're talking about, have you, or anything? Because
Oh,
I'm thinking
not
to
at the
myself,
moment.
this is another one of those that I was just like, I think actually what I'm about to do was my thumbnail. I was like that, and I was just like, I was playing this game, and I was like, what? It's got a really good start, like intro title sequence, and I think that must have just been ported over. And then when I started playing the game, I got really excited. I haven't played the PC version, and I always remember the mixed reality trailer. Absolutely incredible. Really funny as well. And yeah, what a load of shit.
Yeah.
What? It's
Yeah.
terrible.
The PC version had its issues as well at launch. The enemy AI obviously not very good, and the path was a bit unnecessarily linear. But luckily for us, we had early access to this game, and we were friends with the developers, so we made suggestions and they implemented them. So the PC version got better, but apparently, whoever it was that ported this thing over to the other platforms was just trying to earn a paycheck because it's a janky nightmare. No matter where else you play it besides PC, it's pretty bad.
This was just laziness, man. This was just pure laziness. They just figured they could take it and put it on a system that's selling millions and millions of systems, and they would just make money on it. Because this thing was just unplayable. So I kind of did the same thing. I played the PC version, and I went off of what Wes and Root said, and they contacted me, and they're like, "Hey, would you, like to do some giveaways in your group with the game?" And I'm like, yeah, this, it's a great game. I'll do it." Before I played the Quest version, I assumed that they were going to port it over easy. It's not a graphically intense game. I figured it would port over easy enough. So I said, sure, yeah, I'll do that. So I took like 4 or 5 keys they gave me. I ended up going. I went to review the game and I played it, and I'm like, guys, I can't take it. I'm going to give you your keys back because I can't put this in the group. If I put this in the group, I'm going to shit all over this game, and you don't want me to do that. They're like, no, just give the keys away. Don't do a review. I'm like, okay. So I just like, guys, I got free games. If you guys want them, here you go. Because that was the last and only game I'll ever do like that. I can't believe they tried to put this out there. It was so garbage.
It is a real problem when you put yourself in the position to be someone that people look up to or trust on games and stuff and reviews, because there are definitely times when you're just not up for being that person. You get a game and you're just like, oh no, it is really bad, and I just don't want to be that person because that video is going to be negative. You've got to make the effort, you've got to put the edit in, you've got to put the time in yourself. Even though within 10 minutes you might figure out it's not very good and you don't want to play it anymore. If you was just a consumer, you might only play it for 10 minutes and go, I just want my money back. But if you're reviewing it you've still got to play it. Do you know what I mean? And that's really hard. So I feel for you there, Eric. That is tough. That is a tough position to be in with this particular game.
Yeah. Run away, Tarzan. Run away. It's
those gorillas. I couldn't believe they were my friends. They looked so angry all the time. Like they are really pissed off, and I was just like, oh. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'll never forget that.
That's one thing that's pretty consistent across even the PC version. Like gorillas are very imposing looking, and the voice acting is just silly with them talking like Captain Caveman. It was pretty bad.
Man.
But not my biggest disappointment, Mr. Roots. You'll recall how excited we were to play a Rogue Escape when it launched onto PC. Just, I don't know, 4 or 6 months ago, this game came out. I thought it was a great concept. This game is an underwater mech game. Very beautiful looking trailer here. But when you get in the game, it's a little less than exciting, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, see, I thought what's crazy is the graphics are actually good in this game. The ship looks amazing. It's just the fact that you're having, like you said, you're reading this all the text off of that screen, which is like, I don't know, it looks like from 1980s. And then Wes's biggest complaint is so valid. Like you have this opportunity to have this amazing underwater adventure, and instead you look at this, you don't see anything but this metal tank in there. At least for where we went. And I don't know, man. It had some good moments, but it was very weird to operate that ship as well. I don't know.
Yeah, most of the gameplay for this game is conducted by entering and reading text from a monochrome screen. So, like, literally, you're looking at this very basic radar screen to navigate, navigate your mech under what's supposed to be underwater. You would never know it because you can't see anything other than walls. And when you see a little icon on the radar, you go over to the text screen and tell it to rob or scramble radars, or just give it some command, and then it gives you a list of inventory that it took, and you proceed, lather, rinse, and repeat. The sad thing is, this is a good concept for a game. The story is amazing for this game. I feel like it's an opportunity missed here. Obviously, the developers are talented enough to create a world that's very good looking. Um, but I don't know. This was just probably the most boring game I played all year.
Yeah, I didn't play it. I think BMF played it, and I'm pretty sure he said he enjoyed it from what he played of it. But
some people did
Yeah.
like it. I saw
Yeah.
some positive reviews of it.
Yeah.
Eric, did you have a opportunity to check out Rogue Escape?
Yep, for all of about 25 minutes. I said nope. I mean, all of us are like, it's so difficult. We have, very little time to put into any kind of these games. And number one, I don't really want to play anything I don't like. You know what I mean? And then we have time requirements as well. So, I mean, unfortunately, if I get into something where I'm like, I really don't like it, number one, and even if I, I don't know, it's not, number one, it's not my type of game. Number two, I cannot go into VR and read text. I just don't want to do it. It's just something I'm not into.
Yeah. Like when I first heard the concept of this game, I said, you know what? Putting a game like that into VR makes a lot of sense. This type of game could benefit from the hands-on, interactivity that you get from being inside the game. After trying the game, my attitude was, there's no reason why this needs to be in VR. Like, you could do all this on a flat screen, and it would be just as exciting as it is in VR. And if VR can't make a game better, then something's wrong with that game, and that's how I kind of felt about it. As uncomfortable as this is, GT, we are coming to the end. We have two more complaints, two more 9/11 tragedies to address. One more nominee, and then we're going to name the winner.
Okay.
And the nominee is something we actually talked about a little bit off air. The After the Fall PlayStation VR launch. This is easily the most anticipated title of the year. This is a game that's been delayed and delayed and delayed over the last 3 years. People had a certain expectation of how this game should be when it finally did launch. And on Quest and on PC, it met, even exceeded everyone's expectations. I love this game. But on PSVR, there was some pretty unexplainable mistakes made with regards to controls, and not just controls. I mean, there were some bugs as well that just kind of blew my mind. I thought that was a real shame because this is such a great game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, I didn't get to play it on PSVR. As I said, I don't know if this is what we talked about before is going to go out. Basically, I put so much time into reviewing the Quest version and playing the PC version that because this game is all about unlocks and progression, it was very hard to then think to myself, right, I've now got to fire it up again on the PSVR. And another reason that I backed out of it and sort of, unless someone said to me, GC, you've got to play this. You've got other people like yourselves saying basically it's not very good. Is I tried to play Windlands 2, which I've played before. I really enjoy the game. And it must be just my lack of time with PSVR now, because I struggled with the move controllers more than any other time in my life. I did. I was just I was so frustrated by it. I was like, I can't make myself enjoy it. I just can't, and there's no point covering it, even though I know the game's great. And I'm sure if I only play PSVR games, I'll be absolutely fine, like I was in the past. Like this is someone who used to do like tutorial videos for the moves for games, and I'm playing this, and I'm just like, I can't do it. So yeah, that it just kind of and instead I just went into lobbies going, what system are you playing on? Because you see the symbol, sorry, but you see the symbol. And then I'd see like, what controllers are you using? They'd be like move or aim controller. It was predominantly aim controller. I think, can you use DualShock in this game as well?
I don't know.
Sure, I think you can. I think you can, but I'm not sure.
That might be a really good way of playing it, actually. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, my experience has been, with games like Farpoint and Firewall, if a game's really kind of designed around motion controls, I don't particularly enjoy using the DualShock. But you're right; it might be the lesser of the three evils, or at least it was at launch. They have remedied a lot of people's complaints from the launch version of this game, and from what I understand, that they already even had the update into Sony when the game launched. It just hadn't passed
Yes,
through the quality process yet.
that is definitely true. Yeah, Tempty told me that that version that went live shouldn't have gone live. Basically, again, going back to what we were talking about, spoken about. Sorry, first impressions, so important. Like so important. And I think the other thing is that didn't help was alarm bells were ringing when there was only live early access for Quest and PC owners.
Right.
So when that happened, obviously there's people then messaging me going like, geez, is anything going on? I don't know why people obviously think, I'm sure you get it as well. People think you're somehow involved in the game. They're like, oh, why isn't there a PlayStation version? I'm like, I don't know. Well, I wish I knew. I'm actually asking the same question. Like, why is there no PSVR version? Why is everyone else getting early access to this game? And I think they thought if we put a few skins in there and stuff, which I think there is some PSVR exclusive stuff in there, that maybe they thought that would be enough. So yeah, again, it was like a recipe. Like most disasters and things that go wrong, there's steps that happen, and I think no early playtest, which got everyone sort of questioning. Then the wrong version was released, and then it fell into the arms of the biggest PSVR channel on YouTube, which is PSVR Without Parole. Those three things. Do you know what I'm saying?
Not a good combo.
No. And it's a perfect storm too, because I think they would have got killed if they said, look, we're not ready, we can release on every platform but PlayStation. They would have got killed by everybody who had a PlayStation, because they didn't do a simultaneous release on every platform, and that's what happens sometimes. But I think in the end they probably should have done that, because
I think they should have, because that seems to be a bit more of an acceptable thing at the moment, where unfortunately PlayStation VR, a bit like Beat Saber with DLC, they'll say, oh yeah, it's ready for every platform, but we need a couple of weeks with PSVR, which I think is honestly down to Sony's Q&A at the moment about stuff.
Yeah.
And I remember speaking to Reggie from Strange Games, and he said to me, if you put a game out on PSVR and it's a beta, then it's almost like PSVR or PlayStation Go, you can update this game freely. But the day you say it's an official launch and it's out there on the store, you cannot do that. You can't just patch your game. You've got to give us the patched version of the game, and we've got to test that game all over again, and then it goes live. And yeah, and obviously they want people to have the best experience, but at the same time, they released the worst experience of the game. It's very confusing for me, but because if I was a PlayStation, I'd been like, yeah, you can't do this. But yeah,
Eric, do you think that the decline of PlayStation VR as a platform over the last year had anything to do with this kind of lack of attention to detail on the part of Vertigo Games, that they just kind of wasn't the highest priority to make sure that the least played platform was up to the quality standards of the other two platforms?
I mean, it's very possible. I mean, it's possible that they didn't even want to put it on the PlayStation. I mean, it's possible they just wanted to go Steam, Quest, and just Sony threw a ton of money at them, said put it on PlayStation. So and whenever that happens, whenever you are just paid to do it, and the only reason you're doing it is because you're paid to do it, you're not going to put the same stuff into it that you do the other. And You know, this game had to be extremely hard just to get it on the Quest, and I'm sure they had to put a lot of people just to get it. I mean, it's amazing that they get this thing running on the Quest. And you know, I know you don't have the flashlight, and you know the graphics are not the same, but the gameplay is 1-to-1, I think, pretty much. And I'm sure they had to put a ton of people on that. And you know, they're not a huge team. So how do you do that? How do you have three probably separate different teams trying to work on different platforms and make sure everything is perfect? You know, I think it just hurts a lot of these companies sometimes, and they get too wrapped up in having to launch everything on the same exact day. And I
I mean,
understand it's cross-platform, but come on.
as you guys obviously, I think, own all of the platforms, in one sense or another, what would you have bought it on anyway?
PC for me.
Well, I mean, before I got review access, I had already pre-ordered it on every platform. Like, I wanted to play it with the aim controller. I was curious to see how it would look on Quest 2, and obviously my go-to, the platform that I always play on is PC because I've got a killer PC. So yeah, I'd already bought it on all the platforms.
Plus, the
Mm.
early access from Steam was for the
Yeah.
play test and stuff was a big selling point, right? Because you could actually get it, play it in the play test, and you still get a refund. And I think we paid it like 20 hours in the play test. To me, that told me how good they believe their game is.
Yes, yeah. So I can't remember how early I had access. Is before the playtest, and there were some issues then that I was flagging up then, and that worried me a little bit. Back to going to what we said about earlier about the Angry Joe thing. There was a couple of things where I'm not a professional. I can't stand here and go, I am certified. I've done the course of VR mastery. But I went in there and I grabbed my gun and it was flipping between my fingers. And I was like, why can't I hold this gun? Like, why? I just want to pull the clip out, but it keeps swapping hands. And he was like, yeah, you got to be really careful. You got to do this. And I'm like, you can't do that. You can't go careful. And then we was putting clips in, and we was hitting our controllers. And I was like, why is that happening? You just got to be quite careful. And I'm like, you're going to be killing zombies. No one's going to be careful. They're going to be grabbing clips and just. I'm like, you need that clip to meet the gun to guide in itself. You know, like, yeah, I know it's a bit more arcadey, but somehow that clip's got to get in there without you physically hitting that other controller. So there were certain things that worried me then, which I'm pleased to say, actually, I think on the release was all fixed, which was nice. There is still, I think, some issues with the wrist rockets. Some people have got 2 wrist rockets instead of just 1. But they still only have 1.
Is that not common? We thought maybe you just upgraded to 2.
No, I've only got 1, and a majority of people, as far as I know, have only got 1 wrist rocket.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I thought I was screwed. I thought they were screwing roots.
Yeah.
No. Yeah,
And I'm still not able to actually buy the recharge for the wrist rocket.
Even
from
after Chinatown?
I flagged that.
Still can't do it.
Oh, can you buy them roots?
I cannot, but they said that if you have to beat Chinatown again, and that's what, at least that's what we heard. So
no, I on my live play test with them, and I got the wrist rockets. I was like, I can't buy anymore. He was like, oh, that's weird. And that's the thing. I don't know where we are in VR that I would get it. Like me, no one, and I come across problems. That's, you know, if you was internally playtesting, if this is your investment, you know, you've put up money. This is Wes's company. This is Wes's game, and little me has come along, and I've got this, I've got this, and I've got this problem. Wouldn't you be sitting there going, well, who the fuck is playtesting this game for me? Like, that's what I'd be saying, and that's why I jumped on Sam to, like, for a chat, because I was like, tell me what is happening. I don't understand it. You are known. You're known. You know what I mean? You're a good developer. You're a massive developer. Everyone respects. I've got massive respect for them. I think their games catalog is fantastic. And as we're talking about this is game of the year. I think for all, are you all agreeing with that? It's your game.
Not yet, because that's later in the show, but it's high up on the list. Yes, it's part of the discussion.
Yep.
It's high up on the list. Yeah, it's definitely it is mine. I've said that out there already. I love this game. I think it's awesome. But yeah, again, teething problems.
It is weird. It is weird though, right, GT? When you're wondering, What are some of these developers doing? Because some of the developers aren't fixing the problems in some of these games and glaring issues, and we're getting to the point where, yeah, I don't know. I guess the wheat and the tares are getting separated. The good developers are rising, and the other ones are showing themselves to not be the best. I mean, that everything that we've had criticism about this game is fixed, and that says a lot. So
Yeah, within like a week or a week and a half on all platforms. You can't just, they're not releasing an update per platform. They've done it for every platform an update, which is pretty incredible because you wouldn't want the PSVR guys going, oh, you've not only have you given us a better version of the game, you've actually improved the other versions. Like, you imagine that as well, that hysteria. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Yeah, I was super impressed. When we played this on the Thanksgiving Day playtest, and my daily driver is the HP Reverb G2, and typically, a lot of games you can play on it, but typically when you go into a game, you'll see Vive ones or you'll see index controllers. It'll work, but obviously not natively supported. On Thanksgiving Day, weeks ahead of launch for this game, I go into the game, I go into the tutorial, and I'm holding G2 controllers in my hands. That just set the best first impression with me, and really showed me that this is a legit developer. This is someone who does pay attention to detail, and that's why the state of the PSVR version of this on launch was such a shock, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Anyway, as big as a disappointment as that was, that does not win the 9/11 award, because there was another game that we were very hyped to check out based on years of beautiful promo material, and that game was Rhythm of the Universe Ionia.
Okay.
This game launched on 3 different platforms: PC, Quest, and PlayStation VR. And on PC, it was beautiful. It was extremely short, and worst of all, the movement and interactions were incredibly, incredibly janky. Now, with that said, I think the game was beautiful enough, and the price was low enough that 10-15 bucks, if you want to see something very pretty on PC, go ahead and check it out. The problem is when you get over to PlayStation VR, when you get over to Quest, that one saving grace of the beautiful world does not exist, and you still have all the jank, and you still have all the problems. This was a huge disappointment for me, and I think a lot of people as well.
Yeah, this was not good, man. I just don't understand. And this was a gorgeous game, and I remember when we were talking about it when we reviewed it, we were blown away at how good the PC version looked, man. And it was just we were comparing it to like Half-Life Alyx type visuals in this game, but everything else was so broken. I mean, they broke. You couldn't move in the game, and then the game is 45, or the experience or game or whatever you want to call it. It's 45 minutes long. And then you bring it over to Quest, and it's just hot garbage. I mean, it looks terrible. I mean, everything that you loved about it in the PC version, you completely had to shit on it in the Quest version because it looks so bad.
So yes, there's some people I class as positive VR people, and they were not positive about this. And when they're not positive about it, I don't even play it. Like, this just, I just stay away from it. I'm just like, they sent me, I've got a copy of the game probably on every platform, and I was just like, I'm not going to play it. I'm sorry, because it's just not worth it, And yeah, like you're saying, like probably the one that would have sold the most would have been the Quest version, and it just sounds like a game that should never have been on that platform. They obviously did it because they knew that is the biggest audience.
Yeah,
So-
but that confuses me. And like, I don't want a big audience to see me do a shitty job. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, I don't know. It's weird. It's very weird. It's very greedy in a sense of because there are games that we've covered that are PC VR only because they are so phenomenal on the PC VR, and the developer said, "There's no way we can take this over. There's no way."
I think, like, there was a game a long time ago on PSVR. It was on PC as well. It was called Rage Room. And I remember getting a review copy of this game, and I knew of the game because of YouTube. Yeah, and YouTubers had made it look absolutely amazing. Somehow, I don't know how, it looked incredible, right? And I played it, and I thought that was probably one of my first. This is a shit game, and I've got to tell everyone about how shit it is because I'm so angry about how shit it is. Video, and I kind of think that developers maybe come across that sort of thing of where what they hope is this is someone's first time in VR, and they check out that game for the first time, and because it's their very first game, they're just impressed for the fact it is in virtual reality. They're just amazed that, like, oh wow, this is in VR, it's amazing. They don't even question the things you and I question. I was over Christmas, my cousin's husband got a Oculus Quest 2, and like he couldn't even make a fist to do certain things. He didn't know how to do this, he didn't know how to do that. And I kind of think that at that point you're very easily impressed, and I kind of think maybe they hope that someone sees this, maybe even sees the trailer and goes, yeah, we'll get that for the Quest. That's what I think is possibly the driving force behind what for you and I think is a bad idea.
Yeah, I'd like to
And
see
we
how many
actually
they sold. How many copies?
Yeah, no, or how many refunds?
Yeah.
We gave this a relatively positive review. We reviewed it on launch day, but as you recall, the Quest version and the PlayStation version got delayed, so we only had the PC version to go by, and we were honest about all the issues that we had with the movement, but we were very blown away at how beautiful it is. I do believe that it's worth your time. Like if you have a Viveport Infinity, it's worth your time if you have a beefy computer to go see the sights in this game. It's beautiful, but I'll just tell you, do not turn on smooth locomotion. You better not. You better stay on teleport, because if you try to walk around, you're going to just be causing yourself all sorts of frustration as you start to clip through the walls and stairs and drop through the floor into the upside down. Yeah, it was really janky, and a lot of it has to do with that smooth locomotion feature, which they obviously didn't finish. They just tacked it on.
Well, and this is another example of what we said. The last game we talked about had issues. They fixed it within a week. This one's been out how long? And you're still, I'm assuming, I haven't played it recently, but maybe you're still clipping through the walls and stuff. If that's the case, then that's a shame, because you need to fix your stuff, any developer, and make it in a playable state to where, like, imagine if this game wasn't clipping, what we'd be saying about it right now. We wouldn't be saying it's worth checking out if you got a beefy computer. We'd be like, damn, you need to check this out if you got a beefy computer, because it's amazing and it's a dream to walk around in smooth locomotion. We can't say that about this game.
And where's the sequel, right? Because they do have a fairly compelling story here that they leave on a cliffhanger. So, I mean, if it were right from a technical perspective, I'd be wanting to check out the next chapter.
Yeah, I want that guy to put his shirt on, though, next time. I don't like I'm offended by him walking around with no shirt.
But instead of asking for the sequel, unfortunately, I'm on YouTube right now comparing it to a national tragedy.
Yeah.
So.
Now, the question is it the national tragedy? That's the question, right? Because we still haven't voted on it. Or is
we did.
No,
yeah, we chose this as the winner last night. I guess it was late.
No,
It was late.
Do you agree with it now, Roots? Do you agree with it now?
Yes, absolutely.
There you go then. Sorted.
Although
in fact, Roots was like, in fact, Roots was like last night. He was all like, "I don't care what else came out and how bad it was. Rhythm of the Universe needs to win this award because it was that bad."
Oh yeah, that's right. I did as I said. This is the award. This is it. Because every time this game came up, for any other conversation, my first thing is like, we can't. The graphics may be amazing, but how do you give an award to something that has everything else wrong with it? This one, I have no problem giving the award. It deserves it, and we bless you, Rhythm of Ionia.
Next year, it could be the Rhythm of the Universe Ione Award for the shittiest game of the year.
That's
Yeah.
true.
That's true.
That's true. We have renamed awards this year, by the way, for games. Like for the best ongoing support category, we can't let No Man's Sky win every year. So we're just going to name the award after them, and that way other people can win too.
Yeah.
Oh,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Anyway, that concludes the negativity segment. Hopefully you feel all right, GT, coming out of that. We have a lot of good stuff to talk about as we move into the next award, which is the McFly Award, the most highly anticipated future release. And as you can see there, we have Marty in lo-fi thinking, what the hell have I got myself into?
I thought you was going down the George McFly route. You know, he's like, like this laugh,
So
man.
good, man. That's so
I do
good.
too.
I love that.
And we are back. And I'm sure we all have a terrible taste in our mouths after all of that negativity. But for a whole year of, probably the most releases we've ever seen in VR and over the course of a year, 5 or 6 negatives, I don't think that was too bad.
No. That's not too bad, actually. And we tried to be as nice as we could about it, right?
Poor GT.
That's right.
He gets dragged into this shit. He just wants to talk about good games, and we make him talk about every garbage game that was out there.
Well, just fingers crossed that he forgets about that again this year, and then next year
yeah.
when we ask him, he won't even think about it.
Yeah.
Until we get him on the
That's
spot.
why you always do the positives in the second segment, so that's what you leave your memory on.
Yeah, that's true. But let's say this. Who doesn't love GT? He's cool.
That's one thing I said. I said past Smash, Roots, and West are a bunch of pricks, but past GT and future GT they're just awesome.
Yeah.
Either way.
Absolutely.
Screw those guys. Anyway, more from those guys in a little bit in a much more positive segment as we talk with our friend GT about the things we're looking forward to the most in 2022. And as you can imagine, there is a lot to look forward to. Anyway, that aside, what do you say we give out some keys?
Yeah,
Let's
absolutely.
see. Let me check my format here. Let's see what type of goodies are on the docket. Let's see.
Shocker.
GT Part
Shocker over it.
1. Oh, this is a pretty good one. And I bet most of you don't have it yet. Sweet Surrender.
Ooh.
Sweet Surrender is a brand new roguelike shooter game. We got one key from Steam. We've got one key from Oculus. We're going to give one away in the chat and, to the platform choice to whoever's watching live. And then whichever one's left over, we're going to give that one away on the second chance giveaway. Hashtag giveaway, Sweet Surrender. Make sure you're subscribed and we'll draw it next week. Anyway, Sweet Surrender. Sweet Surrender, I guess I don't know. Did they really want me to keep typing out the questions? Do people prefer that? It really don't matter to me. I don't think it makes a difference, but
I think
if people want the questions in text form, I can do it that way.
I think we had like 1 or 2 people complain about it, but everybody else liked it versus 1 or 2 people liking it before and everybody complaining. So I say typing it out sounds good.
Okay. Well, I will type the question in the chat right now. First one to answer it wins their choice of Sweet Surrender on Oculus or Steam. And then the other key will go to the second chance giveaway.
Yeah. See, everyone's like, yes, type, please. Type.
Yep. You guys talk a little bit about the game if you wouldn't mind and your experience with it.
Oh, man. This game is amazing. And I love it. Actually, I thought I had a trailer pulled up for it. So, Mash, why didn't you talk about it? And I'll pull up the trailer because I do not yet.
Yeah, another roguelite. I mean, we talked a lot about them today, and it was like, we had a lot of games this year that kind of fell into that category, and I think some of the best games this year fell into that category because we had one of our best flat games of the year was Returnal, which was the same category, and Sweet Surrender was great, and this was a bit of a surprise for me too. I didn't know exactly what it was going to be when it first came out. And we got a little bit of early access to this game, and it was phenomenal, man. I love the art style of this. It's got that like cartoony kind of art style that just works with VR really, really well. And man, I love the progression. I love going on a run and just trying to build the best arsenal and the best perks you can on yourself. And with this game, you kind of know right from the beginning when you start getting stuff, you're like, oh boy, this is good. This is either going to be like a phenomenal run, or you get in the middle of it and you're like, ugh, I'm just getting garbage after garbage, and I should start this run right over again. But that's the great thing about these roguelike games is and procedurally generated too, man. It's never the same. It's always different, which is great.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like you'll find it, Matt. Oh, I guess you got it in there.
Thomas McNostril is fast, bro.
Whoa.
Cell shaded. Absolutely. Thomas McNostril, you are the winner, friend. Well done.
Think about me.
The question.
Yeah, think about me. I had to talk about the art style without saying cell shaded.
Yeah.
Searching.
Yeah, I thought you were going to give it away, but I mean, I didn't really mind because it isn't about the trivia, right? It's just about not dropping a code.
Exactly.
So,
yeah. Absolutely.
So yeah, Thomas McNostril, congratulations. You got yourself a good game there, friend.
I love that guy.
And, on the platform of your choice to boot.
Yeah, good game, man. It's a real good game.
Getting better too, like they're doing lots of updates to this one.
Yeah, somebody just said they added a sniper mode.
Really? I didn't even know that. That's pretty good. I know that the devs work on it constantly. They're always they've put a ton of patches out already. And I didn't hear about the sniper one. That's pretty cool.
DRL says cell shading that doesn't sell cell shading. Doesn't use cell shading.
Whatever. He said what I was looking for. Whether it's technically correct or not, everyone got the gist of it.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's start talking awards. Plenty more awards to name. The next award, the Dead Cells Award. Oddly enough, Dead Cells for the best roguelike. So best procedural generated VR game of 2021. Very important that we distinguish. This is for 2021 releases only. We will not accept In Death Unchained. We know how awesome it is. And we would give it an award every year if we could.
Yeah, it would win every year, right?
VR Spry Guy complimenting our friend GT, and I'd like to do the same. Once again, appreciate your company and appreciate you coming on our show and hanging out in the chat and giving away keys and just being an awesome dude all around.
Yeah,
really,
dude.
Really appreciate it.
Just for being who you are on camera and off camera, the same. I don't find that very often in real life, so that's awesome. Refreshing.
GT asked if we cut his George McFly impression. We did not, GT. It's the very first thing on the next part of the interview. We didn't cut much of anything. We cut our little conversation from before we went live, but from the time that we said action to the time we said goodbye, that's pretty much all in here. So George McFly and all. Just you guys hang tight if you want to see that magic.
So good.
TV
we could have talked
magic.
to GT for 5 hours, right?
Yeah.
Easily.
We could have went forever.
Dude, both interviews both segments just flew by. It was like, I was like, oh my God, it's been over 2 hours. That's crazy.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun talking to Brian as well. That's true.
It was awesome. That was a cool day.
Yeah, it was.
Anyway, Dead Cells Award. Dead Cells probably the most notorious roguelike, but we had some pretty good ones in VR. We just talked about one of them, Sweet Surrender. Nice how Sweet Surrender keeps the levels fresh. It isn't like a completely procedurally generated thing. We all know there's two different types, right? There's a type that's completely random generated, and then there are others like In Death, like even Returnal that have sections of map that they just kind of scramble and rearrange so that you can kind of know where you're at without knowing what's in the next room. And that's what Sweet Surrender does so well. Cosmo Dread, a little less predictable. I think it does the same thing, but it's a little less predictable and a lot more difficult. A great example of a VR roguelike that came out this year. Everslot, which we've spoken about a couple of times already. might be my favorite gameplay in any of these, but I'm not so sure about that because Beanstalker had some very detailed mechanics, crafting mechanics, um, large, sprawling, vertical maps that you have to climb your way through. Nice enemy variety. Beanstalker, one of the best roguelites of the year. But I mean, I don't think any other of these games quite captured that roguelike loop, that death loop that you get stuck in, quite like Yuki. So once again, Yuki from Arvora Immersive is our roguelike of the year, the Dead Cells Award winner. Um, Eric, what have we not said about Yuki yet?
What a garbage game.
Dumpster fire, right? Oh god,
That's the only thing we haven't said about Yuki. I mean, I don't know. I swear I didn't pay these guys to put Yuki in there, guys. I swear it's just that good of a game. I mean, everybody likes it. And then if you're looking at it and you're looking at the video and going, oh, this game doesn't look that good, it looks cartoony. This game is just so cool, man. All the parts of this game work together right, and Arvor knows how to do this. They do it with all the games that they make. The music is so great. I mean, if you just, even though it's a bullet hell game, if you just want to get in and just zone out, because you get into a rhythm with this game. The music's so good. It is an intense game that makes you move, but really you can lose yourself in this game just as easily as you're sweating because you're moving so much. It's just a cool game all around, and it is definitely probably my favorite roguelite that I played VR this year. I'll say VR.
that's crazy.
Corporate Zombie has a great point. He says he's looking forward to Hellsweeper, and I am too. I had such a blast in that Hellsweeper beta that we played. I mean, that thing seemed like it was ready for launch. Well, I'm sure they have much more content that they needed to get ready for it. But what we played was phenomenal.
Yeah, it looks super good.
Chris9989 says Yuki looks like Z-Race with bullets. A lot of bullets.
A lot of bullets.
GT says, was Cosmo Dread in the running? I might have missed a bit if that game had been mentioned. Yeah, we did mention Cosmo Dread. Yeah, another great example of VR roguelike this year. Probably the best example of map scrambling. Like they did a real good job of getting you lost from one map to the next, to the next, to the next. My problem with Cosmo Dread, and I didn't have many, I love the game, is that I would go on long runs and not find anything to like craft with or any other recipes or stuff that you need to progress. Very difficult to find certain times. And it seemed like it was different on different platforms. Like I would, certain things would be missing on Quest versus PC and vice versa. But I enjoyed it on both platforms immensely.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
I remember when we first started playing that game, I remember you had gone like hours into the game without finding your first blueprint. Like me and Roots had been playing it. We had like 3 or 4 or 5 different blueprints, and Wes like, I haven't found one yet.
That was crazy. I felt,
Yeah.
I felt great. I felt like Wes was gonna ask me if I was better than him, right? You think you're better than me?
Yeah, I got mad, man, because I played for hours without finding a blueprint, and then I finally broke down and watched somebody's video, and they went into the first room and picked one up off the first desk, and I was like, "Holy shit, my game's broken." Yeah, it was frustrating.
That's crazy.
Anyways, let's move on to the next award, the WTF award. WTF? It's for the most difficult to label game. Which game defies genre? Which one is the hardest to describe what it does? We had a few of these that are worthy nominees. Captain Toonhead versus the Punks from Outer Space. You could label it, but which one are you going to call it? Is it a first-person shooter? Is it a strategy game? Is it a tower defense? Most people would call it a tower defense, but they go out of their way to make this not your typical tower defense game, and we felt like it was a worthy nominee of the WTF award. I mean, what makes you say WTF like a weaponized flip-flop, right?
Yeah, absolutely. A chonkla.
Yeah.
La Chonkla.
Yeah.
Anyway, Ragnarok. Another game that blends genres quite well. Is it a rhythm game? Is it a racing game? Well, yes, it's both. It is. It is. It's its own thing, right? Very original concept.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wins and leaves. I love these games like this. I mean, I love seeing games like this that are just don't they're not afraid to go off and do their own thing, right? Like obviously this is not the most exciting gameplay concept in the world, but you don't always need to have the most exciting thing to do. Sometimes some people just want to go into VR and chill out. And that's what Wins and Leaves is. It's kind of, I mean, you hate to call it a Metroidvania because it's so different than what you traditionally would think of for that, but it's that type of game, right? You have your actions unlock new areas of the map. Um, and it's a very environmentally conscious version of a Metroidvania, a very original game, and definitely deserves to be nominated for the WTF award.
Yep.
Yeah, this game does.
Then we come to Beanstalker. Beanstalker, again, blending genres quite well. Is it a climbing game? Sure. Is it a roguelike? Sure. Is it an RPG? Well, yeah, kinda. I mean, it does so many different things. It pulls the best out of about 5 different genres and makes kind of this new thing out of it. And they've got co-op support coming early part of next year. I'm super excited for what the future holds for Beanstalker. Very underrated game, and hopefully more people check it out. Even while it's in early access, it's in a very good state today.
I'm really hoping that I'm able to use someone else's crafted stuff when I'm on Beanstalker, because then I don't, because that's what I don't want to craft a bunch of stuff. But if I can go climb and then like Wes can toss me something, hey man, I ran out of this, and because you love crafting stuff, right, Wes?
It's not my favorite, but
He's like,
I did
no.
enjoy the hands-on nature of the crafting system in this game. It wasn't that bad. Like really, it wasn't the type of bullshit point and click crafting that we see out of a lot of games. Literally, you take the hammer, you build the stuff from the very most basic building blocks. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's a lot. It's a lot to take in. It's a very long tutorial, but it's a complex game with a lot of different facets to it. And
you know who we got to go?
like,
you know who we got to go in there with? Who we could steal stuff from because he loves that stuff. Is Todd Lamplighter? He like loves that. He like loves Township Tales. One of his favorite games, and that game you have to craft everything.
Wow,
I mean,
that's a good point.
So, yeah, we could go in there and just steal all his stuff. It'd be great.
That's a good point. I was actually thinking you were going to say Wolf Raza because I know he loves crafting stuff. Like that's his jam, bro. Right, Wolvie? No, I'm just kidding.
Anyway, we could just let Todd hang back and craft while we go out and scavenge. Right?
Yeah,
absolutely.
But not the winner of the WTF award. As good a choice as Beanstalker would have been, we went with Against because sure, it's a rhythm game, but it's not really a rhythm game. This is a rhythm action game, which combines a lot of different elements. Parkour for the first time in ever in one of these types of games. I think this is the best example of a rhythm action game, to be quite honest. And they just added a fully customizable beat map editor to this game so that you can put your own music in it and build your own level to it. They're getting a lot right out the gate. You have to mod Beat Saber to do anything with it, and the same goes for most of these games. But these guys are coming in early access with these features that typically people have to hack into the game. So very excited to see what the future holds for this one.
Yeah, I'm excited to see if they're gonna. I want the story of Stride, bro. Like Eric was saying, man. Very adamantly. Or adamantly. I want what they promised from the get go. Give me my story and keep doing everything else you're doing because everything else is amazing.
All right. Well, I can't argue with that. So yeah, the winner, deservedly so in my opinion, of the WTF award Against And for those of you who haven't had a chance to play this one out there just yet, it is your lucky day because we have a copy, 2 copies, in fact, one for the chat, one for the comments. You know how it works. Second chance drawing and first chance for our beautiful live viewers. So who out there would like a copy of Against on Steam?
Wolfie is saying you can use your own music intentionally in the game. Yeah, they're adding that, and you can make your own tracks. I knew you, of all people, Wolfie, would be appreciative of that fact. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, it's like Against is weird, man. It's like if you took Box VR and Pistol Whip and Beat Saber and think of a Supernatural, and you jammed it into a blender, and you came out with this cool looking, dark, graphics. It's just a cool thing, man. This game gets you moving too, man. I did a recording for this one, and I was out of breath, man. I had a hard time talking during the recording because it makes you move probably more than any other rhythm game I've been in. Maybe Synth Riders is close, but way more than Beat Saber, and way more than Pistol Whip, man. I think it just makes you move because you're not just shooting stuff; you're swinging your arms constantly with a sword or punching. It's just really cool.
So we're typing up the question as we speak for those who want to win Against. And,
Against.
Yeah, it's the Canadian version.
Corporate Zombie says, I hope Against is more fun than Pistol Whip.
Well, this is the thing. We were literally making that comparison, or Mash was, when we were talking in a different conversation. That is very similar to Pistol Whip. I think, in my opinion, I think it's better. But I mean, you'd have to judge for yourself. But if you didn't like Pistol Whip, like you absolutely hated it, you might not like this game. It's similar enough that you just might not like it.
Yeah. I mean, if Pistol Whip had never come out with their campaigns and they just had their music, I think this would definitely 100% take it. But I think it's very close now because of the 2 campaigns, the Smoke and Thunder and the 2089. They're pretty comparable just because there's more to do in those campaigns now. It's just a cooler thing. I got bored of the music tracks with Pistol Whip pretty quickly.
Ooh, Wes just threw the gauntlet out.
Good.
Oh, one of my most anticipated games of next year too, Wes.
Yeah, it looks awesome, don't it?
Yeah. It's out there. Whatever that game is, it's out there. It's out there.
Oh.
Boom, Mind Jive. Mind Jive coming through.
No, Mind Jive didn't win before, right? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Not since we went live.
Okay. I know Mind Jive made good comments, and that's what I'm probably thinking of.
Yeah.
Mind Jive first, and Diz was second. Congratulations, Mind Jive, on picking up Against. Brand new title. Just came out a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, and that announcement of the new, you can build your own, put your own music into it. And can you build your own maps to that too?
That's what they said. Yeah.
Yes.
So that's freaking cool.
Yeah,
man.
I've seen the way they got the map layout thing too. It looks super intuitive. They let you use whatever enemies you want. It's going to be awesome, dude.
You think they had that planned from the start and just said, let's release it later, or do you think it's something that people are screaming for after they launched it and they're like, oh, we better do this?
That's a good question.
No, I think I remember them saying that they were working on that too, like a while back. So, yeah.
I mean,
they're learning at breakneck speeds. This developer, they're improving faster than they can get the games out. Like they know what people want, and they're just giving people what people ask for. Like you want co-op, we'll give you co-op. You want a beat map editor, we'll give you a beat map editor. Like you like procedurally generated shooters, Here, we'll do that one too. Like they absolutely bite off way too much, and we would like them to finish one thing before they start the next, or at least finish one thing before they start two more things. But I gotta hand it to them that they know what people want and they're delivering that. So kudos to them in that department.
They've announced 2 more games that they're not going to finish since we've been on the air tonight.
Kyle Kitchings wants to know, will it be released for Quest 2 standalone? Because Boy Brown asked the dev and they did not reply.
You can bet your ass it will. Like, I can't confirm that, but yes, they will get this game on Quest. I guarantee.
I can't confirm that, but I'm gonna confirm it because that makes sense, right? Is that what you're saying? I think I agree 100%.
Makes too much sense. Makes too much sense for them not to.
Yeah. I'm surprised they don't have it already. I mean, I don't know what would hold it back. Maybe the Quest 1 version would hold it back. I don't know.
It's because these guys it's the speed at which they're moving. Like, they announced this game and then put a demo out the day after they announced it, revealed it. Like,
right.
They're just going so fast, dude. I'm sure they're working on it. And the minute that it runs on a Quest, Gamertag VR is going to have a copy to show off to people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's how these guys operate.
Well, I'll tell you what. One thing that Joyway has proven to me is that they're really good at multitasking. You know what I mean? Like they can have 3 or 4 things going on at once and make sure every one of them is going to come out the way it should. So that's cool.
And they're improving massively from game to game. They even had a game out before Stride, and it didn't look all that great, man. To be quite honest, it was like Time Rangers or something like that. It didn't look terrible. It didn't look great either. Stride looked way better, and Against looks way better than Stride, and Outlier looks way better than Against.
Yeah.
So they're again, these guys are picking it up quickly.
Yep.
Yeah, Outlier looks phenomenal. And it played pretty damn good too. We played a little bit of a early version of that in an alpha.
You know what? Somebody said no. So I was going to say somebody had said in the chat earlier that Back to the Future was the best. I think it's Spry Guy, one of the best series of all times. And I think it's because Doc Brown. What do you think? Do you think he had anything
innovation? Doc Brown was known for, and therefore, when we give an award out for the most innovative design in a VR game, we got to name it after the man, right? Doc Brown made it all possible. I mean, we would all be living in Biff Tannen's future right now.
Oh God, that'd be horrible.
If it weren't, I know, right? It'd be like lo-fi in real life.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Anyway, this is a discussion category, a very difficult to decide category. The most innovative design of a VR game in 2021. There was a bunch. We narrowed it down to 5. Starting with Z-Race. I mean, we have a ton of these futuristic racers in VR, but none quite like Z-Race, right? Where you hold the ship in your hand, and not only that, you hear the voices of many of your favorite VR content creators. Not all of them, but many of them are in there. And just a completely unique take on VR racing.
Yeah, this is what I would put in if we were in there. Would be my soundbite. You think you're better than me? Because I want my driver to know that I'm in charge. That was one of my favorite things about this game, was getting to legitimately feel like I'm racing with GT or PD or Anthony or whoever was out there, right? And I don't know. I think it's really cool, very unique, and very cool. Innovative. Yep.
Innovative, yeah. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people called for the cockpit mode. I thought the way you steer the ship is one of the coolest things about this. I didn't really want the cockpit mode. I like the way you hold the ship in your hand to navigate the tracks. I mean, I thought that was really cool. And it's another way, I think, to eliminate, motion sickness in these games for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, I bet the people that get their wish with the cockpit mode are going to be hurling in their lap trying to play this thing.
Yeah.
Anyway, also nominated a very similar movement style from Yuki, which we've talked about many times up to this point. I don't think there's a whole lot left that we could say about this. A very innovative take on VR roguelike as well.
I bet Mash, if you let him, he could probably speak about it for another hour, which we're not going to do that. But it is an amazing game, and it's definitely very innovative. Well, one of a kind almost.
Yeah. There's only one other game I could talk about it more, and we'll talk about that one later.
I'm sure we will. Flow Weaver was a very innovative take on VR puzzle gaming, because Flow Weaver puts you in a single space, but you inhabit this space through like 5 different dimensions, and you dimension hop back and forth to solve puzzles in what appears to be entirely different spaces, but it's not. And you'll find threads that tie all the different realities together the more observant that you are while playing Flow Weaver. I really thought it was an innovative and unique idea for this type of stationary puzzle game, and I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, this was different. This was different than anything else you played. You know what I mean? This was one of those games that just, everything. Every time they did something, you're like, wow, that's really cool, and wow, that's really cool. And they were just like definitely thinking out of the box with this game.
Yeah. Mass Maker, we spoke a little bit about earlier. One of the most unique and innovative ways to kind of unlock a map in a puzzle game that I've ever seen. Hopping from person to person rather than from dimension to dimension. You find your way to the edge of the island. You see the gap between this island and the next. You grab your telescope. You see the mask that the people on the next island are wearing. Then you go make that mask. And if you are able to reproduce it exactly to the finest detail, then you're able to put that mask on and possess these people. Very innovative, very original gameplay concept, and again, a very underrated game.
Yeah, it's one definitely different from any other puzzle game I've ever played. So it's cool.
Yeah,
awesome story too, right?
Yeah, that was the best part of it. It was like Disney quality storytelling. On PC, I do need to throw that caveat on there that this game came out on PC and PSVR, and from what I understand, it had some performance issues on PSVR, but that was not the case on PC. It ran smooth as butter, very high production qualities, and again, a Disney level fantasy storytelling.
Yeah, that reminds me. I was saying that, right? That it was like that. It was like you were watching a really high produced movie almost, or it was really cool, or listening to one.
Sergeant Frosty says Mass Maker was a mini game. It was a mini game that spanned over what, 6 very expansive levels with tons of secrets hidden all over them. I mean, it's a pretty big mini game, bro.
Yeah, that's cool. I liked it.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. But not the winner. Not the winner by a long shot, because Eye of the Temple did something well that a lot of VR games have been trying to do for years. And that is, it lets you take your small play space and it unleashed you to walk. No thumbsticks needed, no in-game locomotion. The only movement in this game is you walking, and you only need, what was it, 6 feet by 6 feet or 9 feet by 9 feet?
I think it's 6 by 6.
Yeah, that's all the game needs to allow you full locomotion in this world. And some of the ways that it accomplishes this are very, very innovative, and the immersion level off the charts with this one.
Yeah, well, that's awesome. This is my thing is I really want to get in that minecart, yo. That looks so cool. This is one of the coolest games. I keep saying this every time I see this or talk about it. I have been so impressed with this game that what it does, and the immersion level. And I really feel like I'm on an adventure when I'm in this place. Right? It's just so cool.
This was one of the biggest surprises of the year for me in VR, was just how good this was. I so wish that this developer would bring this to Quest, because I feel like playing this tetherless in a larger space would really even up the immersion all that much more. And I don't feel like there's anything like graphically or physics wise here that Quest 2 couldn't handle. I really think that it's more of a issue of this is just one guy. Took him 5 years to get it going on PC. And I don't think he has the funding or the time to hire a team to help him port this.
Mm.
With that said, we have many friends out there at In Dreams, Fast Travel Games. Many of our friends are into trying to get into publishing VR games in this next year. I think that this would be a worthwhile investment if they could convince this guy to take the money and bring this over to Quest. I think it could be a hit.
Yeah, I think it would do way better than it's doing already, for sure.
Yeah, we're talking to you, Andreas. Go get him.
Yeah,
Andreas Juliuson from Fast Travel
100%,
Games.
man.
Go get him, man.
In Dreams, Resolution Games, Fast Travel. You guys need to get on it. This is a great game.
Yeah, absolutely. I just can't say enough about this game. And one caveat I will warn you. It's not even a warning as much as it is because it's cool. You only need 6x6, but it's going to use whatever space you have. And I found out the hard way because I draw my square bigger than through my desk into my wall just because I don't feel like ever seeing it, and I'm not going to punch stuff. But when this thing literally walked me right into a wall, and I was so immersed, it shocked the crap out of me. But then I shrunk it down to the 6x6, and then I was like Wes. I kept peeking, right? For like 20-30 minutes, I never came close to hitting the wall. You know what I mean? Like it's all legit. You're good. It's not gonna walk you into stuff if you draw your play space correctly.
Yeah.
Very,
it
well
legit
done.
blows your mind. I was the same way. I kept having to peek, man. I'm like, how are they doing this? I kept peeking around just to make sure I wasn't like near my computer or near my lap, near my microphone or anything. And man, every time it was just like you're always in the perfect spot.
It's cool.
Very, very, very well done and completely innovative game design. Makes me excited for T for God, to be quite honest. Is another game that does similar things that's in early access right now.
Yeah. That's gonna be awesome.
Yeah.
Anyway, Reggie Boy says that he's pushing through. He's never watched a VR podcast for 4 hours, but that's where he's sitting at right now, and he's still hanging in. So thank you. Thanks for hanging in. We did 8 hours on last year's show. So, and this one's got more in it. I hopefully will be done in 8 hours, but
well, let's do the math. We still have 5 hours. Oh no, I guess 3 hours of segments left plus whatever. I mean, it's gonna be close.
Yeah. So we're gonna keep pushing right through with you. We'll promise that we'll try to be entertaining from bell to bell like we always do.
I think we will be, man. It's only the past roots, Wes and Eric, that I question their souls.
Yeah.
So
Thomas McNostril asks, are there tips for drawing out a perfect 6x6? You don't have to, it doesn't have to be a perfect 6x6. That's just the minimum that you need. And it doesn't have to be a perfect square or anything. Just make sure that your guardian boundary is drawn correctly in your room. You don't want to veer off in one spot because it uses every inch that you give it. And as long as you draw your boundary accurately with what's going on in your room, then the game works very, very well.
Yeah.
It's just cool.
And you're going to be using your arms a lot, so be careful. I mean, that's why you got to draw it right. You give yourself a buffer because you're going to be like using that whip, and you're going to be, you're gonna be punching your TV, you're punching your wall. So don't make your guardian right up to your TV because you'll hit it for sure. You got to give yourself a buffer between.
Yeah,
100%. All right. Anyway, winner, Eye of the Temple, and that's going to bring us right into another giveaway, guys. And guess what? This one is exclusive to live viewers because we only got one of these. Only one of these to give away, and it was too good for me to hide in a video. Like, I thought we needed to give this one out by hand. It's one of the most underrated games of the year. It didn't review all that well with a lot of people for whatever reason, but I enjoyed my time in it, and I know these guys did too. Warhammer Age of Sigmar Tempest Fall for PC on Steam. It is a PC exclusive. When you get in this game, you're going to see why it's a PC exclusive. It looks like a Warhammer game in VR. breathtaking scale, beautiful lighting, just over the top armor and weapons, and gesture based spellcasting. So really enjoyed this one. Really happy to have a copy of it to give out to you guys, and that's what we're going to do right now.
Absolutely.
This is a banger to give away.
This is a very big banger. D-Real says, you know who else uses every inch you give it?
My mom.
From the last one.
Every inch.
Every inch.
So we're going to type up a nice question for these fine viewers, and the first one that answers the question gets the game.
What's your favorite moment in this game that you played so far, Roots? What's your moment that you go into the game? You're like, holy crap, man! That was awesome.
I've already said it was like that when that thing was crumbling down on me. My thought was when I saw that happening, I just questioned why we haven't seen it. I've never seen anything on that scale before. Like I felt like I was, they go into Mordor and they're seeing these huge towers and all these things, and you can just imagine as they're looking up at all these things going on. I just felt like the scale was so crazy in this game.
Oh, D-Real just gave me chills. He said for Sigmar. Love that, man. I love that. That's what they say in that game. That's their big thing. For Sigmar.
Dude, D-Rail knows all the lore of all the cool stuff,
too,
man.
Right?
And he made me the Groot thing.
Oh yeah, that thing is awesome.
It is.
You know what made me this game made me think was why don't we yet have a Lord of the Rings game in VR? Because
thank God we don't.
Sick, man.
Thank God we don't, because like that means the good version of it is coming. You think about this. The Wolfenstein, imagine Wolfenstein Cyberpilot. Instead of Wolfenstein Cyberpilot, there was a Lord of the Rings game coming out, and we were like, oh man, VR, Lord of the Rings, and it was like this half-assed experience thing or whatever. I want the Lord of the Rings that, like, remember those games, the Lord of the Rings games on PlayStation or whatever, Nintendo, and it was like the movies, but you were on the actual fucking thing, and the orcs were climbing up, and I mean it was chaos. Yeah. There were those. I want something like that, first person. You can make me any character. You could be the beauty is you could be Legolas 100 years ago, or you know what I mean? Like the way that whole thing played out, you could be any of the hobbits in any time. It's just really cool.
Yeah, this gives you hope. Playing this game gives you hope that that's our next step, right? I mean, hopefully we're over the days of the cheap tie-in, janky, shitty, whatever experience or game that they're trying to bring in from something else, from a big IP. Hopefully that's over and we actually do get the great stuff now.
It's not over, and I'll tell you why. Because they still release that kind of movie bullshit flat now. You know what I mean? Like there's always going to be some studio that thinks that they're going to put out some version of something that's good and it turns out to be bad. But I think we're over the hump to where the majority of them will be good. That's my opinion. And Wes has got the question out there.
Anybody that watches our show knows the answer to this question.
Oh yeah.
There's Chris 9989 coming through with the win. Poland is absolutely jam-packed full of extremely talented VR studios. I don't know what they put in the water over there, but for such a small country, I mean, that they must put people straight out of high school into game development school or something, because I mean, studio after studio doing beautiful game after beautiful game. But you're right. Congratulations, Chris 9989. You are correct. Poland is where Carbon Studios is located, and you get the game, friend.
That's awesome.
What a great studio too, Carbon Studios, man. They just make great shit. And keep making, they took that Wizards game and they're still making good stuff out of that game. They're still making it great and adding stuff to it.
Yeah, that's the thing I didn't understand about the mixed reviews with Tempest Fall, because it's an obvious build from that base that Dark Times was. It's very similar to the Wizards Dark Times, but in my opinion, it's an improvement in so many ways. But people that like reviewed Dark Times positively reviewed Tempest Fall negatively, and that was just very confusing to me.
Well, this is
I
what
get that.
Mash has said, and I think you nailed it, Mash. It's the name, like it almost, as much as it helps, it almost screwed them because people had a different expectations instead of looking at it as a Dark Wizard's successor, a better version of it. They're looking at it as this Tempest Fall, and it's weird. I don't know. I think it's good.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I enjoyed it myself. Obviously, it wasn't perfect, right out the gate, but I mean, it was pretty good. It was pretty good, and they've since updated it. And people were complaining about the enemies being too easy. They've put a nightmare difficulty or something like that. So definitely worth another look. And again, I liked it the way it was on launch. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
me too.
and we move on. Back to another award, the Tolkien Award for Best Storytelling. Best Storytelling in a VR game. A lot of the same names coming up now as we get further along in our show. Mass Maker, we've talked about at length a couple of times. Great job of using high production value to tell the story in a very unique way. Blair Witch VR, which is something we haven't talked much about yet, but you're going to hear more from us on Blair Witch shortly. Very good, talk about cinematic. That's a textbook example of a cinematic VR game that tells a story. But not the winner. Warhammer that we just handed out, Warhammer Age of Sigmar Tempest Fall. There is a tons of story to this. It's probably the most detailed story of any VR game. But you have to work. You have to work to learn the story. There's volumes and volumes of text that is hidden as a collectible in the game, which really gives you the very rich lore of Warhammer Age of Sigmar. Wraith Afterlife, which we talked a little bit about earlier. Again, a very story-driven, story-centric horror game where you're trying to piece together the mystery that was the last hours of your life. So another good one. Can anyone guess who the winner of the Tolkien Best Storytelling Award is? Should be pretty obvious at this point. I'm just interested to see if you don't win anything. I'm just curious.
I was gonna guess, but I already know.
Yeah, that's
I
not
was
fair.
already there for the conversation.
Gamertag guesses Resident Evil 4. That is not correct. Although it's a pretty good choice. All of the Resident Evil have this twisted story to it. The winner of Dero says I voted for RE4. Yeah. The winner of the Tolkien Award for Best Storytelling, Lone Echo 2. I mean, this game is all story. It's production value and story. That's pretty much what you have here. Not much along the lines of gameplay, but it's pretty damn detailed and does a great job of storytelling. Again, it's like being inside a VR movie.
Yeah, absolutely. Really long one. Now, how long was this, Eric? You played this, right?
Yeah, it's tough to say because I played it over so many sittings, and Oculus doesn't really give you like an hours played that you can look at like Steam does. So I'm not really sure. I'm going to say probably it's got to be 8-10 hours. Maybe.
You do. They do. You just have to look. You have to work
Oh, you
for
gotta
it.
do-
You gotta.
you gotta work.
Yeah. You gotta
I
search
don't
for
want-
that shit.
I don't want to work for anything. I just want to click on something and look at it. But
Should be easy.
yeah, this story
Crazy Boy says Rec Room.
no.
I'd like to know what the story is with Rec Room, man.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, Gamertag agrees. Lone Echo for sure. Yeah, I mean, I understand why a lot of people are critical. There are things to be critical about with Lone Echo in terms of gameplay, but outside of gameplay, it's pretty much flawless everywhere else.
The story is what
that
drives you, right? It's so good.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, a deserving winner. 4th award by Lone Echo already today. So
It's crazy.
well done.
Yeah.
It's the last PC VR game, guys. The last PC VR game ever. Did you hear?
Rest in peace.
No. Yeah. See you guys.
Rest in peace, PC VR.
Hey,
I'll tell you what, last night when we were playing Tarkov, Techno Glitch at midnight or 1 a.m, he wasn't talking about, the last PCVR game or a Quest game or anything. He was talking about the Resident Evil 2 and 3 mod, and he'd been watching all day to download. And like, he's ready. Where can I download it? Can I download it? Like, I think the mods, people they discount that. And to me, that I'm at the same way, man. You got AAA games coming into VR. That's all I want to play on PC VR mostly, except for Dave's Shadowgate now, because he got it under my skin.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was watching GT's Resident Evil 3 video yesterday, and as good as I thought RE2 looked, RE3 looks incredible, dude. It looks so good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I can't wait. I'm gonna have to go pick them all up now. I don't have them.
Well, Wes said he's picking one of them up.
Oh
yeah, I'm picking 2 up.
Oh.
So if you want to get,
I'll grab 3.
3. That's cool.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. I will give.
Actually, you know what? I'll pick them both up because they're on a bundle.
Oh, okay.
You can just pick up the next one.
And it's Resident Evil. You have to have those, bro. Like in your library.
GT says he just tried Resident Evil 7 and 8 today.
Ooh.
Don't! You're making my heart stop with these words.
The Resident 8 is the big deal.
So can we try them right now? Good night, everybody.
Yeah, exactly. All of a sudden,
we'll do the other 6 hours of show tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. That's fine.
I did want to.
Just a second here,
did
guys.
want
I'm
to say.
trying to,
That's fine.
send
Go ahead.
somebody a link.
I did want to say one thing about Lone Echo 2. Anybody who's going to play it out there, when you play it, make sure you watch the credits and stay for the whole thing, because the end story is not at the end of the story; it's at the end of the credits. So, I got lucky when I went through it, and I just happened to. So I like to sit through credits sometimes, and I did sit through them. And the story, the ending, is drastically different at the end of the credits than it is at the end of the game. So do yourself a favor, sit through the credits. It is way worth it.
That's crazy. Did you see what GT just typed? Resident Evil 8 has touch support.
Oh, dude.
Nice.
I think Wes is like, oh my God, what's happening? I don't even own it yet on PC. I own it on PlayStation.
Oh, too. Right, me too. January just became not mod month, Resident Evil mod month.
Yeah, no, right. I mean, we were calling January as mod month 4 months ago. What a damn good call, right? I mean, geez.
Yeah,
yeah,
it's crazy.
Well, think about all these Resident Evil games that are coming out, and then the Horizon one that just came out. I mean, dude, it's going to be such a great month. And for those of you who don't know, maybe you're new to the channel, we've made the decision that we're going to make a concerted effort to cover mods all throughout the month of January. Typically, January is a slow month in terms of new releases for VR or new releases for video games in general. So we decided that there would never be a better time than January to catch up on some of these awesome mods that have come out over the last year. So that's what we're going to be doing. If you haven't already, click the big red button and ring the bell so that you can come along with us on this little journey we're about to undertake.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyway, let's move on to the next category, and the next category is the Riggs Award, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
And the Riggs Award is for the best retro nostalgia VR game. And we always have great examples.
The science fiction fantasy maniac destroy Hell Hitler once and for all. You're accessing the meteorite core. This is where Hell Hitler's combat station is hidden. You untangled, let's do this!
The library, the
Well, hold
platform
on.
is maturing now.
I guess there's there's music going on that I guess that I said might happen. Hopefully not, but did from the a trailer. So let's start that one
Okay.
over. Let's pretend that never happened, and that's a product of 5 Hour Rush.
I got you. All right. So this is the Riggs Award, named for prominent retro gaming YouTuber John Riggs. This is for the best retro nostalgia in a VR game. And we typically have many great examples of retro nostalgia in VR games year over year. But this year, the conversation took a bit of a different turn as we noticed that we're starting to get different kinds of retro nostalgia in these games, which was an interesting conversation, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a very interesting conversation. It was way probably almost as interesting as that loud sound was. But no, it was not. I didn't expect it to be that detailed, and I'll tell you why. Because we went back into some of the games, and like there's so many examples. It was very difficult to make this choice, man. There were so many good games that were really good that really hit that nostalgia, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a few obvious ones, right? The ones that really play with pixel art and really try to hit you in the feels with just the way the game looks and sounds. Uh, Stones of Harleth, probably the best example of that style of retro nostalgia, as it puts you in kind of this 8-bit, 16-bit RPG land that we all used to play around in when we were very, very young. Um, Garage Collective, as usual, very effective at putting you in that world and making you feel presence in this world, even though everything all around you is constructed of pixel art.
Yeah. I feel this type of game makes me feel like I literally got sucked into an old school video game, and I'm like checking it out. And to me, I love that. I don't like when I was a kid, I never like I dreamed of being in these games. I didn't dream of being in this game, but it was going to be completely photorealistic. Like at some point, like I don't know, man. People are so weird about what they like or don't like, and they may say, "Oh, this looks like, it's a old school video game." Yeah, that was the intent, and everything about this game is amazing, especially the $10 price tag. My God, that
Yeah.
is retro as well.
Yeah, $10 price tag, awesome gesture-based magic and spell casting. I love the monsters that you encounter in the dungeon. It really throws you back when you're playing this one.
Yeah. Cyril knows what he's doing, man. I cannot wait for Shock Troopers.
Yeah, Shock Troops. Yeah,
Shock Troops, man. This guy, he just knows what he's doing, and you quickly forget in here. I mean, I like the 8-bit style, but even when you're in there, you forget. Once you're in the game, you forget what you're looking at. You don't even see the 8-bit anymore. It blends in for me. I'm just playing the game, man. That's all.
well, he
Yeah.
even updated this with like higher detailed sprites that are optional. So if they're a little less detailed than you would like, you can actually toggle that now in the menu.
Cool.
Yep. Ark-ade, another great selection from this this very same type of retro nostalgia. The look and the feel of being literally inside of a 1980s arcade cabinet. This game was actually a lot better than I expected it to be, and I'm really enjoying it.
Yeah, it's beautiful too, right? And you literally do get sucked into like Flynn. You got sucked into a arcade game, and now you got to battle your way out. Super cool.
Yeah. Dual
One
pistol
of
wheel
the
down.
yeah, one of the better releases this year from Map Lab for sure.
Yeah.
Again, at the insistence of our patrons, we included Arkaxer, which again is a game that neither of us tried, or at least Roots and I didn't try. But again, these guys raving about it, and apparently full of a lot of these same cues that the previous two entries are using.
Yeah, Mash, you tried this, right? You were the one that was saying, "Dude, we need this. Has to be on the list."
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't pushing for it as much as like Todd was, but even was it Mr. Tass or one of the other ones? They were both really hard on. I mean, this game was great. I didn't play it near as much as they did, but yeah, I tried it. It definitely has that retro nostalgic feel to it. It makes you feel like you're in, that top down dungeon crawler type of thing, and it's definitely really good, and the story's good. And then again, another App Lab game, and it's cheap, and it's probably about 15-20 hours worth of content, man. It's a ton here for like not much money.
Yeah.
So Skiva says my vote is in for Ark-ade. I love this game.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
it's really, really good. And to be honest, it initially was our front runner to win this category. But then we had to have the discussion. Do we limit this category to games that are pixel art games that are just trying to get the look and feel, or do we include other games that have other aspects that might induce retro nostalgia? And initially, we were just going to go with the pixel art stuff until I talked to the guy that this award was named for. And when I asked him, what he would vote for if it were up to him, he named a couple of games that don't use pixel art at all. In the Sam and Max, this time it's virtual, just on name, guys. We understand it's a horrible game. He nominated it on name value alone. And then Shadowgate VR, The Minds of Mythrock, which he did play and he did enjoy. But if you play Shadowgate VR, you're going to notice a lot of things in this VR version of it that that remind you of the very earliest versions of Shadowgate. The way the dungeons are laid out, the way the obstacles work, the way the enemies position themselves in your line of view. It all has a very retro feel to it. It reminds you of the early Shadowgate games. And when Riggs kind of brought that up, then we kind of understood that this category probably shouldn't just be all about pixel art.
Yeah. No, this game is, I keep saying this, but this category is what got me back into Shadowgate, because I wanted to be able to discuss it properly, because it has a lot of competition. And it was so good as far as, everything, the nostalgia, especially. And that feel, like I said, that feel of old school gameplay. I just think that this is I'm surprised that everybody doesn't own this game, because everybody should. If you like this type of game at all, or it's got everything, puzzles, the wand is so cool, bro. I was just so impressed, especially with the PC VR version. It just looked so good.
Yeah. And the amazing thing is that this was all of our winners, I think, until recently.
Yeah.
Onakazi in the chat says, pretty much any Mentor game is pure retro nostalgia. And I agree with that statement 1,000%. Almost to the point that I almost loopholed Moose Life into this just because it got a PSVR launch this year. Moose Life won a bunch of awards last year, but I almost loopholed it in this year again just because I love Mentor's game so much. But at the end of the day, we had to be honest about it. And to be honest, the best game that we played that's kind of built on retro nostalgia was 2076 Midway Multiverse from Ivanovich Games. And we've known this game was coming for a while. We didn't know it was out yet till very, very, very recently. And when we found out that it was out, Eric went and bought it immediately. We tried it and just blown away by this game. Unbelievable how good this game is. It's probably the best work from Ivanovich yet. The environment's so massive and immensely detailed, but the gameplay still 1,000% retro. Like, it's still that R-type shooter that these Midway games are based on. Absolutely blown away by this game. Can't believe how good it is, and it's still in an early access state. But it's that good, and it was that mind blowing when we finally did get in and check this one out this past week.
Yeah, it was crazy because we were talking about this category, and I said, isn't this out? And then you guys are like, no, and I said, I could have sworn I saw somewhere, and we looked up, right, and Mash did buy it immediately. I went in there, and I was so blown away by it because I mean, even just the entry when you first get in there, and they've got this like portal of space, or like you're going through this portal of time or something. And I turned around and I looked through the portal, and I'm like, oh my god, this thing just looks phenomenal. And it's funny because I read Void Citizen. I'm gonna call you out. I read Void Citizen's review of this game, and he was like complaining about all the. He said it was like somebody had ADHD and they were changing perspective constantly. And I told Wes and Eric, and I said, man, that's what I loved about this game.
Yeah,
like
that's why it's good, right?
it's like you're constantly changing to some really cool different perspective, and everything changes, and the gameplay is so good, and you're upgrading your ship. Like I'm so blown away that there's 11 reviews on Steam for this game, and there's almost no gameplay. Like it's like this game didn't come out, and I feel like everybody needs to know this game is out there, and they need to pick it up because it is the best work Ivanovich. Every game they get, this is another studio. Every game they put out gets better and better and better, and this one is no exception. This is just phenomenal.
Yeah, I would say this, and I didn't even tell you guys yet because I just played it really this morning for the first time because I didn't get a chance to. I've been busy the last couple of days, and if we had more time with this game, I would probably put it on my list of possible games of the year. That's how freaking good this game is. If I had just played it longer, I've only probably played the first 2 or 3 levels so far. I just need to see it more. But this game is so good. I can't believe that this game dropped and we didn't know about it. And I have no problem going on to buy it. We probably could have went and got a free copy. I don't even care. I was like, I'm going to buy it right now because I've been waiting for it. And these guys just launched it with nothing. Nobody's talking about it. Nobody has done videos on this thing. It's crazy. This is one of the best games of the year, I think, so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to play it more. Like I'm a big fan of Operation Warcade. But if I've played the first 4 levels on it, if the rest of the game are as good as the beginning of the game is,
Yeah.
then this is easily better than Operation Warcade. It's a big step up for this studio in terms of production quality. Like these environments are amazing, and it's almost hard to like pay attention to like the enemies and stuff because you want to look around at everything as you're flying through it, and constant perspective swaps, and it even changes on its axis. Like it's not just a 2-dimensional axis that you're working on here. That it'll swap in the immersion points and add the 3rd axis in, and then when you come out of the immersion points, you stay in cockpit view for a little while, even on the 2-way track. It's awesome, dude. I absolutely was blown away by it. And I was so blown away by it, I immediately wrote Ivan at Ivanovich Games, told him it's his best work, asked him why we don't know about this. Like, why does nobody know about this game? Like, not a lot gets by me. You know what I mean? And I didn't know this was out and how good it was. It's a shame. People should be trumpeting this from the rooftops. And Ivan was very appreciative of our kind words. So much so that he sent 2 copies for us to give away to you all right now. And there's our friend Oprah. What's up, Oprah? Thank you for attending. So yeah, we're going to give away one to the chat right now. We're going to give the other one away on the second chance giveaway in the comments after the show. #giveaway 2076. Make sure you're subscribed, and we'll give a second one out next week.
Yeah, absolutely.
And,
This,
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say this could be one of the best games we're giving away tonight. Really, I've had I mean, like I said, like Wes said, I got to give it more time. But what I've played so far, I'm completely blown away, man. And I played the demo, and this is crazy.
I felt very good about beating the first boss, Hal Hitler. That was one of the best parts. Is like as soon as they started with the story, and I forgot how good 1976 was, the storyline, all of that. It was so entertaining, so good. They got the Terminator, and they're talking about copyrights, and it was just very witty, very entertaining. And a lot of times you want to skip that stuff, right? I'm like, no way, I'm skipping this stuff. And this is how good the developers are. Okay, so Void put in this review and basically said, I don't understand it. Your game sucks, whatever. And then they responded and said, "Hey, you're right. We didn't look at it, that some people might not like it. We added a specific arcade mode for you, Void." He didn't say that part, but they added this extra mode literally for him. And Void, you need to go back and change that review, bro. They fixed it for you. Now you can go in, you can play retro, you can play the whole thing without the weird perspectives. You can even use a original gamepad, either Xbox or PlayStation if you want, to give you that old retro style. And that's another reason why I picked this game for this category, or that last category. They did everything right, man. Like they nuzzled you, Void. So
They did. They carried him like a little baby. But there's a demo of this game, guys. Go check it out. If you have a PC, go to Steam. There's a free demo that you can get, and you can check out. I think it's the first level of the game, and you can just see exactly what we're talking about and be blown away. And I can tell you this: I played the demo. It gets way better in the game too. I mean, there's even more perspective changing in the game than there is in the demo. And guess what? If you don't have a PC, hold on just a little bit, because it's coming to the Quest.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and he said that the Quest version is going to have surprises and improvements. So go figure. I don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, Nibelheim. This is 2076 Midway Multiverse.
Pico Guy is the winner of the Steam VR copy of 2076. Congratulations, Pico Guy, for coming through with Beat Blaster. I told them to name any other Ivanovich game besides 2076 and Operation Warcade. And Pico Guy came through first with Beat Blaster. So
nice.
Good on you, Pico Guy.
Yeah,
As
absolutely
usual,
amazing
hit me
game.
up on Discord after the show, and I will take care of you there, bud.
Yeah, well, Onakazi said in the chat, what, this game came out? You know, I missed it.
Exactly.
Everybody.
Exactly. Why is no one talking about? We're gonna
fix that.
We're gonna be getting back. Yeah, we're gonna be getting back to weeklies now. That we are. We're finally at the 2021 show. We're going to be getting back to our weeklies. So I imagine that probably on our very next episode of Strangers in the Night, we're going to be talking more about this game, because I know we all want to get back into it anyway.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. So there we have it. The winner of the Riggs Award 2076 Midway Multiverse. Well done, Ivan. Great work, dude. Seriously impressed.
Yeah, keep them coming, because you're bringing my childhood into VR, and I love it.
Oh, yeah. Definitely.
See, Derail Gaming, the same thing. I didn't even know this was out.
Yeah, Derail, if you loved Zaxxon or any of those type of games, you're going to love this, dude. It's just so good.
All right. He says, I thought Warmark got it. Warmark said Operation Warcade. And I said, besides those two, besides 2076 and Operation Warcade, name it. So yeah, you're the rightful winner, Pico Guy, but thank you for your honesty.
Yeah. Hey, and so Hussein X says it does have a free demo on Steam, and it's also 25% off right now. So now is the time to pick this game up and do this, man. And I'm going to do this as well. And this is usually it was part of our wish list thing back in the day. As soon as this show, maybe during the next thing, I'm going to leave a review the next break, because we need to let people know how good this game is. There's only 11 reviews on Steam, and that's ridiculous, man. That is like
we should be able to at least double that, right?
Yeah, for sure.
All right. So that is that giveaway. We're moving back into our awards. Dan Kitty VR says, I'm downloading the demo now. Thank you.
Nice.
Dan Kitty.
You're going to be blown away, man.
Bro. All right. So the next award that we are up for is the Cosby Award. It's the VR game most likely to help you go to sleep.
Chocolate pudding.
So,
I always think of Jello Pops. Award. Don't you guys always think of Jello pudding pops whenever you think of see Bill Cosby?
Oh yeah,
all those advertisements.
How about a nice pudding pop? Wow.
Oh shit.
Mhm.
He takes the glass and puts the thing in the thing and feels. So yeah, the Cosby Award, most likely to help you sleep. This is the Chill Award for the most relaxing VR game. It's going to relax you right to sleep, bro, and you're not going to know what happened until you wake up.
The rookie
Anyway,
award.
right. Anyway, Cosby Award, most likely to help you to sleep. Nominees include Puzzling Places, another one high up on the list for the patrons. They insisted that Puzzling Places be nominated for a few awards, this one among them. And people keep bringing this one up. People keep talking about this. When I look at it, I see puzzles, like literal puzzles.
Exciting.
I don't know why I need to do that in VR, but people keep saying that this is really good.
This is the thing. If you're inclined to love putting together puzzles to begin with, I'm assuming you don't sit around the table with your family and put puzzles together. I don't either. Some people, I have customers that's all they do. Every time I go over there, they've got huge tables. They've got them all over the wall, framed and everything. That's the family thing, right? I can imagine if that's your love and your jam. But for me, I don't want to do it in real life. I don't want to do it in VR. But I get it.
Yeah.
Sim says, if I was a game dev, this is the one trophy I wouldn't accept. Well, here's the thing. You wouldn't want to accept it, but you'd wake up with it. Anyway, the next nominee for the Cosby Award is Mare, the Oculus Quest exclusive light puzzler / walking simulator. I almost fell asleep 3 times playing that game, so it's definitely deserves to be on this list.
We just forgot calligraphy as well.
You calligraphy so bad.
I love the guy. The guy's a nice guy. It's just not my jam.
Right. Squingle, very relaxing, a very zen experience. Highly recommended App Lab puzzle game, also available on Steam. Squingle, check it out if you haven't already. But the winner of this game is quite literally designed to make you relax. That's the purpose of this app. And that's Maloka. It's a VR meditation app that just hit Oculus Quest a couple of months ago. This one, pretty much, a lot of people voted for this one in numerous categories. I can't say that I've tried it, but I can say that it's rather popular in the community.
Yeah, every time I see this trailer, I think of Maloka. It makes me relax because I won $100 from their drawing, which just was kind of nice. But yeah, this that people rave about this thing, and it looks really relaxing, right?
Yeah,
I know that they when they did their official launch not long ago, they were supposed to have like Neil deGrasse Tyson was involved with it, which I found very surprising and impressive.
Yeah, I need to get into this. This is one that we really, I don't think any of us really spent time in this, but the community did, and so this is really your guys' choice.
Yeah, I spent a little time in it when it first launched. If you're into this kind of thing, it's the best out there. If you're looking for a meditative app, it is the best out there that you're looking for in a meditative app. But it's a meditative app, so if you're not looking into that, then this would really not suit anything you're looking for.
Yeah.
It's not really something I'm looking for.
Yeah, me neither. That's the reason why I didn't go into it, is because I don't know. I meditate on God, and that's it.
Yeah, Todd fell asleep in this game. So
did he really?
How do you not give this award? He actually fell asleep.
As a matter of fact, I think that's what ended up pushing it into this. You know what I mean? That comment from Todd was like, okay, if this actually made you so relaxed you fell asleep, this is it, bro.
Well, Chi-Town D says I've fallen asleep a few times in Maloka. So there you go.
There you go. Yep.
Thomas McNostril, to claim your prize, you want to contact me on Discord after the show, and I will verify your identity by having you enter a keyword in on YouTube. I'll give you a keyword. You can come and leave a comment that says whatever it is I tell you, and we'll verify that you are who you say you are, and then I'll give you the key.
You too busy to do it right now?
Yeah, maybe.
I got something going on right now. Right?
Come on, you got time.
You think you're better than me?
It would probably be better if I just did it as I went. because I remember last year when I got done with 2020 show, I was so done. And then I look at Discord and there's like friggin' 20 messages on there. Like, oh god.
Let me give you a tip that I've heard from Eric that doesn't involve me. Split the list with Eric, and then you guys give the keys out to everybody.
Yeah, definitely, we could do that. We could definitely do that.
Because then that way there's just the load is too much for one person. Because you did that with yours, right, Eric? And it took you like forever.
Yeah, it took months. It's a lot of work. It's hard to do. I don't envy US. I mean, I wasn't here last year, so I don't know how you did it all by yourself, man. It sucks, but we'll do it. We'll split it up for sure.
Thank you, sir. Derail says, hopefully they add VR support for Cuck Simulator. That would be my relaxing.
Well, it's coming, Derail.
I don't know how you could relax at a time like that, bro. Unless, I guess it depends on what role you're playing, right?
2021, or 2022, I guess now. It's coming. Just wait.
The year of the Cuck Simulator.
Yes, that's exactly it.
It's coming all over the place.
You know who else is coming?
Anyway.
My mom!
Oh, God.
All right, it's that time, friends, for the Colorado Time Award. You guys know what the Colorado Time Award is all about. It's the VR game best viewed through Bloodshot Eyes. Colorado Time Award. This one was pretty obvious for me this year, but there were some nice nominees nonetheless. Captain Toonhead and the Punks from Outer Space, out there, bro. Completely out there. Little happy cubes jumping around. You got to save their life. Perfect Colorado Time game. Hinge, with its nightmarish landscapes and trippy scenarios, probably scar you for life if you go in there on Colorado Time. So another good one. Song in the Smoke. Pretty obvious. Song in the Smoke, actually. This fantasy scape full of mythical creatures and three-headed crows with baby faces on their chest and just all kinds of serious oddity going on in that world. Definitely a good Colorado Time candidate. Yuki, with its floating totem heads and 1,000 balls flying at your face. I mean, come on, bro. Enough said, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Definitely.
But the winner of the Colorado Time Award, Squingle, of course. Psychedelic intestines, bro. Move the ball through the psychedelic intestines. And if you're good enough at doing that, then you get to be the ball. Who don't want to be the ball?
You know what's funny about this? It's so crazy because, you know, being able to go through at the end and check it out is totally trippy, right? Everything's colorful, trippy as hell. The fact that you're playing Operation almost, trying to not, you're having to twist these things. There's so many things going on that you're having to focus. And like when you get Colorado Time, you're really, really focused in on what's going on, right? So it's definitely an amazing Colorado Time game. But I did want to address somebody was asking about the Room VR if we're going to give away another copy. I don't think that's going to happen. I appreciate you asking, but Mash already like reached into his pocket to give the other one away. So
no more room. That's it.
Mash,
No room
you're just
for
gonna
them.
have to buy this dude a copy of The Room, bro. Like, you need to do that.
I almost lost it. I had to turn the mic off.
I knew that's what you were laughing
you
at because
know
I
it,
read it
bro?
at the same time and I was like, no.
I'm sorry, Josh, man. Maybe next time.
Oh, Dave's not here, says D Mylan. Yeah.
Oh,
Definitely.
man.
Do you know who else likes moving it through her intestines? Yes, I do,
My
Thomas McMarshall.
mom!
Good call.
Oh, she loves it. It's almost disturbing, actually.
In all seriousness, Squingle is an awesome, fun game.
Yeah.
It was totally surprising, and you won't believe how good it looks on even standalone hardware. It's super crisp and highly detailed psychedelic visuals.
It's unique, dude. It's very. I've never had. Wouldn't have even thought of this concept for a puzzle game, right? And when I first looked at it, I'm like, "What is this, dude?" And now I'm like, "What is this?" I'm like, let's get Colorado Time. Let's go in here. Super cool. and definitely worth picking up, I think.
One of the only
has a
games
great-
that you can play on the Vive Flow.
There you go.
Yeah, that's right. You can actually, right?
It's one of the only ones. Yeah.
That's cool. That's the problem with
Uh,
stuff like that, and that's why I'm not one to pick up early adopter hardware, because what are you going to play on it? You know what I mean? Like it may be the most amazing thing in the world, but if there's no software for it, it's a tech demo, and it kind of sucks in a sense. So hopefully they'll get more stuff.
Yeah, you're gonna play Squingle, bro. That's what you're gonna play.
Yeah, just because that's all you can play.
That's it, man.
But it's good. I mean, this is the one I would want to play. Definitely interested in Mash, just if you have access to it, if it's good, what it's like on AR in AR. So.
Yeah. $500.
Yeah, they've been playing around with pass through on the Quest as well. So we'll probably get that mode sooner or later.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll
But
be cool.
it's a good game. It's challenging. It has a great progression as you make your way through the levels. They continue to add mechanics in to flip the script on you, so you never get too comfortable while playing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyway, it's an awesome game. I highly recommend it. I think so highly of this game that even though I only had one code, I didn't just paste it up inside one of those video segments. No, friends. I held that one code for you in the chat so that you can win it right now. So this is for a copy of Squingle. I think this might be a Steam copy. Let me make sure before I say so, though. You go to Squingle code.
This is very trippy,
No.
Jasper.
No, Squingle is an Oculus copy, actually. So Quest users, get your fingers ready. You're about to win some balls and intestines.
Well, while you type in the question there, I will address Meow Mix, and Meow Mix says, "Wow, this is still going. We have not even reached the second part of Gamer Tags segment or either of Brian Paul's. We got a long haul going.
We got a long way to go, bro. We're just getting started.
I probably got another pot of coffee at some point.
I may have to because I almost lost my shit already. Get a little punchy, guys. By the time we get towards the end, I might not be able to function.
Be punchy. You need to get one of those gummies.
Oh my god! If I do a gummy right now, show's over.
You'd be like staring, like, what's going on?
Oh yeah, for sure.
We're all gonna have to go Colorado time on the next intermission, right?
Oh,
yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
D-Rail says his fingers are ready. He's excited for
All right.
Squingle.
Go.
My Tarkov finger is kind of messed up from all that preparation for the show. I gotta let it.
Yeah. No, you might have to go to controller for a while.
Oh God, no! Jim would probably kill me.
He would too. Oh man.
Ben Outram. Okay, now I'm starting to get. All right, okay. It depends. It might be Reggie Boy. I was looking for Squingle Studios, Ben F. But I had 3 people say Ben Outram. So is that like the dude from Squingle Studios?
Must be.
Well, you didn't ask who the developer was. It'd be like if you asked, okay, who's the developer, or what's the name of the developing company of Shadowgate, and they said Dave Marsh, and you'd say, Dave Marsh is not the company. Dave Marsh is the developer.
Yeah, I think I did say the developer. I said the developer is what I said. So, and yeah, Ben Outram is Squingle Studios.
Wow.
So,
and
that's cool.
You got to give it to Reggie Boy and Ben F and Mepper. Several people got it right off the bat. You must be following this game.
Yeah, Ben F was there right after too.
They're wise to my game, Roots. They know when we start talking about a game, they better look up who the dev is real quick.
Well, if you look, every single game has its own website, like, you know what I mean, and they've got press releases and all sorts of stuff. Man, you can really find out a lot about these developers.
I thought I was being clever by picking the Squingle Studios as the answer to the Squingle question.
Oh no, they had it all. They had it.
Yeah, they bypassed your cleverness and they said, "I don't give a shit." Ben Outro or Ben Outram.
They know where he went to high school. They're putting that on there next.
Tass says we're still going strong. I see. Yeah, we still. I just addressed this to Meow Mix. It's we haven't even barely scratched the surface.
Yeah,
still going, bro. Still going. Anyway, congratulations, Reggie boy. Hit me up on Discord after the show, and we will work it out for you, bro.
Yep.
Anyway, let's move on to another award category. And all right, this is the Shocker Award.
Ooh.
It's for the biggest surprise from the land of VR this year, the Shocker Award. So basically, this could work a number of ways. It could be a surprise release. It could be that a game was so much better than you expected, it was surprising, or so much worse. Basically, just the biggest surprise of the year in the land of VR gaming and entertainment. So, Shocker, the Shocker Award. Anyway, Shocker Award nominees, Squingle, the one we just gave away. We were very surprised at how good Squingle is. And that's exactly why it's on this list. We didn't know anything about it. They put a demo up during Steam Next Fest. Blown away at how good the demo was. Got a review key for it. It was even better than the demo. Completely surprised and shocked at how good Squingle was.
Yeah, absolutely. And people were shocked at how funny Eric laughing about that thing was. Oh, they really enjoyed it.
I feel bad for Wes. I was laughing through his whole thing, man. Sorry about that.
Yeah, that's no big deal. As long as you weren't laughing at me, bro.
No.
When I heard that, I was thinking, Mash thinks he's better than me.
You think you're better than me?
Anyway, they're saying it in the chat, and I got to agree with them. Like, when I made this surprise category for this award show, I had Resist on my mind because that was such a surprise release. Just to have that, like, oh yeah, guys, in 2 weeks we're dropping this game, and then the game drops, and it's just amazing. Resist, like that was a big surprise for everyone.
Yeah,
and certainly a great nominee for this category.
it was a winner until yesterday.
Yep.
Yesterday.
It
That's
Oh,
was.
right.
Yeah, because a game came out. We found out a game dropped that we didn't even know was out. It was a shock.
Shocker.
Against, if you live in Canada, Against was it was really a surprise the way that they announced this. So like Stride had been in development for a long time. We're waiting on the announcement of story mode and other features to be added in the Stride, and then all of a sudden, oh yeah, guys, we have a rhythm game in development. Okay, fair enough. You have a rhythm game in development. Well, the next day after that, Gamertag VR is playing it on his channel. Like, that's how fast they moved, and that's what a big surprise Against was.
Yeah, that was a shock for sure.
Big shocker.
Sergeant Frosty says Doom 3. I got to agree with that. Like, we were all kind of surprised when Doom 3 PSVR got announced. Like, wasn't expecting that at all.
Yeah.
Like,
no,
even when we knew it was going to be a Doom game, I didn't expect it to be Doom 3, right?
No. Yeah, it was definitely a shocker.
Where are we at? Crashland. Just like Squingle, we didn't expect Crashland to be as good as it was. Like, it's a wave shooter, right? And people kind of dismiss wave shooters right off the top. But then it turns out that Crashland is easily the best wave shooter that VR has seen today. So, big surprise with Crashland.
Yeah, shocked me.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, yesterday was the shocker of shockers, or the day before, I guess, for me, when we learned about 2076 Midway Multiverse and that it was out and that it was great and that it was better than Operation Warcade. And yeah, absolute shocker this was for us. So much so that it wins multiple awards just based on the mere shock of the quality level of this game.
2 months it's been out, I believe. It's been out for a while. If it's not been 2 months, that's what's just a shock, man. Like, I can't believe it. And this game is so good, and it's just shocking to me.
I didn't even believe it. I think we were streaming after the fall. We were all in there streaming after the fall, and somebody said, we were talking about it, and somebody said it was out. And I'm like, it's not out. I would have known because I knew I had it on my wish list. And they were like, it's out. And then somebody went and checked, and like, yeah, it's out. I'm like, what? Really?
Yeah,
out of nowhere.
that was me yesterday. I was like, no, it's out, dude. And you're like, no, I have it on my wish list. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
crazy.
Sometimes when you get too much stuff on your wish list and you don't remove games after you get them, you just start to ignore your wish list.
Yeah, that's it.
Yep.
Anyway, a deserving winner here, and hopefully everyone goes and downloads this demo so they can see exactly what we're talking about.
Yeah, that's the thing, dude. You don't even have to buy it. You know, go find out right now. Go download it, check it out, play that first level. You'll know from the first level if you like it or not, and then go buy it. It's 25% off right now. It's a no-brainer purchase for me.
And you get to kill every Hitler across the multiverse.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Hitlers.
Wolvie, you'll love this because that's the whole premise. I love it because that was the 1976. You were battling Hitler, right? But inadvertently, with any time, if you know anything about time travel, you're gonna fuck things up by altering things, and you just unleashed Hitlers in all the universes, and now you got to go fight them all. And I just think it's very cool, very unique, and I just beat Dolly Hitler last night.
Yeah, Dolly Hitler is a pretty fun boss fight, right?
Yeah. I love it.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, moving along. Congratulations, Ivanovich, on another awesome win.
Yeah.
We have a discussion category up next. Another tough one to choose. The Just Another Award. This is for the best execution of an overused concept or genre. So this is a game, or an award rather, for those games that people say we already have enough of. We already have enough zombie shooters. We already have enough wave shooters. Well, as we've demonstrated already a couple times in the show, that if you come out with a better version, then that's okay. It can still be great. Just because it's a wave shooter doesn't mean it sucks. Just because it's a zombie shooter doesn't mean you're going to be bored with it. It's 2021. If people are doing these genres still, they better be good. Luckily, in some cases, they are. And that's what this award's for. Anyway, first of all, the big no-brainer, After the Fall. After the Fall is a zombie shooter. But it's not just another zombie shooter, is it, guys?
No, it's definitely not. It's something different. It is. I don't know, man. Because we even thought it's a zombie shooter, but it's more than that. It's not even like any other zombie shooter. It's unique in and of itself, right?
Yeah, in VR it is, certainly.
Yeah, I think that's why we just really probably couldn't give it to this game, because it's well, at its core, I guess it is a zombie shooter. There's so much more to it that it's not just another. There's not just another, because it's a 4-player co-op game, which we just don't have a lot of in VR. So
yeah,
it kind of even though it made the list because it's a zombie game, it just couldn't really win that.
Yeah,
of that.
True.
And earlier this year, when Alvo launched on PlayStation VR, the good people at Martin Pole brought us just another multiplayer military combat game. PvP, all of the usual gameplay modes and all the usual weapons. Just another shooter, right? Not really. Not really just another shooter. This game does a lot of stuff that the other ones don't do. It's not just the same game modes. It does support the PlayStation name controller. I like the way that they use the remote explosives. It's really cool. Awesome maps in this game. I mean, it's not just another military shooter, and that's the point of the award.
Yep.
And look at those German shepherds tearing that dude's ass up. I mean, you don't see that in Call of Duty.
No.
This game
go ahead.
Coming to the Quest too. This game.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've been actually really active the last couple of days with the beta testing. Like, they keep putting new builds out for it. Anyway, not the winner, although a worthy nominee. Zombieland Headshot Fever is it's a zombie shooter, right? We don't need any more zombie shooters, do we, guys?
Yeah, it's definitely, it's a wave shooter, right?
Mm.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's a real shooter and a zombie shooter, so it's just another times two, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but no, this has got a very unique mechanic. I don't know if I've seen a mechanic like this. Maybe there's flat games that use this type of time-based leaderboard mechanic. So the way this game works is you're trying to make it through the map in the least amount of time. Headshots slow the clock down to a crawl. So the way that you score higher on the leaderboard is by stringing headshots together all along the track. And as you progress into like the later levels, you have varying paths. So like it's not completely linear. You get to choose which way you want to go. Completely unique game. There's not another game in VR like this. So it certainly is not just another zombie shooter, and it's not just another wave shooter.
Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
But the winner is not just another wave shooter. The winner is the best wave shooter that I've ever played, Crashland. We've talked about Crashland a few times and what makes this game unique. The strategy elements at play, the unlockable progression system that is layers, dozens of layers deep. The procedural animation of the enemies and the high quality graphics in the world. A masterpiece of a game and the best example of an overused game or concept that I can think of in 2021 as we move into 2022.
What's crazy about this game, at least for me, because people, maybe a lot of people don't even know, even though we've talked about it a little bit here already in this episode. Wes says they're animated, like the enemies are like animated, right? So a lot of people would think, okay, all the spiders are gonna move the same way. All of those spiders, each individual spider is going to act different in and of itself. It's AI driven, so it's like, you know what I mean? If you had things coming at you, everything wouldn't become, if every spider that was like this type of spider wouldn't come at you the same way. You know what I mean? So it really does add to that immersion level on a level that I've never seen. It's just really cool.
Yeah. A game is good when I'm just sitting here watching the trailer and I'm like, wow, I really want to play this game right now, man. Because it hooks you that good. When you get into this game, you just keep wanting to go and go and go. And I'm just watching it now. I'm going, I want to do that. I want to do that. I want to get to those dinosaurs again. You know what I mean? I want to get off the plains and get into the jungle scenes again because they're so cool looking.
Yeah.
Yeah, the jungle scenes were like a big surprise for me recently. Like, my only memories of playing this game were like of landscapes. I don't know if I had even made it into like the jungle scenes before, just very recently, and completely blown away with the environment swap because the desert scapes are so realistic looking. I wasn't expecting a big change like that, but you can see it there in that little short clip. It changes the whole dynamic of the game when there's all this cover, not just for you, but the enemies, the dinosaurs use those trees to hide from your shots. Makes it way more difficult. It allows them to get behind you, which is something that I don't love, but you know who does love it?
My mom!
Oh yeah, she does.
Yeah, she does.
Anyway, I love this game. Certainly not just another wave shooter, and obviously the perfect winner of this category.
Absolutely.
And VR Spry Guy left you a message in the chat, Masher.
What's he saying? Are you guys gonna get? Yeah, maybe. You never know. You never know. By the time we get to the end of the show, I might forget that we did that one originally and just do it again.
Yeah.
It's very possible.
All right. So now we're moving on to the Action 52 Award. There it is. Action 52, the best unofficial adaptation of a game or concept. You all might remember Action 52. Many of you might not. But this was a completely generic ripoff NES cartridge, which had like 52 games that were all just kind of rip-offs of other people's ideas and concepts. It's kind of the impetus behind this award, the best unofficial adaptation of a game or concept. For example, a Population 1 might be considered a VR Fortnite. This is the type of things we're looking for. Give me another example here, guys, of like the VR version of the flat.
What was that that punching game that I played with Derail? The fighting game where you were
Oh yeah,
going through.
bar fight, drunken bar fight.
No, the other
no,
one.
no, no,
Oh,
no,
I
no,
know which
no.
one
Yeah,
you
I
mean.
know what you're talking about.
The Streets of Rage style one.
Yes, yeah, where you're just going around punching
Right.
jukeboxes and pool tables and
Yeah, right, exactly. Now that would be perfect if I could remember what the name of that game was.
yeah, it's
which
slipping
I
my
don't.
mind for some reason.
Yeah. Same
Anyway,
here.
After the Fall, a lot of people say After the Fall is like a Left 4 Dead. That's what this category is for. It's for those games that take those flat concepts and bring them into VR for us. That's what this category is all about. The best example of one of those. So, first of all, we have Larcenauts, which anyone will tell you is a VR version of Overwatch, which we obviously didn't know there was a very big demand for, but apparently a few people at least like that game, and it looks very high quality. So definitely worth the nomination. Onikazi coming through. There you go. Dash World is like VR Mario Kart. Exactly. You're getting it.
Yep.
No, it was
Path of the Warrior was the game where
Path of the Warrior. There you go.
Chris
Path of the
9989 got it.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, Path of the Warrior, like a Streets of Rage or Final Fight for VR. That's the concept here. That's the Action 52 award. That's what we're going for. The next nominee, Gang V, which is kind of like that VR Grand Theft Auto. The only problem with this one's is like super janky, right?
Yeah, that's what I heard, which is kind of a shame, because it's trying to be like GTA 5 online, but I guess it's similar, but I don't know. That's definitely trying to be like it for sure.
A lot of people hopeful for this one that it turns out to actually be what they're aiming for.
Well, let me tell you this. A lot of people said the same things about Population 1 years before it came out because it looked like dog shit. And then after they changed it and polished it and fixed it, it was amazing. So there doesn't mean that they can't eventually become what they're trying to become, right? So.
Yeah, they're super early access. They just launched in early access like mid-year this year. So
yeah,
like it's still plenty of time for those guys to get it together.
Yeah.
Reddit B traveling, man. Reddit B. After the Fall, we already mentioned, is like VR's version of Left 4 Dead. Certainly a respectable nomination here, like everybody's favorite game of the week, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Back 4 Blood.
No, I love Back 4 Blood.
Yeah, absolutely. But at the end of the day, there can only be one winner, and I mean, if you're going to bring Tenchu into the world of VR, then you deserve to win an award for it, my friend, because people have been asking for this for years. And now it's a reality, as Endeavor One, our friends over there, brought us Arashi Castles of Sin to PlayStation VR exclusively, at least so far. And it's a beautiful game. It's a load of fun, and it's that stealthy samurai action that you've been hungry for all these years, fully realized in VR. Well done.
Yep, and you get to pet a wolf, and who doesn't? You know who else loves to pet the wolf, Wes?
My mom!
Anyway, a deserving winner, and definitely one of my favorite PSVR games of the year, Arashi Castles of Sin. Congrats, Endeavor One, if you're watching this later.
Yep.
Yeah, they were actually here earlier in chat.
Yeah,
Endeavor One was. Yeah.
All right. So it's giveaway time. I've almost said I don't have a copy of Arashi to give away. I do have a copy of Arashi to give away, but that's not what we're giving away right now. That one's slotted for a little bit later end the show.
Is this the room
What I do
VR?
have.
It's coming.
Oh man, yeah. I mean, yeah, sure. Why not? Since you asked for it.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, what I do have right now for you lovely ladies and gents out there that don't have it already, contractors. We have contractors on Oculus, if I'm not mistaken. These are Oculus keys for contractors. I don't even think I have them. Mine's a Steam copy, I believe. So yeah, super cool prize for those of you who don't have it. One copy for the chat, one copy for the second chance drawing. Hashtag giveaway. Contractors, make sure you're subscribed. We draw in a week.
Yeah. This game is good, right? The maps, everything.
This is a lot of
good.
people's go-to, right? When with these type of military shooters in VR, most people will tell you that Contractors is the best that we have to offer.
Yeah.
I think so. For me, I think it beats Pavlov Shack for sure on the Quest, and then I think it definitely even beats it on the PC also.
Yeah, I don't know what's.
For,
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to tell Josh. Thanks for hanging out. He says, "Well, I got to go. I wish I got the room, but bye."
Josh, we love you, bro. Thanks for hanging out.
Hey.
All right. Anyway, a copy of Contractors up for grabs. You guys know as soon as he leaves, we're going to give away the room.
Yeah, I was just thinking that, dude. Maybe we pull out a special room VR game for.
Oh shit.
Oh, anyway. Contractors up for grabs. I'm going to type the question in right now. First one to answer it wins the copy.
Maybe I can win this. Oh wait, I already own this. I already owned it on Steam and on Oculus.
You said we should probably get into this soon because
the gun stock.
Yeah, the gun stock.
Mr.
And
Tass.
Maps.
That's true.
Maps are awesome too, right?
That's true.
You can play Nuketown. You can play Nuketown in this game.
This is my thing. I would go into it more or pop one if the community would just start having some like pop one night Friday nights or some contractor. Oh wait, I guess Drew is doing that stuff. I need to get into that pop one because Drew actually messaged me. He's like, dude, why do you not come into the game? And I was like, man, every Friday night we're usually Tarkovin or Back for Blood or something. But I want to hang out with Drew. So I need to get in there.
I know. We should get Drew into Tarkov.
Oh, I don't know if he does flat games.
Problem.
I don't know if he does flat games. We're already.
Was he prejudiced against flat games?
Crazy.
It's 2022. You can play everything, man.
You can do it all.
It's a free country, Drew. You can do it. It's okay.
You can.
Or we could get into some after the fall.
Oh yeah.
We do that instead.
For sure. Sure, we all need to be.
That's a good question.
Kyle Kitchings coming through with the correct answer.
He wasn't screwing around. He's like, I'll give you the studio. I'll give you the price.
That was quick. Kyle, you did it, bro. See?
Now for a copy of the room.
Wait, we got to make sure he's gone.
I think it was a kid. He didn't need to be watching anyway.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'll tell you what, man. Like, how cool is it that he mentioned it? MASH tried to give him a chance, and he had a shot, and it was cool. I like him. I like Josh. He's cool.
Yeah, come hang out again. Never know. Maybe next time.
Yeah, and Josh, if you're not, which you probably already found this because of MASH's Facebook group, but if you're not a part of QTC. Oh, here.
They're giving away games all the time.
They're giving away games every single week. Every Thursday, he's giving away games. And there's other drawings. They give away peripherals. You got hardware. You have all sorts of stuff. So,
yeah.
Absolutely.
Bring him back
anyway,
to
tons of keys up for grab as we relaunch into part 2 of our interview or a hangout session, whatever you want to call it, with our good friend Gamertag VR. We're going to be talking about the things we're most looking forward to coming up in this year, 2022. And we're going to kick it all off with a George McFly laughter impression from Gamertag. So you guys be sure to pay attention. It'll be right off the bat as soon as we switch over. And we're going to go get a break. We will be back in about an hour, just a little bit over an hour. And we'll see you then.
Absolutely.
Keep your eyes peeled. Plenty of
Yeah.
codes in this one.
Yep.
Oh,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Anyway, that concludes the negativity segment. Hopefully, hopefully you feel all right, GT, coming out of that. We have a lot of good stuff to talk about as we move into the next award, which is the McFly Award, the most highly anticipated future release. And as you can see there, we have Marty in lo-fi thinking, what the hell have I gotten myself into?
I thought you was going down the George McFly route. You know, he's like, like his laugh,
So good,
man.
That's
Oh,
so
I do
good.
too.
I love that.
Hey, Roots, doesn't lo-fi look eerily similar to the Biff Tannen alternate future in Back to the Future 2?
It does. It does, man. Man, I love me some Back to the Future. Wish they'd make a
Love
new
Back
one.
to the Future. Love it.
Oh yeah.
That's
So
it.
good.
Have you guys done the Back to the Future 360 experience, VR 360 thing on the Quest?
I have not. I didn't know it
So,
existed.
yeah, so if you go on the Quest and go on the store, I'm pretty sure it is what was a ride from Hollywood because it stars Doc and Biff. It hasn't got Marty in it, and I think you're chasing Biff in the car as Doc or with Doc and there's 2 flying DeLoreans. So yeah.
So this,
Oh,
this
wow.
is on the store. This is on the store, or this a web XR thing?
No, yeah, it actually comes up on Oculus Quest. Is it like TV or something? Oculus Quest TV
Oculus
or
TV.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. I'll have to check
It
it out.
just showed up for me. Chances are it's like an algorithm thing where if you type in Back to the Future, it will just show up somehow. But it is there. And yeah, it's all right, man. It's pretty cool. Like it starts in Twin Pines Mall as well.
How
And,
cool is
yeah.
that? Do you think we're going to start seeing more and more of these
it's
things popping up, right? Because people aren't going to these things. And obviously, this is an older one. But why couldn't they do that for everything, right? Like, I predict at some point we may even see Disney World in VR. And you'll pay a ticket to go there, you know? Which may seem weird, but I don't know.
I would. I love
I
it.
think it'd be cool. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm down for sure. Anyway, we're going to pick the pace up just a little bit because as many things as we had to complain about, we have about 3 times as many things to be excited about. And the first thing I want to mention as highly anticipated 2022 release, Virtual Strangers merchandise. So we have recently done a big channel upgrade, as I'm sure many of you have noticed, with new logos, new intros, outros, the whole deal. Social media accounts, like my friend GT here requested. Next thing up, merch, and you're not going to have to wait very long. As you can see here, Zuck has already got his shirt, and
Oh
you
my
guys
God.
are gonna all
That
get
is so
yours
good.
very soon.
Wow.
That's so good. Zuck looks so happy.
I can't wait to get my Virtual Strangers shirt.
So what's the Lone Echo 2 picture in the corner? What is that on his screen? And he's talking with the shirt,
he's-
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Good
Yeah.
news is he
Well, there
likes the
was-
show.
Yeah, he's watching Strangers in the Night, right?
Yeah, Strangers in the Night, where we were talking about Lone Echo. That's a screen grab from one of our episodes.
Got it.
Yeah. But anyway, in all seriousness, I think the thing that we're all most excited for next year and beyond is the new hardware, and specifically PlayStation 5 VR. I think that Sony has played this thing perfectly. I think that the timing of this release is set to take full advantage of all the momentum that Meta has built over the last 2 years. And I think that this new wave of VR user, there's going to be a certain percentage of those people who are looking for the next thing, right? The next fix, the next level. And most people can't afford to drop $2,000 on a PC. So naturally, they're all going to come to PlayStation VR. And what they're going to find is what I anticipate will be the most impressive VR library that we've ever seen.
Spider-Man VR. Yo. That's what I see.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
All their whole catalog, man. Who knows what the hell they're bringing out, right?
Well, we know they're bringing Horizon. There's going to be a dedicated Horizon VR game coming to us from Fire Sprite, which is going to be incredible. I'm hopeful that that Wolverine game that Insomniac's teasing. I mean, that's such a perfect fit for VR, right? To be Wolverine with the claws and have them pop out individually with the finger tracking. Um, yeah, I think that that's the as much cool tech as we know is going to be in this hardware. I think the software here is really the thing to be excited about with Sony,
Yeah.
because their exclusives are always the best. They're the best games in the world.
They're finally not gonna. They're taking the shackles off Wes. They're taking their shackles off of the tracking system, the controllers, like all the shit that's been holding them back. This whole first generation of PlayStation VR is going to be gone, and now they're going to replace it with the best system out there, with the best of everything. I'm excited to see what the haptics in the headset is going to do for people not getting sick. I really think that they're working on something. Whatever's it, why else? I mean, there's other reasons for it, but I think it's going to be an exciting time.
GT, I know that like myself, you started on PlayStation VR, so you have a great deal of nostalgia when you look back at all of the awesome titles that we started on. Are you as excited as I am for some potential sequels as we move into the next couple of years?
The news of PSVR 2 even existing, when I heard it, nearly made me cry, because I was just like, as much as I love the Quest and I'll do everything to support it, there's just something so special about PlayStation. And I think, as you said earlier, content, or someone said, no one said content is king today, but someone said software is where it's really going to be impressive. And that's what PlayStation is going to bring. And yeah, I mean, not so much. Is there sequels I'm interested in? Like, I think when we talked about Farpoint, that's definitely one of them. I'm excited to revisit my existing library, what's on there, see if there's any changes and stuff. But in general, dude, I'd just be so excited to be back in PlayStation again. Back in there, because at the moment, like this this headset, dude, has been through the wars. I think there is rubber falling off here.
Yeah, mine's doing the same thing. Yeah, mine's doing the same exact thing.
It's wrecked. I love it though. Like I keep this. I don't think I'm ever going to get rid of this. I love it.
Yeah, you got to keep that forever.
It is the headset that changed my life. And I know you said that you think PlayStation played it perfectly. We don't have access to the numbers directly. We don't know how many people are playing online. We don't know how many people are continuously online. And even with PSVR, with how strong it was, there were still games you could go on and there'd be no one online. So, and I think that was part of the reason that we didn't get that 2-year refresh we deserved. Like everyone, and I think hopefully Sony know this, we deserve better than that. Like that was a nice. Well, for me, it was cheap. These were $5. As soon as I played it in April 2016, I went and got these that day for £5 each, because they only had use on PS3. No one had even considered playing it on PSVR. So at the time, it was all great, and then suddenly moves were £80 over here. I was like, what the hell? They're like 9 years old at the time. How can you charge that? And they're just those things that hold it back. And I just can't wait for this. I just can't wait for it. It's going to be amazing. And all those times that you're sitting here, and I just think everyone's putting in so much work at the moment. Everyone deserves more viewers, and they deserve a bigger community, and they deserve more love for all the work you're putting in. And I really hope that PSVR brings in those people to, like, shows like this. PSVR Without Parole, dude, that guy I don't know if he's been struggling, but I'm sure it's been really hard for someone who, he like to be the flagship channel of a system, to then obviously start feeling like, actually, there might not even be a system. Like, this might not happen anymore. It might be the end. And he chose basically put all his eggs in one basket and went, I am all about PSVR. And then when PSVR's gone, where do you go? Like, it's one of those things. It must have been very difficult. So, yeah, dude, I just see that PSVR is going to be incredible for everyone involved.
Yeah, and Brian's sitting pretty too now. That he's put in a year and a half on pure blind faith. and it's been hard times, I'm sure, as you watch, the Quest community grow up around you, and all these awesome exclusive titles go to all the other platforms, and it's just a trickle for the PlayStation VR platform. Now we sit going into 2022, and this is the hottest thing coming. And Frank's gone. Frank's still doing YouTube. He's doing flat games as well as VR. Polish Paul even has went on to start covering Quest and PC. They're the only dedicated PlayStation VR channel left on that level of that size, and they're sitting pretty going into 2022 because a year from now, all we're talking about, I feel like, is PlayStation 5 VR.
Yeah. See, I'm as a not as a YouTuber, as a gamer, I'm not actually platform exclusive as a person. I'm just not that person at all. You know, like I love my Nintendo and I love my Sega and I love. Do you know what I'm saying? I am all that.
Yep.
So I remember when you're the same, yeah.
Yeah, they're exactly the same. Yeah,
I go for the games.
platform agnostic VR gamer. That's how I describe it.
I would even go far for me, and I know Mash as well. I'm not even going to limit myself to VR only. There's so many amazing flat games out there that have depth that VR has not even scratched the surface of coming close to, that I can't get in VR yet. So I have to play some games flat, and I love them. So I think limiting yourself,
happy, right?
Yeah, I don't.
What makes you happy?
I don't get when people just limit themselves to one thing.
Halo Infinite, dude. Halo Infinite has been amazing. Like I've absolutely loved that online, and I'm just not that. I'm not that person. I will go where the games are, and people. It's quite interesting when you see the people who want to be is it a fanboy? They want to be a platform exclusive player. They want to go. What I remember starting to cover Quest, and talking about Quest, and everyone was like, "Dude, are you going to be like another? Like you doing something else?" And I'm like, "Yeah, well, yeah, probably." You know, I love PSVR because that's all we had. That's all I could afford, to be honest. I couldn't even afford a PC. So the question of my content was controlled by my income at the time. You know, I didn't get the idea of owning a Rift and an HTC Vive were impossible to me. So, and then the Quest comes along, and just like most other people, suddenly I can afford another VR headset. And what am I doing? I'm playing other VR games. That's just, it'd be false of me personally to own a VR headset and enjoy it and not share it, because my channel is me and what I enjoy. So that would be,
absolutely.
Yeah.
I know we'd all love to sit here and do an hour on PlayStation 5 VR.
Sorry.
No apologies, man. This is the most exciting topic in VR right now. The thing I'm most excited for by far, and that's why I led off with it. With the exception of Virtual Strangers merchandise, of course.
Yes.
But that goes without saying. Are you excited at all about Project Cambria, GT? Because this is going to be a high-end headset with next-gen features on it, but not specifically geared toward gamers. And really, it's just going to be running Quest games.
I've not given it any thought, really, to be honest. It's not just, as I said, it'll be false of me to pretend to get excited about it, because I'm just not excited about it. It's not. I do want to get a nice PCVR headset. I'd love that, but there's still that issue where if you chase resolution all the time and just extra, that means you need a bigger, better, faster PC all the time. And I just don't want to chase that too much. To be honest, I'll be more excited about the new Valve Index. If there was another headset, that would be the one that would excite me more currently from what I know. But that's because part of me always wanted an Index, because I've used an Index. So maybe that's the difference. To be fair, I think riding off GTA San Andreas, did this come before or after that? I got a feeling it was after. Was it? I can't quite.
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Either way, GTA San Andreas just wiped my memory of anything else that happened. Like the fact you've just brought it up is, when you said Cumbria, I was thinking, what's he talking about? And it's only because you're showing that video, do I remember? Like, that's how much it matters to me, unfortunately.
Well, that and the fact that they didn't freaking show anything. They basically showed a box and they gave us everybody the biggest tease in the world because everybody thought something was coming and they were like, "Yeah, hey, here it is." No, it's not.
What did they bring? Did they ever open the box? They just brought the box
No.
out and put it up
Yeah, they
there.
brought the box out and said, "Here, take a look at this box. It's beautiful. All right, let's."
That's an amazing box. I'll tell you what. Now,
Yeah.
this is a little bit off topic, but Zuckerberg's worth a lot of money, right? And Zuck, if
Yeah.
you're watching this, because I know you are a part of Mash's group, so I apologize for this, but dude, you need a better haircut, bro. Like, I don't understand. It's horrible. Anyway,
I think his haircut is like some sort of market research gimmick where they're like, they figured it out where if you have this particular haircut, you just don't offend anyone, possibly. You know, it's not a good haircut. It's not a bad haircut. You know, not many people will have it. So you kind of look unique at the same time. It ticks a lot of boxes. What was with the barbecue sauce?
You're right.
that was another
Dude,
weird
it's
thing.
good. It's good barbecue sauce.
Yeah,
I
Sweet
mean,
Baby Ray's.
It is
It's
good.
it is excellent barbecue sauce. I know it is. And I just remember like watching that thing live and I was just like, why is there a bottle of barbecue sauce behind him? It was just amazing. I wish if he watches your show, please ask him why. Why?
well, I think we know why. I think the reason why is, you know, before they went live, he's like, okay, what do normal people do? People like barbecue sauce, right? Get a
Yeah.
bottle of barbecue sauce and put it back there and make me seem more relatable.
Love it.
Yeah, who doesn't have barbecue sauce holding up books in their living room? I mean, that's just normal, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Next
for
level.
sure. By the way, with
I think
regard,
he looks like Brent Spinner. By the way, I think he looks like Data from the Next Generation.
His haircut
I
does
think
for sure.
I think he's starting to look like an android.
I think he looks like an avatar. I think he looks like a Facebook avatar.
I think he
So
might
you got
be
it.
an android. He might really be Data from
Just
Star
to let you
Trek.
guys know, I would play Star Trek Bridge Crew with you all in a heartbeat. I
Dude,
love that game
I-
so much.
I loved it. I don't know if anybody, if either of them have played it, but I've played quite a
I
bit.
have not.
And it is fun.
Don't tease me right now. Let's not be those people that go, "Hey, let's do this together," and then we never do it. We're after the show later. We're going to go do this because that's a tease for me. I want to do that so bad.
Honestly, man, Star Trek Bridge Crew is still the game I've played the most in VR, time-wise. Easy. I think I spent 6 months in it.
Oh my god.
Well, I for one have never played it, and do you think you're better than me?
You think
Yes.
you're better than me?
I've never played it either. We got to do this. We should definitely do this.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, I'm down. I own it, so why
Yeah,
not
I
play
have
it?
it.
right?
I've just never played it. I've never had awesome people to play it with. Let's go.
That'd be great.
Anyway, as excited as we all are for new hardware, this the McFly Award is for the most highly anticipated future release. So let's take a look at some of the releases that might be coming next year or the year after. Me personally, as a horror game fan and a big fan of Here They Lie, there is no other game that has been teased that I am more excited about, honestly, than the project that Eyes Out Studio is teasing. For those of you who don't know, Eyes Out Studio is a collaboration between the the creator of Here They Lie, Corey Davis, and the guitar player from Nine Inch Nails. It's a very audio centric experience that they're promising people. It looks super creepy. A lot of the same things that they use to describe this game fits Here They Lie, which I absolutely love. And a lot of the team that they list on their website are people who worked on Here They Lie. I am so excited for this. They just, as you'll see here, signed a deal with Epic Games to be their publisher. This is going to be a big deal, whether it happens in 22 or 23. This is going to be one of those horror games that we're talking about as a Game of the Year contender. The only question is it going to support VR? I kind of think that it's a no-brainer, but we have not had any confirmation about that yet.
Mm. Well, that'll be a good day for Wes when that confirmation comes, because you've been waiting for Here They Lie sequel for a long time, and this is about as close as you're going to get to anything that's close to Here They Lie, right?
These trailers that their studio are putting out, they're just trailers for their studio, and it's twisted, man. It's twisted. I love it. Are you familiar with any of this, GT?
I'm not I'm not apart from the Here They Lie and all that stuff he was talking about. This particular game, this particular trailer, I've not heard anything about it. But as soon as you mentioned Here They Lie, I was very excited because, like, even back in the day with the resolution of PSVR and stuff, if you haven't played Here They Lie, I think it's a very amazing experience. I think it's a great game. I love the graphics. I love the color palette in the game in certain sections. And I remember part of the game, going into like a nightclub, going through a door. There's a nightclub and there's like a misty scene. There's music going and there's like a red light. And it felt, I honestly felt like I'd been here before. Like I've been here in real life. It felt like a real place. And it's weird, like, you know, when you remember games on like PlayStation, I remember replays of Gran Turismo on PlayStation looking like fucking real cars, and now they just look like shoeboxes. But I remember being in that club in Here They Lie and thinking, oh my god, this is crazy. And then you got the guys with the pig masks on and stuff. It was just an unforgettable game and an unforgettable experience. So the fact you're talking about this excites me.
Yeah. This is a collaboration again between the creator of Here They Lie and Robin Fink, who's a guitar player for Nine Inch Nails. He's also done work with Guns N' Roses. They're putting a lot of experimentation into audio, and if you've played any good VR horror games, you know how important audio is to the experience. It can make it or break it, and I feel like that these guys are going to break ground that hasn't been broken before yet, and I so hope that this is a VR game. I would bet money that it will be.
Yeah,
Really,
absolutely.
I really hope it is, dude. And also when you talk about audio, like even today, there's some games that I forget the name of, but I know the song from. So yeah, like audio for me is amazing and very important. So yeah.
Moving on, something that I've seen you talk about recently that I'm really looking forward to, GT, are these Resident Evil remake mods. This is exciting to me, not only because the work that they've done on 2 and 3 already looks amazing, but what this means, the fact that they're cracking the re-engine means Resident Evil 7, Resident Evil 8, all of these titles are going to eventually be modded into PC VR and first person, right? First person with hand presence. This looks great.
Yeah, so when I was quite lucky, I managed to get another video done with the improved hand tracking for the mod. Basically, I was like, right, what's next? When's the next update? Because it's a real privilege, I guess, to try this stuff first. And he was like, dude, the developer or the modder is like, I'm not releasing anything now until 2, 3, 7, and 8 are all fully supported. You know, because he's obviously seen the hype for it. You know what I'm saying? Like for a small channel like mine, I'm not one of those channels that's very lucky that gets like, I'll always get 10 to 20% of my subscriber count roughly views as standard. That's a standard bottom line event. But when you do something like Resident Evil 2, you end up getting double, triple, whatever it's going to be of your subs. And when that happens, you know something special is happening. Yeah. So he's seen me cover it, whoever else covered it after. And then he's like, well, I don't need to. I'm not in a rush now. I know that when this comes out, this is going to be big. And who's the guy who does the Red Dead?
Luke Ross.
Luke Ross. Like that guy, I think he's in the hundreds of Patreon supporters. And when I went on there the other day to check out the Horizon Zero Dawn, I think I worked out he's on like $7,000 a month now.
I think I could have sworn I saw it was like 1,200 patrons or some ridiculous number, dude.
It was huge. It was, and I was like, wow, like he's actually making a living out of this now. He has to, unless he's got a real gambling problem. Do you know, you never know what people's tastes are and what their money is. But yeah, for me then, I was like, wow, that's amazing. Like he's actually made a living out of doing something he loves, and he does it really well. And for all I know, the guy who's doing this potentially could charge the same thing. Even if you just did it $1, you just said to everyone, $1 gives you access to this mod. What I'd happily pay $1 for this. I'd happily pay. Sure. To be honest, I'd happily pay $10 for a mod like this. You know, because the games are relatively cheap as well.
Well, this is the reality too, because I hear a lot of people say I'm not paying for a mod. Well, you know, I've been paying for Luke Ross's mod since he started charging $10, and at the time he started charging, That was when Red Dead came out. He's since put all 3 of the definitive Mafias out. He's got Horizon Zero Dawn out now, and he's working on 2077. All of that doesn't happen from nothing, bro. So I'm a part of making it happen, right? And anybody that wants it to happen shouldn't be. I mean, it's short-sighted to say $10 isn't worth the experience, especially when you're helping, push everything forward, because it's not just these mods. And I've said it before, every time one of these mods is successful, I don't think the people that made Resident Evil are like, oh, well, maybe we'll never get into VR mods. I think that every time something's successful, it makes these developers think, well, shit, why didn't we do it? Like,
exactly.
So
that's exactly what should happen.
Yeah. So at some point, we're going to see that tipping point where things are just going to, I mean, I think it's coming in months, probably, with PlayStation VR. Hopefully.
That's why I support things like that. And, because time is money. People need, if they're going to do something, they need to take that time from somewhere to put it into something else. Something has to give for something else to gain. So when you see the work he's doing, and I know this isn't him, but I'm just saying, when you see VR mods in general, the work that's happening, even Vorpex, things like that, anything that suddenly makes someone go, I'm going to put a headset on today. Like with Horizon, I played it on when it released on PS4, and then Breath of the Wild released on, I think it was it Switch originally?
It was Switch, yes.
Yeah,
Well,
dude.
They did also on Wii U, but yeah, Switch is.
I think I played it on Wii U first, and dude, I thought Horizon was pretty poor in comparison. Personally, I was like, Breath of the Wild was so much more open for me as a player. I preferred Breath of the Wild. I couldn't stop playing it, and I never played Horizon again. Playing it in VR the other day made me think, actually, do you know what? This game is really good. And I don't know, it must be the VR side of it. I don't know, because suddenly I was like, yeah, I'm really up for like following this mod, watching it improve, and playing the game again.
Consider this, just 3 months ago or 2 months ago, when Lone Echo 2 launched as the last Oculus Rift exclusive, people were trumpeting the death of PC VR based on that. But as you can see, the PC VR is going to have its role going forward. These mods are getting to be regular now. And furthermore, there are still amazing indie games that are coming to PC that can only run on PC. So I don't think PCVR is going to go anywhere. I think it's going to continue to grow. And subsequently, we've named January, which is typically a slow month with releases. We're calling it Mod Month. And pretty much all we're going to do next month is check out these mods on our channel. And I am so looking forward to it.
Yeah. It's going to be exciting.
Awesome. May your frame rates be high and your technical issues be low. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
It's the time to tweak has come. Anyway, with all that peripheral stuff out of the way, let's talk a little bit about official releases, things that we know are coming. Last year, we talked about 5 games in this most anticipated category. 2 of them we have yet to get. 3 of them, the other 3, are all on the Game of the Year contenders list. Those being After the Fall, Sniper Elite VR, and what was the third one? Lone Echo 2. Lone Echo 2. But we still haven't seen anything yet from Undead Citadel. And I was starting to worry about Undead Citadel, whether or not it was even still coming. But I did check in on the Discord just last week. This game still is in development. It still is coming. And I guess you just can't rush greatness. What?
Yeah. Well, we don't want them to, right? We want it to come out. We want it to be amazing. We want it to be the game that we know it could be, and not rushed. So I would definitely, especially with the way some other games have came out that we've talked about in the earlier part of this segment, but I'll wait as long as it takes, as long as it's good. So
GT, do you think that we've seen some cool early access stuff come out over the summer with Everslot and Legendary Tales, and they're very similar to what this looks like, right? With those games being so good and polished, and all the other stuff that we've gotten, all these amazing games, do you think maybe that the Undead Citadel guy says, you know what, maybe this game would have been great 2 years ago, but we now really need to bring it in to the next generation if we're going to compete? mean, it's taken them a while to get this game to us, dude. I
Oh.
mean, we've been waiting for years on this one.
Yeah. Is this all caught up now? Because it was really laggy for me then. Is it? Are we all? Is it all okay for everyone?
Yeah, no, it's good. It must have been on your end because
Yeah.
we didn't see any
All right.
lag.
Superb. All right, sorry. I just wanted to make sure. I didn't want to answer for no point. I played Under Citadel well, it would be at least 3 years ago now. Must be 3 years ago. It's got to be. And the game looked really polished then, I thought. There was like certain things like the weapons didn't really have much weight. But overall, I thought it was visually really impressive. The amount of things going on screen. Really enjoyed it. Absolutely loved it. I expected it to be coming out maybe in 6 months to a year's time after that. We're now, must be 3 years on. And exactly what you just said. When you got games like Legendary Tales and other games that you've mentioned, it is a bit of a worry that this won't do anything new. I do think there'll still be people wanting to check it out because it's got a beautiful look about it, like the artwork and stuff, and just that idea of hacking and slashing. Everyone loves all that. I just don't know what it's going to do when it's going to bring new, and that's where it might fall short.
Yeah,
I think that they might be smart to make this a timed exclusive for PlayStation 2 VR or PlayStation 5 VR rather, because a lot of the early build up to this game has been as this game as a PlayStation VR game. This is a PlayStation VR game. This is a PlayStation VR game. And there's these other titles that we're talking about that have kind of already done this stuff. These titles aren't on PlayStation. They're not in that ecosystem. So I feel like if this game is a PlayStation game for 6 months to a year, I feel like that it might have a little bit more success and a little more hype behind it than it would be if it comes to, say, Steam first.
That's interesting you say that because I've never seen it in that way. The only person I would say who would make me think of it as a PSVR only game would have been Polish, because obviously at the time, even though he would show constantly PC stuff most of the time, he would try and make you hype for a PSVR version of it. He featured many games that I played that were terrible on PC and said to everyone it was going to be great on PSVR. And I was thinking, dude, if it's no good on PSVR, on PC, I very much doubt it's going to be good on PlayStation. So, but with this game, that wasn't the case. And I think you're right. I think if he can make this game run as I played it and play as well as I played it, he could have a really big hit on his hands on PSVR. Because of the lack of library out there,
Maybe I'm mistaken. But I seem to remember that they did a gameplay trailer of this with just PSVR footage. Now maybe I'm wrong about that, but that's what I
you're
remember.
right.
Yeah,
I hope you're right, dude.
I just worry with a game like this. I mean, we always say, we'll wait. You make your game great, but we'll wait. But I think it does get to a point where you go too long, and then your game isn't relevant anymore, and you're behind. And now maybe they're in the position where like, what the hell do we do? We're not anywhere near as good as some of these other games that launched. Now do we wait again? And what do we do different now? How do we change this game that we have just put all this time and money into, and make it relevant for today? And then you get behind, and then all of a sudden, you know what? It just doesn't come.
Yeah, it's just interesting, like he could have easily hopefully added some sort of physics to the weapons and put out what I played and then made it into maybe a Kickstarter campaign or something to give, because at the end of the day, for me, if you wouldn't have mentioned this today, I still wouldn't have been speaking about it or talking about it. Because I kind of have, even though I am in his Discord and I've spoke to the guy a number of times, must have been over a year ago now, I kind of forgot about it. So,
well, how could you not? With awesome stuff coming up, as soon as next month, we're going to see Hitman 3 move outside of the PlayStation VR ecosystem into PC VR. And this is a beautiful game on PlayStation, but I think that it isn't really so much graphically what makes this so exciting that it's coming to PC. It's the prospect of having both of your hands in this amazing, huge sandbox world. 3 games worth of content, mind you, 1, 2, and 3. I can't wait for this.
yeah, you just want to get that wire around someone's neck for real. No, not really. I shouldn't.
No, you're right.
I
No,
just
you're
want
okay.
I think I'm getting a bit too savage, but yeah, it's true. You do, and I just want to bang their head against something while I'm doing it as well. I'll be like, yeah.
I just want to move around in the environment with my
Oh.
joysticks and be able to really. I feel
Oh.
like that because that game is so cool. But I really did. I mean, I mean, use the controller, but I don't know, man. I just want to have it in PC VR. I think it'll be much better. So
It was beautiful on PSVR though. I do expect it to look absolutely phenomenal on PC.
Yeah, they're going to be supporting next gen graphics features like ray tracing and stuff on PC as well. I don't know if that's going to translate into VR or not, but we have seen it from other games, so I wouldn't be surprised from a huge studio like this. I mean, I said it a moment ago. The games that we highlighted last year are the game of the year kind of candidates this year. I think that that's going to be the case with this again. This is a game of the year candidate this year. I think it's also going to be a game of the year candidate next year because of the improved version that we're about to get on PC.
yeah.
Did you guys finish this at all, or because literally I think I like streamed it twice and I was kind of done with it because I found it a bit frustrating.
I didn't
to
like the
play
way that it
sometimes.
felt to use my hands when you know what I mean? It felt weird. I think that because of the way that the one controller and your hands together, and it just felt weird to me. So I didn't play as long as I probably would have. I was like Wes. I was blown away just by the looking around and walking around the party scene in the beginning and how huge that place is. It's really good.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun in this game, but I did not progress very far into it, and the reason being is that these maps are so large, and there are so many different ways that you can go about winning or completing the scene that I just found myself playing the same maps over and over again. I just couldn't progress because I was having so much fun in this one. I didn't want to leave it yet, and yeah, I don't think I'll ever finish the trilogy, but I don't think I'll ever stop playing it either. Like I think that this is going to be a favorite for a long time for me.
Yeah.
Nice.
Moving on, not the only thing that we know coming in January. We also have been looking forward to Wanderer. One of my favorite things about VR is the ability to time travel in the few games that take advantage of it. This seems to be playing prominently into what this game's doing. Although I mean there are some concerns, right? It does seem like movement might be limited in it. Like this isn't going to be a open world game by any stretch, but for what it's worth, the production value seems to be on point here, and I am looking forward to playing this.
Yeah, looks cool. I love time travel. Anything to do with time travel, I'm there. So
Yeah, this is one of the ones that is high up on my list of excitement for sure.
Yeah, not very long to wait on this one either. You looking forward to it, Eric? Does this look like something that might float your boat?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, it's I'm not the biggest puzzle person. That I love puzzle games, and this is going to be an adventure puzzle. Or it looks like, but the premise is what hooks me, and I don't mind doing that as long. And like Ruth said, time travel is always amazing, and whenever you can do that, and I just finished Lone Echo too, and the time travel in that, it's just amazing, man. So yeah, it hooks me. So I'll be in for this, even though it's really the puzzle is not my cup of tea. But yeah, I'm in.
I'll be interested to see what it looks like on PlayStation VR because this is another one of those that's largely been marketed as a PSVR game, even though we do know it's going to be multi-plat. Uh, Sony kind of, broke this one for everyone, and I feel like they're probably investing quite a bit into it as well. So interesting to see how 6 years on that hardware is going to hold up, and we've seen it do some amazing things even over the last year. So. Very interested to see how this turns out.
I can't wait
Yeah.
to watch the hieroglyphics. That looks cool.
Who doesn't want to watch stuff in VR?
That's true.
Ashi wash, man. Ashi wash.
Ashi washed his feet though. That's a completely
that's
different
feet.
thing.
Oh yeah.
Now, GT, a game that I initially wasn't all that hyped on, but it's grown on me just based on the opinions of other people, especially over the last 2 weeks, even. Zenith. People seem to be going nuts over Zenith. Have you had a chance to play this yet?
I've had a little bit more than a chance to play it. Actually, I'm kind of involved with doing the socials for
Oh.
this when the game. So each
Nice.
beta that happens, I'm in it, and normally the developers give me and other streamers. It's not exclusive, but they would basically say to me, "Right, we're going to give you like points or unlocks and stuff, and the longer people watch me on Twitch, the more stuff." That they unlock, and there is Twitch drops. There is a massive interest in this. So my Twitch following is minimal. Like I could stream on Twitch now and hopefully maybe get 12 people at most. When I did Zenith, I think I had in the region of 400 and something watching. And yeah, and the main thing was the Twitch drops. It wasn't about me necessarily, you know. I hope I didn't make it boring, but yeah. So the longer they watched, the more Twitch drops they got, and the more stuff they can unlock in the game. Because I remember I wanted to finish streaming. I'd done like 2 hours, and this guy was like, "Please, just do 10 more minutes, just 10 more minutes, and I'll get this certain thing." And I was like, "Yeah, no worries." And regardless of how that was, that still means that they're excited to get the unlocks in the
Right.
game. And it's beautiful, it's great, and it looks like they're working so hard on this. And did any of you get to check out the PlayStation VR version of the beta that just went?
I haven't played a minute. None
Yeah,
of us have
Eric's
played
the
a
only
minute
one
of
that's been
this.
in there, right? Eric?
Yeah, I played it.
Oh,
Not the
you did play it.
PSVR though. I've been in for a while. Doing all the alphas and some of the betas.
Yeah.
I had access to the beta that was this past weekend or whatever it was. I was so busy I couldn't get in and do it.
Same.
But I can tell you this. I mean, I've been playing it up. I played it a few months ago. What they're showing now and what people are playing now is so much drastically different and better than it was before. They have come a long way in this game, and I think really it's going to be something special.
I seriously think it's going to be something special. The guy said to me, he went, dude, do you want to give away some keys for this beta that's just, I think it might still be going. I think they extended it or
They did.
whatever. But because what it was, I was all lined up to do a stream, and he was like, no, we're not doing any streams for this. There's like a beta 2 happening in January.
Yeah.
And that's when we're doing the streaming stuff. So I was like, okay. And he said, but do you want 10 keys to give away? I was like, for a beta? Like, is that even worth doing? He went, dude, people are paying money for these keys.
I've been trying to get Mash to get me in there for months, and he keeps telling me, dude, I can't get you in, bro.
It's not easy. I mean, I remember when we got access to it early on. I mean, it was we had to earn them. You know what I mean? Which is they're not just giving stuff away. I mean, maybe to other people besides me but they were like, look, you need to get so much interest in it. You do a post in the group, and you get so much interest, and we'll give you keys based on how many views you get. You know what I mean? Things like that. Which I have no problem with. It's smart. It's a good way to do things. But even selling it, they were selling this game on their Discord for a certain amount of time, and they sold out of keys every time they did it. I mean, you just couldn't get them.
Yeah, so as far as I know, obviously someone got a key and then they probably sold their key for a massive profit. It was hundreds of dollars was what I heard. And that's for a beta. So I was like, yeah, I'll give them away. Do you know what I mean? And suddenly people were really excited, and I was more excited at the fact that actually the PlayStation VR version was in there. And I'm pretty sure maybe Guyson got in the PlayStation VR version. I'm not sure. So I need to ask around and see what it was like. But I'm really glad you brought this one up. This is in my ranked game list I did today because I'm so excited about it. And from what I've played of it, it was a decent game when it wasn't even finished. So, yeah.
Both of the guys that Without Parole are just raving about it on PlayStation, and from what they're saying, just the sheer scale of the world and the diversity of the gameplay in this, they're calling it special, just like everyone else.
I just want to heal.
You got it here.
Yeah.
That's what Mike did for me. That was one of the best bits. You get the tank, you get the healer. It is fantastic. I think it is special. It's nice to get hyped about a game like this and it deliver.
Right.
That's what's so good.
And it's been out there for a long time. And my partner over at Q2C, Todd, he backed the Kickstarter 3 years ago.
Wow.
So he has been, he's got like a founder's key, and he's gonna, reap some rewards of being there from the beginning. But this has been out there a long time, man. It's finally.
I wish I had a founder's key, man. That sounds really cool.
Yeah, Mash.
Founder's key.
Mash, can you get us a founder's key?
Can we get founders keys?
Yeah.
What do you think? Better than me?
You think you're better? Think you're better than me? You think you're
I want a
better?
goal. I want something. I want something to show that I've got a founder's key, like a bag or a cape.
Hmm.
We should just make it up and make it. We'll make something. Even if
That'd
it's
be
not real.
cool.
We should spread the rumor we've got founders keys.
There
Like,
you
have
go.
you got a founder's key? Yeah, yeah.
We'll all get capes that say Founders Key on it, and then it'll be official.
How about hats? Like fluffy hats.
Yeah.
Anyway, Zenith has gone from a mild curiosity to something I'm pretty hyped about, and now to something that I'm extremely hyped about. And we may even try to crack into that beta, but apparently the competition is fierce. So hopefully we can have some success with it there.
Yes.
Anyway,
cross
moving
them
on.
fingers.
Yeah, fingers and toes. We kind of touched on it a few minutes ago. GTA San Andreas, obviously a no-brainer with regards to hype level here. We've always kind of referred to GTA VR as the holy grail, right? That's the singularity. The day that they have a modern GTA online in VR, it's over. No one else is going to want to play flat games ever again because they're going to want to go live in this world. With that said, that isn't quite what we have here, but still a big high-profile title nonetheless. Roots, are you at all concerned? Because we recently had the trilogy launch, and there was a lot of weirdness with it. Are you concerned that VR might amplify some of this weirdness that is obviously presenting itself due to the age of this game?
I don't think so. I think the fact that Grove Street Games is not doing anywhere near this VR project makes me feel very, very good about it. I think what you said when it initially happened, because I was a little worried about it, because there was a thought process, right? That one kind of created the other, one way or the other. The VR started, they worked on it, they decided let's do the definitive edition or vice versa. But I don't think they have anything to do with each other. And I think it opened Rockstar's eyes that maybe we need to like pay attention to what the fuck is going on, because that was such a bad release for that definitive edition that Rockstar actually came out and like pushed Grove Street the games to the side and said we're patching this because they fucked it up so bad. So I have faith that that this is going to be the game that we want it to be.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that debacle with the trilogy release is going to end up being a positive thing for the quality assurance on the VR version, because not only does Rockstar not want to take another black eye, but Meta understands how important this title is to their next year of gaming. Any cause for concern here, GT, or is it all hype?
There was a little bit of I think. What was the game that I got worried about? It was Resident Evil 4 was the game that I initially got very worried about, because I saw these flat cutscenes and this weird thing where, as you've now played it, he climbed the ladder and suddenly you're outside and you're watching your character climb the ladder. And I remember thinking, how shit is that? How shit is that? What have you done? Why have you done this? This is going to be terrible. Blah, blah, blah. But my love for Resident Evil VR is Resident Evil series in general, but for 4 especially, that was kind of like the game for me that was like GTA 3, where I liked GTA. It was all right on PlayStation. I wasn't massive on it. I liked GTA London. And then it went into 3D on PlayStation 2, and it was like, my God, this is the best game one of the best games I've ever played. And RE4 done that. It went from that fixed camera thing to suddenly over the shoulder, high intense action, really cool animations of reloading rifles. So it meant a lot to me, and that's what I think I got so angry, because I was just like, no, what have you done? And then I played it and I was like, shit, it works. I don't know why. It just works for me. I'm not bothered by what I thought I was going to be bothered about. Even though I wanted to be bothered about it, I wasn't. I was like, actually, no, it's kind of comfortable. And it was one of the best games you can play seated in VR. It's so bloody comfortable that through my review, I was just taking my Quest downstairs, sitting in the front room, and playing it, and I don't do that very often. Very rarely, actually. You know, my wife's watching TV and I'm just playing it like RE4, sitting down, like, you know, the dog's next to me, and it was a nice feeling. So I now have a bit more faith in stuff, and with GTA San Andreas, it is nothing but hype. That's it.
Nice.
Nothing but hype.
Eric, what are your feelings on this one?
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely looking forward to it. This is probably a big system seller for this Christmas, man. I mean, people that heard that news were like, you know, people are hearing about it from somebody else was like, I got to go get a Quest, man. So, I mean, I just hope these are one of those. It's like one of those things with RE4. I have hope for this game because if it's bad for VR. You know what I mean? Like if RE4 turned out to be a big piece of shit and everybody was killing it, and all the PlayStation people were like, you see, this is because VR sucks. This could really hurt VR. So I just hope it's so good.
It's
This would hurt.
Oh, go
This
ahead.
would hurt more than any other game.
Yeah,
if
It's
that happened.
what you're describing, Mash, is PTSD. You know, we had all these amazing titles, Wolfensteins, and all these things, Cyberpilot, you know, all these titles, these IPs over the last 4 years where we thought, or 5 years, where we thought, man, this is going to be amazing. And then it came out and it was like, it wasn't the game. It was like a version of the game, a weird fucking twist that like screws us over, right? And so, but now I think what GT just said, as far as the faith, I have faith now because RE4 came out and it was done so well. Even down to the inventory management blew me away in VR. I think what Wes said is 100% accurate, that Meta is not going to let this not be amazing. This is going to be the singular moment that, you know, takes you from going like this to this. You know what I mean? You're just going to fucking skyrocket up. And if they do it right, it's going to be phenomenal. And I think it's I don't know, we could be looking at, what do you guys think? How soon are we going to see this game? Because some people were thinking maybe Christmas, and obviously Christmas is over. But maybe 6 months, 3 months, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm thinking around springtime. I think is what they say, Q2. So yeah.
I'm thinking around the relabeling of the Quest. I'm thinking when you launch this, if you launch it alongside the Meta Quest, so the boxes now have Meta, which I'm against. I don't like it. I don't want that to happen. This Christmas was like such a highlight for me. I've made it very clear that I don't like the even though I love everything they do, I don't like the relabeling process. I don't know if you've watched it on YouTube. There's the story of Xbox. It's like 6 episodes. It was really great to watch because I love like I love watching things happen that might not have happened, and the choices made where, you know, the Red Ring of Death, I think, cost them over $1 billion, and they could have walked away, but they kept going. Stuff like this, I love all that. But there was a really good bit where they basically chose. So you're Bill Gates, you've made Microsoft, it's everything to you, and then someone inside your company is making a system that you're paying for, and they go, listen, mate, we can't call it Microsoft. Like, how does he go, yeah, you're right, we can't? At this moment, at that time, they were like the Facebook of technology. People didn't like them very much. So they said, look, this isn't the Microsoft Xbox. Okay, it will be. You know, it might say in little writing, but it's just going to be Xbox. And that was a decision they had to make. And I kind of feel like, at the moment, I think, as you know or may not know, I'm an ambassador of Quest. They want us to call it Quest 2. They don't want it necessarily to be called MetaQuest. They're not really interested. You know, that's not the big push. But the idea is not necessarily Oculus Quest. So I do think to myself, at what point, especially after this Christmas, because if I was Oculus, I'll be sitting there thinking, is it such a big deal to not leave this as a brand of its own building? You know, for me, Oculus, even the symbol represents VR in some way.
Yeah.
So
Absolutely.
yeah, but
It's weird.
No, you're absolutely right. And when you watch all these clips of all these people opening up their Christmas presents, they're not saying I got a Quest or I got a Quest 2. They're saying I got an Oculus. I got an Oculus. I got an Oculus. They've put so much time and money into building this brand over the last 5 years, and it's just now starting to take hold. I feel like it would be absolutely foolish to walk away from all this capital that they've built up.
Yeah, it's weird.
Anyway,
Agreed.
we're getting down to the cream of the crop. One more quick mention before we get into the finals for the award. A bit of excitement on my part, anyway, for the next title from Truant Pixel, Runner. Runner looks really cool. It's
Yeah.
bringing back a lot of Road Rash vibes on top of all the obvious callbacks to Akira. I'm hoping that they get this right. This is a vast departure from what they've done before, 2MD football. But the promo material looks absolutely fabulous.
Yeah, looks cool.
It looks everything I love, to be honest. Like that cyberpunk anime thing. It looks incredible. And it is one of those games that I got so excited about with the trailer that I then reminded myself that, hold up, you do really need to play this. Like, this is going to be one of those games. Like, do you know what I'm saying? It's not a clear-cut win. But it looks like it could be, for me personally, a big win in VR.
Yeah.
It's all going to come down to the controls with this one, right? Like you're it's a fast-paced game. You're running, you're gunning. It's all about how you steer while you're shooting, in my opinion, with this. And hopefully they've got that down and locked in at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, the longer this game goes before it releases, the better off I feel about it. Because I was a little nervous they were going to try and push this thing out right away, especially for Christmas. And then when they said, no, not this year, next year, because you could, I saw gameplay, man. They could have tried to push something out. But the longer they go, the better I feel about it, man. It looks so good.
Yeah, these guys are pretty, like, they do talk to me and stuff. And, we spoke about this game. Because, to be fair, because American football doesn't really exist in this country, I just was never that excited about it. I would just actually be quite confused about how to play the game in the first place. So there's me, like, they did try and do like an American football team here, and I did try out for it, and I think they said I'd be like a quarterback or something. And that was as far as it ever went. I don't know anything about the sport. And that's why when they've asked me to play the game, I'm like, it doesn't really make sense for me to play the game because I don't know anything about it apart from it looks really cool on TV. So it looks really cool on TV.
Yeah. I was big into football for a long time. You guys call it American football. We call it football. Anyway, football fan or no, one thing that you really can't deny with 2MD football is that they have supported that title. They have supported it for years, and they're still supporting it. And that's why I have a lot of confidence about this game, because even this is not a multiplayer like versus game. Even if this game isn't perfect when they launch it, I have no doubt that they're going to continue to improve upon it. And when they get it to the point that it is perfect, then we're going to start to see DLC for it. So I am excited about this. I think it's going to be super cool. My only worry is that ever since Lo-Fi, we've seen a bunch of these cyberpunk games, and I'm worried that there might be some fatigue with the genre. But I don't think this game has anything to worry about because it's so different in terms of gameplay.
Yeah, no one's really done a really good version of that genre, so I think they, hit it hard. I say that's good, for me anyway.
Yep. All right, so we come up to the top three here, GT, and when we were voting last night on who should win these awards, it came down to a three-way tie. We each had a different game that we were the most excited for. So we're going to let you be the tiebreaker, or what you might do is come up with a fourth game that you're the most excited for, and then we'll just have a four-way tie. But first of all, we had Roots, and Roots is extremely excited for, as are the other two of us here. Vertigo 2. When they launched this specific promo a few weeks back, I was initially confused because this is so different looking than anything we've seen from prior footage of Vertigo 2. But come to find out, this is just a level. This level looks bigger than most, or a lot anyway. A lot of VR games aren't as big and as expansive as this one level of this game is. And when I found that out, now all of a sudden my hype level's through the roof on this thing. Like, what a journey Vertigo 2 must be.
Yeah, dude. Zach Brown, right? That's his name.
Yeah, Zach T. I
Yeah.
don't know how to pronounce his middle name, but it's Zach T. Brown.
Yeah, he's a
gonna be-
prodigy. He's part of why I get so excited. And it was cool that he took interest in that trailer, and I thought it was pretty cool.
Yeah,
Did
so
you
I'm a
even-
fan. I'm a fan of the game, and the remastered was absolutely incredible. So my hype for this game is absolutely huge.
What did you think about this trailer and this level specifically? Because this is completely a left turn from all the prior footage, even the demo that they put out. This is nothing like any of that.
I just think this guy's going to be one of those massive star developers as he goes. You know, he's going to get such a big name in the community that didn't he work for Valve as well?
Yeah, he did some like intern work when he was in school with Valve.
He
There's
did,
gonna be-
he did all the handwork for Half-Life Alex. That's where he really cut his teeth, and that's why he's so good with a lot of this stuff.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I think this guy's going to be like a force to himself. You know, people are going to be like, "What? Zach Brown made this game?" Do you know what I'm saying? As at the moment, he's Zach Brown, who's made Vertigo. It's going to be a flip. That just anything he works on, possibly in the future, if this game delivers, will just be huge hype. You know, and fair play to him because I don't think I played the original Vertigo because isn't there a demo for Vertigo 2? Isn't there?
Yes.
Or is there a demo? Yeah.
Yeah.
So I played the demo. I thought it was good. Like I really enjoyed it. And then I played the remaster, and I was like, this game is actually incredible. Like this is an amazing game. So yeah, and then I got very excited for this.
Remastered was really good. And I owned it. Bought the Vertigo 1, didn't even know it. Got the remaster for free, and that was cool. So
That is sweet.
What really blows me away about this guy and all of the worlds that he creates here is just how different and unique it all is. We're constantly looking for something that hasn't been done before, and pretty much everything this dude does has his own spin, his own flavor, and has a certain weirdness to it that I absolutely love. And yeah, I'm super hyped for this and anything else that this guy works on in the future. I think that if I were Meta or Sony or Valve, I would be throwing money at this guy right now. Not even to like hire him as an employee, but just to produce whatever this guy wants to work on. Put yourself a team together, son. Let's make some money together. That's what I would be saying if I were these guys.
Yeah.
Give him all the support he needs to make it as easy as possible.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right. Then we come to my most highly anticipated release of the next year. And I don't think we're going to have a very much longer to wait on it. And that is Lo-Fi. This is the spiritual successor to Technolust, which I loved. And I don't know, man. There's something about this environment, this world, the vibe of it that just makes me want to spend time here. And while I would be lying if I said that I wasn't somewhat concerned with the direction of the content, like I'm a little concerned that there isn't going to be something that kind of pulls me through and enough stuff to do, a month after I've been playing the game, right? That keeps me engaged with it. Just the highly detailed world, the vibe, the beauty of it, and just the kind of, I mean, the developer of this game, Blair Renaud, he kind of embodies that anti-establishment attitude that you need to make a game like this. So, as many clones as there may be, I feel like almost that this is the only true legitimate, cyberpunk game in VR in this day and age that really accentuates the punk aspects of cyberpunk. I can't wait. Like I played the very earliest builds of this game before the Kickstarter. But ever since he launched the Kickstarter and started doing updates to the game, I have not been back in since. I do not want to ruin this for myself. I won't go in it until it's completely finished, and I can't wait until that day because this is just amazing looking to me.
Yeah, I agree.
Anyone else hyped for Lo-Fi?
Yeah, so oh man. So like I don't know if you know, like a long time ago, I think I was one of the first smaller channels to show this game, and I was amazed by it. Again, it was a bit like when we're talking about Runner. It was one of those games I was like, wow, this is actually delivering everything I'm excited for. Just when your car parked and the bikes come flying by and you jump out and you've got like the steam and this cold sensation, the environment, even though nothing's really going on, even back then, it just amazed me. Going into the nightclub with the music and the giant hologram, again, it feels like a real memory. It's actually the guy himself, unfortunately, on social media that caused me some problems. And you know, like he's done some verbal attacks on people, and a couple of times I pulled him up on it privately. And one of them he sort of backed down on, which was like, you know, he got the ump about people all making the same video. I actually worked quite hard for him. I never got any thanks for it. He wasn't particularly even addressed it. And funny enough, someone on Reddit even said, like, this GT guy, he put in loads of effort trying to get you support. And I think he just thinks videos and YouTubers aren't important. And that's fine. Like, that's really got nothing to do with the game. But what he did for me as a person is someone who just wanted to support the game, and just seeing him slam my friends and basically make it look like everything we do is unimportant has killed it a bit for me. You know, and that's just the unfortunate side of the bullshit thing that I'm doing as a content creator. It's just been hard to watch it because I was so excited for this. And I basically messaged him. I said, look, dude, can you do like a lo-fi Twitter account? Just separate yourself from the game a little bit, you know, like in that, just on social media. You know, if you're angry about biscuits not cooking, or, you know, you want to kick the shit out of someone, just put that there and just leave the beauty of lo-fi here and just keep the updates coming on. And he was like, he got really offended, I think, or someone did, and it all got out of thing. So it is unfortunate. And I'm excited for the game, and I really hope it does well, but I don't know whether I'll be featuring it anymore, unfortunately.
Yeah, we've had quite a bit of interaction, or I have anyway, with Blair myself, and I can't say refute anything that you've said there. He can be a prickly guy, and sometimes it comes off like he has zero respect for people like us and what we do. But I've also seen him the opposite side of the coin with him. Other days, he seems like a perfectly well-adjusted guy who is friendly, and he's given us access, you know, to everything we've ever asked for from the guy. And then we've had arguments with him, like, and he's had this kind of attitude, like, who are you to tell me what to do with my game? Because you're not a developer and I am. And like, well, I'm only a dude that plays every game that comes out and has, you know, thousands of hours in VR. I do know a little bit about what I'm talking about here. So yeah, I've had a lot of these interactions with him. Myself, we were mad at him for a long time because of some of the things he said to us early on. But you know, water under the bridge, the guy continues to you know, give us the access we asked for, and is friendly and respectful most of the time. But yeah, he's a bit of a prickly guy on social media. I've seen him. It's like it seems like sometimes he tries to be the contrarian, not only with content creators, but with VR in general. Like, so many
Yeah.
years he was complaining about how VR wasn't big enough, about how devs were starving just to try to make VR games. Now Quest comes along, and every bit of positive
Yeah, he tries to
press,
stamp on. Yeah.
yeah, he has to shoot it down. And
I just think
like,
it is that flippant thing like that Jekyll and Hyde that I don't really deal with that very well. My dad was a Jekyll and Hyde when I grew up, and it was a horrible thing to deal with. Like, you think you know someone, but they can actually be
yeah,
different people all the time. And I just haven't got any time for that. I've got no, do you know what I mean? Like, control yourself,
yeah,
be normal, do what you got to do, or don't do
I
it.
do.
And yeah, I just haven't got time for that. And it's a shame because, like, when I watch this trailer again, and you go through Flynn's arcade, and it's all dusty, and you got the cyber wolf with you, and the flying DeLorean, like, it's almost like, God damn it, man, why have you got to be like this when you're making something that I'm so excited for? And you know, it's an awkward situation. But regardless of my personal thing and this Twitter crap, I would definitely say if you're excited for a PCVR game, and I really hope that he's working really hard on making this game an actual game experience, not just a beautiful tech demo, that you're going to get in there and you're going to have things to shoot with that amazing gun, and there are going to be other people to talk to, and there is going to be things to do, because I haven't seen any of that myself yet, or enough to. There's not enough in there for me to say it's a game yet. It does seem just a very beautiful tech demo. If it delivers on that front, I think it's going to be a huge game for VR in the future. I really do.
Yeah, I think that that's the one real concern with this game is that when you have a beautiful, detailed world like this, then there's two ways that you can go about giving people something to do in it. One, you can give them like Technolust, an overarching story campaign for them to play through. And while I'm sure that there's going to be a lot of side quests and things to do, I'm not so sure that those are going to quite link together into a campaign per se. The other route you could go with it, and honestly, this might be the preferable route to go with it, is you make it a multiplayer hub. You make it someplace where you can go hang out with your friends. There's lots of, lots of isolated different things that you can go do with your friends, and make it a place where people want to go live and spend time with other people. I have mentioned that to him in the past, and he never really seemed too keen on it because of cost. Like that's something, running servers and putting that kind of development in is something that costs a lot of money. And he is pretty much a lone guy who's outsourcing certain aspects of the development. But
Did you guys play Technolust?
I played through it. I
guys...
loved it. Yeah.
Do you know what? I couldn't get out of the first room. And I went online, and there was lots of people who had the same problem. There was like apparently this scanner thing that you got put something into, and I was thinking, yeah, it took me forever, and I was just like, in the end, I never got past it, and I never bothered playing it, unfortunately. But that looked really good. I was just really, and that sort of concerned me about this game a little bit, because I think you might be so headstrong that you think everyone will understand what to do because you understand what to do, and that's
dude, you just nailed it. The first really run-in that we had with him was after I finished Technolust. We thought we'd give him a little bit of advice on things he might want to avoid with lo-fi to make it more of a modern VR game with interactions and things like that. And he would just seem so offended that we would even presume to give him any kind of feedback. That he got very insulting with some of the things he said, and we were mad at him for a long time. But like I said, we kind of water under the bridge and got past it. But yeah, I understand that dude is a handful to deal with sometimes.
Cool.
All right. Last but not least, a game that we're all super excited for, coming off probably the most impressive demo that I played this year, maybe ever. Hubris. Coming off of the Rhythm of the Universe debacle, I was jaded with this, super pretty promo material and how it might translate into a game, because obviously they weren't able to pull it off. Well, when I played the Hubris demo, they passed with flying colors. This is one of the most, if not the most beautiful world I've ever seen in VR. And all of that production value and performance issues that you think that you would find in an early demo, none of it. It ran beautifully for me. Super impressed with Hubris, and I cannot wait to play more.
Yeah.
That's why this was my pick, man. I was just so blown away by this demo that freaked me out. I mean, when you come out of the water for that first time and you just look around and you get up on that rock and you look around, it gave you so many of those holy shit VR moments and you're right though, the gameplay, the swimming mechanics was some of the best I've ever done. The climbing, the jumping. This game, I just can't wait. I mean, I hope this game is as amazing as it looks, man. It looks awesome.
I nailed it.
Have you played it, Roots?
What's that?
Has Roots played it?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I thought it was absolutely brilliant. It could have just been. It felt like a really amazing gameplay trailer that you're in. It was exceptionally good. There was gameplay elements in it, which was really pleasing. And yes, I can absolutely see why it's on this list because, yeah, it was brilliant. It was really good.
Yeah, I feel like they kind of nailed everything. They nailed the gameplay. They nailed the production value. I mean, there was a couple of small bugs with it, but it was nothing game breaking. Like if it's just stuff like that that it launches with, those are the only kinds of issues that I run into, then it'll be a must buy. Really, at this point, my only concern with it is how long is it going to be? Is it going to be an hour, 2 hours, or is it going to be a full fledged campaign? I hope it's the latter.
Oh, how long? What's the release date, or do they have one? It said fall of 2021, which clearly we've passed. I'm assuming they delayed it, which I mean, with as good as this is, that's actually for me a good sign because they're even polishing it even more, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, and I think that originally they were slating this as a PlayStation VR title. I think that it would probably behoove them to wait until the next PSVR comes out because I don't see any way in hell that this translates onto PS4 Slim at all.
No
no.
way.
Anyway, that I think that's our list. GT, what is your most highly anticipated game of 2022? And it could be one that we've listed. It could be one that we haven't. I'd be interested to know.
I would like to add one to the list,
Okay.
and
Nice.
and it isn't actually my I think my ultimate hype game of the year of what's coming is still San Andreas. That is my vote. But Cities VR from Fast Travel,
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think that's going to be bloody good. Like I think that's going to be like, wow, this game is impressive. I really do. I think it's going to be because they've obviously been honing their skills for a very long time. It's a known IP. I think it's kind of the game for some reason, no one's quite talking about it, but they should be. It's going to be quite a big game for VR. You know?
Yeah, well, we actually had Andreas on our channel last week or the week before
Yeah, I
talking
saw.
about
On
Cities
location.
VR, and he said that the response has been massive, like way more than they had ever anticipated through the Oculus blog and the Oculus YouTube page. I actually added Cities VR onto this list after we got done meeting last night, and then I removed it again today because I didn't want to be on here for 3 hours with you and make you late.
Yeah.
So much for that idea. But yeah, I'm excited for Cities VR as well. I think it's beautiful. I love the idea that you're going to be able to build something and then go into it and experience it from the ground level. Looking at the gameplay footage that they put in that trailer, I think it's amazing looking. This is a Quest game. This is a Quest 2 game. And that footage just looked amazing. And I can't wait to see what it looks like in the headset.
I seriously think as well, it's going to be one of those wow PC VR games. It's going to be that because Fast Travel are a very talented studio. Do you know what I'm saying? I was very lucky to meet some of them at Gamescom. They're lovely people as well, and they make wonderful games. For me personally, like I liked Wraith the Oblivion, but it didn't wow me. I enjoyed it, but it was just a bit slow paced for me. I think with my like of horror, and a lot of walking and stuff, trying to find things. I don't think it was necessarily my favorite horror game. But it didn't stop it being of high quality, and the B Haptics recent support made it really good. Like having no other game has done spine tingling before, but they've put B Haptics spine tingling in it. So when you're seen, that is a crazy sensation. Like I was like, that's really smart. That's really clever. So yeah, I've got real faith that Cities VR will be one of next year's massive wins for virtuality as a whole.
It's got such a big following outside of VR, so it's another game that's going to draw people into VR, right?
So I didn't know about the franchise. Andreas told me about Cities VR back in summer. I think it was. He hinted to me. He was on the VR link a long time ago, and he mentioned it. And I think he wanted me to be like, wow, but I was like, oh right, cool. That sounds great. So if he'd have said Sim City, I'd go, oh wow, that's amazing. But he said Cities VR. I was like, oh, yeah. And he was like, yeah, like you do this, you do that. And I was like, yeah, that's cool. And then I got finished talking to him and I searched it up and I was like, wow, that's actually a really established IP. And that's what VR needs, you know. That's why mods are so big, because you get in these games, they haven't got VR support, and people love them already. And as you said, they're going to go into the places they're making and just be in those cities. That's the difference, isn't it? You're not on a flat scale. You're actually going to be in there, looking up, looking around. Everything's going to be. I think it's going to be brilliant. I think it's going to be really good.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
GTA is my game of the year, like or
Yeah.
excitement thing of the year.
For the same reason, right? This is precisely what we talked to him about. You know, a lot of people say VR doesn't need new hardware. VR needs content. And I think what they really mean by that, because VR doesn't really need that much content. We have a large, vast library of something for everyone right now. I think what people really mean when they say VR needs content, VR needs known IPs to draw in new players. And when you talk about Cities VR, when you talk about Grand Theft Auto, that's what you're talking about. You're talking about system sellers. And yeah, I think that is hugely important for the next phase of VR as we move into the next year with all these new users and all these new headsets coming out. I think, again, this is a big reason why I think PlayStation 5 VR is going to be huge. I think we're going to get uh, mainstream franchises like we've never had them before in VR. And that's something to be excited about.
Does anyone here doubt that Xbox will
No,
get VR?
They
You'll bel-
they definitely will. They definitely will. And I don't know they'll do their own headset, but there certainly will be some kind of support on Xbox for maybe a WMR or an Oculus headset.
Right. Yeah, because
Yeah.
he's came out and said we're going to focus on the software. That doesn't mean he's not going to let they're not going to allow other headsets connect to their console. And so they'd be stupid not to, right?
Yeah, I mean, the people I talk to about Sony, they're always like, "Well, of course, Sony are going to make PlayStation VR because they practice with peripherals, you know, iToy, SingStar, you know, all these. I know they're just mics, but they push that to a whole new level. You know, everyone I knew played SingStar at some point. Everyone I knew played the iToy. PlayStation VR didn't necessarily have that, unfortunately, because it lacked the social side. You know, not everyone is in a VR headset all at the same time in the same room. When someone's in VR, you're watching them enjoy themselves, and that's a bit different. But I think with Xbox, I just think it will happen, and I think it's going to be absolutely huge when it does. They've got some amazing IPs. Yeah,
Hellblade,
Hell-
Hellblade 2.
Anything for Bethesda. I mean, they own Bethesda now. They got a ton of stuff that they.
I know, that's crazy, isn't it? Like, that is stupidly impressive. Like,
Yeah, it would be smart for Oculus and Microsoft to get together because they've teamed up before on a few things. They just teamed up recently because Workrooms, Horizon Workrooms just made a huge deal with Microsoft Office. So they're actually coming together just to work on
Wow.
that. So don't tell me that they didn't go, hey, maybe this makes sense, in a different
They
part.
yeah, they've probably got a working headset. Like, and you got to remember, when I was going down the peripheral route of the conversation, is the Kinect. It's still, I think, in the Guinness records as the fastest selling piece of hardware or something, future or tech hardware ever. Like, they've dabbled in that. When I bought my mattress for my bed, it was using a Kinect to measure things. Even now, like, that is impressive tech that eventually just never found a place in gaming. But they are there, and they will. I think they would do a headset eventually. Personally, that's how much I believe in where VR is going to go, and I hope that happens.
I would agree with that completely. And Microsoft, I mean, won't be the first time that they're late to the party, but they have a lot of money and a lot of resources, and they're very talented from a technical perspective. So I'm sure they'll catch up quickly.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely.
Anyway, I think that's going to wrap up our segment. GT, thank you once again for
Yeah.
hanging out with us. It's been a blast, as it always is. We never can just get in and then get out, can we? We all love the
Sorry.
tech so much. We just have to keep going on. It's not you, bro. I apologize to you. Like, this is what we do. We do this every time.
Well, thank God your
but-
schedule cleared up, or else we would have been screwed. There's no way we would have fit that in 45 minutes.
I know. I'm actually late already, so
Oh,
it's all
God.
good.
Anyway,
It's all good. Yeah.
on that note, I'm going to throw it back to future Wes, future Roots, future Eric, and they're going to give some games away. Guys, I heard that these future versions of us that have all these giveaway keys, I heard they think they're better than us.
You think you're better than me? You think you're better than
What?
me? What the hell,
Way
bro?
better than those guys. We
What the
dress
hell?
way better too. We're probably dressed way better now than they are then.
Yeah, future roots, go screw yourself, bro.
Dude, future
Anyway.
roots. I hope you have a shave. That'd be crazy.
Oh my god.
That'd be crazy.
Anyway, thanks again, GT. We'll talk to you next year.
Thank you. Stay safe, and thank you ever so much for inviting me. It's a real honor. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Appreciate it, man.
You're awesome, man.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations. Congratulations to all of you who have made it this far. Halftime, folks. It's halftime. But guess what? The second half is the better half. As we are coming closer and closer to the end, the award categories get better and better as we go. And guess what? No more garbage keys hidden in the pre-records. Now it's all good stuff from here on forward. So congrats to those of you who have made it this far. Now we're getting into the good part of the show, right? The meat and taters of it, as they like to call it around here.
We did it!
We did it.
I'm excited, man. I can't believe it. Look at Oprah. She's still holding that note. She is. I mean,
Happy.
yeah, dude. She should have actually became a singer instead of an actress.
Yeah. Did you hear
You
the
gotta
shit
put some.
talk? Did you hear the shit talk that we were saying about ourselves?
I know, dude. Those fuckers, man. You know what? Past Roots can go screw himself. You know, I think this is what I say. You think you're better than me? You think you're better than me, bro?
I know. I think he is.
Yeah.
EV
Sure.
Man versus Guest says, "Holy shit, this is just halftime, bro. This is how we roll. This is how we roll. It's New Year's, bro. It's a new year. We got to kick it in right."
Yeah, this
Yeah.
is the new year, and it is we got a lot. I mean, as a matter of fact, we're giving away a game right here. This is the game giveaway central.
Yep, giving away a game right now, and I know a lot of you were jealous when we gave away to Ben F. First thing right off the bat, Ben F. won a copy of Everslot when we were waiting to go live. Well, guess what, friends? Now is your opportunity to win a copy of Everslot as two. We got two of them for the chat
Ooh.
and one for the second chance giveaway. So three
Wow.
three altogether, two to the chat right now, one for the second chance giveaway. Again, hashtag giveaway Everslot. Make sure you subscribed, and then you might win.
You know, and people need to
Uh,
keep this in mind as well. Like Wes said, with the exception of Masher's generous Room VR key, these are all developer donated. So that these developers are the ones that are giving you these keys. They're the cool ones. We're just like the emissaries helping it happen. So you know what I mean? Giving away 5 keys. They gave us 5 keys apparently to give to the community, and that's amazing. Or is it 4?
Absolutely. No, it was 5. It was
Okay,
5.
yeah.
You are correct, sir.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Some of them were hidden, or I think maybe one of them was hidden. One of them we gave away to the pre-chat, and now we've got 3 to give away here. So, yeah, hope you guys are pumped for this. It's a great game, and I'm going to type a question into the chat machine here. First 2 that answer win the keys. Nibelheim says, "I've heard the room planning to give that one away."
Oh,
And Josh is back.
Oh,
by the way,
is Josh you
Sherman is
back?
checking back in with us.
Well, you know what?
hey, Josh, what's
is
up?
back.
Look, he's been a good sport this whole time. Josh Herman, you got yourself the Room VR. Okay, you're in.
Boom!
You did it, Josh!
Wow, Mash, you're awesome. Mash is doing that out of his own. I guess you got some extra codes, right? Isn't that cool? How Oculus is giving free cash for like recommending or I guess money for the store, right? Recommending the Quest.
Yeah.
Yeah, my daughter got a
So-
Quest for Christmas, so I got a little. I gave myself credit.
And now you're going to benefit,
So
Josh.
basically, our friend Eric here has bought 2 copies of the Room VR today, just so that Josh Herman can get one. So, congratulations, Josh.
Yeah.
My co-host and friend is a great dude.
Absolutely, and I'll just say this: there's a 99.999% chance we're not giving away a third one, just in case anybody asks. I think that might be the last one, probably.
I can see the next
You know
one.
what I'd really
So
love
no
for
room
Christmas,
VR
Eric?
game? Yeah. So you're saying no more room VR games. Are you sure?
Yeah, and Josh, we are for real. We wouldn't joke. We joke about a lot of things, but if we told you you're getting a copy, you're getting a copy, bro. As a matter of fact, I'll bring Oprah back just to let you know, because when you see her, that means you get a key, and you get a key, and Josh, you get a key.
You get a key.
Yeah.
Enjoy. It's an awesome game. If you were gonna have a game that you really, really wanted to get, and you've been like, I want this game all night long,
Yep.
it was a good game to pick.
Absolutely.
But now we have Everslot to give away.
Every slot. 2 of them.
I think I saw Todd in the chat go.
Sim.
He was like,
and
I'm gonna go play.
Techno glitch.
Techno glitch.
Nice.
There we go. So congratulations, Sim. Congratulations, Techno Glitch. You two have legitimately won one of the best games we have to give away today. That game is awesome.
It wouldn't feel right if I didn't see Tech win something. You always bitch, Tech, but you win so much, bro. You're a very lucky person. And you're a very lucky person because your girlfriend's amazing. She's one of we have the coolest cast of girlfriends / wives in the community. I just want to say that. I'll throw that out there right now. Best.
100%.
I will say this: Techno Glitch can't win from the chat anymore, but you know who can? His lovely lady can.
Oh, that's right.
So I'll be putting her to work, or at least logging into her account, bro. All right, congratulations, you two. If you are watching this after the fact or watching it live and would like your name to be put in the hat to win a copy of Everslot, all you got to do is leave a comment down below after the show that says #giveaway Everslot. Make sure you're subscribed. And when we go back on the air next week, we are going to select winners. So congrats, guys. But those of you who didn't win, stay tuned. We got much more to come. But before we do that, let's get into some more awards, guys. Some more of these awesome Virtual Strangers style awards, like the Fish in a Barrel award. It's the Fish in a Barrel award, guys. It's for the best casual puzzle game, not the hard ones, the easy ones, the ones like Roots likes.
I'll tell you what, those are the best ones.
Yeah, that's what I hear. That's what I hear. There was a lot of good casual puzzle games that came out this year. We already spoke about Mare. That was super casual, uber casual, a little too casual in my opinion, but a super cool world to visit nonetheless. Puzzle Bobble, one that I didn't play, but one that people do like. I mean, you talk about retro nostalgia. How about Bubble Bobble in VR, Roots? For some of that?
Bubble Bobble, bro. I've never played it in my life, but I'll tell you what, it's right on par with all the Servios's amazing titles. Apparently people love that game. I just don't get it because I've never played it. And it's amazing, I guess.
Archangel asked, is that Muddy Mud Skipper? Yeah, it looks like Muddy the Mud Skipper, doesn't it?
Oh, I love Muddy Mud Skipper.
Who the hell's Muddy the Mud Skipper?
You don't remember, dude? Ren and Stimpy?
No.
Right? Wasn't that Ren and Stimpy?
That was Ren and Stimpy, absolutely.
Yeah. It's Muddy Mud Skipper, it's mud. Oh.
Mud Skipper, it's muddy. Mud.
Skipper show. Yeah.
All right, Puzzling Places. Eric, people tell me that Puzzling Places is a good casual puzzler.
I guess it's not just puzzles, right? No, wait, I'm sorry. No, it is just puzzles.
It's just a puzzle, right? That's what I thought. The Secret of Retropolis. This one I can vouch for. This is an awesome casual puzzle game. It would probably be winning more awards if it were longer than 90 minutes. But it's cool for what it is. Hopefully these 3 dudes that made this game had enough success with it that they can afford to fund the sequel, which they tease with the story, and I will be down for on day one if they make it to market with it. It was really good.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, 100%. That was a great thing. Great game.
But if The Secret of Retropolis didn't win the Fish in a Barrel award for Best Casual Puzzler, who could it possibly be? Of course, anybody who knows. I Expect You to Die too. Does a lot of what the Secret of Retropolis does, and there's a lot more of it. So this was easily the best casual puzzler of the year. A step up, in my opinion, from the predecessor that it was based on. And I enjoyed this game. I like how the story elements unfold. I like how you're doing a little bit more than just puzzling in this one. I dug it. It wasn't very challenging from a puzzling perspective, but it was entertaining from a story perspective.
You know what the best thing about this is that they are going, you know, at least going from the first one. This is going to have a lot of DLC, I would imagine. They put out so much DLC for that first one, so this is going to get better, and it's definitely a good investment for sure.
Yeah, and it has Will Wheaton in it. So
who doesn't love Will Wheaton?
Will Wheaton. Wesley Crusher's the best.
Yeah, dude, he's my fave.
I love Will Wheaton. He's number one.
He is the win.
But no, you're right. This game isn't likely finished just yet. If it's anything like the first one, we'll have a few more chapters before Dr. Zor is finished with us.
Yeah, super cool.
Techno Glitch says, I think I won this one last year. Oh, you mean like the original, the OG? I Expect You to Die. There was a copy of that in one of those early videos. Hopefully somebody picked it up and found it. If not, you might want to go back and look for it.
Oh, there's a reason to go back and watch them.
Yeah.
Yep. Moving along, staying in the puzzle category, but going from the softcore puzzlers to the hardcore puzzlers, we come to the Cialis Award. The Cialis Award is for the hard puzzle games, the ones that are really, really hard. You know what I mean?
You know who else likes it when it's really, really hard?
My mom!
Oh, yeah, she does.
Yeah, she does. So is this guy right
And
here.
this
Guy apparently does too.
Oh, he's so happy. Look at him.
Yeah.
Anyway, best hardcore puzzler nominees: Floor Plan 2, which has a nice cartoony look to it and a nice lighthearted world to be in, but the puzzles in that game were no joke. That was quite challenging and enjoyable, actually. If you haven't tried Floor Plan 2, I highly recommend it. Right, The Eye of Atlantis. This game claimed to take pretty heavy inspiration from Myst, and you could tell that they were kind of going for that one, but this was very much its own game. A cool little puzzle adventure, although I did get stuck in it a few times. I enjoyed my time in it.
Yeah, me too.
Awesome story. I loved it, man.
And then there was Flow Weaver, which we talked about a little bit earlier. A very unique concept with the dimension jumping and hopping back and forth between flows. I loved it. Not too hard, not too soft, just right, just the way this dude likes it.
Yeah.
But I mean, anybody who hasn't had their head in the sand in 2021 already knows what the best puzzle game that came out this year was. It was the best puzzle game that came out ever. Myst came to PC VR this past year and really improved upon the earlier Quest version that came out last year. It's a masterpiece of a game. It's something that you can't just pick up casually and play. This is something that you have to dedicate time into. You have to take notes. You have to be very attentive and think. Most of all, you got to think. And yeah, kind of a no-brainer here, right?
Yeah, super cool.
Yeah. Think and read and read and read and read.
There's a little reading in there. I heard there was. You don't have to read it all at once, though, right? You just read a book at a time and get out all the info that you need.
Who doesn't love to read in VR?
You know what's cool about VR? They could have had somebody read it. You know, they could have had some really cool things going on. But I mean, they really wanted to stay true to form, right, for the OG. So they left it the way it was. But at least they added the picture thing, right, where you could take pictures.
Yeah, I think they redid some of the voice acting in it too. I think Silence said that you can choose to switch back and forth between the newer voice actors or the older ones.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. If I remember correctly, I could be pulling that completely out of my ass, but I seem to
No,
remember.
I think you're right. I
telling
think
me that.
they use the old files so they for the old voices and everything.
Yeah, that's cool.
Anyway, awesome title. That we do not have to give away. Sorry, we don't have any copies of Mist to give away this year, but we do have another awesome puzzler that we're going to give away right now. Actually, Floor Plan 2. We just talked about it a moment ago. Talk about improvement over the original. Floor Plan 2 is head and shoulders way above the original floor plan, and in size, scope, and quality. It's one of the better PCVR. I'm sorry, VR puzzle games that are out there. Period. Right now, in my opinion. And if you like puzzle games, get ready because we have one to give away to the chat. We have another one to give away in the second chance drawing. Hashtag giveaway floor plan 2. Subscribe, and your name will go in the hat.
Yeah. And if you,
guys, did you enjoy Floor Plan 2 like I did? I really thought this was a cool game.
I thought it was cool. And what I thought was cool is I really enjoyed the first one. And if you like the first one, this one was way better. And really, it's just the way that you kind of, I mean, it's easy, but it also has some thinking outside the box type of, things going on. I just really enjoy it.
Yeah, some really cool ideas too. I mean, the way you can grab things, reach things, grab things. They kind of take that I expect you to die kind of route where you can just stretch your arms out and grab stuff, which just makes everything super easy, right?
Yeah.
And this one has a cool inventory system. You get to like pull open your elastic pants and put stuff down in it. Pretty cool.
Ashes to Ashes says, "Oh, floor plan. I heard get foreskin too."
Well, that would make sense with the Cialis Award, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's why a lot of people are saying, "I want in. I want in." It's foreskin, bro. Who doesn't want? Well, never mind. I don't. But
yeah. If you Todd says he haven't tried the first floor plan, but this one looks really good. What do you guys think? Do you have to play the first one to play the second
absolutely not. The first floor plan is just cool. This one is even cooler, but they're completely separate in the sense that they just do different things. So you could walk right into this one and be right at home, Todd.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah, your kids would love it. Spedro UK says, my kids would love that. I guarantee your kids would love it. This is like totally, I mean, it's funny because I say it's geared towards kids, but it's really not in a sense because I really enjoy it. And it's got adult humor, but not, cringe adult humor. So it's both good for both.
Yeah.
Questions out there. First one to answer it wins the game.
Yeah, good luck.
Good luck, everybody.
Say next. Comes through with the answer.
Wow. That was quick.
Yeah.
Traveling
Man was right there too.
Congratulations, who say next? You got yourself a quality title here for your Oculus. I'm pretty sure this is an Oculus key. So
if you didn't win this, don't worry. Like Wes said, just put in the comments that you want this. I guess you put hashtag this, the name of this game, Floor Plan 2, and subscribe, and you're good, right?
Yep. Hashtag giveaway.
Oh, giveaway.
And
then Floor Plan
and then
2.
out in front of the hashtag, just list every game you want to enter for. Like you don't have to do a separate comment for each one of them. Just list them all, and we'll draw winners. I'd say probably just about everyone who enters is going to win something, because we have so many of them, right? Now I could be surprised over the course of the next week. We could get inundated, but typically, just about everybody wins whenever we do, one of these end of the year deals. So make sure that you're keeping track of the games that are up for grabs. Make sure that you leave your comment afterwards, and make sure that you're subscribed and ringing the bell so that you can join us next week when we congratulate the winners.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
All right. Then let's move on to the next award, which is a discussion award, another tough one to decide. So let's talk it out. The Lee Van Cleef Award for best first-person shooter campaign. A lot of guys, Roots, are Clint guys. Not me, bro. I'm all about some Lee Van Cleef.
Oh yeah, man, dude, he's badass. Look at him. I think he should
said-
grow. He should grow his beard out like me. He'd be a little bit more badass. But I don't know if that was quite the Western look at the time.
Be Wizard Van Cleef.
Yeah, Wizard Van Cleef. Oh my god, I want to see it.
So, everybody's friend 05-8 Death Bone Daddy says hashtag giveaway in Death Unchained in the chat, which is wrong on multiple levels. First of all, you do hashtag giveaway in the comments after the show, underneath the video in the comments, and it needs to be games that we actually are giving away, not in Death Unchained. But nice try, bro. Thanks. Lee Van Cleef, he says that he's not a real life tough guy, but he was just lucky that God blessed him with a pair of beady eyes. Anyway,
I love Ashes to Ashes. She is funny as hell, man. She has got great comments on everything. She said she heard Lee Van Cleef.
Hey, that's pretty close, right?
Oh man,
that's probably his real name. Van Cleef is just his stage name. Anyway, Lee Van Cleef Award for the best FPS campaign. There were a lot of good ones in VR this year, starting with PlayStation's VR. PlayStation VR's adaptation of Doom 3. We knew we were getting a Doom game. There were leaks and rumors about that weeks ahead of time. No one was expecting Doom 3 to come to PSVR. That one had been done by the modders already. So we were kind of expecting Doom Eternal. But what was cool at the end of the day, we got to play this great game with the aim controller, which is kind of the entire value of this game. And that's not a small thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think it makes the game, man. Having that aim controller just makes a complete difference in playing that game.
Right. And you know what Roots always says about how the modders push the companies to put these games out. This one actually kind of had both. It went both ways. So the modders did the game first, which forced Bethesda to commission an official version of it to be made. But after that happened, there were some things that the PSVR version did better than the mods. So Dr. Beef got right on that, bro, and upgraded the Quest 2 version of Doom 3 VR. So now we've got the developers and the modders pushing each other, which is a really cool situation, if you ask me.
Yeah, it's going to happen more and more as we go down the road, which is exciting. It's exciting for us as players, right?
Yeah.
Warmark says hashtag giveaway PS5 and 65-inch OLED TV.
I'm not buying that one.
No. Hey, Warmack just volunteered it. Thank you.
Nice, good job, buddy.
But Josh is here, bro. You got to buy it.
Sorry, Josh. You might want to go talk to mom and dad.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, for real. All right. Sim says it's giveaway in the comments, right? Anyway, Doom 3 PSVR, awesome FPS campaign that released for PSVR this year, as was Fracked, which might have been my favorite FPS campaign that I played all year. I absolutely love my time in Fracked. It was action-packed, literally from start to finish. So many different mechanics and cool things that were firsts in this game. And to say that there's a game hitting the PlayStation VR library in 2021 that's doing the first anything is quite an accomplishment. So well done to In Dreams. This is an awesome game.
Yeah, we've said it many times this whole conversation. If it had just been longer, it would have ran away with so many awards. Its length was its only thing. Bad downfall is that we wanted more, right? Which I guess you want to leave people with wanting more, right? So.
Well, it depends. It depends on who you ask. I'm sure if you ask the ladies in chat, that when they're upset with the length and they're left wanting more, that's never a good thing.
No.
Yeah, right. I guess if it was a piece of
It-
shit game and you didn't want any more, you know what I mean? At least that's a good game and you just, you know what I mean? I just want, it's so good that you just want to, yeah, I want to have double the length. I want to have a 6-hour game.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure, dude. Like that's the whole shame here in this is that it's so good that everyone wants more. And if this were something that Sony was thinking about commissioning a sequel of, then absolutely. But I think if they were going to do that, they'd be supporting it with DLC and things like that. And they're just not. I've asked the developer about it, and unless they've changed their mind in recent months, this is a finished product in every way, and that'll be the last we see of it.
Yep.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, it's a shame. It really is.
But sometimes games come back from the dead, and case in point, Resident Evil 4, which launched this past year on the Oculus Quest just a few months ago, probably maybe the most significant VR release to date. It's right up there with Half-Life Alyx. The snowball of popularity that this started with Oculus Quest leading into the Christmas season this year was monumental and a significant thing for the history of the VR platform. Beyond that, this is an awesome campaign, and this is a game that whenever I'm sitting around and I want to play VR and I can't figure out what I want to play, this is what I go to. And the reason why is my thinking is always the same. Like Resident Evil 4, that's a good game. I know no matter what mood I'm in, I'm going to have fun playing that. So that's kind of the reason why I always go back to it, is because it's just so good. And I know that no matter what mood I'm in, or what kind of day it's been, Resident Evil 4 is a good time every time. And yeah, it's just an awesome game.
You know who else is always a good time, no matter what, how bad their day was or what mood they're in?
My mom!
Which is cool about her, you know. And apparently, according to the chat, she likes double the length as well.
She absolutely does. There's no question about that.
Yeah, this game is amazing, and like you said, it's always a good time.
Dude, you can shoot a bass with your gun and put it in your suitcase.
Yeah, who doesn't
It's
want
a
to shoot a
war game.
bass? That's true. It is a war game. You know, that's one of the reasons why I was a little let down with Medal of Honor. There was no bass in the suitcase. Oh.
Yeah.
Can't fish with a gun in Medal of Honor, bro.
Nah, that's true.
All right. Come on.
And that sequence on the when you're in the boat with the harpoon gun, intense,
Yeah,
dude. Like you find out that you've been making mistakes all this time killing those bass because you find their daddy and he's not too happy about it.
Ooh, I
Big
bet.
Daddy Bass.
Yeah.
Just love this game.
Anyway.
Man. This game could have went wrong in so many ways, and they just did it right, man. They did it right. Thank God.
Yeah, and you're somebody that, you know, this is one of your favorite games. You played through it several times, and you were looking forward to playing it. So if anybody was going to be disappointed in the port, because you were going to be critical if it was bad, and you know, it's not. So
Yeah. No, it was great. I loved it. And any of the little stuff that people, you know, didn't like with the cutscenes and stuff, it quickly melted away from me once I was in the game. I didn't even notice it anymore. Once you turn off a couple of things that they let you turn off, it's gone. And I never even think about it in the game anymore.
yeah.
Yeah, on the rare occasions that it comes up, it's actually a kind of a nice little 2 to 3 second break for you anyway, breaking the action for you to catch your breath, do whatever you need to do in real life. So yeah.
Yep.
Speaking of Medal of Honor VR, we would be remiss if we didn't mention that in best FPS campaigns of the year. They really did some magic with this one, bringing it over to Quest. I still can't believe the level of quality that this port carried over with it to the standalone unit. It's really a remarkable achievement from a technical standpoint.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things people don't talk about with this game enough, apparently from what Technoglitch says, is the multiplayer, right? Which is what we're looking at the trailer here. We should get into this and check it out, because the maps, I love the maps in the game. I love the guns. Why would I not like the multiplayer, especially when people are saying it's good?
Yeah, the guns were the best in this game. Like, I spent a lot of time playing with those guns in the target areas and practice areas of this game. Yeah, honestly, this game would probably be winning more awards had we played deeper into it, which I have a significant amount of time in it. But you can't finish them all, and this is a pretty epic length title. I'm glad I own it, but not the winner.
Yeah.
Close.
The winner I did finish, and I absolutely loved it, every second of it from start to finish. I've said it before. It's like when they made Sniper Elite VR, that they said, let's make a shooter game for Wes because it has everything that I want in a shooter game. It's story based. Even though it's linear, the maps are wide enough that you can really plan your route through it. And it's not all up in your face with the action. It can be if that's what you like, but you can also be a ghost and pick these guys off from a distance under the cover of sound and watch them drop one by one while they're unaware of what's going on around them. Beyond all of that, this ain't no 4-hour VR shooter campaign. This is a long game. Like it just kept going and kept going and kept going. I thought I had this game beat 3 times before I actually beat it. And yeah, I can't rave enough about it. This is one of my favorite titles of the year and a deserving winner of the Lee Van Cleef Award.
It's badass, like Lee is.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
100%. I think you can actually shoot his gun in this too with that pump action
Ooh.
rifle that they've got.
Yeah. Yeah. Even everything about this game. I mean, you can talk about the X-ray shots. I mean, that's amazing. You can talk about the sound and how you have to cover your shots with the, with having like planes fly overhead, and they just did it right, man. They did it right.
Legit AAA VR game. Beautiful on every platform, especially beautiful on the Quest. Like one of the better looking games on the Quest. Not very much of a downgrade at all from the PC version.
Keith Valdez says you guys are still on. Oh my god, we haven't even got to the first Brian Paul segment, which is amazing, by the way. You don't want to miss it. Definitely stick around. It's gonna be coming up soon.
Hell
Yep,
yeah.
absolutely. Yeah, we're just getting started, bro. We're you know how we do. It's a 2021 show, man. It's a celebration, bitches. All right. Anyway, let's move on. Congratulations, Sniper Elite, for being one of the best games that I played this year. All right, we move on to the Tony Kuritzis Award, the Tony Kuritzis Award for best multiplayer FPS. Roots, last year people got mad at me for calling it the Columbine Award, so we had to change it over to something a little bit older, so it wasn't so soon. We brought it back to Tony Kuritzis in the late 60s, and I love this guy.
Everybody hates Tony. Oh, you love him. No. You know what's funny is that I was looking at the as I was going through, I came across the old scene for the last year's Columbine, and I might have been the picture. I don't know. I know that it is too soon, and people get weirded out. But I mean, he does look a little creepy. He looks like he deserves a shotgun to his neck. I don't know. Well, who is he? Who is Tony Kuritzis?
I will just say this: Google it and watch a documentary. You're not going to believe this guy. This guy has balls, unlike any balls that we see on people. We need more people like Tony Kuritzis in today's world, and I'm sure that if we have more people like that guy, then we wouldn't have to deal with all the BS that we have to deal with in our everyday life.
I'm going to be doing that tonight. Tony, check him out.
Tony Kuritzis. What's it called? I'm trying to remember what the name of the movie they made about it was. I don't remember. Anyway, it's cool. Check it out.
Cool.
Anyway, Tony Kuritzis Award for Best Multiplayer FPS Game. The nominations were as follows: Larcenauts from Impulse Gear, their Overwatch for VR, a popular title, solid title. Alvo, we talked about earlier, for Martin Pole, PSVR exclusive at the moment, coming to Quest. An actual fresh take on the military versus shooter. Pavlov Shack, everyone's favorite PCVR game, watered down just enough to make it work on the standalone headset. This is a really popular one because it's a beta, it's free, and tens of thousands of people in the lobby. So good on them. Medal of Honor, we were just talking about how people keep raving about the Medal of Honor Above and Beyond multiplayer now that it has launched on Oculus Quest. I have not checked it out, but as Root said, we heard it's pretty good.
Tech says it's not cross-platform. That's the
It
only
is
thing.
not cross-platform.
Yeah.
That's true. Anyways, the winner, who would possibly have won the best multiplayer first-person shooter award in 2021? Who could it possibly be?
Hell yeah.
Maybe After the Fall, the game that I've spent half the month of December playing. Yeah, that's right. This was a pretty easy one for us. It's the one that we're attached to, right? The one we can't stop playing. Kind of a no-brainer.
Yeah. Yeah. Amazing. Amazing game.
Yeah. I've got over 120 hours in it, man. I want to keep going. I'm ready to go right now.
Let's go.
Let's do it.
I would do it.
If this show, we can just put
I
on
would
the
do it, man.
recorded stuff. We
That's
could
it.
get in a good few runs, man, before we run out of Brian Paul.
Hell yeah.
You know?
Oh, that's true.
I think we could get through a master run in like Chinatown or something and in one segment.
Do a segment from the
Yeah.
from the
should.
game.
There we go. On
Yeah.
location style. 2022 show.
Yep,
on
next
location.
year. You heard it
100%.
here.
Hell yeah.
That'd be awesome though, dude. If we had guests and stuff and did the whole show from inside VR.
That would be
Hell,
cool. I don't know if we could do 10 hours. That would be crazy. I guess we could. You have your breaks, right?
Depends on what we're playing, right?
That's true.
Yeah.
Anyways, moving on to the next award, the Garrett Bobby Ferguson Award for the best leaderboard chaser. So this is one of those games that you just have to see your name above your friends so that they know once and for all that you're better than them.
You think you're better than me?
This is a common, easy to implement feature that VR devs kind of fall back on to try to add more content and replayability to their games. In some cases, it works. In other cases, it just seems like a tacked on feature. This award is for the games where it actually works. Garrett Bobby Ferguson, he's the master, by the way, in case you guys didn't know.
You can tell by the picture.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, Garrett Bobby Ferguson Award nominees are as follows: Star Wars Pinball, of course. I mean, if you're going to have a pinball in VR, you're going to have pinball leaderboards in VR.
Yeah.
Like, duh. Swarm, which, Swarm is one of those games like that the leaderboards just depressed me in because I felt like I was pretty good until I looked at them and realized that I wasn't.
They're doing stuff in there. Like I said, Drew, man, you have to do like special things to get your scores up. I don't know what they do, but it's crazy.
Yeah. And that's kind of the key with all of these games. Like every game has its like secret to unlocking how you point out for the leaderboard. I just haven't cracked Swarm yet. I don't know how to do it. I think it probably most of the time it has to do with accuracy and not spraying your bullets, only shooting when you have an enemy in your sights, not just holding the trigger down and killing everything. But I don't know, speculation. Anyway, Sniper Elite, a game you really don't think about leaderboards in, but they are absolutely there. Every shot you take in this game is assigned a point value based on the difficulty of the shot and the weapon that you're using. It's a really interesting thing that actually does lend replayability to the game. I could have fun just thinking about going back in here and starting to chase leaderboards. It sounds like a great idea. I love the game. I love playing through the campaign already, and the way that the levels unfold it's very arcade-ish, the way that they set up the scenes. So yeah, it's a very expertly designed game, and certainly deserves to be on this list.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
definitely.
People in the chat are saying that they're expecting little hands to stick out of my beard.
We should have done
How
that. Little doll hands.
how cool would that be, dude? Like it would freak me out if I saw that. That would be not. Did I just
Well,
tell you that?
maybe Halloween you could be Garrett Bobby Ferguson.
Oh
Get you
yeah,
some little like Barbie doll hands and stuff and stick out of there.
that'd be cool. That'd be cool.
Crashland. Everybody already knows that Crashland's on this list, but might be a little surprised to find out that it's not the winner. There was a game that was a little bit more scoreboard driven than even Crashland. Now, Crashland, it absolutely is the most addictive, best wave shooter that I've ever played. But I'm not playing it over and over again to chase the scoreboards so much as I am just out of frustration that I'm not progressing, right? That's more of a progression type of addiction for me. Although I'd be lying if I said that I didn't ever play for the leaderboards because I absolutely do. But there's another game that I absolutely play 100% for the leaderboards. It's a game that's designed all around that concept. And that game is Zombieland Headshot Fever. We talked about it earlier. A very unique concept here with the time mechanic and how it links up to consecutive headshots. You keep the headshot streak going, the clock stops moving, and the point totals go even higher. I got nice and hooked on this game for the period that I played it in, and it's just so well done from that one perspective as a leaderboard type game. They really just did a good job on that aspect of it.
Yeah, it was amazing.
And you know it's a leaderboard chaser when you can make one bad shot and you'll start your whole round over again, because that one shot will cost you enough time, because if you're streaking together these headshots, so every time you do that you get a multiplier of time that slows down, and if you blow that one shot it blows your whole run, and you hit the button and you hit retry and you start again from the beginning and you keep doing it until you beat your time. And that's the whole idea. You're just trying to beat times here and you're trying to shave seconds off of your time, and it's just so much fun.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, at the top of the leaderboards, it's literally fractions of a second that distinguishes the difference between first, second, third. I never made it to the top, but I got pretty close when I was playing this game. I'd be really interested actually to see what I could do with it if I had time to focus on it like those other guys do.
Yeah, some people in the chat are saying Beat Saber is a good leaderboard chaser. Mash, what do you think about that?
If you don't mind playing hot garbage, yeah. hot garbage leaderboards, yeah, sure. I'm in.
Yeah. Beat Saber would be a great nominee in 2019. Was that when it came out? 2018?
Yeah, dude, it comes out every year, man. Refresh.
Yeah, it's always coming out, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Lady Gaga pack, come on now.
Oh, yeah.
Coming out. Anyway, Zombieland's awesome. And to prove it, I am willing to give away 2 copies right now. One to the chat, one to the people watching this in the future, even though they do think that they're better than us.
You think you're better than me?
Oh, man.
Oprah. Yeah.
Look at her, man.
Oprah is excited. She really likes people winning. You know what I mean?
She's like, Zombieland.
Hussein X has a very good point. Zombieland is part of that fanatical bundle that's going on right now. So you can buy this game and a handful of others for not very much money at all. But these particular copies of this game came directly from XR Games. So shout out to those guys.
These are free.
Thank you for your generosity.
Those guys rock.
Yep.
Anyway, all right, I've already got the question. I'm going to put it in the chat. First one to answer it gets the game. This is Zombieland Headshot Fever for Oculus.
Nice. Well, Mark Coldwell says he missed a few hours, had a funeral today. Sorry to hear that. I hope everything's going okay. He's asking if everything's still going okay. Here, we're doing amazing, man. We're almost running on 7 hours, just over 7 hours. You're not sure how to tell if you won anything earlier tonight or not. Well, I mean, the only way you can win anything unless you're live here would be after the fact. And if you were here before, I don't think your name came up. But
Mark
Not yet.
Caldwell didn't win anything.
Not yet, Mark, but you're
but-
here just in time.
yeah, right now you could win something. Can you believe it?
Yeah, first one to answer this next question that I'm about to type into the chat will win a copy of Zombieland Headshot Fever.
Wait, Tech says Baywatch. Is that the answer?
No. Oh,
Okay.
damn it. Tech wins.
He already won.
so-
He can't win again. I'm not sure if he can win again the rest of this year.
Yeah,
might be
well,
out.
I'm surprised I didn't see La Aura log in by now. Tech.
No.
You know what I mean? You say she's not there, but I'm sure she could walk in any second and suddenly be talking, and then you would mysteriously be quiet.
Oh, you think they're the same person?
Well, I don't think they're the same person because I've heard her voice in real life.
was gonna say.
But I think that we would have no idea to tell. We couldn't tell. You know.
I thought maybe you thought he was catfishing himself.
Well, maybe he is. Maybe he's doing both voices.
He could be. He could be catfishing himself.
That's cool. I respect that, Tech.
Yeah. Well. If you can do
Techno glitch.
Oh shit.
You know.
All right.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, all right, the question's out there. Let's see who can answer it. Might not be as easy as you think, friends.
Good.
You know, I never looked at Techno Glitch's name like this, but he put it in a way that made me think. He said, Tech, no glitch.
That's
No
not the
glitch.
case.
Oh.
We know that's not the case. Tech all glitch.
Every glitch.
Yes, glitch. Tech, yes, glitch.
Tech yes glitch.
Joe S. throwing out stabs in the dark. No, Sim. No, that is not correct. This is not like like PSVR gamers would probably know this, but not your typical game.
You could type in into Google XR games, and I guarantee you could probably find out somebody.
Yeah.
You could definitely find out that way.
Yeah.
I'm going to give it to Joe H because he says Angry Birds, and it is an Angry Birds game, but there are two Angry Birds games, and one of them by XR and one of them that's not. But I'll take it. I'll take Angry Birds. It's actually Angry Birds, the movie Under Pressure.
Hmm.
Oh.
It's
Well,
a
Yeah,
couch
I
co-op
was
game.
gonna say Resolution did Isle of Pigs, so I was a little confused there for a minute. Wes.
No, this is a movie tie-in game, couch co-op game that was a PSVR exclusive.
I never
Nice.
tried it, but I'll tell you
Me
what,
neither.
I did try the one that Resolution Games did, and they nailed that game.
Yeah.
This is a completely different type of game. It's not like a typical Angry Birds game. It's you're playing as characters in this.
So I never saw the
It's like
movie
a-
either, so the movie tie-in would mean I'm sure there's people that watched it. And amazing.
You're on
right?
a submarine. You're like the captain of a submarine, and you're commanding your team, which are all like on-screen players to do various tasks.
Oh, that's interesting. Well, Oprah seems pretty
Yeah.
excited about it.
Yeah, congratulations,
Yeah,
Joe.
go for it.
You won Angry Birds Under Pressure. That's correct. So Joe H. See, I told you you'd win something, Joe, if you hung in there, right?
All right, Joe. Now go see if you can beat my score and Wes's score
Yep.
and Roots' score.
I don't know if I've got a score. I mean, I'm sure I've got a score up there. I just don't know how good it was. I guarantee Wes is going to be the top because he actually, I mean, even though he didn't play it as much as a lot of other people that were entered that contest, he actually did like really well in it and almost could have placed to continue on if you had just played a little bit longer, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was
out of all the content creators that they invited into that event, whatever you want to call it, competition, I placed fifth.
wow.
And I placed fifth by putting an hour of practice into each level. That's it. 1 hour into each level. I placed fifth overall in that thing. If I had tried at all, I would have kicked those dudes' ass.
I think you would have.
All the ones that beat me were just Twitch streamers. They weren't like YouTube guys. That's the reason why I stopped. Like I saw that I had beat all the YouTube guys I recognized on the thing, and I stopped. I thought I had it, but apparently I didn't.
I was combo Uzi and 357 guy. That was my combo. I
Mm.
like to use.
I'm a sharpshooter with a pistol. Like
or no, wasn't
I think I
wasn't
use revolver.
Yeah.
I prefer the
But then there-
M4A1. Oh, we're not
there
talking
are,
about Tarkov. Never mind.
I would use the revolver in the right hand to string headshots together,
Yeah, me too.
and then left hand with the shotgun, so that you can clean up. You don't have to be very accurate with that. You can shoot with the shotgun while you reload your other hand, and still like make your shots and not miss and stuff.
That's a
So
good point.
Yeah.
Joe H says he doesn't have PSVR, so you should give away the that experience, the Angry Birds experience, to somebody else. But
No.
people cleared up in that it's actually it's actually a Quest game and it's Zombieland. Is what you won.
Joe,
So you're
Joe,
good, bro.
you won an Oculus Quest copy of Zombieland.
You're
The
good, dude.
question was just it was a trivia question.
You're
Like,
good, bro.
you answered the question correctly, but the game you won is Zombieland for Oculus Quest.
Yeah.
Headshot fever.
It's a little bit better than the Angry Birds thing, in my opinion. Now, if we were talking about Resolution's version, I could argue one. I mean, that to me, I love that game.
Ooh.
So
Onikazi says Dan Reichert was in that creative
Oh.
competition.
wow,
Wow.
that's cool.
I have no idea who that is.
He's probably a Twitch streamer, maybe.
But Chi-Town D says Cheeky Breaky.
Chinatown.
Chinatown?
Anyway, congratulations, Joe. You won a Quest game called Zombieland. It's a good
Yeah.
one.
Good game.
And Hussein X is correct. It is a cross-buy title too, so it's on Rift as well.
Yeah.
I
Joe,
love
try the P90 357 combo.
Cheeky Breaky.
Cheeky Breaky.
Okay. All right, moving on to the 2-Hit Quit Award. This is the game. This is the game that promises the best 10 minutes of your life. The 2-Hit Quit Award. So these are VR games that are very good, but very short. Like the best content, but just not very much of it. The 2-Hit Quit Award, or otherwise known as the 2-Pump Chump Award. But I thought 2-Hit Quit sounded a little better.
I just love this guy, man.
Okay. Onikazi says that guy was on Giant Bomb, but now he's on Twitch solo. I don't know who Giant Bomb is. Maybe I should check it out.
Cool. I wanted to check out and see how my scores are against his. It's been a while since I've been in there.
Yeah.
They put new levels and shit in it since I've been in there too.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
They had
Wow.
a cool Halloween update. I didn't go in for Christmas time to see, but they had a cool Halloween update that I did that was pretty awesome. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's definitely a good game.
Yep.
Yeah.
That'd be a good one for us to do a community event around, right?
Yeah.
It's something that
Ooh.
a lot of people have. You can get it cheap on Fanatical.
That's true.
We could split stream it too.
Yeah.
like how you think.
Hussein Sack says
That's
that
pretty
picture is what we'll look like at the end of this broadcast. It's very possible. Very possible.
Yeah, it's likely actually. Anyway, 2-Hit Quit Award, the best 10 minutes of your life. First nominee, Traffic Jams. I don't know. I heard that was a short one. The patrons brought that one up and said it would be a good nominee. The Secret of Retropolis was a great game, but it was 90 minutes long. Exactly the perfect type of candidate we're talking about with this
Mhm.
award. These are games that if they were longer would be winning the other awards, but they're not, so we had to give them their own.
That's true.
Rhythm of the Universe, Ionia, Roots. If this game was longer, it'd be winning all kinds of awards, right?
Yeah, well, it'd definitely be winning something because it was good, at least on the PC version, story wise, right?
It's something.
Yeah, well,
It's
yeah,
something,
it's
all
good
right.
graphics. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was something. Something else.
Something.
But it was just crazy short. Like, I mean, that one wasn't even an hour long. So, yeah, definitely deserves in this category. After the Fall. Most people's biggest criticism of After the Fall is that there's just not much content in terms of campaign, if you're going to treat it like that type of a game. 5 20 to 30 minute levels, equals about 3 hours of gameplay altogether. If you're playing it like that, which absolutely no one is, but still.
I kind of get it.
Certainly f-
Like we play a lot of Back 4 Blood, right, Eric? And one of the coolest things that there's like so far we've played like 25 levels, and we've only made it for 20 to 25 levels, and we're through the third act. And you can see the fourth act, and you can only see one level, and we know that it's going to scroll over, and we have no idea how long this game's going to go. And so, like, if you're looking at it from a AAA perspective, you want like 20, 30 levels. And unfortunately, you know, this is 5 levels is the start, and I know they're going to add more, and maybe we get to 20 levels after a year. I don't know, but you know, it's definitely amazing. I mean, MASH is 120 hours, says everything.
120 hours in a game that people are saying is too short.
Yeah,
yeah, that's funny, right? It's funny. It's literally funny.
It is.
Anyway, there was another game that came out this year that fits this definition better than any other. Probably would be the game of the year if it were twice as long as it is. But unfortunately, Fracked is the winner of the 2 Hit Quit Award. Absolutely the best 10 minutes of your life. This is the best 3 hours of VR I've had this year. So,
yeah, that just would be better if it was double, like Eric said.
Yeah,
exactly.
If they're not going to do anything else with this game, I would love to see them release it on another platform at least, so other people can play it. Because there's a lot of people that haven't been able to play it, and it's so good. It's a shame that more people can't get to play it. So, yeah, I mean, if they're done with this game, it would be great if Sony would let them put it on a different platform. I'm sure Sony probably, I don't know if they own the rights to it, but I know they paid them to do the game. So, you know, we'll see. Maybe down the road they'll move it, because that sounds like the only way they're going to get anything else out of it is if they give it to another platform.
That's true. I don't expect that. I think anytime I've kind of questioned them in this line, it's always been, well, we kind of built this game for PlayStation. It was made for Move controllers. It was made for that tracking system. But yeah, I would love to see it come to other platforms as well. I'd like to see a lot. I'd like to see some skiing levels. At least if this thing was on PC, like the modders could get their hands on it, right? And maybe make some levels for us with the skiing thing.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, it'd be great.
You know, Sim says that they were glad that we got to the trailer because this guy was creeping them out. So I'm just bringing him back just for you, Sim, just so you could check him out one more time before we move on. Because he looks pretty messed up right now, I would say. Or he looks like maybe he just got a shot to the nuts. One of the two.
I think that maybe this is the other half of the picture with Oprah. So we saw her half over there, and this is the other half.
Oh, God.
Anyway, Fracked is awesome. I can't say it enough. It's pretty close to perfect for while it lasts. Just don't last very long.
Yeah,
Yep.
for sure.
Anyway, we move on to the next award, which is a discussion award, a very highly contested award, the Jumanji Award for the most immersive VR game. And man, did we have some good candidates. We had some immersive games come out this year, didn't we?
Yeah. Oh, man, we went back and forth so many times, right? It was like crazy how long it took.
Yeah.
This was a tough one to call.
Yeah, I wish people could see what we have to do. We don't just like grab a thing and go, okay, you pick this one, I'll pick the next one. We really put a lot of thought, a lot of time, and it's good back and forth between all of us on, because we all have what we like and what we don't like, or what we, points of one game that we really liked. So when we had these discussion points, it was because we really, really got into it with each other about what we thought was the best for this category, and we put a lot of thought and effort into them.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it was exactly.
So we have a process. Yeah, we have a process that we go through, and it's not quick sometimes, especially when we come to awards like this and with so many good candidates. You know, the reason we do so many awards is because we want to recognize all the games that deserve it. But we don't just specifically make categories for awards. We go through the motions, we do the math, and the answer is whatever it comes out to be. And unfortunately, even having 50 some odd awards, there are games that are going to get left out with no awards that absolutely deserve to be recognized. So it is what it is. Maybe we'll do 60 awards next year. Anyway, who are the finalists for the most immersive VR game of the year? Well, Wraith the Oblivion Afterlife for one, super highly immersive game with its use of audio. You know, it really drives home the idea that you're in another realm, that you're not alive, that you're not part of the living any longer. Now you're in this kind of unknown space that looks a lot like our own, but is vastly different. Super highly detailed mansion that you get to explore in this one. And again, it was an interesting art style. Like, it wasn't photo real, but it was highly detailed in certain areas. It was highly stylistic, and I don't know. I just thought it was really good and very immersive.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, for sure.
Hitman 3 VR. I mean, what is there to say here? This is a AAA VR title. It's just as good in VR as it is outside of VR. Only you're in the game. Production values off the chart. Levels full of people who aren't just stupid, mindless AI. That's kind of the biggest thing with me in this game, is that the characters seem like real people in this game, and that is a big plus, especially when there are hundreds of them all around you.
Yeah, they're having conversations in different places. You can overhear, you can stop, you can listen, you can kill anybody and shove them in different places, and I like that about the AI as well. They react very well.
Yeah.
Like killing
them. One of my most highly anticipated titles of 2022, Eric, Hitman 3 VR.
Man, I can't wait to be able to do this with touch controllers now. I mean, it took me away from going back to play it in PlayStation, because I'm like, you know what? I don't want to do it now with a gamepad. I want to go play it and do it, with touch controllers. So,
Feel at all bitter that you invested all that money into a version of it that you're not even going to play?
Nah, I'll play it a lot. I mean, I played a little bit. I played it enough to sink my teeth in, to know I wanted more. And then just when I was definitely going to go back into it, as soon as we got a little break, which we did. But as soon as we got, the break, they announced that they were coming out on PC. So,
I'm hopeful that that they update it for the next PlayStation
Yeah.
VR. So
yeah,
that becomes the definitive edition of it, when it's all said and done.
Yeah.
with the orbs. Yeah.
Anyway, not the winner. As immersive as it was, it could have easily been the winner, but it wasn't. This is not what we chose. We had other games to consider, like Lone Echo 2, which, I mean, we've already talked a lot about just how immersive this game is. It's completely photo real. The sound matches the visuals in it. The scale is perfect. The characters have personality. I mean, yeah, I mean, this is highly, highly immersive games. One of the most immersive games I've ever played.
Yeah. When you care about the characters, you're immersed, and that's what this is all about. I mean, it draws you into the characters in here, and the relationship they have, and you really get invested in it, and that's immersion. So yeah.
Yeah.
Eye of the Temple, immersive for a different reason, right? This kind of it lessens the interface between you and the machine, and allows you to use your natural body movement to move around inside the game world. That by definition is immersive. It's highly immersive, and again, we don't have other games that are doing what this game does. It's a special title, and the reason it's special is because it's so immersive.
Yeah, because if you're, I would challenge somebody to record yourself playing this, and you're gonna think, man, I went all over the place, and all you did was step this way, step that way, turn around. It does a really good job of tricking you into feeling like you're moving around in this environment, just by the natures of the turns, right? And that is immersive in and of itself, and no joysticks, none of that. This would be almost perfect for move controllers, right? You almost don't need to worry about joysticks for this game.
If they had this on Quest, you wouldn't need it, because really all you're using the controllers for is hand tracking. And if you were on Quest, they could just track your hands, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
man, I hope this game gets ported.
Yeah, me too.
Oh man, they just need a shot. They need a shot from somebody. Get him up. Get him.
But at the end of the day, the game that immersed me the most this year was Song in the Smoke. And the reason why, there is no one reason why. There's the reasons why. There are many reasons why. Not only does it put you in this highly stylized and beautiful world full of creatures, but again, the sound design is perfect. It makes you feel like you're outdoors. But every interaction in this game is real life. There's no button mashing in this to do anything. Everything that you get is things that you collect and or things that you make. There's no eating food with it. Well, I mean, I guess you could eat food. You can eat food without cooking it. But if you do that, you're going to get sick. That's the type of game this is. It has a very high, it pays a lot of attention to detail, and in conjunction with the very high production standards, it's the detail. The devil's in the details with this one, and I was just blown away with how immersed I was in this world.
I don't want to get sick. I'm gonna cook my food.
Cook your food, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna cook my food for sure.
But don't burn it, because if you burn it, then you can't eat it.
Yeah. You know what this game needs is co-op. I know we've said, but I just need somebody in there because it's so scary.
You just want to eat all Wes's food.
I do want to eat Wes's food. That was fun. That was a fun time. I've never set myself on fire so easily than in the forest.
All right.
I'm sure this game would be fun co-op just because everything's fun co-op.
Yeah, true.
But it would land a lot differently if there was someone in there with you. It's kind of the solitude of it is part of the experience, and I'm sure that the fear wouldn't be nearly as impressive if you had someone in there with you.
Yeah, that's true.
Anyway, a deserving winner in my opinion. So yeah, well done, 17-bit. Song in the Smoke, winner of the Jumanji Award. Most immersive.
Absolutely. You know what else is a winning thought? And Simmons agree. It says it's good life advice. Cook your food. So even outside of this game, it's a good idea. Just to be safe.
Yeah, it's never a bad idea to cook. Well, I mean, I guess sometimes it's a bad idea, right? Like, you don't want to take your Captain Crunch and throw it in a frying pan. Like,
that's probably not a good idea.
No.
We Captain Crunch here, right?
We could be missing out though, Wes. That could be the best delicacy ever.
Hell yeah.
I'm
gonna do that in the next break.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
cook
Captain
some Captain
Crunch.
Crunch.
Yeah. Let us know how it goes.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Before we go on the next break, we do have one more award to hand out. It's the Rhinoplasty Award. Most improvement from updates. This is the VR game that started out as one thing and then changed to another thing and then changed to another thing and another thing and another thing, just like Michael Jackson's face. The Rhinoplasty Award.
That's not the same guy, is it? It can't be.
Oh yeah.
So which one is dead? None of them? Probably not. Yeah. Rest in peace, King of Pop.
Man,
Anyway, Rhinoplasty Award, most improvement for updates. Not so long a list for this one, huh, guys? I mean, there was only a few real contenders for this, and at the end of the day, there was only one real contender for this. Like, this was one we did not have to debate about much. It was obvious.
Yeah.
But we do have two nominees other than the winner. Larcenauts, which had a rough launch, not a terrible launch, but people had some real complaints. and those complaints have been addressed. They've also added in a lot of stuff to enhance the game, quality of life improvements, and such. Larsonaut's a much better game today than it was when it launched. So definitely deserves to be talked about in this breath. And then there was Arashi, Castles of Sin, another one with not the best launch, not terrible at launch, but definitely had some very prominent jank that was comical at times and frustrating at others. Happy to report that this game has been updated and has come a long way since then, and is now one of the best releases on PSVR of the whole year. So kudos to Endeavor One, well done. But still, not the most improvement from updates that we saw. Because there was Hinge. When Hinge came out, Hinge was unplayable. It was so bogged down in performance issues that it was difficult to even walk without the thing blue screening on you and crashing. I did manage to squeeze out 30 or 45 minutes in it. There were some restarts in there. It was a mess, but it's not anymore. It runs just fine now. And it's one of the better horror releases of the past year. Big turnaround for this game. Big turnaround, and really a no-brainer when it comes to most improvement.
Yeah, creepy game, right? You know what was weird about when I played it, because I kind of had performance issues, but I pushed through it. Is and this is the thing that you said. I think you might have even said it in the gamer tag segment. It's like it had jank that you can't afford to have in a game that's so bizarre and so many weird things. Like I would end up going down a hallway and I'm like, I'm stuck and I'm like not able to do something, and I'm like, am I doing something wrong? Is it the game? I ended up walking off of an edge I couldn't see because it was so dark, and like you said, there were so many issues. But now it's night and day difference, and like I said, creepy as F, right?
Yeah. When you got a game that screws with your mind, you can't have jank to where you don't know what's real and what's jank. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, they put you in this place where everything's going all nuts already, and then you're like, is this supposed to be broken? Is reality cracking, or is this game just suck?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden your game would crash. You'd be like, oh, okay.
Okay, that's good. So maybe it don't suck. Maybe it just sucks. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, a deserving winner here with Hinge and a great horror title. Again, this is the type of thing I love. These horror escapes, these nightmare scenarios, and that is 100% what this game delivers, and it actually runs now. So kudos to Arcadia for correcting and righting the ship.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyway, does that look like your cup of tea, Hinge? If so, it's your lucky day, friends, because that's the next title that we have to give away. Arcadia's Hinge. We have one to give away to the chat. We have another to give away to the second chance drawing. Hashtag giveaway Hinge in the comments down below after the show. Subscribe, and we'll draw a winner next week.
Absolutely. Man, it's not even a cheap game either, right? What a win. That's a good game to pick up.
Yeah, dude. It's a really good new release, man.
Yeah, for sure.
Anyway, putting the question in the chat now. First one to answer wins the game.
Thomas McNostril says, it's after 5 a.m. here. Got a crash. Thanks for the entertainment, guys, and prize. Well, Thomas.
Thank you for being here, bro.
You rock, Thomas. You are awesome. Thank you. You are amazing.
Apparently, I've been nodding my head for 7 hours. How long are we going now?
It is 7 hours and 38 minutes, 49 seconds. Actually, technically, well, have you been the whole time? There was at least 2.5 hours, 2.5 hours where past Mash Daddy was nodding his head.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm positive. I'm a positive person.
Yeah.
I like to nod to be positive. If I shook my head all the time like this, it'd be negative. Who wants to be negative?
Can you imagine doing a podcast with somebody and every time you're talking, they're just like,
Like,
no,
no, fuck you, no way.
no, like, dude, fuck you.
Yeah. That's funny.
My thing is,
Boom, there it is.
there's absolutely no way you couldn't drag me away from this right now, because I would literally be screwing everybody. Like,
yeah, right, exactly.
Oh shit! No, I would never want to. This is where I want to be. New Year's Day.
ET2K9 now says you're VR machines. We are, bro. We some people talk about it. We be about it.
Yeah.
We love it so much that we want to help push it forward. Right? We want it to become mainstream, which I think we've helped. I think we've done it.
Nibelheim says, for anyone who doesn't win, Hinge is currently on sale on Steam until January 5th, $7.99.
Wow, that is a good deal, man.
Yeah.
That's not a cheap game.
No.
Nope. It wasn't when it launched.
And it's a Viport
It is
Infinity
today.
title too, right?
Yep.
Am I right with that? Is it a Viport Infinity title?
I thought it was. Okazi says, "Stop it! You're ruining my audition tape." I will try to stop.
So looks like Bone Daddy finally got one. Requisition. Congrats, bro. You're the winner.
You did it.
Nice.
Yes.
Did it. All right, so we'll put you down here, Bone Daddy, as the winner of Hinge. If you didn't win, it's okay. Just put again in the comments down below hashtag giveaway Hinge, and we're gonna draw again next week another winner of this awesome horror game.
Keith, you don't have to watch us forever. You always come back later. You know, or you could go take us in there with you. Put it on a little screen. Oh, you're probably playing on the Quest. I don't know. But either way, Bearbo, we appreciate you being here, man. You rock.
Hell yeah.
Why's your name so long, Bone Daddy?
Yeah, what the
words?
Yeah, what the hell, bro? You're gonna miss one of the best segments in the show, though, Bearbo. I will say we do have the infamous Brian Paul from PSVR Without Parole coming up next.
Such a good spot, man.
It was such a good interview. I keep saying interview, but I loved hanging out with both Gamertag and Brian Paul. And for me, it was even more exciting for Brian because I've never met him. And then to get to meet somebody and then find out that they're just as cool as they are on the show, I thought it was cool.
Yeah.
Brian was super cool dude to hang out with and talk VR, as I knew he would be.
Yeah.
He's good people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, both of them. We had just as good conversations off air as we had on air.
It was awesome.
Yeah. It was a good time. You could tell who really loves VR, you know, because both of these guys, you could tell that, you know, when you talk to them about coming on beforehand, that they have other stuff going on in their life that they have to deal with. But once they get in the chair and they get in front of the microphone and we all start talking about what we love, the time just goes away and the clock just disappears and we go until we're done, right? And Brian's like that and GT's like that. We're all like that. And you can tell these guys are legit. They're not just in here trying to be YouTubers or whatever. They're in here because they love the tech, just like we do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, Death Bud, hang out tight because speaking of Brian Paul, that's where we are at now, friends. We are going to pass it over to past virtual strangers, Wes, Roots, and Eric, even though they do think they're better than us. And we're going to enjoy their conversation with one Brian Paul.
You think you're better than me?
All right. So as we wind down and get ever closer to the big awards of the year, we have yet another guest joining us for our third annual celebration of VR. For the first time on our channel, Brian Paul. Brian, thank you for hanging out with us today. Blown away, man. I really appreciate you doing this.
Thank you, Wes. This is a huge privilege, huge honor for me. I watch you guys a lot, and so it's kind of cool to be right here in a corner. Very Brady bunch of you to have me here.
That's
he's Jan for sure.
Brian.
There you go.
Anyway, we're going to be talking about some horror games and some PlayStation VR. So we thought no better guest to have this discussion with than Brian. But before we get to any of that, I just want to take the opportunity, Brian, to congratulate you recently hitting the 80K mark. That's a lot of Ks, bro.
Crazy, man.
Hell yeah.
It's a lot of Ks. It's a lot of Ks. Yeah, I mean, especially these days, right? Interest in PSVR is probably at an all-time low, and I've just watched that number like crawl at this point. There were holiday seasons prior to this where it was just like we hit another 1,000 every 10 days or so, and now it's just like somebody hit the brakes real hard. And I'm just like, all right, we'll get there eventually.
It's a short.
Thank you.
Short break,
Well,
right? It's going to take off again soon, very fast.
This time next year, you got to be over double what you are. It's gonna be nuts, man.
I mean, that would be great, but honestly, like our community is awesome, and I'm loving how things are going right now. And if this is how it ends up being, then so be it. I'm certainly not like in a race to get to 100K or something like that. Like subscribers, views, that's never mattered to me. But thank you for the congratulations. Very, very happy that people, as Wes and I were saying before the show started, it's very cool that people care at all what we think about anything. So that's kind of a privilege,
Yeah, and your patience is about to pay off in a big way, because I truly believe the timing could not be better for PlayStation 5 VR or PSVR 2 or whatever it ends up being called. I'm sure you've noticed all of the extra attention and hype that has come to VR over the last few months or last couple of weeks even. I feel like a good percentage of those people are going to be left wanting more, much like all of us were, once upon a time. And I feel like PS5 VR is going to come along at just the right moment and offer people games, a library unlike we've ever seen before in VR. So, it's been slow times. I'm sure it's been a really slow year, but it's almost over, and I'm very, very excited. There's nothing I'm more excited for than PlayStation 5 VR.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything I've ever been more excited for in my entire life. Like I'm ready to call it a day after PS5 VR comes out. It's like, give me a year with it. We'll do the channel thing, and then I'm like, I'm just gonna go retire and play VR games for the rest of my life. Like I'm super excited, man. Like super excited. I remember being excited for the PlayStation 2 and the Super Nintendo and all these other awesome consoles, but it all pales in comparison. Like I think this is gonna kind of set the world on fire from everything we know about it. I think people are gonna be talking about it from like far outside of games journalism.
Yeah, and the fact that there's already so much mainstream appeal to VR, and the fact that VR is kind of breaking out already, I mean, it just means big things. I think. I think there's a lot of debate with whether or not the Quest platform has set VR back or saved VR or set VR ahead. I feel like that we're all going to benefit from the extra attention that last year has brought to VR. And I mean, I can see it with my kids, with people in my family, friends. It's all over my social feed. People want VR now. The exponential curve is starting, and it's going to be a fun couple of years, to say the least.
Yeah, Quest is like a gateway drug. You get in easy with the Quest. You get the people that maybe would never get into VR, and then you show them what VR really could be with maybe a brand new headset with PlayStation 5 VR, and then you take off from there, right?
Is there any part of you that is excited to see the PC VR smug players have to eat it, like when all those amazing games are dropping, the Spider-Mans and shit, all the crap, like it's just gonna be fun.
I mean,
yeah,
in my little bubble, I feel like they've been eating it for years. I'm like, there's so many awesome PlayStation VR exclusives, and it's like, I just don't see that. Obviously there's, there are a few standout titles, but I just don't see that happening on the PC VR side of things. And it's all what you care about. Do you care about the tech, or do you care about the games?
That's true. Well,
we cared about the games.
We always say that, or at least the biggest thing that's coming for PC VR, at least we think, is the modding. Like all the different games like Horizon Zero Dawn that just got modded into VR, and just how not only is it going to be beneficial for the PC VR players to get to play it, but it's pushing the whole industry. It's a lot of these developers are looking at it saying, "Why?" Like, I guarantee some of them have looked at each other and said, "Why didn't we do this? What the fuck?" You know, like
Right.
we're losing money here.
Right.
And I just think it's good for everybody, right? So,
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
Oh, and it's like, yeah, it's embarrassing. Just be like, oh, you know, this was done by one person over the course of 3 weeks, that kind of thing, right? And it'd be
Absolutely.
like, yeah, if Sony can't make that happen for all of their big first party AAA games, then I mean, what the hell are they doing?
I think they will.
We have a multi-billion-dollar corporation versus a dude, and the dude got it
Right.
done in pretty well, over
Yeah.
the course of a month. So yeah, I agree
And
wholeheartedly.
he had the
here.
outside track. He doesn't have all the fucking coding or any of that, man. He's trying to do it all. You know what I mean? You get in there on the inside track, you can do all amazing things. So
Yeah, and this is one of the things that I'm excited about the most, is which I'm super excited about the hardware of the PlayStation 5 VR, but just the mentality and the direction of Sony with their hybrid platform. This is going to revolutionize the way that we play games, guys. I mean, we're going to be able to play all these great games that are flat that we might still want to play flat, but when we want to play them in VR, we go play them in VR. I
yeah,
mean, that's great for everybody.
Returnal in VR is my
Oh,
wet
shit.
dream.
Oh my god, dude!
Great.
There it is.
This is the 5 years in VR. This is the only game that's kept me out of VR for any meaningful amount of time. And I hear rumors that this is coming for us, but I don't know how valid those are. Hopefully we don't have to wait long on it.
Cross some fingers.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah, playing
Anyway,
that first person with adaptive triggers and yeah.
Oh god.
Yep. I can feel it already, man. I can feel it already. I can see what it looks like. I can feel what it plays like. Very excited.
Yes.
So am I, and they can keep it third person too. It doesn't have to be a first person game. Put me in the world, man. Like that game immersed me through my TV panel, which is that's a tall task. Put me inside that world, and I don't have to see through the eyes of the main character. I'd be happy just being behind her and away from the action a little bit.
That's scary, actually. That thought, like I could see myself playing and not coming out. Like I need to eat, Wes.
I agree.
I don't want to say
Anyway-
anything bad about third person games, man, but like I do want to do that in first person. There's again, I just want those adaptive triggers. I wanted that gun. I need to hold it out with the orbs and feel that trigger, like and make it and feel like that gun is in my hand, like in first person. I love third person games in VR, but this one I definitely need a first person option for.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and to be clear, I think most of us would prefer that.
Mm.
I just don't need that. Like I need to be in that world first and foremost. But yeah, obviously we want first person with hand presence for all of these games. That would be the dream, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, enough about hypothetical games. Why don't we talk about some real ones? 2022 obviously going to be an awesome time, and I can't wait. I can't wait to experience that, and with all of you and with all of you. But we did have some pretty solid games this year, especially if you're like me and you're a fan of VR horror. And our first award that we're going to be talking with Brian about is an award for horror. It's the Metamucil Award, most likely to make you shit your pants. So, we had a handful of pretty good horror games here. Some of them I would even classify as great, but lots of solid ones. And it's kind of weird having Brian on because not all of these are PSVR titles yet. But this first one, Hinge. I mean, these guys at Arcadia, they've been flirting for a while now with bringing this to PlayStation VR, haven't they, Brian?
Yeah, actually, on last year's PSVR award show, we got to announce that it was coming to PlayStation VR. Arcadia was awesome and let us do that reveal. Things didn't go so well. They had an extremely hard time getting a PSVR 1 dev kit, and ultimately they got kind of wrapped up in their new game requisition, and they're going to be focusing on bringing that to PlayStation VR first. So we may not get Hinge on PSVR, but they said never say never. We're interested in doing it if the time is right afterwards. But it looks great. So I actually need you guys to tell me how good this game is because I was sort of patiently waiting to be able to play it on PSVR.
Well, let me just start by saying, if it's true and they weren't able to get a PSVR dev kit quickly enough, it's probably a good thing because this game, it's very demanding from a performance standpoint, and it was actually a pretty big disappointment on launch for PC, where it didn't matter how powerful your rig was, it wasn't enough. This game was pretty much unplayable when they launched it, but
Wow.
through lots of work and lots of updates, it's great now. It's great now. But I'm not so sure how like an OG PS4 would deal with that. But I've seen crazier things. We've seen demanding games pull off some pretty miraculous stuff. So I would never say never. But I would say that this is if they're going to bring it, this is likely a PlayStation 5 VR title. Um, but with that said, a great game, Lovecraftian horror, a surreal atmosphere. Like I've constantly for years been on this rant about we have a lot of cookie cutter horror games. Not enough developers are doing this kind of surreal living nightmare experience. The kind of thing that you see in a game um, like Here They Lie, for example, or even Blair Witch, which we're going to talk about in a little while. But this is wall to wall, that kind of thing. Like you never know what's going to happen. You turn your back on something and turn around again and it's gone. This hotel that you're in turns into this winding labyrinth of demonic corridors. Like I absolutely love the atmosphere in this game, and you never quite get comfortable in it, which is a good thing.
Yeah, this game messes with your head big time. I mean, the hotel ends up turning almost into like a living, breathing thing, right? It's like alive, and it's one of those games that just messes with your head. Every time you think you get a grasp on what's going on, something changes or something morphs into something else, which is super cool. And it just keeps you always on your toes, and that's where a lot of the fear is you just don't know what's coming next.
Right. And brilliant sound design too. I mean, any good horror game has to have good sound design behind it, and this one doesn't disappoint there either. You're hearing things in the walls all the time, and I'm sure you're familiar with that feeling when you don't know what's quite making that noise, and whether or not it's going to be something that you have to deal with when you walk around the next corner.
Yeah, I love what you said about when you turn your head and something that was there isn't, or wasn't there is. It's something that flat screen games always flirted with and did successfully, I think. But nothing is more impactful than when that happens in VR. And like the whole room changed. Even like Layers of Fear had a pretty poor launch on PSVR this year. But even as rough as that was, and as poor as the graphics looked, there were moments where you turn your head and the room that you were just in is radically different, right? Just because you turned and looked for a second away, and that's, to hear that Hinge does that well is really, really great to hear.
It's the reason that I still recommend Batman Arkham VR to people, because the way that game ends, I love it. It's so good.
Yep.
Anyway, and subsequently, to go off on a little bit of a tangent here, it's one of the things I'm excited about with PlayStation 5 VR, because it's going to have eye tracking in it. And if a talented developer knows where you're looking, then they also know where you're not looking. So
Yep.
you're not going to have to turn your back anymore. Just so much as looking away is going to be an opportunity for someone who's good at making horror games to make you shit your pants.
Oh
Mm-mm-mm.
God.
Perfect.
Anyway, Hinge, a great game, not the winner of the Metamucil Award. Now, this next title is not a horror game, but there are scary moments in it, and it actually was nominated by the community, and justifiably so, in my opinion. Song in the Smoke. It's happy-go-lucky when you start. Everything's all sunshine and rainbows at the beginning of this game, but after you make it through the first couple of levels, things take a drastic turn. And if you're not afraid of the dark, you will be. And I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. This game absolutely deserves to be on this list. And there's plenty of things that will scare the shit out of you in this game.
Yeah, I'm surprised you said that. Like, I was terrified at the very beginning of this game. Like, you said it's happy-go-lucky, and I was hiding in bushes. I don't know. I was like, I don't know what's out there. I don't know what's coming to get me. And I played the first couple hours extremely stealthy because I didn't know just if anything was coming for me or if I had to be stealthy. I just didn't. It was this big open world that they just sort of drop you in the middle of naked. And you're like, I don't have weapons or anything else. I don't know what to do. So I was kind of terrified from the get go. And as soon as it got dark, like I didn't know how to build a campfire yet, and I found myself in a bush, and I just stayed there. I was like, is the sun coming up yet? This is terrifying. And I kept hearing noises. I was like, I'm like, I'd creep out a little bit. I hear a noise, and I just creep right back. My first night in that game was terrifying. So we had a little bit of a different first hour with that game.
Yeah, obviously. I think it was the reassuring smile on the chest of the three-headed crow that that made me feel a little bit better about it. But no, the like the tutorial level and then the hunting grounds after it, where it was actually a really pleasant experience for me. I wasn't expecting what was to come afterwards, and that is why I feel like this game deserves to be on this list. And you know, I want to be careful. I don't want to spoil it in case there are people out there who haven't played this yet. But this is not a lot harder game. It's pretty hardcore the further that you get into it.
What about easy mode? Has anybody tried easy mode? I'm looking forward to it. I guess it's
I'd be curious.
blasphemy. I heard Wes said
What
it's
about,
blasphemy.
what about savage mode? Forget about the easy. Who's anybody tried the savage mode?
Fuck no.
We'll talk more about Song in the Smoke for the when we get into the next category. But I am curious about the easy mode. If you've tried it, Brian, have you even attempted that?
Yeah, I switched over for a minute, but I felt like the default difficulty at launch was perfect. I felt like it scaled properly, and if you spent enough time sort of grinding in some of the earlier levels or running back whenever you needed to, it was tough, but it was fair, and I never felt the need to switch over to easy. I did switch to the harder mode just to test it out. And my dude on the normal difficulty was running around just fine. Whatever, he was he was tired and hungry and all these other things. But then when I switched over to the hardest difficulty, he was walking around way slower. So simple things like being tired or being hungry actually impact the speed that you can walk. And so that, of course, is terrifying because you're constantly like running away from predators or trying to race to a campfire before sundown, that kind of thing. And so if you're walking slow, it's going to impact everything that you do.
Wow.
That actually makes sense, though. That makes sense because there are other games, Survive, that when you get injured in that game, it doesn't just make you slower, but you actually start to lose your vision, and the whole screen turns into like this red cloud, and you have a horde after you, and you can't go anywhere.
What a nightmare!
I kind of need to see.
Terrible.
Yeah,
it's a pretty big part of VR gaming. Seeing, I heard.
Yeah. Not the best game to stream either. When all your people watching you are just watching a big red blob in the middle of the screen. Enjoy that, folks.
And I've heard great things about Survive, and especially after the rough after the fall launch on PSVR. I'm looking forward to that one big time.
It has potential. There's a lot to like about it. There's a lot of jank too that they still need to work through with.
They can get through the jank. The game is actually good. It's just the jank was there. Some of the jank was really bad. I enjoyed our time in it for sure.
Yeah, but we were kind of, we streamed it and we had a questionable experience. Certainly not a terrible experience. There were things I liked about it, but it has a loyal fan base, man. When we started criticizing it about this or that, people stuck up for it. So that alone makes me want to really go back in and give it another shot. But there's so many games, man. Like it's hard to get back around to one once you've moved on.
Well, especially since you're going to start Song in the Smoke on West mode. Is what I like to call it, the hardest mode. I could see you doing that too, bro. Meticulously working your way through the level.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think we'll talk more about Song in the Smoke in a minute. The point is, it is a very has some very scary parts in it, and it deserves to be on this list. But again, not the winner. And we move on to Cosmo Dread from what was it? White Door Games, the developer who brought us Dread Halls, brought us Cosmo Dread, and I feel like a lot of what I like about Dread Halls is in this game. These guys are experts at using audio and lighting and the lack of lighting to build this kind of dread in you. And, it's an aptly named game, obviously. And that way, it doesn't take much to kind of put you out of your seat when the time comes because you're already on the edge. And I really enjoyed this game a lot. I feel like it doesn't get as much credit as it deserves. It's not easy, but it is scary and it's a good time.
It's deep.
Yeah.
A lot of depth to it, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
Ryan, did you get a chance to try this one on like your quest or anything?
Yeah, I've got a Quest 2, and I played the first maybe like 45 minutes of this, and I have a bad habit of starting things on Quest and not getting back to them. Lies
Yeah.
Beneath is another one I need to circle back around to. But for as much as I love horror games, I jumped into this and I was like, this is great. This is everything I want because I'm a huge fan of Dread Halls. And so seeing what's his name? Is his name Sergio? What he did next for this game was like, this is great. And I've been pestering him for like a year, being like, dude, when's it coming to PSVR? He's like, I'll keep you posted. Thanks. But yeah, so I mean, I love what I've played so far, and I don't even know what's in store. So I don't know how scary it gets, but the fact is the tension is high from the beginning, and so I can only imagine it's going to go up pretty fast.
Yeah, this game is crazy. Just the way they work things is like so well done because they like. I mean, number one, it's scary. It's dark. You can't see anything. You can hear stuff all over the place. You know when you go into a room that something is there because you can hear it. But then you have to weigh like, do I go in? I'm almost out of oxygen. I kind of have to go in because I need oxygen. If I don't find oxygen, I'm going to die. And then you're like, all right, I have no ammo because they barely give you any ammo in this game. So you're just like, I have no ammo to go into a fight right now. But then you're like, again, I need oxygen, and you just want to find another disc so you can get something out of the run that you're in, and it's just tense right from the get go with this game. I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's high stakes. It's high stakes because with the roguelike structure of it, you're going to be back to square one if you run out of oxygen, if you run out of ammo. So you have to really plot your course carefully, but you can't take forever, man. The air is running out, so you have to keep moving forward carefully, and then you never know what's around the next corner. The monsters in this game are grotesque. I mean, they're weird, man. They look like you took a space alien from Alpha Centauri and then dumped radioactive material all over it, and then it mutated into this thing with no skin and 50 eyeballs. I mean, it's kind of nuts what some of these monsters look like.
Yeah, for sure.
Anyway, a commendable effort, and hopefully this does come to the PlayStation ecosystem at some point. I would imagine at this late stage in the game, this might be a next gen game. But there's nothing that I see here that I don't feel like could be done on a PS4. Like the Quest runs this easily, and it looks really good and sounds really good. So it could certainly run on a PS4. So hopefully we're wrong and that it does end up coming around. But at any rate, it's a solid title and highly recommended.
Yeah, this game with the Tempest audio of the PlayStation 5.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Oh shit.
Speaking of excellent audio design, Wraith: The Oblivion Afterlife came to us this past year from Fast Travel Games. All platforms for this one. I think it does deserve some credit for that. And typically we favor these games that do multi-platform launches. Now, Brian, I know you and I have a pretty big difference of opinion with this game. Uh, I was a bit underwhelmed at first, just like you, but for me, as the game went along and as you start to encounter more of these specters, um, I like this game in the same way that I liked Home Sweet Home. I felt like the stealth sequences were nerve wracking, and especially again with the audio design. Not only do you have to listen to see where these things are at, they're listening to see where you're at too. So you got to watch your step. And I enjoyed the story. There wasn't much I didn't like. about this game?
I don't know if you're setting me up to to,
No,
to
I,
knock this game back down where it belongs. And I feel horrible for this because I do love fast travel games, and I was so excited. I was like, oh, this is such a talented development team making a horror game. This is exactly like this is my dream scenario. And I was just so disappointed from beginning to end, and mostly because I was never scared, like not even remotely. And I was happy that you said, because I played the first half of it on my Quest, and was like, okay, well, we'll just wait because the PlayStation VR version came out later. I was like, I'll just wait. Wes said the second half is better than the first half, and so I was like, I'll save that for the PlayStation VR. It'll be my first time playing that the second half when I get to PSVR, and that was like, and for the first time in my life, I was like, what the fuck is wrong with Wes? Because it's like I usually agree with you, especially on horror games, and I just don't know what happened here. Like nothing about it was too scary for me. And I think the biggest problem was that they tried to make everything scary. Right, it's like even like just normal characters when they're popping up and just having a casual conversation have these ghostly sound effects that go along with their voiceovers, and so when you make everything spooky, nothing ultimately feels scary. It's like it just hit me over the head from the very beginning. I need to be grounded in reality a little bit, and feel like, okay, this is normal, this is normal, this is normal. Oh, that's scary. But from the very beginning, they're like, this is supposed to be spooky, and this is supposed to be scary, and this is supposed to be scary. And then when something scary happened, I was like, feels kind of the same as the stuff back there that wasn't scary. So this was just a miss for me, and I've got my fingers crossed that these guys, obviously don't give up on horror because I want them to take another stab at it. And I do know that I'm in the minority on this one. I've seen a lot of all the game cats out there tell me, oh no, this was great and it was terrifying and blah 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 blah. So it's okay. I totally know that I'm.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, kudos to you for being honest about how you feel about it. And there is some validity to what you're saying there about how everything kind of has this. It's like if you take it the wrong way, it seems like they're trying too hard to be scary. But I
Yeah.
think what they were going for there is they've got to get it across to the player from the very beginning that you're not a person. You've just died and you're in this this other realm now with all of these other entities that are all out for you. So of course things are going to be disorienting, right? And I think that's really why they were kind of had this spooky layer kind of over everything with the sound design, with the look of the game, because you're trying to come to terms with being a wraith, and obviously it landed for some people and it didn't land for others. But we can respectfully agree to disagree on that.
Yeah, that's
Absolutely.
that's the beauty of horror, humor, whatever. Everybody, it hits people different. Like I shudder if what Wes is looking for in a horror game, if I ever go into that game, I don't want to, because he's looking for something that's gonna fucking scar his soul, and I don't want to scar my soul. But everybody's level is different, right? As far as that, so I totally think it's that's 100% valid. So
Yeah. For me, it was a pacing issue with this game. I mean, I liked
slow.
the game, but I just thought it was way too slow in the beginning, and then it ramped up really, really a lot, towards the later middle and towards the end. But it was almost too much when it did ramp up, because it was like it went from like 0 to 60 in like 10 seconds. But if they had brought it along a little bit slower, a little bit earlier, for me, I would have been happier. But yeah, I mean, I ended up liking the game.
Yeah, I enjoyed that it was that same kind of stealth that we saw in Home Sweet Home, but where Home Sweet Home was very repetitive and putting you in the exact same scenario and situation. At least in Wraith, I felt like they put a fresh coat of paint on it with a different Spectre and a different area that looked completely different than the other one. So yeah, I liked Home Sweet Home. I felt like this was that same type of game, only the storytelling was much better and the environment was much better. It was much better in most ways, in my opinion.
Oh man, Home Sweet Home, I felt like absolutely killed it from almost from top to bottom. There were some game-breaking bugs later on in the PSVR version
God,
that
was
forced
in
you to play it
PC.
in non-VR.
Yeah, same on PC.
Are you kidding? I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, so but I actually really enjoyed the environments and the enemy. I thought it was super spooky in Home Sweet Home, and no, I absolutely love that. This felt a little too samey for me from beginning to end, and I do agree that it has pacing issues. I think there were moments where like you had to just walk to the right place to trigger a cutscene to make the next thing happen, and I was just like, this isn't what I call good game design. But again, teach his own.
Yep, exactly. Now, with that said, with what Roots was talking about there and how I want a game to send me to therapy, I absolutely want a game to send me to therapy.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why I'm so excited about Eyes Out Studio and what they seem to be building. I know I shared it with you, Brian, when they announced their studio there a few months back. I did not know until today that they've signed a deal with Epic Games to publish whatever it is that they're working on. I so hope it's in VR. It looks or it sounds by their description like it's exactly what I want from a VR game.
Nice.
Yep. All right, moving right along. This list is starting to become very short, and there's only two more very obvious entries. So, which one is the runner-up, and which one wins? Well, obviously, if you're going to have a horror category in 2021, we would be stupid if we didn't include Resident Evil 4. This is a great game. It's a great game. I don't think it's very scary. It is a horror game. It's a great horror game. It's not very scary. So it's just kind of, in my opinion, it's on this list because it's a Resident Evil game right now and it's really good. But in my opinion, I mean, I haven't encountered much that has quickened my pulse in this game. Am I wrong here?
Well, it depends on if you're one of those people that scares, gets in VR and anything that's horror is going to scare you. I'm not scared by these guys, but I've fought them before when I was younger. So it's I don't know. I really did enjoy this game.
I think it's more tense than scary, right? These games like this, I mean, a lot of the Resident Evil games, maybe except for Resident Evil 7 and Resident Evil 8, to me are not horror games. They're more action horror, I guess. But when you have a ton of ammo and you're shooting enemies, and it's a tense thing more than anything else. You're just always on edge because you're trying to take down something that you can put hundreds of rounds in. And you want to make sure you have the right weapon. And it's more atmosphere and more tense. I don't know if it's really scary.
Yeah, there's plenty of graphic imagery. Like, I mean, you'll see people getting burned at the stake here, and I mean, there's tons of that sort of thing. But most of the time, you're just fighting dudes. It's not like you're fighting like these grotesque monsters, which it's different later in the game, obviously. But most of the game, you're just fighting a bunch of dudes and ladies. Like, I'm a gentleman. I don't want to fight a lady. No, I'm just kidding. Brian, have you had the opportunity to check this one out in VR yet?
I started this, and all of my worst fears were basically came to fruition. I was like, Resident Evil 4 is kind of where the series started going downhill for me. So many people out there like Resident Evil 4 is my favorite game of all time, or my favorite Resident Evil game, and I'm like such in a different camp. Like I love the first three in Code Veronica, and love the survival horror element. And this was like, I was like, oh, I remember playing it on GameCube and the PS2. Man, this is so graphically impressive, but it's not scary. And they really didn't capture the vibe of the first games. And so 4, 5, and 6 is where I really lost a lot of interest in the series. I was the guy that was like praising. Was it Resident Evil Revelations? Is that the side stories? Because at least that was a little bit more horror focused. And so, yeah, and then and with this one kind of not doing a great job of bringing it to VR 100%, kind of like kicking you into third person when you're pushing bookshelves, or third person when you're jumping out windows. I was like this. I don't think they went far enough with this, and so I kind of lost interest from the get-go. I was really hoping, I was like, this is going to be the way that I'm going to love Resident Evil 4 finally, right? You take Resident Evil, you shove it into VR, I'm happy. and I'll get back to it eventually, but it just didn't grab me from the beginning, and I had other things I wanted to play more.
That's the bottom line, right? If a game is good to you, then you'll want to play it. You won't have to force yourself to, right?
Right.
But I agree with the sentiment here. With Resident Evil, for me, even the second and the third really never lived up to the first one. Like, I enjoyed that haunted mansion style of game where there's 1,000 rooms and you never know what's going to be in any of them, and then you uncover things that open up new areas of the map. To me, that's what Resident Evil was always supposed to be about. So that's why I love 7 so much. I mean, besides the fact that you can play it in VR. So yeah, I get totally what you're saying here with the kind of action titles versus the more classic horror titles. I never understood why they never, 2 and 3 got this awesome, modern remake. I never understood why they didn't give the remake treatment to the first one, which I think they did to some extent, but not like they did for 2 and 3, and soon to be 4, or maybe they've even already done 4. I don't know. Well, I mean, they've done 4 in VR. They're getting ready to do the flat remake of it. But I would really like to see the first Resident Evil reimagined, uh, in a modern engine, and then again, obviously in VR. That would be awesome.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah. Yep.
But 7, flat VR, no, regardless of the medium that you're using, in my opinion, 7 is by far the best installment of Resident Evil, and that's why I'm so excited for 8, and why it hurts my soul that it's not in VR yet. Like, I was willing to take the downgrade of having this on a current or last gen VR system just so I wouldn't have to wait another year to play it. Like, I can't wait to play Resident Evil 8 in VR, and it's pretty much a certainty that we're going to get this, right, Brian?
I mean, from everything we've heard, yeah, absolutely. And I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you. Like, I would totally take a downgraded version, because I mean, Resident Evil 7 looked amazing even on the OG PS4, on the Pro and PS5, with VR. It's just, it takes seconds to forget that you're in virtual reality. It's seconds. It's terrifying, right? I mean, like that. This is the kind of, like, when people say I can't play Resident Evil 7 because it's too scary in VR, I'm like, that's success. You, dear Capcom, you fucking killed it. Sincerely, Brian Paul. Like, that, right? They absolutely nailed it. If it's your game's too scary to play, well, then you created the perfect horror game, right? So, yeah, I desperately need another entry in the series from Capcom in VR, and from all reports, Resident Evil 8 isn't nearly as scary as Resident Evil 7, but I'm sure once we get it in VR, those scares will be a little bit more amplified.
I'll tell you what, the PlayStation 5 Resident Evil 7, I thought it looked like, I mean, I couldn't distinguish it from a PC VR game. It looked that good. It was so fucking clear and crisp, and like Wes says, it was like you're playing it on your PS4 Pro with extra power on its best day, because the PS4 Pro, it seemed like you had some days it would be, or sometimes it looked really good, and other times I guess it would not look as good, but yeah, that's really good.
Did you see a difference on the PS5? Because I didn't. I've played through it like 1,000 times, and I thought the PS5 version, other than the faster loading screens, it drops into lower resolution when you open the back door into the yard at the same time the Pro version did. I didn't see any visual difference, but like,
to me it seemed like it looked amazing, but maybe it just been so long since I've been in that game. I don't know.
It's possible. Maybe I missed something though.
Yeah, well, the way I describe the subtle benefits of playing VR and PS5 is what Rich just said. It's like having a PS4 Pro on its best day. Obviously, there are different variables that will cause any kind of computer or machinery to perform better on certain days versus others. And I've experienced this with Pro. Sometimes things run really well on Pro, and then some days that you can tell there's a difference. With PS5, it's like it's always PS4 Pro on its best day, and Resident Evil 7, I felt like was a good example of that. Now, what you're saying about the resolution switches and things like that, that's all true. Where I really noticed a difference on PS5, and it is a subtle difference. I'll give you, it's not a big thing. Is the aliasing, the shimmer. It seems like there's a lot less shimmer when I'm playing this on PS5 versus PS4. Maybe it's
Interesting.
placebo effect. Maybe it's the product of a wishful mind and heart. But it does seem, not only in this game but a handful of others as well, that there's a bit more clarity that comes with all that extra horsepower.
Yeah. I found myself, because I jumped back in. I jumped into PlayStation VR just recently for the first time, and I heard all the horror stories. Now, you're going to be going. I got a Valve Index, so they're like, you're not going to like it. It's going to be blurry. The screen door is going to bother you. And I got in and I played Farpoint. Was the first game I got in with an aim controller, and it was probably one of the best VR experiences I have ever had. And I played that game that night from start to finish about 95% of the way through the game. I played for about 8 hours straight without taking the headset off. And I didn't see not one thing in that headset that bothered me, or I said, wow, this is terrible or blurry. When you have a good game that brings you in and that sucks you in, you quickly forget about all the little, maybe small details that would bother you. And I didn't have any problem. And this is from a guy who, like I said, I run a Quest group, and, I have a Valve Index. You know what I mean? I had no issues with it at all. And still to today, whatever I play on my PlayStation, I have never had a problem with it.
Yeah. Astonishing. It's super, it's got to run on 8-year-old tech at this point, right? With the OG PS4, and the fact that that's still kind of kicking and still kind of blowing us away. Some of the earlier titles, like you said, with Farpoint. It's really, really impressive. And so, it hurts. It always hurts when people who haven't given it a shot are like, complain about the tracking or complain about the graphics or anything else. I'm like, give it a shot, man. It's like, I think you'd be surprised. So that's actually a really nice story to hear.
Yeah, and I feel like even with a lot of them that did give it a shot, they didn't really. Like they had their mind made up before they even put the thing on their face. So they go in immediately looking for things rather than just trying to enjoy a game and take it as it comes. And speaking of which, with all the the few upsides that we've had to playing VR on PS5, it kind of upsets me because I understand that they believe in generations and they want to you know there obviously is a ramp down before we launch into the next big thing, but I feel like Sony has kind of let a lot of their VR player base dwindle here when all they really would have had to do to keep players engaged with the platform is allow for PS5 exclusives for the old hardware. So you have PSVR games that you can only play on PS5, or how about you can only play it on PS5 and PS4 Pro. Like staying tethered to that the OG Slim, I feel like it was a big missed opportunity for them over the last year plus. That they could have really taken advantage of this new hardware, kept their VR player base entertained a little bit more than they have.
Imagine the Quest 2. Quest 2, if they wouldn't have cut the tether for Quest 1, there's some games that we wouldn't be playing right now, right?
Yeah, but see, this is, this is such a tough conversation to have, especially like in mixed company. If because people watching this are like definitely have all sorts of different headsets, and because Sony believes in generations, it's been really cool that like if you have a PlayStation 4 Pro or PS5, your PSVR 1 has taken care of you for the last 5 years. You don't, at no point did Sony ever say, okay, now you have to own the Pro, now you have to own the PS5. And I think I've kind of gone on record saying that if Sony ever pulled what Facebook did with the Quest and cutting support for Quest 1 so early, like, dude, they would fucking lynch Sony. People would be out screaming it from the rooftops and being like, this is nonsense, I can't believe this, blah, blah, blah. But Facebook gets a free pass, right? And I have no idea why that is. And so I give a ton of credit to PlayStation for doing exactly what they're doing and saying, and really giving us console generations Do you know how confusing it would be for some people to say, "Oh, you can play this PlayStation 5 game in VR on PlayStation VR 1, but now you're going to have to require a whole new headset to play this PlayStation 5 VR exclusive." With
Yeah.
I mean, dude, people are already confused. You know, people are wondering if you need a PlayStation 5 for PSVR 2. I see comments every day from people who don't quite get what's happening. And so if you blur the lines even more with what you're suggesting, I mean, it would just be chaos, you know? And so
Yeah.
I do, but I 100% agree with you. I think Sony, Sony left a lot of us hardcore VR gamers hanging, and a lot of people jumped ship to Quest. Um, cross your fingers that they're coming back with PSVR 2.
Oh,
Well,
they'll be back.
well,
They'll be
this is
back.
the thing, though. I like to do every platform, right? I mean, there's, I like to experience even flat. Like, you know what I mean? A good game's a good game, no matter what platform it's on. I feel like it's like I need both of my arms. You know what I mean? I want them both. I don't want just one. I need both. But that's just me.
No, I think everybody should have the same opinion. Like I think I think a good game is a good game, and I just personally I don't like PC gaming. I've never liked PC gaming. It's always been way more complicated than it should be, and I don't like that. Certain games require this specs, and certain games require those specs, and can I play this? Can't I play that? It's like I just like knowing that I'm playing the same game that other PS5 gamers are playing. We're getting the exact same experience, like nice and simple, right? They keep it clean, and so that's why like when I play my Quest stuff, I don't even hook it up to the PC. And so that's the only reason that I'm so looking forward to PlayStation VR 2 is because I've got my PlayStation 5, and I'm you know like I I know that developers who make those games are not going to have to worry about making sure it runs on PS4 or the Pro or the PC or a bunch of different specs on PC. It's like, here is the one system you have to develop this for, and I think things generally turn out better when you limit the specs that your gamers are going to be playing on.
Well, it forces developers to optimize, right? Like that's the thing. When you see, Eric talking about Farpoint, which is a 4-year-old game at this point, which still, you know, in terms of visuals and sound, is on par with 90% of the VR games today. It just goes to show that you know there's a lot more juice there to squeeze out. I mean, when you look at the spec sheet for the OG PS4, if you build a computer with the exact same specs or even twice as good of specs as that has, it's not going to run VR. They won't even let you boot the headset up. So
Right.
it just goes to show you that a talented developer who's set to optimize can really do a lot with not much at all.
Right. And if you ask them to only optimize for one platform, right, which is why I kind of love exclusives, because they only have to optimize for one platform. They can say, this, we're only making it for this, and it's just and those games always seem to shine a little bit brighter than multi-platform games, because they knew what they were working on. Like, then they don't have to downgrade it for other headsets or other platforms.
And there's the funding for an exclusive,
Yeah.
right? You got a lot of funding. That's one of the reasons why Sony's games are so good. Like, they actually fund them. Like, that's nice to be funded. So
Yeah, most of the best games are exclusives, and that's always been my kind of argument when people start shitting on the idea of exclusivity. Like they assume that if these games weren't exclusives, that they would still exist as multiplats, which is not true at all. These games exist to be exclusives, and if there were no benefit to making the investment in these games, most of them wouldn't even be a thing at all.
yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Anyway, let's talk about horror games. And I don't think it's any secret there. Anybody who's kind of been following my channel or Brian's, they already know who won the Metamucil Award for the best horror game this year. Hands down, Blair Witch VR. Not only one of the best horror games I've played this year, one of the best horror games that I've played ever. And whether it's the cinematic attention to detail with the visions, the visual aspect and the sound, whether it's the interactivity and how I played this game on 3 platforms. That camera had different button configurations on every platform to match up with the controller that I was holding.
So
Um,
good.
yeah, all that stuff was awesome. But what really sold me on this game was the last 2 hours. You know, we were talking a moment ago about that surreal living nightmare experience that not enough games give you in VR. This game does it, and it does it excellent job of it. And I absolutely love this game. It's top 5 in my opinion with regards to VR horror games, and Bloober Team should be proud of themselves.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, dude. When I was saying, I think I said earlier that Layers of Fear, we got just a pretty atrocious port on PSVR just earlier this year, and so when Blair Witch VR came from pretty much the same studios and the same port team, I was like, this is gonna be horrible. This is gonna be bad news bears. And they they didn't send keys ahead of time, and it's just like, okay, here it is, it's out, and good luck. And I was like, oh man, I was just prepared for the worst. And when I started that up, and it looked good and sounded good, I was like, am I wrong? And I remember Wes, you being in my stream, being like, no, it's good, it is good. And it's like I was scared to even say it out loud. Like, I think this is really good. It's like it's pretty spooky right from the get go, and everything just works. And dude, I am absolutely in love with this game. And I'm so glad that it won this category. This is I absolutely would have expected that Resident Evil 4 would have won. But dude, this was scary and beautiful and well told. Yeah, man, I'm a big fan of this game.
And you know what I really love? I love a game that can at least somewhat accurately portray mental illness, and kind of put you in the shoes of someone who's had some sort of trauma done to them in their past. It does so much for the storytelling when you're building on that base. It's one of the things I loved about Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice, and it's absolutely one of the things I love about this game because your reality can change around you based on how far you get away from your dog, or whether you go left or right and end up in a dark corner of the woods. Your thoughts can kind of snowball with you and put you in a whole different scene. And I just think it was so well done. And again, it's very, very good. And
Yeah.
I recommend it to everyone.
Yep.
Yeah, and I had the pleasure of watching both of you guys stream it because I watched Brian stream it, and then I got a chance to watch Wes stream it almost all the way through to the end because I only played it maybe like halfway through. But here's what amazes me is I love that when you get a VR game that's a flat game also, that's just a mediocre flat game, but you take that flat game, you put it into VR, and it becomes a fantastic VR horror game. That's what I love.
And it wasn't a straight port either. Like, they remade this for VR, and they made it VR AF, as Brian likes to say, with a lot of the interactivity in the environments and some of the items that you find lying around. The camera was a big plus for me. I loved everything about this game. And we talked a little bit earlier, like, everybody has their own criteria for the awards that they give. And one of the things that we like to reward, this game was good on every platform. This was a great game on Quest. The first time I played it was on Quest, and I liked it so much on Quest that when it came out on PlayStation VR, I contacted Bloober Team. I was like, I need to see what it looks like on PSVR. So I played this game on all 3 platforms. And unlike a game like Layers of Fear, which obviously they didn't put a whole lot of effort into the ports on, this game has a distinct version on every platform. So there's a Quest version, there's a PlayStation version, there's a PC version, and I feel like all 3 kind of pushed the limits of the hardware that it was on. So again, just well done in every way, and there's not enough praise that I can heap upon this game.
Dude, did you see at the beginning of this trailer? I just saw it now. I probably watched this trailer 100 times on Gamescast, but I just noticed now on the rating, it says intense violence. They spelled intense wrong.
It's 2021. You don't need to spell stuff correctly anymore. You just throw it out
have
there.
other concerns.
No, it's violence against this burnable, smokable
Just love
item.
incense. Come on.
All
Yeah,
right,
but
so
you mentioned it earlier, man. The on the camcorder that you hold in your hand, the fact that they actually laid those buttons out and took the time and rearranged the buttons to make them, like if you pick up a Move controller and you're trying to play a PSVR game with the headset on, and you're not familiar with the moves like I am, because I've been playing with the moves since they first launched on PlayStation 3, like 12 years ago or something, however long ago that was. Like you don't know where the buttons are, right? And so to actually feel with the headset on, like, to have a big button in the middle and then 4 face buttons and have it accurately represented on the camcorder that you're using in game, and not have to even think about which button does what. I mean, it's pretty brilliant. And when you have something like that, which seems minor on the surface, it adds so much to the immersion, and it's one of those many small details that when they start adding up, you start forgetting that you're playing a game, and that's what can really add to the terror when you're playing a horror game. And so this is already a scary game, but when you add in things like that that allow you to forget that you're playing a game, it just skyrockets this to the top.
right, absolutely, and for all of the faults with the Layers of Fear PlayStation port, I think that over the next, we'll say 2 years, that you're probably going to get a pretty big consolation prize because they've already announced what they're doing next. They're doing another Layers of Fear game, and this one is going to be an Unreal Engine 5, which we already know. There's a big agreement between Sony and Epic. So a lot of these UE5 games are going to be geared toward PlayStation. And we also know that Unreal Engine is pretty much going to have a VR switch built into it. So you can bet that that game is going to be on the next PlayStation VR, and it's going to be amazing. All right, so we've spent 15 or 20 minutes now selling you guys on this game. You should all go play it. And I know what you're thinking. It's $30, right? $30. Who has $30 to go spend on a game right now? It's just past Christmas. Well, guess what, friends? It is Christmas because the first 3 people in the live chat right now that tell me who is the developer of this game, Blair Witch VR, Layers of Fear VR, who's the developer? The first 3 that says it in the chat will win a copy of Blair Witch on the platform of your choice. Go.
Shocker,
I love
Oprah came.
I love
came
Oprah. I love
yeah. Who
Look at
doesn't
her,
love
man.
Oprah?
She's ready to roll.
She loves giving stuff away, doesn't she?
Oh yeah, look
Yeah.
at her.
So if you're watching this on replay and you're saying, "Damn it, I missed out," guess what, friends? You did not. As we explained at the top of the episode, we're gonna draw. We're going to draw for winners from the comments below. So all you have to do, leave a comment that says hashtag giveaway, and then list the games that you would like to enter the drawing for. And this could be one of them. List Blair Witch if you want to enter for the Blair Witch drawing. And we're going to pick 3 more winners from the comments, and we will announce them next week during one of our live podcasts who the winners are. So
There we
3
go.
winners in the chat. I'm sure you already have been congratulated by future me, and 3 winners from the comments that we'll announce next week. Good luck to everyone, and congratulations to those who won.
Yep.
Dude, this Oprah stuff is killing me. This is too.
She's so happy, man. Look at her.
She loves giving games away.
Virtual strangers.
Yeah, she loves. I've kind of had mixed feelings about her because she does love giving away VR games, but I think she thinks she's better than me.
You think you're better than me? I think she does.
Definitely think she's better than me.
She probably is. She's better than me, for
Well,
sure.
yeah, she's definitely
too
better
funny,
than
man.
all of us. I've kind of had mixed feelings about her because she does love giving away VR games, but I think she thinks she's better than me.
You think you're better than me?
And the train keeps rolling all night long. So trying to sort through and see who won here. The 3 copies of Blair Witch VR. I think Ben F is our first winner. Traveling Man 3775 is the second one. Hussein X has already won Floor Plan. Technoglitch has already won Everslot. Warmark. Did Warmark win one?
You won Hinge.
But that was before. That was
Yeah, I don't know. Was that before
yeah,
you?
that
Did you
was
get? I didn't
before
know
we
if you
went live.
got the Hinge early.
Yeah, I think Warmark is the number 3. So congratulations, Ben F, Traveling Man 3775, and Warmark. For you all are the chosen 3 to
Wow.
win Blair Witch on the platform of your choice, courtesy of our friends over at Bloober Team. So
What
good
an
on you guys for knowing the answer, right?
what
Hell
an
yeah.
yeah, what an amazing pickup. Good for them for paying attention. Because I was shocked. I was not expecting the past Roots, Mash and West to give away a game. And I was like,
Sneak-
what? How did that? Yeah, how'd they sneak that past me, bro?
Sneaky sons of bitches,
No
man.
sneaky son of bitches. Yeah. They're giving away our games, bro. But that's okay. I like those 3 people, so you guys can keep it.
You know
I
what I
think
like?
that they're better than us for sure.
You think
they
you're
do.
better than me?
I like that Brian Paul got such a kick out of Oprah, though.
Dude, that whole interview, even though we lived it, I was like listening enraptured just the whole time. It was such a good, and I keep saying interview. That's how I felt, man. I felt like we were like picking his brain because he was just so knowledgeable about everything. It's almost like he
Yeah.
has a PSVR channel.
Exactly.
Oh no, who's saying that? I don't blame you, man. Go for it. I would have done the same if I were in your shoes, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you might as well throw it out there because nobody even knew that was coming.
Yeah.
So
I didn't even know it was coming. Oh, no, I do.
yeah, Mr. Taft throwing $5 says a little more just because you guys are machines. Thanks again for all you do. Tass, you rock. Thanks for all you do. You're an amazing doctor. Keeps me alive and back for blood. And you're always good and after the fall as well. And Tarkov.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Tasselhoff, for the $5 donation. Super
Yep.
cool, bro.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nibelheim says, just in case I was right, Incuvo. Actually, you are correct. It is Incuvo, but we would have accepted either. It's funny, most of the websites that you check will tell you that Bloober Team was the developer of this. In reality, it was Incuvo.
Yeah.
Incuvo just never gets the credit they deserve with these titles.
Yeah, that's a good point, Wes. Very good point.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me get my notes back up here, and the show will roll along. It looks like, all right, so that was Brian Paul Part 1. We're coming right out of that into the Oz Award for the Best New World, Best Exploration. I think someone on the Discord called it the world that's only possible in VR. That's what this award is, the Oz Award. It's for that beautiful VR world that you get to explore. And some certainly deserving nominees for the award. Naal, The Lost Eye, was an incredible world that we got to explore in the early part of the year. I think March that game came out, right around the same time as Awake In and right before Hinge. It was a nice little period there for indie releases on PC. But this one certainly had the biggest, most explorable world out of those 3 games, like realms, right? Mash. I mean, there were different realms that you got to visit in this kind of sky world that you're in.
Yeah, and they wrapped the world, they wrapped the story around the world, and just they brought you in. It was so good, and you know, a big part of the world is the story, and they just did a really good job with it. And you know, there was a lot to this game, a lot more than you would think. It was puzzles, there was some combat, there was again a lot of story, and it was really good.
Right. And Onakazi says that he suggests that this is called the Isekai award. Do you guys know how to pronounce that word that he just said?
Isekai?
Izakai? Do anybody know what that means?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, boom, right over my head, bro. But we'll look into it. Maybe it will be. The next nominee, Mask Maker, which we've already talked about a few times during the show. A beautiful collection of islands, ruins to explore, and you know, treetops, canopy that you get to check out in this world as well. A beautiful world in Mask Maker, certainly deserving of the nomination.
Yeah.
And then a game that we haven't brought up any at all today, Vengeful Rites, is kind of your PC VR version of The Legend of Zelda. A vast explorable world available in that one, and tons of little secret areas to find. I really enjoyed Vengeful Rites.
Yeah.
That was one of my favorite parts when we jumped into that, because I had never been in there before, and it was like an eye opener for me. I had such a good time in there.
Yeah, it's super cool. We'll wait until you play Gunheart with us, bro.
Man,
It's a
I'm so
3-man
excited.
co-op, dude. We're gonna be jumping around, shooting bugs. It's gonna be cool.
Hell yeah, 3-man co-op. That's
not-
a weird number, right?
Well,
3-man.
that's what Destiny is too. I think it's kind of like a Destiny clone in a sense.
Onikaze says Izakai is another world in Japanese. And it
Oh.
means it's a whole genre of anime named after it. So,
Oh, I got you. See, that's anybody that's into anime would be like, dude, what the? You guys don't know that? We're like a little bit past that. We're old, bro.
yeah,
Great.
Not
Yeah.
my thing, but thank you for the education, Onikaze.
Yeah.
Hitman 3. I mean, as far as big explorable worlds go, they don't get much more big and explorable than that. Obviously, it's not an open world game, but as a collection of massive levels that are fully explorable, I mean, exploration's kind of what 80% of playing Hitman, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Because they pretty much tell you, okay, you need to get here, find a way to do it, and then you get there, and they're like, oh, you need this weapon to do this. I don't know, man. It's such a good game especially for exploration.
Yep, absolutely. But none of those the winner. The winner was the game that saw me pick up sticks for hours just so I could have the privilege of exploring the big, awesome world. Song of the Smoke. I think that this world is easily the best new world in VR. This world is enchanting. It's mysterious. It's full of mythical creatures, and I just love the whole fantasy vibe that they had going on with this game. The maps were. It's funny. This game, you can call it linear technically, but it's not. It's not like it was one very long, straight path, but rather what this game was is a collection of areas that tie together in a straight line. So the overall path is linear, but your individual path can go all over the place because these maps are so big. Absolutely love these worlds. It was my favorite thing about this game, and the whole reason to play it, in my opinion.
Yeah, I like that they didn't like make it like a level either. You could spend as much or as little time as you wanted to in each of these areas to make you feel like you're actually moving through the world. It wasn't like, oh, you beat this level and then you move to a different area. You are in that area and you stay there as long until you feel comfortable to move to the next area.
Yeah, that's a good way to
That's
put
the
it.
world.
That's a good way
Yeah.
to put it. It makes you feel like you're really in that world. And Mr. Tass,
Who's
says,
reading that one?
I was waiting for one of you to says this one is
I'm
for
not reading
me.
that.
We are no longer the knights who say knee. We are now the knights who say, I don't even know, what does it say? Eki, 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 pating, zoom, boing, zoring. I don't know how to say that.
That's awesome, Cass.
Ring. I did it. I got it for you, bro.
It's been a long time since I've seen that movie.
It's a good movie.
Thank you for the $5.
Anyway. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Taz, for the another donation.
Yes,
Really
man, you
appreciate
rock,
it.
Tass.
Yeah, for sure.
Anyway, yes, that is cool. It's a string of different areas, both all very wide and expansive areas. And what Root says is true, or what Eric says, that you can not only progress at your own pace, but you can go all the way back to the beginning of the game at any point. Just turn around and start walking the other direction, and it'll take you all the way back to the very tutorial. Like, a huge world, a huge linear world that isn't linear at all. I
Damn it.
absolutely love it.
Damn it! Now you guys always make me want to play these games and buy them. Now I want to go back in and try it. I want to try it on easy because I want to really experience this world, and I could care less. I mean, I know they're not going to get rid of hunting. It just won't need it as much or as often. I guarantee every aspect of the game will still be there. You just won't have to gather as much. You won't have to hunt as
Split
much.
stream.
No,
Split stream. We need split
Yeah.
stream.
Oh.
Easy on one half, normal difficulty on the other half.
Great idea.
That's a really good idea, and I know Eric is itching to sit in the out of the game on this one because you really don't
Oh,
like
yeah.
this one, and I would be interested to see how fun it is, or I guess it wouldn't be as scary if I had Wes there. It'd be cool.
I'd be right there with you, and it would actually be kind of fun, kind of showing off to you guys what I've learned and kind of giving you the grand tour of the game.
And helping me, like I'd be like, Wes, how do I make this again? But this is the best part, and this is for Wes. I can't catch you on fire, and I can't steal your food because we'll be asymmetrical, right? And so that's like a safety. That's like the safe space bubble from Roots screwing your game over.
Well, you got to watch out, bro, because if you're not careful, you'll be the food. That's what's great about it.
Well, you know all the tricks to stay alive. I don't. I've only gone a little bit deep in this.
Well,
There's
that's
no
what
trick, bro. There's no trick. You make some arrows and you fight when these motherfuckers come after you. That's what you got to do.
Well, that's the one thing that I'm like intrigued about now is Wes. We were talking, was it last night or the night before? Wes was telling us about some later parts that we didn't get to. I didn't play. I played probably like 3 or 4 hours, maybe 5 hours into this game. Wes has gone quite a bit farther, and he got to some stuff that I want to see now. So I would love to see you guys get to that spot. So I would definitely do that for sure.
Yeah, it's awesome. Hey, and Onikazi says the dev has said you can change the difficulty at all without ruining your save. So that's nice.
You can change it.
That's
You can
awesome.
switch back and forth.
So at any time, that's cool.
Yeah.
I would like to know on paper what exactly changes with the difficulty. That's what I want to know. I wish it was customizable. Like I could pick and choose what I turn on and off. I'm just afraid that if I go easy, it's going to nerf things that I don't want nerfed. And
well, that's the thing. You can turn it off, and there's no downside. You can just run around for a little bit and just check it out and see how it is. And if it's too much, you just turn it back on. Just don't progress, right? Until you figure out if you like it or not.
Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah. Well, I'm down to jump back into this one. I really enjoyed it. Even though you are picking up sticks for a pretty healthy portion of the gameplay, the world is enchanting, and I love it. It's great.
Absolutely.
We move on to the Walled Garden Award, and of course, the Walled Garden Award is all about the best exclusive in VR. See, I told you guys that the awards are just going to get better from here on out. We're getting down to the nitty gritty now. Best exclusive in VR, regardless of platform. We had some good ones this year, didn't we, guys?
Yeah. Oh my God, there's amazing ones for sure. It was a hard choice. I mean, not hard enough to where we had to discuss it, but definitely hard.
Yeah.
that
Crashland. First of all, I'm sorry, Eric. What was that?
I was gonna say it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy, like keeping this list, to like not a whole bunch of games either. It was a tough discussion.
Yeah.
Crashland was a Oculus Quest exclusive, and as we have said many times at this point, the best wave shooter in VR, period, came out on Oculus Quest this year. Completely underrated game. Hopefully everyone goes and plays it after they watch this.
Yep.
Lone Echo 2, probably the one game that's probably won the most awards during our live stream today. Good in almost every way. A little lacking on the gameplay side, but checks off every other box. So a great title, Lone Echo 2.
Yep.
Arashi Castles of Sin, PlayStation VR exclusive. A game I'd like to see on PC, quite honestly. I think the very few flaws that are left in this game could be, horse powered out, if you will, with the power of PC behind it. But a great game, nevertheless, as it stands on PlayStation.
Yeah.
And then there's Fracked, and then, I mean, I think we've put Fracked over as about as strong of terms as we possibly can. The best 3 hours in VR this year was running through Fracked. Absolutely love it, and would probably be the winner of this title if it weren't so short. And so, what was the best exclusive of the year? Well, it's probably that one that we said was one of the most important exclusives of all time in VR. The one that started the snowball that we're still riding downhill, Resident Evil 4 on Oculus Quest, is the best exclusive in VR this year. You can ask anybody. IGN will tell you. Game Explorer will tell you. Anybody will tell you that Resident Evil 4 was significant. And the reason it was significant, not only is it that name that brings people into VR, but once people get into VR and play this game, it's amazing. So, yeah, certainly a worthy winner of the Walled Garden Award.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, this game was more important than any other platform, any other game to any other platform for sure.
Yeah, and to VR
This
in
game-
general. It's a system seller, right? It's brought
Exactly.
people into VR.
Exactly.
Yeah, I've never seen people's
Exactly.
eyes light up like this game when it's mentioned. It's amazing.
If you look at it in honest terms and do a little math, you could honestly say that Resident Evil 4 as a Quest exclusive is important to PlayStation 5 VR, because the wave that this game started, Sony's going to be riding. They're the ones that's going to reap the benefits of it in less than a year's time from now, as all these new Quest users, not all of them, but a significant number of them, look to move on to something more. Sony's going to be the one that provides them that, and it's all started with the launch of this game. So,
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, sure.
And it's good, and it's right. Like I've said, that when I'm raving about the inventory management of all things, in a VR game, it's just it's so good.
Yeah.
Yep. Great game. Anyway, we move on to a discussion topic, and a difficult award to name a winner in, for sure. The Rocky Award. This award is for the best new IP / most potential for sequels. So we had a number of new intellectual property debut this past year in the VR library. We're looking for the best one. We're looking for the one that's most likely to have a part 2, a part 3, a part 4, like Rocky here, just never ending sequels. Which one is the most likely? Well, the first one we looked at was Swarm. And I think Swarm is a good candidate for this, not only because it's such a fun and groundbreaking game on a technical level, but we still haven't seen the best from this game. We're going to get a co-op mode in the very short near-term future, and hopefully at that point, this game will get the attention that it deserves as one of the best PlayStation VR titles. I'm sorry, PlayStation VR, Oculus Quest titles of the year. I was watching your video here.
I
and it
know. I
looked
was
like
gonna
Frack
say
from
you
that.
looked at Fracked and you were like, "That's not.
Yeah,
That's PlayStation VR." I don't know what that was. Weird.
yeah. Thank you, Drew. Drew says, "Merry VRsmas and happy Neos year. Thanks for doing
Yeah.
all the things, Rep West Roots and Masher." Thank you, Drew. Thanks for hanging out, bro, and
Thanks, man.
being with us on this late New Year's Day night.
Yeah, for sure. Really appreciate it.
We gotta get
That's
the Neos.
awesome, dude.
Neos, man. Neos. It's my New Year's
Neos.
resolution. I'm going to the Neos.
Neos, let's
Yeah,
go
I need
right
to
now.
go into Neos as well. Yeah.
Right now.
Steve, are you still here? Let's go to
Let's see you
Neos,
guys
bro.
later. Yeah.
Anyway, Swarm, I would very much like to see a sequel from. Only time will tell. The next nominee is Against, and I think that this is one of the more likely titles to get a sequel on this list, honestly, because I think that this game's going to blow up. I think that this is going to be a very popular game as it moves on to the other platforms, as people become familiar with the beat map editors and start to share their levels. I think that Against is going to be pretty big, and I think that profitability is going to eventually spawn sequels.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, oh yeah, I guess this is the discussion. I guess I'm so used to going through. I mean, but I guess it depends, really, because like we were saying, it's so similar to Pistol Whip, and I can't imagine a Pistol Whip getting a sequel, like, or any rhythm game. They just kind of get like more tracks, right, or more songs, and so it just kind of continues on for forever. But it's very, I mean, very possible.
Yeah, where this one differed a little bit from like Pistol Whip, where I could see an actual whole story. New game with a whole new story. With this one, they could even go to a different genre. Get out of this like
It's true.
grainy noir atmosphere and go into something different. And just do a whole new, because this is more not like tracks like Pistol Whip or Beat Saber or any of those other rhythm games where it's okay, let me go play this one song. This is like playing a level. This is like playing a story part of it. So a little bit different.
Absolutely. When you have a story and a theme, that kind of sets you apart when compared to rhythm games.
Yeah, well, it's true, but Pistol Whip has their things too. I guess it depends on what they want to do, because like you were saying, Mash, earlier, or maybe it was Wes, that Pistol Whip could have easily sold those experiences, right? But they had them separate, but they didn't. They just put it all in one. Whereas maybe these people could do it different, or maybe a different genre, or who knows what. So
yeah, I think if Pistol Whip can do these 20-minute mini stories, that they very well could do a full length campaign in a sequel.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sure.
Song in the Smoke was such a great game, and a lot of people. Well, I don't want to. I don't want to jump the shark too much here. I could very well see Song in the Smoke getting a sequel. Would it have to be based on necessarily the same character in the same world? No, I think that we could see a similar world and a similar character and basically the same kind of gameplay playing out in a whole different area for a whole different person with a new twist on it. I mean, if anything, Jake Kasdal and 17-bit have shown themselves to be uber creative, and with the popularity that this title has received, it's receiving awards left and right. I'm sure that it's been a wild success for them. And again, money talks, man. And I think that it's very possible that at the very least we see DLC for this game this year, but in the future also a sequel.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, they have a hit and they know it. They're going to do something with this more.
Now, this next one, I really don't think we'll see a sequel from, but it's good enough that we should. I think if there's a case to be made for any of these games getting a sequel, Fract has made that case. Fract is pretty much like the free demo section of the $50 game that you want to buy, right? This is the demo level for the $50 Epic campaign. I think there's a market for it. I think the game was universally praised by everyone who played it. If there were any sort of numbers left on PlayStation VR at all right now, I think this game would probably be a lock for a sequel. But unfortunately, that's not the case. Hopefully, things change with the prospect of PlayStation 5 VR.
Yeah,
I would have bet money on it that they before you went and talked to them after the game. I would have bet money that they were going to do a sequel because they ended the game with on a cliffhanger. Like here's your next story arc right here. There was no real ending to the game because it kind of was like, oh, it was like a to be continued. That's what you thought. So I would have bet money that, and the game was so short, they were like, okay, they're going to have DLC or they're going to have another game or something. So when then you went and talked to them and they were like, no, we're done. This is it. I was crushed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Traveling Man wants to know if you finished Song in the Smoke, Wes.
I did not. I did not finish Song in the Smoke. That game's hardcore, bro. It's hardcore.
It's gone pretty far though, right? You've gone really far.
I'm about halfway. I'm about halfway there. It's
Yeah.
a long game.
So it's
Maybe a little.
hardcore and you're halfway. That's crazy.
Yeah, like I might be a little bit more than half through it, but yeah, I've got ways to go, miles to go before I'm anywhere near the end of that game.
It's crazy.
Anyway, the next nominee. Oh, there is no next nominee. Well, there is.
Yeah.
There's one more nominee before we get to the winner. After the Fall, I think on sheer popularity alone, that this game could one day see a sequel. Do I think that it will? Probably not, based on Vertigo Games' history. They typically, I mean, if Arizona Sunshine is any kind of example, what they're going to do with this title is they're going to support it for years and years and years. And then when they're done with it, they're going to be done with it and they're going to go on to the next thing. I think an Arizona Sunshine sequel is more likely than an After the Fall sequel. But as we've said many times, money talks, and this game is uber popular right now. People picking it up left and right at $40. So, if it's profitable, you never know, guys. We could get another one of these in a few years.
That's very possible. But right now, it's definitely going to be seasonal, right? Seasonal content release. And that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
well,
like-
it keeps them from having to rebuild a whole new engine, right? To make their money. They've got that work done now, and now they can milk it.
Yeah. Well, as
Yeah,
long
that's
as
why I
they
think
give us
that's why I
good
think
stuff.
this one can't be the winner, right? I think if we really thought it could be the winner of this is probably the most popular of the games on here, but because of the way it's structured and the seasonal content, like Root said, which is exactly how they're going to go, probably like Pop 1. You're not going to see a Pop 2. You know what I mean? They're going to just keep using Pop 1 over and over and over and just keep doing new seasons, just like Fortnite or just like any of those other games. And they're going to do the same thing with After the Fall. So that's why, it can't win this award. And that's why the one that did win is a fitting winner.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one that did win it, I think is kind of a no-brainer for a sequel. Arashi Castles of Sin is, again, this is a genre and a game style that people have been waiting for years to get into VR. And it's so well done that not only could I see this game coming to other platforms this year, but I think it's a no-brainer for a sequel. I think more people are going to buy the sequel to this game than bought the original because now people know. Now people know about this game. They know about this franchise, and the Rocky Award's about the best new IP, and this is a great new IP. They have lore. I mean, it's just it makes sense on every level.
Yeah. Absolutely. It's amazing.
Yeah, and they know everybody knows Endeavor One now. Endeavor One's a name now in the VR world. So they're gonna have some credit. They're gonna have some street cred when they come back in with another game, and people will be looking for it.
Absolutely. So congratulations to Endeavor One on a awesome 2021. We hope not only to see more from Arashi Castles of Sin, but we hope to see more titles from this universe. And just expansion. You guys have seen it happen time and time again, how these studios improve from game to game to game. Imagine what an Arashi sequel, in 2023 might be like.
Right. On the new hardware in Unreal Engine 5.
Yeah, I like how you're thinking.
It's going to be amazing.
Yeah, Haru. He might even move his legs when he flies.
Dude, they might have new gloves at that time. PlayStation gloves that let you feel stuff. You'll be able to pet. Like I just want to pet the wolf. You know what I mean? Like you know who else wants to pet the wolf?
My mom!
Oh yeah.
And maybe you want to pet the wolf. Maybe any of you out there in the chat would like to pet Haru. Well, today is your lucky day because we have 2 copies of Arashi Castles of Sin ready to go right now. One to chat, one to the second chance drawing in the comments. So here's how this works, ladies and gentlemen. I have 2 copies. I have one North American copy. I have one European region copy. So the chat winner gets his or her choice, and the other one goes up for the drawing next week. Hashtag giveaway Arashi. Be sure you're subscribed, and you could be the winner next week.
Did you say hashtag Arashi? That's not hashtag after the
Did
fall
I say hashtag
or
Arashi? I've been going what, 9
hashtag
hours. Man?
PlayStation VR. Or, no, I'm just saying people are putting hashtags out there for everything. It's definitely Arashi. It's not your favorite game. Very specific.
Hashtag giveaway Arashi.
Yeah.
In the comments.
Yeah, in the
not
comments.
chat. All right, so let's see here. What to ask these people?
Oh God, here we go.
Yeah, here we go indeed. Arashi Castles of Sin. Now, do we even have any PlayStation VR players in the chat? That'd be the first question I need to ask.
Yeah.
But that's not a given, right?
Yeah, that's true. I'm sure we do. I mean, we just saw Drew. We saw, Delirium Drew says, I really want to play this one. I don't know if that's this game, Arashi or not, but I think it was something before it.
Yeah, Drew. If Drew's still around, then absolutely. Yeah. All right. So,
Ashes to Ashes said hashtag need coffee. And you know what? Ashes to Ashes. I think I might make some, because even though we're coming around that bend, when we finish, I may or may not want to play a couple rounds of Tarkov. If we're still, no, I think Mash needs to get some sleep before his trip to Vegas, going to CES.
Hopefully.
Yeah. Mash was just telling me while you're doing this, between the scenes that they canceled one of the days of CES. I guess Saturday they shortened it by a day.
Yeah.
What's the point in that? Like, what do they think that they're accomplishing by doing that?
Well, I heard that you can't get COVID on Saturday, so they just can't I have no idea.
I don't know, man.
No idea.
There's got to be who knows? It's just 2022.
Yeah,
it's the way it is.
All right, I have a question for these people.
Yeah, you're not leaving till afternoon. I'm sure we could squeeze in a couple of Tarkov matches.
Yeah, probably good. Nakazi, I am leaving. I'm driving to New Jersey to get a flight. So it takes me about 3 and a half to 4 hours to get to New Jersey from where I am, and then I'm flying to Las Vegas. So my flight actually doesn't leave till tomorrow night at 8, and I arrive in Vegas at 10:30 p.m. So we don't leave. I won't leave my house until like 1 p.m. tomorrow. So I'll get some good sleep in the morning.
You get some sleep in the drive over. Have your wife drive there.
Oh my God, she's gonna love me.
We go question out.
That's why I say your wives are the best. They put up with it.
First one to answer gets a copy of Arashi for their PlayStation VR.
True, he's all over it.
Swing and a miss by Delirium.
Oh, he's all over it. He's wrong.
Techno glitch with the same wrong answer as Drew.
Wait,
why would you put the same answer?
He's diligent.
Drew finally coming through with the correct answer. $29.99. Thank you.
You did it!
Drew.
You did it, Drew.
All right.
One
Drew is the winner of Arashi.
Yeah.
But my European friends who are undoubtedly in bed right now, if you would like to win a copy for yourself in your region, hashtag giveaway Arashi. Make sure you're subscribed, and we will give away the European key next week.
Yeah. So if you're not in the EU, don't hashtag giveaway or Rashi.
You can maybe. I mean, people in the States have European accounts. I've even got one somewhere that I don't remember the login for.
Doesn't sound.
I used to
right.
keep a European account just for this occasion, like when there were giveaways and stuff, so I could claim these games.
Ah.
Smart.
Oh, Tech didn't see him. Okay, we got you. We got you. We got you, Tech.
Yeah.
No glitch.
Techno Glitch already won anyway.
Yeah, it's true. You already won, bro. Techno glitch. You won.
Anyway, let's move right along to the next award. The next award is the Hello Games Award. And we named this award the Hello Games Award so that we could award it to someone else, because this is the award for best ongoing support of a VR game. And everyone knows just exactly how Hello Games supports No Man's Sky. It's nuts. They release huge free DLC multiple times every year and completely overhaul the scope of the gameplay by these different things that they keep adding in. So they're just going to be the permanent winner until they put a new game out, and they're being immortalized in the title of the award. So
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because they definitely would have won again this year, man. They put a ton of DLC out this year, man.
100%. You can ride animals in this thing now.
It's
It's nuts. They have
crazy.
living ships that you can fly around in. I mean, it's just crazy what they're doing with it.
Well, and if you have 2080 series or better, the DLSS, I mean, it got it so crystal clear and amazing, and it's just flawless, man.
Yeah, I mean, most improved game of all time, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it has to be.
I want to go in there now. What the hell, man?
Anyway, we have had quite a few titles that were supported well this year from the VR development community. I mean, Hitman 3 had a litany of DLC with the 7 Deadly Sins that they had going on for the better part of the year. So that one certainly deserved mention. And then there's Into the Radius, which continues to make over what is already an impressive game. They've already did a 2.0 of Into the Radius. It supports DLSS. It supports ray tracing. So many more features now and quality of life updates from the original. And it's just getting more and more beautiful by the day. So certainly Into the Radius deserves to be on this list as well. And then what about Walkabout Mini Golf? I mean, these guys, they put a new track out about every 6 weeks, right? A new course. And how many is it now, Eric? How many courses in this game?
I gotta say, it's got to be like 10 or 12, right? Something
Yeah,
like that. Like
yeah,
135 holes of mini golf or something crazy like that.
Well, and that's what one of something like this is like a mini golf game. That's the one thing that could kill it, would be like just not enough holes and not enough courses, right? And when it first came out, it had enough to begin with, and they just keep adding and adding. Now, granted, the last couple have been DLC, but they're cheap, and this isn't the best free DLC award, right? It's the best support, whether it's they charge or not, and Walkabout Mini Golf is a very good example.
Yeah, this isn't the award for best individual DLC. This is the best support over the course of the year.
Yep. Absolutely.
Like Pistol Whip, for example, which got multiple DLCs this year as well. Not only that, I mean, complete overhaul and new game modes. I mean, a lot of changes came to Pistol Whip this year. Pistol Whip became a lot better of a game this year, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then there's Demio. Demio launched earlier this year, but we've already had 2 full-fledged DLCs for this game. Playable DLCs, absolutely free. Just showing the potential of staying power of this game. I think that Demio is a game that's going to be around for years to come. But I don't think that the DLCs are always going to be free. So I think that people should enjoy it while they can.
Yeah, they're gonna have to start charging at some point.
And I'll pay it.
Yeah,
'Cause
I
it's
would pay
good.
it absolutely. Yeah.
And that brings us to the winner of this category. Just blown away by the support that In Death Unchained has gotten this year, whether it be from the amazingly massive new levels that have been added in, complete with new arrows, new weapons, new enemies, new everything. But beyond that, they've supported this game with seasonal content and contests, competitions that take place within their game. This is a very lively community, constantly something going on within Death Unchained. And I think that they've done an amazing job with this game. Like, it's just like they keep adding insult to injury to the original developer of In Death by the way that they're supporting this. Um, they could stop. They could stop any time, and this game would be a massive success. But they just keep going.
It just shows you that it's not about, like some people they get paid to make a game and they get, they do what they got paid for. And then there's artists that like want to put their game, their imagination, their name. They're putting your name on it in this industry, right? Everything about it. I give it to me. It's short-sighted to just say, "Oh, I'm done." And I get it, paycheck. Sometimes you can't afford it, but if you can, why would you not want to make this like the amazing game so that when your game is standing next to the original, like the people that have the original, it's like you thought you had a Big Mac in your hand. Well, that's not even a good example. But that to me, that the Big Mac would be the charlatan burger. You think you had this really good, amazing burger, and you look down and it's a Big Mac, and you're like, oh my god, this is crap. That's how I would feel. Like you're missing out on the if you're not playing the Quest version of this. Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
That desolation update that they just gave the thing is amazing looking, because they didn't just put that new level on there with all those new enemies and weapons and stuff, but they overhauled the whole game, not just visually but from a content level as well, by adding in story shards and the new what are amulets. I mean, there's a lot of new stuff going on in Death, and they just continue to make it better.
Absolutely. ET2K9 says In Death and the Quest is so good. He's been playing it while listening right now. And
awesome.
Wolveraza says he'll never get sick of In Death. It's a great game. So
yeah.
Well, maybe I should go play it while I host.
That'd be cool.
It's crazy thing. They did all this for free, man. They didn't charge anything more. Base game to give you all this.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Nuts. I went in there today on their Discord and dropped co-op, and or maybe it was yesterday.
Oh god.
I planted the seed. The seed has been planted. Hopefully it sprouts into a healthy tree.
This game would be amazing on co-op for me. I don't know. I would be in there all the time.
Hey, what's up, Hack? Hack dropping by. You haven't won a game yet. Why don't you hang out for a minute? We've got games to hand out.
Yeah, somebody in the chat says, I wonder how many games are left, and I'm not going to tell you how many, but we still got a lot. And like Wes said, the games are getting better and better and better. So
yeah, crazy.
That's true. That's true. The games keep getting better, and we still have quite a few left to hand out.
Yep.
But first, we need to hand out one more award, the Blood and Wine Award. This is for the best DLC. So where the Hello Games Award was for the entire year of support of a game, the Blood and Wine Award is the support for the single best DLC of the year. Of course, we start with Walkabout Mini Golf's Shangri-La course, which I think is most people's favorite. Am I off base there, Eric? I think most people like Shangri-La.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is crazy because I mean, a lot of people are like, "This is my." I mean, there was so many base courses that came with that were great, and people are like, "Shangri-La is by far my favorite course." So I mean, everybody loves it.
Hack says, "Oh, what up, guys? I thought this might have been a recorded part." Well, let me tell you, Hack, if this were a recorded part, you would be much more likely to win a game because the recorded parts are jam packed full of codes that flash up on the screen. So you would actually have been better off to win a game if it were.
Yeah, and that last part segment is coming up soon, and you will also see Brian Paul up in the corner, so you might actually really enjoy the conversation because I know you're a game cat.
Yeah, it was great. Brian was great.
Pistol Whip, Smoke and Thunder, one of the more notable DLCs that got launched this past year. Most people absolutely love this DLC. It's really good, solid. Certainly deserves to be on this list.
Yeah.
D Mylan asked, "Did Unchained come out this year?" No, but the support category that we just handed out was for support over the last year. It doesn't have to be a 2021 release to win that specific category.
Yeah, it's one of the few categories. That's why we took No Man's Sky off the list because it literally won every single year because they just keep supporting their game.
Mm-hmm.
Right, exactly. In Death Unchained Desolation DLC we just talked about. Probably the most impressive DLC pack to date for this game by a fair margin.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
The Walking Dead Saints and Sinners Aftershocks. Kind of one of the no-brainer nominees when we came up with this award. That was actually the one that I had in mind when we named this award. But at the end of the day, and a little bit of discussion later, we decided to go with something else, didn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Gamer Chick was just in the chat asking. She said, "Is Aftershocks considered DLC? Because they kind of consider it end game content, not DLC."
Yeah, we considered it as a DLC, but I think the fact that it is in-game content was kind of the reason why we went another way with it. Like, we love Aftershocks. What it did well was it gave us an excuse to play for 4 to 6 more hours in one of the best games in VR. It was great in that sense. What it failed to do is give us an overarching story arch, which is really what we kind of wanted out of the DLC. Great DLC. Certainly deserves to be nominated and up toward the top of the list. But at the end of the day, we had to go with Demio's Roots of Evil DLC. This is the one that people continue to rave about, and a DLC that really adds to the game rather than extends the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Just the addition of the bard and the way that it changes and the aspect that changes to where you can't take every character in. And now you really do have to make a choice, and it makes a difference. The character, the differences in enemies. And I felt like the whole time we were playing, I was like, oh my God, what is happening? There was so much difference going on. I was just so impressed. And I just love this game. And I just can't wait to see the next DLC. So
yeah, absolutely, a deserving winner. A tough choice, but I think we got it right.
Yeah. It was almost tough to choosing which DLC was the winner, right? Because they had 2 DLCs that were both great.
And that was another reason why we went with this game, is because it was 2 different DLCs. They were both amazing, both completely different from each other, and it's just such an amazing game. I mean, it's a new game, just came out this year, right? Like, I mean, just everything about this Resolution Games is super impressive to me. So,
Absolutely. Anyway, a deserving winner for a hard fought category, and surely you guys have all played Demio at this point, right?
yeah.
I mean, everyone in the chat have Demio.
No, they don't have it.
Well, let me tell you what. If someone out there doesn't have Demio, you're about to, because it is giveaway time. Once again, friends, we are giving away a copy of Demio. So here's how this one's going to go. We have 2 copies. We have an Oculus copy. We have a Steam copy. Whoever answers the question first in chat will win the copy of their choice. The copy that remains will be given out during the second chance drawing next week. Hashtag giveaway Demio. Make sure you're subscribed and your name will go in the hat. And I've already got the question for this one, and I'm going to go ahead and ask the
Gamer Chick says she wants to do a game night with us in Demio to assuage her outrage.
Ooh, assuage. Anytime you can use assuage in a sentence,
yeah,
it's amazing.
You got to take advantage of it. And
that sounds like a great Virtual Strangers live stream of us hanging out with Gamer Chick playing Demio.
That would be cool.
A little bird told me that she could be going on location with us sometime very, very, very soon. So
that's awesome.
Maybe Demio will be the arena for this to take place. Who knows?
Oh yeah.
I want my Dave Marsh finishing of that game.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
All right. So question for the chat to win a copy of Demio.
Oh, Nakazi, you don't have Demio? Oh man, you got to win this then.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's definitely one of my favorite games this year. It's Radio Run's game of the year.
Yeah. Yep. For sure.
And he's from Idaho now. I don't know what that means, but
exactly. Shit.
It's more official, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Who doesn't try to use the word assuage as much as they can? I'm going to say it all day tomorrow to my wife and see what happens. See how many times I can squeeze it in.
I bet she's going to love that.
Oh, absolutely.
Wait until you get about 5 minutes in the drive of the car, so she can't get away. And see how many times you can bring it up.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Make it a game.
Oh, and the Runt is still here. He's just lurking.
Hey, what's up, Radio Runt?
He's a lurker sometimes.
Yeah, me too. Depends on what you're doing when you're lurking. He did say he likes to peep in people's windows. And before anybody judges him, he's talking about Steam, VR, and notifications to see what people are playing. It's pretty much the same thing.
A peeper.
He's a peeper.
That's why
a peeper's a peeper.
That's why he had to leave. That's why he had to leave California. So he's trying to outrun that sex offender list, right?
He was that kind of peeper.
No.
Did we just brand him a sex offender on there?
Hey, Scion VR. Scion VR is coming in. What's up, Scion? Missed one in awards. Scion. Missed one.
Boognish 66, I think, is the winner of this one. Congratulations, Boognish.
Nice.
Or you are the winner. You're going to want to hit me up on Discord after the show. Lethal Weasel VR on Discord. There's an invitation in the description below, and claim your prize.
Boognish.
Yeah, Scion missed one the most hardcore puzzle game of the year. What was the name of the?
What do you think, bro? What do you think?
The
Who do you think won that,
Cialis
Scion?
Award.
The Cialis Award.
Yeah, the Cialis Award.
Yep, that's right. Yeah, the old guy with a smile and a thumbs
I took
up.
inspiration for Scion's name for that award, but smoothed it out, and made it a little bit more acceptable for television.
Hell yeah. That Smiths definitely deserved that award.
Yep.
No other game could have won that award this year.
Nope. I mean, it's impossible, dude. It's missed. It's missed.
That's true.
I barely made it off the dock.
You
I noped out when I got off the dock.
were like, dude, this is too tough.
I don't want to go any farther.
You know, Radio Rent wanted Puzzling Places to win that award. I had to rename the awards just so that we could get around that.
Yeah, well, Puzzling Places, doing puzzles is a little bit harder than Mist.
Who doesn't love puzzles in VR?
Chris9989 says the Cialis Award goes to this stream, keeping us up all night. Damn straight, baby.
Yeah. You know who else likes to be kept up all night?
My mom!
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah.
They say that that at 4 hours you're supposed to call a doctor.
Oh, God. Well, we're already double that.
We're in big trouble.
We're in big trouble.
We may have a little
William
bit
Drew
too much blood
says you're
flow.
going to laugh, Wes. So I had Arashi's game pulled up so I could confirm the dev in case you asked me that. The price was right there, but somehow I tried to get so. Yeah, he just read it wrong.
He
No, I
tri-
checked it before I asked the question. I thought it might have been 25 as well, but I looked at it beforehand, so I knew.
That's crazy.
Hell yeah.
So Hexed Havoc is distraught that Boognish 66 won Demio. Hexed Havoc, you don't have to be bummed out. All you have to do is make sure you're subscribed. After the show, go down to the comments, leave a comment that says hashtag giveaway Demio, and we're going to give away another copy of it here in just a week's time. So
Heck yeah.
all is not lost.
Yeah. Oprah's going to be giving away more games next week.
Yeah, look at her. so
She
confident.
gets so excited, man. She loves to give games away. She loves to help people.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Look at her, man.
She's a good person. She
She
thinks
is.
she's better than me.
You think you're better than me?
She does. Look at her.
Yeah. Well, she is. Look at her. She's excited.
Anyway, we move on. We move on to the IHOP Award. And the IHOP Award is for the
Hungry.
best pancake game, which was ported into VR. Best pancake game ported into VR. These are ports, official adaptations in the VR.
That looks delicious.
And I thought you
starving.
guys might like that.
It does look good.
Anyway, the nominees were as follows. Mist, of course. How could Mist not be on this list? It's a Mist list. A beautiful adaptation of probably the best version of Mist we've ever seen. So definitely a deserving nominee. Blair Witch VR. I mean, we've raved about that for 20 minutes with Brian Paul just a few minutes ago. A wonderful game. One of my top 5 VR horror games of all time. It's the greatest of all times. Doom 3 VR on PlayStation. An awesome port of a classic game, fully playable with aim controller. Definitely deserving of the nomination.
Yep.
But at the end of the day, there can only be one winner. And we've already talked about it. It's a significant, huge release for VR. Resident Evil 4 VR, definitely the IHOP Award winner this year. And yeah, I don't think I have to say much to justify that one.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Easy.
Zion was saying, yeah, Mist isn't allowed on the list until they add a notebook.
I mean, you can take screenshots, bro. You don't need a notebook.
That's true.
You
That's
can,
true.
You can just snapshot whatever you need to remember.
Yeah.
Hex Havoc's trying to trade up now. Golf Plus for Demio. Anybody taking it?
I love trades, man. That's cool. We get trades in the chat.
Golf Plus
Yeah,
is
for
amazing.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With their Mr. Task and stuff.
I got this thing to try out for Golf Plus. I just got it yesterday.
Nice.
Yeah, man. It's like a whole freaking thing, man. It's like a real golf club. I'm gonna check that out.
When you get back.
Yeah, when I get back.
CES.
Golf Plus. Good game.
We move on from the IHOP Award to the Waffle House Award.
Now I'm hungry
Waffle
again.
House Award.
Damn it.
All right. I'm starving.
I ate on my last break, so you guys can go next time. Waffle House Award is for the best flat game modded in the VR. So just like the last award, only this time unofficial adaptations modded in generally by a dude or two dudes. And you know, the funny thing is, as impressive as the official list was, I think that the unofficial list is just as impressive, if not more so.
Yeah, for sure. There was the whole list was everything. Everyone on this list was amazing, and I played a few of them, but Roots played them all. I think, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Most of them. There's just so many good ones on there, man.
Well, Roots pretty much was the chooser on this one, as he's the one with all the experience currently. again, we are going to be diving headfirst into these as the very next thing that we do on this channel. So we're certainly going to have an opinion a month from now. But as of today, Roots is the expert on the mods, and the nominees were Red Dead Redemption 2, which would probably have been my pick, having not played any of them. I probably would have picked that one. Mafia Trilogy, which another good one, but did have a few issues, right, Roots?
Yeah, it was like some of the Luke Ross mods can like be weird. At least the one that I played, the first one, it was just it had weird shimmery stuff to it, and they may have fixed it by now, but it wasn't as good as I thought the Red Dead one was. Absolutely.
Horizon Zero Dawn, one of the ones I'm more excited to be checking out.
And that one was really good, and the way they did the third person, everything about it. I think they just added DLSS, but that one's really good, and that one is definitely one that, I mean, GT would say is amazing. That I think you'll love it, and I'm not put off by third person at all. In VR, I love third person. I just want to be in that environment, right?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
But at the end of the day, there can only be one winner, and the winner that Roots chose also happens to be the only one of these that I did play, which was Risk of Rain 2, a roguelike shooter game with a ton of different enemies and large worlds, tons of power-ups, everything you love about roguelike games. Fully playable in VR, even with features that the original flat version didn't have, were modded into this VR game. It was like it was native, right, Roots?
Yeah, this one was the winner, hands down, and I'll tell you why. Just because it's like it's not a first person game. First off, it's a third person shooter, kind of like Returnal, and they put it into first person. And what's good about this game is it's not the mod is so easy. It's easy to install. It's easy to load up. It's easy to mod. It's all in a modding system. I think I don't know exactly what the name of it. Wolf or something is the one I use. And so, like, if a mod gets changed or updated, it automatically wants to update and fix it for you. And the biggest thing about this is it feels native. Like, it's felt native from day one. And it's multiplayer. You're playing with 4 or 5 of your friends, I guess, maybe even more. And these worlds are huge, scoping worlds. The scale, you're jumping. I mean, it's not made for VR, so you're jumping you're flying super high. I would imagine some people actually might get sick or feel sick if they get motion sickness. But it's the AAA game, even though it's an indie. It's just amazing. It was an amazing flat game, and they brought this game into to VR, and they did it in a flawless way that feels native, in a way that it wasn't intentionally made or originally made for in first person. And it's amazing. And it gives me hope for Returnal, because I think Returnal really could be, even though it would be super hard, they could easily do the exact same thing and put you in the driver's seat, right? It's just, this game is amazing.
Oh, hell yeah.
I had a blast playing this game.
This is all we played for like 2 months at least.
Yeah.
So, like, anytime we were playing, we wanted to play VR. We were playing this, man, and it was amazing. And such a fast-paced game. And you were right, man. The mod was the easiest mod I've ever installed. It took care of itself. You didn't have to do anything extra. It never broke. Never broke one time the whole time we played it. And all they did was add to it and make it better. There was so many different mods you could do to it. I mean, you could take the UI completely off the screen if you wanted to. The movement was great, and everything about this game was fantastic.
Plus, there's 6 different characters, and you unlock them in a progression-like style. Like, you beat it. If you beat the game, you unlock, I think it was the one guy I've been playing now, or what his name is, but and then other ones you have to do in like really fantastical, weird ways. You have to do different things to unlock these enemies, and each one of them has characters. Each one of them has a different feel and a different approach on how you play. So it really is endless gameplay. It's just definitely, I recommend it.
Zion VR in the chat says, I'm playing Medal of Honor with the shaky camera and it doesn't bother me. It did bother me. Like, I had to turn that crap off. It was just annoying. But to each their own.
Yeah. I had never noticed it myself.
At any rate, Risk of Rain 2 in VR is incredible, and it quickly got overshadowed by some of the more recognizable titles that got modded in later in the year. But if you're into this sort of thing, especially if you like roguelike co-op shooters, you and your friends might want to check this one out. It's very affordable, easy to install, and fun to play.
And very popular. There's a big player base for this. Like Mash and I, we remember we didn't know how to join without like our own game. So we would try to just make our own game and before other people would join in, and we couldn't most of the time. And so you're playing with flat players as well. This is one of those games you could play with your flat friends, and still have the, you know what I mean? You get in Discord and you guys are, or even, and still enjoying the game, right? That's cool.
Yeah. Flatties.
Yeah.
Flatty.
Yeah. I don't know if you want to hang out with those guys, but no, just kidding.
Yeah, they're gonna start talking shit on your VR headset, man. We're gonna fight.
Bastards.
They're gonna say VR's dead, bro. Don't you know?
Hey, they're actually, speaking of Risk of Rain 2, I had a customer that when I was talking to him about VR and everything, and he actually had played VR. He had his friend's Index sitting there or something. And then I mentioned that this mod was out, and he had like actually got on the phone and was like texting his friends and stuff. I guess this used to be their jam. He was super excited. So can you imagine if you played this game with your friends and stuff, and now you have an opportunity to jump into VR and be in that world in a first person type of game, version of the game that you love? I mean, that's just huge.
Sure.
Definitely.
Anyway, we move along to the next award of the evening, the Unsung Heroes Award. Unsung Heroes. This is an award that recognizes those smaller studios that typically don't get the credit due to being overshadowed by their publisher. So these are typically studios that have been tasked normally with porting over a flat game into VR or something like this, or developing a VR version of a popular flat IP. But never get any of the credit. The credit instead going to the larger publisher who owns the IP. So the Unsung Heroes Award nominees are Armature Studio for Resident Evil 4 VR. Most people, if you ask them who brought us RE4 VR, they're going to tell you Capcom brought it to us. Not the case. Armature Studio did that work. We have Just Add Water for Sniper Elite VR. Most people would tell you that Sniper Elite VR came from Rebellion, when in fact Just Add Water did most of the legwork here. ark-ade brought over Doom 3 VR to PlayStation this past year. Of course, most people recognize this as a Bethesda game, but indeed it was ark-ade that developed the VR adaptation for it. And as awesome of a job as all of those did, we felt that there was another studio that deserved attention a little bit more because they've been overlooked a little bit more. And that studio is Incuvo. Incuvo not only developed Blair Witch VR and did a wonderful job of it this past year, they're also responsible for the VR adaptation of Layers of Fear from years past. Most people, though, wouldn't tell you this. Most people would tell you Bloober Team. And case in point, the trivia question that I asked earlier tonight, who was the developer of this game? 10 people answered Bloober Team, one person answered Incuvo. The correct answer actually was Incuvo. So I feel like they deserve this award. They've been overlooked for years. They do excellent work, and they're currently working on the VR adaptation of Green Hell, which I'm sure will be equally as impressive as Blair Witch.
Yeah, it's like Brian Paul said, just even the specifics to the controller and the camera and like the attention to detail, everything that they did, this game was just amazing, and it looked amazing as well as playing. It's really good.
Gamer Chick says that her brother works at Armature, so how about that?
Nice.
Cool.
That is awesome. It's in the blood.
Well, I don't know if you've caught earlier, Gamer Chick, but we've been putting over their game like crazy. Like it's a very significant game uh, on what has happened in the VR marketplace over the last 3 months. I think it was the catalyst that basically started us down the path that we're on today. So I think that your brother should be proud to have worked on something like that.
Yeah, super cool.
Yep.
But Incuvo, this year's winner of the Unsung Heroes Award, unsung no longer, gentlemen. We are singing their praises hitherto forth.
Yep.
All right, we move along to the Rookie of the Year award. This award goes to the best new VR game developer. We had a number of new entries into the VR game developer family this year. And we narrowed that list down as best we could to Forever Games, which not only brought us Forever Bowl, but recently just brought Forever Darts over the last couple of weeks. So they put out 2 titles this year. Well done to them. 17-bit, which brought us Song in the Smoke. 17-bit, no stranger to game development, but absolutely a newbie when it comes to making VR games. Knocked it out of the park with their debut title, Song in the Smoke. We had Arcadia, which had a bit of a bumpy start with Hinge, but they certainly have corrected the ship now and have a title on their hands that they should be very proud of as well. Mob X Studios, which we give all the credit in the world for saying, you know what, I'm going to make a VR game for VR gamers. And if you're not comfortable playing it, then you just shouldn't play it. Eversoft's amazing, and I think Mob X deserves a lot of credit, not only for making something that plays like that, but for making something that looks and sounds like that. It's a very small team, and they've done an excellent job, and certainly deserve to be recognized for it.
Absolutely.
But at the end of the day, Green Sky Games have pulled off a bit of technical wizardry. The way that they were able to put people in such a fast-paced grapple shooter and allow pretty much anyone to be able to play this without getting motion sickness. It's very, very impressive what they were able to do here with Swarm. And not only, I mean, is it technically impressive, it's also fun. It's just so fun to play. It's a great IP. It has a great look. Um, I'm super impressed with this game and this studio, and I think they absolutely deserve to win.
Yeah.
I love that shirt.
Yeah, somebody, I think it was an Alien Kara said you could burn that shirt.
Oh,
I love it. I'll tell you what, this game for me, I've never played a game in VR that made me feel this way. Like a bit of a badass. I'm flying up in the air. I'm slinging myself. I really did. It's not necessarily Spider-Man meets Space Invaders, but maybe Windlands, whatever you want to call those grapplers. I felt like I was in like a futuristic Space Invaders type of game, and it's just super cool, man. It's so retro, but it's so futuristic, and there's just nothing like it. Very unique, definitely deserving of this award, in my opinion.
yeah, and there's so many spots where this game could have went wrong. I mean, you could see where this game, this type of game, would make freaking people sick, and they did it so good that it doesn't. I mean, I don't ever hear anybody complaining about motion sickness in this game. And this is a company that's brand new, man. They came out of the box and they made this crazy movement mechanic, and they did it so well that everybody can play it.
Yeah, it's just so good. And they're
Spider-Man
bringing
with guns.
multiplayer. Multiplayer it's getting better.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's just Spider-Man with guns.
Yeah, that's what they say in the trailer. I don't know, man. This thing was just so amazing for me, dude. It's one of my favorite moments in VR this year. It's
Absolutely.
it's
Yeah, for
just
sure.
crazy good.
1,000%. It's getting better, as Ruth said, with the upcoming co-op mode that should be out very soon. Not only does it run better smooth on standalone hardware, not only does it allow people to fling themselves at high speeds through space and focus on enemies that are behind them and under them and shoot them without getting sick. It's also got a dual like a dual-sided gameplay loop. You can play for leaderboards or you can play for progress. Either way, and at the end of the day, that's all tied together by a little bit of story with a whole lot of humor in it. I thought that the story bits were hilarious in this, and it's good all around. There's not a whole lot bad that I can say about Swarm. I
There's
don't think there's anything bad I can say about it.
no, and there's different difficulties, and the hard difficulty is actually hard, and that's one of the things that I love about this game. Same thing I love about Ven. Same thing I love about Shadowgate. I love like the retro level of gameplay, like where it's actually fucking hard. Like games weren't supposed to be super easy to where when something's hard, it makes it that much better when you beat it. And you know what I mean? It makes you want to beat it. And most games these days are milk toast, and they're that's what makes them kind of fun to go in, but they lose their draw right off the bat. And Swarm does a great job of making me want to. I need to beat this level. Why can't I beat it? Like I need to figure out the strategy, the boss. The old school looking. Okay, it's got a pattern. What's the pattern, and how do I approach it? And I just love it. This game is amazing, and I think it's, in my opinion, some of the best money you could spend in VR to have an amazing time. So,
Yeah,
100%. I agree with all of that.
yeah. Kenty Poo's in
Anyway.
chat. He says 10 hours. You crazy mother effers.
yeah, we're rounding the bend. We'll probably, gonna do about 12. I think somebody said between us three said 12. I think that's probably very likely.
Yep. Yeah, we did it again.
Yep.
Oops, I did it again.
We got the
did
show.
it again. Well, and this is what's funny. Between the scenes in our break, Wes said the same thing, and we're actually going to try to do it. But he's like, next year we're not doing this again. Or
maybe.
he said if we do, we're doing charity, and I think that's good.
Yeah.
We'll make it a charity event, and we'll earn some money for somebody.
I love it.
Yeah,
Love it.
The next time you guys see us doing a 12-hour live stream, it will be for charity. Well, it won't just be because we want to hang out and talk about VR all night.
Hit two birds with one stone, right? Help somebody out, and then also give people good content.
Yeah. You guys heard it here first. 24-hour 2022 show next year.
Well, I'm down for it, but you guys have to do your part. If you want to see us do like a 24-hour marathon for charity next year on New Year's, we got to have some subscribers behind it. We need to raise some real money.
Yeah.
So spread the word this year. Make it so that people give a damn enough for us to be able to put on charity events, and that's exactly what we'll do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hell yeah.
GamerChick13 with the $25 donation says, Happy New Year, virtual strangers. Incredible wrap up of 2021 to help highlight all the amazing VR games released this year. 2022 will be even more incredible. Absolutely agree with everything you just said there.
Yep.
2021 was an amazing year. There's a reason why we're sitting here talking for 12 hours. It's not because we just decided to go a little longer this year. That's just how long it's taken to cover all this stuff, man. We're only doing about 5 more awards and giving away 10 more games. It's taking us 4 more hours to do it. And the reason why is because there's so much to talk about. But I agree with the end. What she said there, 2022 is going to be even better. 2022 is going to be way better. It's going to be way better. And I can't wait. And I appreciate the kind words as well as the support and the donation. Tiffany, awesome as always.
I agree 100%.
Yeah.
I was just thinking it's really, really good that both Gamertag and Brian Paul both were like had to go somewhere, because I literally could have sat there for like 4 hours, and can you imagine 4 hours of each person? That's too much.
You know who imagines 4 hours of each of those dudes all the time?
Wow, she needs, Gamertag's married.
Yeah.
Like
She's just imagining, dude. She
oh,
can
that's right.
imagine.
That's right. She can do that if she wants.
Nothing wrong with that.
Very true.
Anyway, anyway, we move along to the Starving Artist Award. The Starving Artist Award, Indie Dev of the Year. And we know that there are technical definitions of what is a rookie dev versus an indie dev versus a large studio dev. We kind of have our own definition when we're talking about indie devs. We're talking about the ones that aren't so big. Like, we know there are big indie devs out there. We technically don't consider those for these awards. These are for the small to mid-range studios out there that have been around a little while now and are no longer rookies.
Yeah.
Anyway, Indie Dev of the Year. First of all, Monologic Games this year brought VR Adventure to Oculus Quest. They didn't just bring it to Quest, they made it look amazing on Oculus Quest 2. And it plays 1-to-1 just like it always did. So kudos to Monologic Games. Had a great year this year.
Yeah, absolutely. Amazing game.
Don't know how they did it with the Quest version, man. They did so good. They did such a good job.
Yeah.
Endeavor One finally brought VR its Tenchu game with Arashi Castles of Sin exclusively on PlayStation VR. And despite a bit of a rocky launch, quickly righted the ship through updates and turned their title into one of the best that PlayStation VR saw this year.
Yep.
Inner Space VR just impressed the hell out of me with Mask Maker and just the sheer production value of it, the storytelling ability, and the unique puzzle mechanics / travel mechanics, the different the way they play with different perspectives in the game. A very original and high quality production from Inner Space VR, and they should be proud.
Yeah, absolutely.
White Door Games brought us one of the year's scariest titles in Cosmo Dread, which is a fully functioning and highly difficult roguelike that we've talked about a few times already today. Expert level sound design in that game, not to mention one of the more involved map shuffles with regards to the roguelike games in VR this year. White Door Games, great job.
Yep.
But at the end of the day, we judge on quantity as well as quality. We consider both things. And if you're going to consider both quantity and quality, I think that the winner is clear, and that winner is Ivanovich Games, which not only brought 2076 Midway Multiverse recently to Steam, which blew us absolutely away. Absolutely blew us away, this game. But they also brought multiple games on the App Lab this year, including Operation Warcade, including 1976 Back to Midway, and maybe even Touring Cards. Did Touring Cards, was that this year as well?
As far as the Quest, I don't think that might have been at the end of last year, but I can't remember. I thought it was last year, but I'm not sure.
At any rate, they've had a full year of releasing titles on multiple platforms, and 2076 is their best work to date. So at the end of the day, this is who we all decided to vote for, and we feel like it's well deserved.
Absolutely. And the biggest thing they did is they created an arcade mode for you, Void Citizen, specifically for you. Which I think actually it wasn't just for him. I think there's a lot of people that are like old school and they just want that authentic experience in VR. They don't want all the flashy going into different perspectives and stuff. You know what I mean? And I respect that. And I think it shows a lot for Ivanovich Games, where a lot of developers get offended when you try to bring up anything about their game, whereas the good ones say, you know what? I never looked at it like that. Let's make a mode for you and for all the other people like you. And the fact that they're letting you even do it old school with an old style controller, I think is even an added bonus. I give kudos to them for that as well.
Absolutely. And the work is not done. Of course, 2076 Midway Multiverse coming to Oculus Quest very soon
Wow.
with, quote, surprises and improvements.
I can't even imagine what surprises or improvements they could do. This game is phenomenal. Blew me away. I even whispered MASH because I was like, man, I loved it so much and raved about it so much when we did our discussion that I was like, MASH, am I like, let me know when you play it, or like, am I a recency bias? Am I like imagining this or something? But I just was so blown away by it.
Yeah, and I got in this morning and I said, "Legend, Airy, or Legend, Dairy."
Yeah, it is
was that good,
absolutely
man. It's that
legendary.
good.
It's
Yeah,
amazing.
it's so good.
I got to say that probably by a factor of 10, this game has the most Hitlers I've ever seen in any game.
I love the story. The story is amazing. The Terminator, the Arnold, the robot, the AI, just everything about it. I want to know where the story's going as much as I want to play the game, and the game is amazing. So all of it comes together. And like you said, I think you nailed it, Wes. This is the best. This is everything you said to Ivan in your message is 100% true. This is their best work. And
Yeah,
it makes
for
me
sure.
excited for them as a studio to see what they're coming out next. You know? So
Yeah, because it's not like the turnover time has been super long for him either. Like, he gets on the next game and he gets it out. It's almost like Joyway, but it's like it's him. You know what I mean? Uh, Incredible work in not very much time.
yeah,
Definitely.
absolutely.
And we move along to our final studio award this year. This one a tough one to decide. It is a discussion category. Todd coming through with the $20 Canadian
Ooh.
says, congrats on an epic stream, guys. Well, thank you, sir, for the compliment and thank you for the support, bro.
Yeah,
Appreciate
absolutely. And thank you for
Hell
being
yeah.
such a backbone of not only the Quest group, but our group as well. You know what I mean? You've taken on a lot of you've been a good addition to the Virtual Strangers group. So
it.
Hell yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And, I've sent a lot of correspondence out to our developer friends over the last month to 6 weeks. And that's always been like the biggest part of anything that I've sent to anybody. It's all about our partnership with Q2C and what a difference Eric and Todd and the whole team has made
Yep.
for us. So thank you both of you
Yep.
for joining up with us in 2021, and here's to a outstanding 2022.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. It's an honor to be here.
One caveat though, Todd, please don't shoot me in the face in Tarkov anymore. Don't
That's
kill
how
me.
he repays you.
I don't want to die.
He's like, here's $20. I'm going to shoot you in the face again.
Next Havoc says, "Is it okay if I throw some game keys in chat?" Go for it,
Yeah,
bro. Go
absolutely.
for it.
Thank you. Yeah.
Chris 9989 took the words out of my mouth. 20 maple syrup dollars, eh?
Nice. Yeah,
Absolutely.
absolutely.
Anyway, our final studio award of this year, the Starving Artist. No, wait a minute, not the Starving Artist. The next one is the Da Vinci Award for the VR Game Studio of the Year. This looks at the studio in its totality, not only in the games that it's released, but the new ground it's broken, just the overall year that each of these bigger studios have had. And we start with Carbon Studios. Our friends over there not only released an amazing title in Warhammer Age of Sigmar Tempest Fall, but they also released a great pour of the Wizard's Dark Times on Oculus Quest earlier this year. Highly impressive work on both fronts.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. They keep building on their current game that they in Wizards, and they came out with just an amazing game in Tempest Fall, man. They're such a good studio, and you're going to hear a lot from these guys coming, man. They've proven themselves as a great VR studio who's going to be around for a while.
Yeah. So much depth to this
Super.
game, right? Warhammer, as far as
Oh,
the lore and just the gameplay. It's cool.
Yeah, huge maps too. That's one thing I like about it is you can find like secret passages here and there, and then they end up just connecting up to areas where you've already been. I mean, there were doors in this game that I just completely passed over that I didn't know that were secret passageways until I came out of them and realized where I was at. Big sprawling maps that go in all directions. Yeah, it was just a great game and a great year for a great studio.
We'll talk about timing as we're talking about this game. The game keys that Hex just dropped in there were Warhammer Vermintide. I mean, another Warhammer, but still, that's cool.
Yeah,
Super cool. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, awesome.
We move on to fast travel games, which the big story for them this year was obviously Wraith: The Oblivion Afterlife, their VR adaptation of the popular role-playing game franchise. But that's not all. They recently announced that they are bringing Cities Skylines into VR in the form of Cities VR spring next year. That game looks absolutely amazing, and that is big news for fans of that franchise. In addition to that, Fast Travel also announced that they will be expanding into a publisher early next year, and that they plan to share more about that with us very soon. All in all, a very busy and successful year for Fast Travel Games, and they certainly deserve to be on this list.
Yep.
And then there were Shell Games, and Shell Games might be the most impressive of all of them. Of course, Shell Games released the sequel to their beloved puzzle adventure, I Expect You to Die. But Shell Games also has their hands in a number of other things, including AR development, and they also recently announced that they will be adapting Among Us into VR, which is sure to be a huge title in 2022.
Yeah, that's going to be huge, man. I don't think people realize with as many younger people coming into VR, and it's just a very smart thing to start targeting them as well, because they've already got us. They're getting us with all these nostalgia titles. They need to start bringing in some of these games that kids, and I'm not talking like Pop One. It's kind of like Fortnite, and no, I want the actual Among Us. Bring it into VR, not the VR chat version, not the Neos version. Among Us, and I think we're gonna get it sooner than we think, and I'm just excited, man. I enjoy it. I've played it flat, and I've also played it in VR chat. And if you get the right group of people, it could be so fun.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's a lot of fun, man.
It's huge. That's a huge pickup, I think, for VR.
Yeah, it's gonna be a system seller for sure.
Yep.
Shell Games showing their OG chops once again, and showing why they're year after year after year one of the top studios in VR.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then there's Vertigo Games. Not many studios had a bigger year than Vertigo Games. Obviously, with finally launching their release of After the Fall on 3 platforms, and is receiving a warm reception on 2 of them, and even on 3. I mean, at this point, a lot of people playing happily on PlayStation. Certainly the most popular. Well, I'm not going to say that. The most popular multi-plat of the year for sure.
Yeah.
And in addition to that, obviously, Mark Zuckerberg famously announced that they have 4 other games on the way, and knowing, their the content that they have available to them under the Coke Media umbrella, I got to imagine that these other games that are in the works are going to be just as exciting, if not more so.
Yeah, Absolutely. I think that I'm more excited about that, right? I have no idea what it could be. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, it could be Metro. I mean, it could be any number of things. Just cause, yeah, it's exciting times and a great year for Vertigo Games.
Yep.
Yeah. And that's why I made this list so hard, and that's why this was a discussion issue, because every one of these studios could have won. I mean, if we had picked a different one, I would have said we were completely justified in picking any one in the winner we picked. But in the end, I think we made the right choice. But they were all fantastic.
Yeah, because as we talked about each one of us made the case, like a really good case of why this could be the one, and then the other person's like, well, what about this? And I was like, fuck, I didn't think about that. It was a good conversation. I almost wish we had it recorded, because it was very, like, what Eric came out of it thinking, wow, that was a really good conversation, really good, almost negotiation. It was good.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, as many of as great a year as many of these studios had, I think we kind of got it right here. I kind of feel like this year was the year of Resolution Games. Not only did they release uber popular party game Demio on Oculus Quest and PC, they supported it with 2 major DLCs and a roadmap which runs all the way through the end of next year. They also made their mark in a big way on the AR side of the market by opening up an AR division, a whole AR branch of Resolution Games, and signing many big development deals on that front. In addition to that, they announced that their next title, Ultimex, is in development, and that's everybody's VR Rocket League, apparently, that people have been waiting on forever. That's going to be coming next year. They had the advertising deal that they signed up with Facebook, which immediately got shut down in its earliest iterations, but that doesn't mean that they don't have something else going on to replace it that might be a little more low key. And on top of all of that, they too announced that they are going to begin publishing games for smaller developers this year. So, a jack of all trades, if you will, Resolution Games striking on all fronts this year, and certainly deserving winner of the Da Vinci Award.
Absolutely. Just amazing work, amazing games. This game is amazing. Definitely, like, sometimes you forget you got 3 different DLC or different campaigns in 1 year, right? That's really good. And I'm noticing Laura said we're awesome that we're still on. Just got home from work, listened a bit while working. Great show. And I'm wondering, is this really tech trying to get a game, or is it really Laura? If it's really Laura, we love you, Laura. You're awesome.
So yeah, Tech knows what time it is. We've given away enough awards now. It's time to give away a game.
Yeah.
He's completely right on time with it too, isn't he?
That's right.
And a banger game too. No scrubs, bangers.
Yeah.
No scrubs. I don't want no scrubs. Yeah. That's what we've got here. We've got another banger of a game. 3 copies. This is what time to give away.
Ooh.
2 to the chat. 1 in the second chance drawing to the comments. And the title that we're giving away now is Larcenauts. Larcenauts, I do believe, on Oculus platform. Let me just verify that right quick. But yeah, 3 copies of Larcenauts to go out. 2 right now, 1 next week in the second chance drawing. Hashtag giveaway Larcenauts. Make sure you're subscribed and your name goes in the hat. And these 100% are Oculus keys. So
yeah, absolutely. It's awesome. And Oprah wants you to win.
Oh yeah, look at her. I want you to win.
Yeah.
Whoever you are, she wants you to win.
Yep. She's looking at you.
She's definitely better than us guys.
He wants me to win. You want me?
Me?
Guys, she wants me to win.
She does.
Well, but you already have it.
I do too. What do you want, Oprah? What are you talking about?
She loves you.
She wants me to win something. Tiffany says, a scrub is a guy that can't get no love from me.
I love it, man.
So now we're just 100% completely tipped off that
She
it is techno glitch. 100%.
She just technoed herself right in chat. Tech, you get off of her account, man. You're not winning this game.
You know what's funny? If he would have just had the friggin' patience and wherewithal to hold his answer until I asked the stupid question, would have won. Because that's exactly what I was going to ask.
Oh.
But now I have to come up with a new question
Hmm.
because Technoglitch, in disguise as Laura, already answered it.
We should maybe we should
go, bro.
yeah.
Laura, that's exactly what Technoglitch would say.
Yeah. All right. Oh, okay. So it's magic now, right? Like you can't have a phone and a computer open. So you got me. It must not be Technoglitch.
Oh.
All right. I don't care if it is you, Tech. Really, I told you to go log in under her name earlier. So
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if it was really Tech, he would have done it a long time ago. We love you, Laura.
Poor Laura's like, really, it's me.
Abraham Oculus, Lamplighter says.
Oh man.
You got it.
Abraham.
You got it, but you already own the game. I think.
All right. Just a minute as I type up this here question for a copy of Larcenauts. 2 copies.
Ooh,
of
2
Larcenauts.
copies.
Who else has a 13-hour show so far and has Larcenauts almost towards the end? Boom.
Nobody. Well, guess what? This is the thing. Wes just said a little while ago that the games are getting better, and we have another hour we're about to do here with Brian Paul segment, chock full of games, and these are good games. Like, you know what I mean? These are the best that we saved till the last. You don't want to miss. Well, let's be honest. It's Brian Paul. You don't want to miss it anyway. But even outside of that, if you want to get games, you definitely want to check that out for sure.
Definitely.
Baywatch, Mepper says.
Laura, I love you. I know it's you. You would never say hey like that to me. Technoglitch would never say hey like that to me.
That's true. That's true. I think. Well, she would have. I think she would have had a smiley face.
Yeah. Well, maybe.
Maybe.
Or like a heart over.
Yeah, a little heart or something. A little girly heart.
Yeah. Technoglitch.
That is the answer, but that's the answer to the universe. GC 42.
42. Oh yeah.
It only took how many years to get the answer to? That was a long fucking time, man. That's such a good book. Good series.
Nibelheim coming through with the first correct answer.
Oh man, that's such a good one, man. One of my favorite games all time. VR games.
Answer it, Tiffany. Get you some.
Yeah, get it.
You know who else likes to get them some?
The Sept. The Sept.
Yeah.
The Sept. Nibelheim
Hex.
and the Sept.
What about Hexed Havoc? Oh, I guess there's only 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's already 2. Hexed Havoc, as usual, coming in number 3.
But he's got a chance to get one more.
That's true.
That is true.
Got a chance. Put it in the
All you
comments.
gotta do is hashtag giveaway in the comments. Larcenauts, and then make sure you're subscribed.
Laura says you can't brand her by Techno's faults. And I say, 2 becomes 1. You know, simpatico.
All right.
Yeah.
So the Sept and Nibelheim. I'm just making sure that.
Yeah, see now.
New winners.
And you know what we just did? Nibelheim was saying earlier that he's getting weird looks from his wife because it's been almost 12 hours. But at least now he can point to this and say, look, I won a game. It was all worth it. We appreciate you.
Of the game.
Yeah, this is a good one. Yeah. And this is the thing, Nibelheim, and nobody's really going to look at it like this, I don't think, but this is the way you should look at it. Oprah was looking at you. Like, I thought it was me, Mash thought it was him, but it was you, Nibelheim, she was talking to. She wanted you to win. And that is
Think you're
worth it
better
all.
than me?
You think you're better than me?
GC definitely thinks she's better than me because she just used a swage again. She definitely thinks she's better than me.
Oh my gosh. That's crazy.
Twice
GC,
in a
you
day,
think you're
bro.
better
That's
than
on
me?
You
purpose.
think you're better than me?
A swage.
That's
My
good.
new
I like it.
Yeah.
You could assuage me.
Nibelheim and the Sept. Congratulations,
Nice.
friends. You have just won an awesome game. Hit me up on the Discord, Lethal Weasel VR, after the show. By after the show, I mean tomorrow. And we'll get you your key.
Yeah, because it is 2
it is
a.m. And by the time, whenever this ends, Wes is going to be crashing. I
You
guarantee
might have to give
I'm-
Wes
I'm
maybe
totally
2
done.
days.
I'm going to give you the wrong keys if I give it to you tonight. But you can go ahead and leave me a message tonight. I will reply tomorrow with your key.
Yeah, it's gonna be such a nice day tomorrow. All the show prep, everything's done, and it's like a big weight's lifted off your shoulders. And
Oh my god.
you're entering Mod Month. We're in Mod Month. Oh my God, we're in it.
We're in Mod Month. And
We did
Resident
it.
Evil 2 and 3
Oh,
VR mods are available now.
Oh God, I can't
I
wait.
can completely see Wes stripping naked after the show, running around his yard, and just letting this all go off of his back. That's been on his back for the whole year. Just let it go.
Yeah.
I'm just going to go to bed, dude. I'm going to lay in my bed for the first time in like 3 days. I'm
It's like,
gonna
I
lay
don't
in
know what
bed.
you're thinking about, Mash. I just want to go to sleep.
Yeah, but mine was way more interesting.
Well, Wes just had tornadoes out
true.
there. It's probably not safe to be out there
Yeah,
naked.
that could be bad.
That's
Maybe.
a good point. That's a good point. At any rate, we have one more large segment of the show to go where we will reveal all of the Game of the Year winners and nominees. And it was a competitive year, so you guys are not going to want to miss out on that. But to help us name the PlayStation VR Game of the Year, we enlisted the help of our good friend Brian Paul. So please enjoy the part 2 of our talk, our hangout session, what have you, with Brian Paul.
Ooh, this is a good one.
Anyway, let's move on to the big hardware, right? Let's give out the award of awards as far as PlayStation VR games go, and that is the PSVR Game of the Year. Hotly contested on all platforms this year, the Game of the Year. There were so many great releases on every platform, but I feel like this is probably as close as I've seen on any platform on any year that we've been doing this. Like we have 6 games listed here. All of them have a legitimate claim here. It was really tough for us to decide this one, wasn't it, guys?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. It was a lot harder than last year. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, this was one of the hardest decisions we made so far.
I want to say ahead of time, I had no part in the decision-making process. I disagree with everything these 3 guys are about to say. I apologize to all the cats out there. I tried my hardest. I didn't have anything to do with this.
You know, I mentioned to the guys ahead of time here that, like, you know, Brian and I have very similar taste in entertainment, and we have a lot in common with regards to the type of media that we like to consume. But I was mentioning to the guys beforehand that it's ironic that we might disagree on 3 things ever, and somehow when the one time we have you on the show, we managed to bring all of them up.
Yeah, but it's great content.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
If you guys agreed on everything, we'd be
It'd be boring.
yeah, big time.
Anyway, this first game, I'm kind of surprised that it's on my list, to be quite honest. I can actually remember laughing at the notion that Arashi Castles of Sin might be in the conversation for PSVR Game of the Year. It had, it wasn't terrible at launch. You could see the potential in the game from the first time that you played it. But it's improved a lot since then. And has achieved a lot of that potential. And I think the bottom line with Arashi here is even 5 years on in VR, and I'm not talking just about PlayStation, I'm talking about across all of the thousands of VR titles. We don't really have another one that does what this game does. I mean, we don't have our Tenchu in VR, or we didn't have it until now. And this game, for the few faults that it had at launch, it does a lot right. And this is just a fun game to play and hard to put down when you get inside of it.
Yeah, agree. And you get to pet a wolf. Who doesn't want to pet a wolf in VR?
Haru is adorable. Yeah, right.
Yeah,
we didn't even mention that when we talked about Blair Witch, that you could pet Bullet.
Yeah, that's
I
true.
actually prefer my Bullet to my Haru, but what are you gonna do?
What?
Dude, Haru can fly. Didn't you see him fly across those gaps without even moving his legs? It looked like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer or something.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. Not really, but yeah. No, I really enjoyed this game. I enjoy the environments. I enjoy the variety in the combat. I mean, sure, you can approach these enemies, head on and do the standard melee combat with your Hiroshi Hanzo sword. But you don't have to, right? You can lay traps for these guys. You can poison them. You can climb a tower and shoot guys with blow darts. A lot of variety in how you can deal with the enemies here. And the maps are large enough, even though it's a fairly linear campaign, the maps are large and sprawling enough that you can kind of plan your route around these guys if you'd rather go the stealth route than the combat route. And that's probably one of my favorite things about this game is that there is a variety of the gameplay, and even though it's a linear story-based thing, you can replay it and get a different experience the second time through.
Yeah, I think this game really shines when you play it quote unquote properly. If you just want to run through and kill dudes and I've definitely done silly things in this game and just to kind of like exemplify during streaming to how how easy it can be. But when you play it, I think when you play it stealthy, you end up getting into the characters role a little bit more and just enjoying the entire experience. When you rush through it, I think it loses something completely. But yeah, this is a lot of people's dream come true. People have been asking for a Tenchu style game in VR since VR was a thing. So I absolutely get the love for this game, and I think it's there's no competition. It's like, well, is this better than the other Tenchu style game? Well, there is no other Tenchu style game. This is it, right? So not bad. Not a bad way to kick off the Tenchu style games in VR.
Yep.
Yeah. And they fixed the combat too, right? Because I remember in the beginning it was just, it's supposed to be stealth combat, but the combat was so bad in the beginning that it was just not fun to play that way, at all.
It was a problem with the spacing. Like the first, 15 to 20 seconds of combat was right, but then the enemy would always crowd you to the point where your sword swings would not register with them.
Right.
Which, I mean, it didn't really affect me a whole lot because I did more often not take the stealthy route with this game. You guys know I'm notoriously slow, not only in this game, but in all games. I really digest these games very slowly. So really that combat really didn't rear its head until we got to the boss fight where you kind of have to just dig in and fight the boss. But they fixed it, right? They fixed the enemy AI. They made it much more viable, and they fixed the issue with the enemies crowding you. So kudos to Endeavor One for sticking with it and really getting the most out of this game.
Yeah, it's better now. There are still issues that need to be addressed. I think before I give Endeavor One a standing ovation. It still needs left-handed support. Some of the trophies are still glitched. I don't. They delivered a pro patch that I'm like 100% convinced is a placebo effect. They're like, we did it, but I was like, really? I think this is the same game I just played. But yeah, it's when it comes to fun, this game is just super fun. The combat is simple, right? I mean, even when the bosses, it's very, very simple when you're doing when you're doing sword fighting. It's like block, attack, block, attack, block, attack. And it's very, wash, rinse, and repeat. But just the overall experience when you add all of the individual components up, it is far more than the sum of its parts. And it's easy to kind of overlook some of its faults because it's a fantastic game. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying with the pro patch thing there. Like, I didn't. It's not my intention to build the game up just to shit on it in the end. But the hub world, which is really the only place where you get direct sunlight and you can really
Yeah.
see everything, it really accentuates the low resolution and the man. This game needs some anti-aliasing in the worst way. Now they do a great job of using smoke and mirrors and lighting and the lack thereof to effectively cover all that up when you're in the levels.
Mhm.
But it's blaringly obvious in the hub world. I'd like to see a little bit attention go to that because I'd like to kind of hang out there and explore that spot a little bit, but I always just kind of run out of it because it's so jarring the way the thing looks when you first get started in it.
For sure.
Anyway, well done. We did, for what it's worth, give these guys an award earlier for it's a category for this type of game that brings a certain style of game over or borrows something from the traditional world. So Larcenauts was nominated for their Overwatch game. After the Fall was nominated for their Left 4 Dead game. But the winner was Arashi for their Tenchu game. So
Yeah.
well done once again. Anyway, speaking of After the Fall, I kind of feel like the momentum for this game has been building and building and building for years, and especially over the last few weeks, except in the land of PlayStation VR. Um, I told you about the 9/11 award that we gave out earlier for the biggest disasters in the over the last year in VR gaming, and one of the higher up on the nominee list was the PlayStation VR launch of After the Fall. Um, how do you get the thumbsticks backwards? This is just it's beyond me, man.
Yeah. Yeah. Simple things. I mean, just what a disastrous launch. A lot of people didn't even play version 1.00 because it was they luckily fixed the launch version very quickly. But yeah, if you played it as soon as it dropped, man, the turn buttons were in the wrong places on the moves. The analog sticks were backwards on the aim. It was almost like just no one gave a fuck. No one even played it or had any idea. Like it was obviously the PlayStation VR version was on the bottom of the totem pole of priorities. Like it's just like no one cared. So luckily they've been doing a good job of getting it back up and running. But holy crap, man! Like it still needs more. It still needs a whole lot more love before it's like, oh yeah, no, this is totally playable. Once you get up to master level on PlayStation VR, it crashes after almost every single round. Still, we're finding discs in the level to unlock more weapon upgrades for weapon parts that don't exist. It's like, what? So I just played that entire level. I just wasted 30 minutes of my life to unlock a piece of something that doesn't exist in the game. Like, what is going on? Like, it just seems absolutely broken. And that's just the complaints I have from a technical level on the PlayStation VR side. I know, Wes, this is yet another thing that we disagree on. But man, it's like, where the hell's the content? Can anyone still be playing this game? This is super sparse. Charging $40 or $50 for like 5 stages that you blast through in about an hour, and then they say, "Oh, just keep replaying those." All right, I guess.
Well,
It's like I will do it on a harder difficulty, and in the Snowbreed are harder to take down. Like, okay, and now your game crashes. Thanks, guys.
Well, and putting that into the mix really fucks everything because my belief is if you're not playing it on master, that's the only one I'll play it on is on master, and now you're telling me it's crashing. That would suck. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, and I didn't try the PlayStation version on master. When I tried the PSVR version, it was very early on, right after launch, and I was still on the whatever the one veteran I think was the one before it.
Yeah.
And I didn't encounter any kind of crashing, although there was tons of different bugs, and there's even one design flaw that really persists that bugs me, and it's the way that. And I hate having this in a game of the year discussion,
Right.
pointing out all the flaws. But I do love this game. I guess we should give that disclaimer. But on PlayStation VR specifically, I bought it on PSVR. I didn't get a key for it on PSVR. I bought it because I wanted to play it with the aim controller. And when you play it with the aim controller, you have one hand in the game. It's the right hand. Your right hand is in the game. But in order to pick things up with your right hand, you have to squeeze with your left one, which feels uber awkward because
Yep.
you're trying to maneuver things around to get this hand over the item, but over here is where you're actually grabbing it at. And that just seems so unnecessary and puzzling to me.
Bizarre.
But with that said,
Mhm.
Your PlayStation VR design issues and bugs aside, I do wholeheartedly disagree with you on your assessment of what this game is. And yeah, I get it. If you run through the levels right away, you can blow through them pretty quickly. Luckily, we didn't do that. Like, we didn't play the later levels in this game on the early difficulties. I've only played the last level, I think twice or maybe three times, and I've never beaten it because we didn't even try to go into these late levels until we were on master. We just ran the early levels. And I know on paper you can say a lot of things about this game that make it seem like it might get repetitive and boring, but the fact of the matter is I have dozens of hours in this game and I'm not bored yet. I want to go back, and it's the only game that pretty much anybody could come to me any time of the day and say, you want to go on a run, and I'll drop whatever I'm doing and I'll go do it. And uh, obviously everyone has different tastes. And I typically don't like this type of game. I'm more of a single player story driven campaign dude. I would much rather have had a sequel to Arizona Sunshine than After the Fall. But with that said, I'm absolutely loving After the Fall. I've got more time in this game than any other release this year already. And it's going to figure prominently into our overall game of the year discussion. Although obviously the flaws on PlayStation's platform holding it back from its reaching its potential here.
Mash, how many hours do you have in there? And so far,
I got over 2 different platforms. I've got over 100 hours into this game, and I haven't beaten it on Master on 2 of the levels yet. And it's the only thing I want to go back and play right now. If I'm going to go into VR, this is what I want to go play. I had to get out of it so I could go finish some games like Lone Echo 2 and get into Song and Smoke more and Sniper Elite. But all the time I'm playing those games, because I knew I had to complete them, I was thinking about I want to go back into After the Fall. That's how good this game is. And I understand what you're saying about how there's not a lot of content here. But for me, it's not about it's not always about what I'm doing. It's about who I'm doing it with and how much fun I'm having while I'm doing it.
Yep.
And it doesn't get boring for me. Every time I go in there with a run with Wes or Roots or anybody from our community, I have such a good time in this game. And it's the co-op. It's the 4-player co-op that I absolutely love. And you're 100% right with the PlayStation version. It's a freaking garbage dumpster fire. But the other versions run beautifully. They really do.
Yeah, I actually played this. I played through it on the Quest 2 before launch because they didn't have PlayStation VR keys available. And I'm enjoying the PlayStation VR version much more now. And it's I'm actually enjoying it even with its faults more than the Quest 2 version. But you're 100% right. It is all about the social interactions and like hanging out with your friends while you do this. And it's just. I can't, I just can't help thinking that there's so many missed opportunities. And again, I'm so sorry for having this conversation during the Game of the Year award.
No.
But I mean, if they gave you like a little bit more Saints and Sinners in these runs where you were running through and you were collecting, I got to pick up like rubber this time or aluminum this time, and like just give you different things to look for because you're trying to craft certain items or you're trying to craft certain upgrades for your weapons, instead of just being like, oh, there's the disc, take the disc, is like it's for me the fact that you're running through and just trying to get these discs. It's just so limiting.
When you get those discs, especially the gold ones, the military upgrades, like my Falcon gun, I was telling GT this earlier, it's so powerful. I got it made the bullets more powerful that the recoil is so, I can't use it. I need another attachment to balance it because it just fucking shoots so far up. It's not, I can't use it. And that to me is intriguing because all of these, Mash went into this one with some randoms, and we still don't know what gun he had. It was the craziest, coolest looking gun. These guys obviously been playing, had some upgraded stuff. It was super cool. But yeah, no, I'm a big lover of Back 4 Blood, the Left 4 Dead series, and they really did bring a lot of that over into this game, and that's why I love it, because Left 4 Dead is all about getting through the level and through that safe room and being safe in there. So I don't know, it's cool.
There are plenty of things I like, and I think the more that I played it, the more I enjoyed it. And hopefully with a few more patches, I can be enjoying the PlayStation VR version as much as you guys are enjoying. What are you guys playing on? Are you playing the PC version mostly?
Yeah,
PC
it looks so
mostly.
good on PC. It is gorgeous.
Yeah.
And that was actually one of the things that really surprised me about the PlayStation version, is just how good that it looks on PlayStation. That's one positive thing I can say about it, is that you can tell they did put some time into that, because it's really not that far off from how the PC version looks.
Yeah, it looks pretty decent.
And they need to get that crashing thing fixed, because how do you play? Like you said, I'm not, and getting the wrong discs, like everything that you reward you for finishing the level, they fuck you out of, and you're screwed, and that's not cool.
No, yeah, I gotta fix that.
How can you not let your game crash and not fix it? Super massive games. I'm sorry. Anyway, for what it's worth, I do feel like they're holding back content on us here. I think that they've committed to the seasonal model, so they probably cut 20-25% of their content out of the game, just so that they can give it to us in a free update 2 months from now and say, here guys, here's season 1. So when season 2 comes around, they can charge us for it, right? So there's more to come here. Hopefully they get all the bugs and the inconsistencies worked out of the PSVR version before that day comes, because I think this game has a long life ahead of it. And I think that there's much more to say about this. I'm sure we'll be talking about this game on this program next year with regards to the kind of support it got during the first year.
Yeah,
I'm intrigued what Brian said about looking for parts or like inventory stuff that you need to build a weapon. That would be cool, man. And they could do that. I mean, why couldn't they do that? Why couldn't they do that with a patch or with an update or DLC? Make it a little bit, make it, do some character progression too, not just weapon progression. Why couldn't you do that where you have a little more stamina, where you have, they could put a jump button in. Who knows? I mean, there's
Three
stuff they could do
dudes.
there.
3 dudes made Beanstalker, and it's got most of what you just said in it.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, a ton of potential. A ton of potential. That's the tagline for my After the Fall review that I haven't published yet.
There you go. You heard it here first, which I guess it'll probably be out by the time the people see this. Well, maybe not. It's a few days.
Maybe, I don't know. I'm always scared. I got death threats for my Arizona Sunshine review, and I've already got people who are not happy with me for speaking openly about the problems that the PlayStation VR version has After the Fall. And so I'm like, every time I step outside my house, I'm like looking over my shoulder. I'm like,
it's so crazy.
When are those sirens going to be in my driveway?
Yeah, right.
Let me ask you this, Brian. Do you ever think that in some crazy, far off scenario, possibility, what have you, that maybe it was your review of Arizona Sunshine is the reason why they let this one suck so bad? Maybe they're like, you know what, that Brian Paul, he thinks he's better than me. So we're going to
better than me.
We'll show him.
Yeah,
they sure did, man. They showed me.
yeah, right.
They showed the other 12 people playing on PlayStation VR.
But no, this game has a ton of mass appeal. We've said it many times. It's hard to fuck up shooting in VR. Somehow they managed to do that on PSVR, but they're fixing it. And most people I know love this game. My wife loves it. My daughter, my 14-year-old daughter, is the best person that I've ever played with on this game.
She's good.
She's been playing for a week, and she's already better than I am at it.
I was gonna say, Wes, I think she might be better than you, man.
Yeah, she is. She's totally better than me. But I taught her, so
Yeah,
I
right.
guess I get some credit for that, right?
Yeah.
All right, so let's move on from after the fall. We can only talk so much. You don't want to talk for 3 hours about a 2 hour campaign. And speaking of 2 hour campaigns, let's talk a little bit about Fract. Um, I've said it probably many times at this point during this episode. When it comes to the PlayStation library in 2021, the best 3 hours that I've had all year long were playing Fract. But then I was done with it and I never went back. And when I asked our friends at In Dreams, and I gave them a laundry list of things that they could do to add content to this game to make it the game of the year, they said that we're pretty much done with Fract. So as great as this game was, and it was great, I loved Fract. I think the reason why this isn't the game of the year is because there's just not a whole lot here. It's a few hours and then you're done.
Yeah, I think we probably got to place the blame on Sony for this, right? Because it's a PlayStation VR exclusive. It's funded by Sony. Dreams made it, and I'm sure they made the game that they could with the amount of money they had and the time they were given, and this is what we ended up with. What we ended up with was an absolutely beautiful game. So stylistic, so stylistically over the top, that it could be one of the best looking PlayStation VR games because it takes that cell shaded look of Borderlands and just really, really like pushes it over the top. Saturated colors, like just beautiful vistas. You look out over the horizon, you just huge draw distance. Then you can zip line into those areas that you see. I mean, everything about this. I mean, super VRAF, right?
Yeah.
It's a beautiful, beautiful game, and the fact, it's really unfortunate that it's such a short runtime, because this could very well have been my game of the year if it was a 6-7 hour game.
Yeah, we had that discussion. Like we all thought, man, this is definitely game of the year. Oh shit, it's only 3 hours long. Like it just can't be.
I mean, some people ran through this in sub 2 hours, right?
Yeah, I think I did.
Yeah, and as great as it was, and again, the best time I've had in PlayStation VR all year long, this game. So if we're just going to go on which game had the highest highs, definitely Fract had the highest highs. But it's over as soon as it starts. It's high octane from start to finish. I love the boss fight, the skiing. I love the skiing sequences on the same kind of level that I love Rush of Blood. It's that intuitive and fun to do. I felt like big missed opportunity there. They could have done a whole like group of levels that are just kind of leaderboard chasers where you're doing these skiing courses with a few forks in the road and just kind of point based stuff. I mean, it wouldn't have taken much for them to do that at all, and that they didn't. And I think what you're saying is right. I think that it is an issue of what Sony getting what Sony paid for here. The same reason that Doom 3 is not even on our list, because that game never got a pro patch, and I think that that's more of the same. I think they delivered what Sony paid for, and that was that. But I love this game. I love it, and I really wish there was more of it, because it would be a no-brainer if there were.
It's my PlayStation VR game of the year if it had 2 more hours of content. I love this game that much, man. And you got to remember, I'm very new to the PSVR, so I am not really good with the Move controllers. I've only been at maybe 6 months, with the PSVR, and this was so intuitive with the Move controllers that I picked it up almost instantly. The cover and the combat system is so good. The skiing is great. The visuals are great. The hands, the gloves look so good, man. We always talk about best hands in VR. These looked fantastic, but the limited enemies, what was there? Maybe 3 different enemy types,
Yeah.
and the length. And just if they gave me a little bit more, really, I'm there. I'm really there.
Story would have done that, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
You know who hates it when it's not long enough?
My mom!
Yeah, she does.
She does.
Yeah, I think Dream sort of shot themselves in the foot a little bit by releasing a demo. And like when the demo is half the game.
Seriously, yeah.
Right?
Well, perfect
So people-
example. I just told them I've only played the demo because I just haven't got into the full game because they told me it's so short. I figured I've seen the game, I've played it. Apparently I've probably seen all the enemies. So
You've seen most of it, yeah.
There's four enemies, I think 4 or 5.
I do
There's
need to go in there and
One
play
of
it,
them just a
though.
little bit different. One of them's got a purple head. That's one of the difference.
You know
Yeah.
who loves it when it has a purple head?
My mom!
yeah, that's,
No, but Roots didn't have a PlayStation when this game came out. He was
Yeah.
actually in between PlayStations at that point in time.
yeah.
He's recently rectified that by becoming the newest member of the PS5 club. Congratulations, sir, on that.
What a good
But
console,
yeah.
man. It's the best console I've ever had, bro. Like seriously, hands down. Amazing.
Yeah,
Very good.
excited for the possibilities with it. But yeah, Fract, obviously earlier in the day, received a number of awards based on being as good as it is, but can't honestly give it game of the year when people are blowing through it in under 2 hours. So
Yeah.
we'll put it up on the shelf with Transference and a couple of other great games in the library that didn't last very long, but I will remember it fondly. So.
I wasn't here for the other awards, so hopefully I'm not just beating a dead horse here. But yeah, we kind of glossed over the cover based stuff that we sort of only saw. I think was it Crisis on the Planet of the Apes was a game that came out early in the PSVR lifespan. The only good thing it did was this exact same cover based stuff where you grab a ledge and you are literally moving the world, and then you're pulling yourself in and out of cover. And you do that with one hand, you shoot with the other, and it's just the best feeling in VR. Like it really, absolutely nails the cover-based shooting. And they've got this sort of hybrid when it comes to reloading your weapon, where you're not actually like grabbing a clip and shoving it in or anything like that. It's sort of there for you, and it's a more arcade version of manual reloading that also feels really good. And then right here, what we're seeing in the trailer as we talk, this whole climbing section reminded me of like Uncharted 2. It's just really, really great cinematic moments that are all done in-game engine. It's an amazing 2 hours, but yeah, the 2 hours kills it.
The climbing is exceptional in this game. I love it, and I love it kind of all works together because you see where the story's taking you, right? And then they show you where you're going next, and it's way off in the distance, and you're going to have to climb up there or something, of that effect. There's always some sort of obstacle that you have to get around, and it's always an epic journey to get to wherever you're going next. It does a lot of what Blood and Truth does, honestly, and it does it well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love this game. I want to play it again now that we're sitting here talking about it and
Look at it, man.
watching it.
So good.
Yeah, you can get a lot of playtime out of it if you're a trophy hunter. Doing the going for the platinum can easily take about 10 hours.
Oh wow.
Yeah, because it's permadeath on the hardest difficulty. You have to restart the game every time you die. So you can get some extra playtime out of it, but there's not more game to play. If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll try permadeath next time because I didn't find it, especially difficult to play through. I died a few times, but like I didn't get stuck anywhere. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
By the way, one more cool thing, one more small thing that I really loved about the art style. I love the fact that you can see the rounds in the clip. I just always thought that was super cool looking.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's move along and let's get into it. Let's talk a little bit about Song in the Smoke. When you guys came out, you all had this game a couple weeks before we did. We did have it early, but not super early. We had a couple days before it launched. So when you were doing a review, we were doing first impressions, and then you guys were coming out, 10 out of 10, game of the year, hands down, most likely. And I'd only played, a few hours of it at that point, and I didn't see it, dude. Like I thought it was strange that that you guys were so into this game. I couldn't figure it out. But as the end of the year approached, I said, I respect what these guys think. We need to give this game more time. So that's what I did. I put some real time in the Song and the Smoke, and I was totally wrong about it. Like, I don't like survival games. I really don't. I find them tedious. I don't find them fun. I really enjoyed this game, and it really isn't so much that aspect of it that I like, but this world that they put you in, this kind of lore that unfolds before your eyes as you progress through the different levels. It's captivating, and it makes me, you know, it makes me want to see more. And if seeing more means that I have to eat and drink and make clothes and build fires, then so be it. Um, I really love the world and the exploration here. I think it's some of the best that I've seen in VR, and I totally get why you guys love this game so much now.
It was one we were very hopeful for, that's for sure. And when I interviewed Jay Kasdal from 17-bit, you very seldom see a developer who's as in love with his own game as Jake was. And he was so excited, and it was infectious. Hearing how much he loves his game, and that they just played the game for fun, and the fact that they're playing the game is getting in the way of their developing the game, right? They're like, oh, we're so busy playing our own game that it's tough to make progress, and that was great, and so we were excited for it, and we couldn't wait to see what they had in store, but we were also nervous, because we didn't know how long the game lasted, we didn't know what you were capable of doing. And when you're dropped into this world pretty much naked, defenseless, and you just have to, kind of figure stuff out. Despite the fact that the game holds your hand quite a bit, there's so much that it doesn't tell you. Like, so much. Like, I for the first 5 hours, I don't think I knew how to create a drying rack or any of the other things that you would normally build around your campfire. I didn't know how to make clothes. I didn't know how to do this. I didn't know how to do that. And in learning those things, and figuring them out and saying, oh man, I had no idea. I was already in love with what this game was doing, and the part of it that I was familiar with, and the part of it that I was doing well, that now that I've learned this new thing, it's like this opens up all these other possibilities. And it ended up being this world that was so scary to me at first because I was so defenseless and I didn't know what was out there, that eventually the more time I spent in the world, I got more comfortable with it, and eventually it started feeling like home. I started learning the maps and knowing where my campfires were, and knowing where I was safe and knowing where I wasn't. I don't think I've loved a game like this in a very long time.
Yeah, I totally got that feeling of being at home, and when you get that kind of familiarity with the map, that's when the levels really start to get fun. Because I don't know about you, but I found myself uh, outside at dark more than in the daytime, and
Yeah.
it wasn't intentional. Like, I would just sleep until I wasn't tired anymore, and it just happened to be getting dark at that point.
Yeah.
It was all just by chance. But there's a lot to see out there at night. And now when I say that, I mean obviously in the earlier parts of the game. You get further along, you don't want to go out at night. Like, you should be very afraid of the dark. Um, but yeah, I totally agree with it. And what you're saying about the developer, that's what sold me on even trying this game in the first place. Like, I wasn't really all that interested when I first saw the trailer. I thought that it had a beautiful art style, and I found some of the creatures in the promo material a bit intriguing. But again, I don't like survival games. I didn't want to play another The Forest, and hearing that guy talk about his game made me want to play it, and that's really the entire reason why we requested review access. And I told them that when I sent the request in. I was like, your guy sold me on this. He sounds uh, like he really loves his own work here, and I really want to see what it's all about. Um, but again, though, it took me a while to kind of see why you guys love it so much. But at the same time, when I got to that point, um, it didn't really change my opinion on whether or not this should be game of the year. And as much as I like it, there are things about it that I don't like that are still very tedious to me. And I feel like that's kind of the reason why I can't really give this my vote for game of the year, because I feel like something that we call the game of the year should be something that most people could play and enjoy. I think there's a significant amount of people that are going to play this and be, intimidated by it right off the bat. But even the ones that aren't are going to find the things that you have to do just to establish yourself in a level as you get on to be very tedious, time consuming things. The first 2 or 3 days that you spend in any kind of level, the majority of it's gathering wood and little menial tasks like this. And yes, it's rewarding when you finally get it all set up. And now you can get to the good part for me, which is the exploration. Um, it's still like, I've spent hours gathering wood, and I can't, I can't honestly vote for something for game of the year if I spend hours picking up sticks in it. And basically, I feel like this isn't a game for everyone. And as good as it is, and as much as I enjoy it, I don't think it was the best that PSVR had to offer this year.
Yeah, I went back like Wes did. You know what I mean? Because he talked to me, and I watched him stream it again, and he was having such a good time with it. And I'm like, I need to give it more time. So because I did not really have a good time in it when I first went into it. I thought it was fine. It's okay. It's good, but it's not a type of game for me. I went back in with an open mind, tried to give it some more time, and I gave it maybe a couple hours, and I just was just kind of done with it. But again, you have to like this type of game. If you don't like exploration, and if you're not a fan of the survival game, you're not going to like this game, and that's okay. Not everybody's got to like every type of game, right? I mean, I like I'm more of a shooter guy, but that's okay. It doesn't mean I have to vote for it for game of the year, and doesn't mean that Wes's opinion of that is wrong or Brian's is wrong. You like what you like. Everybody's different. It's okay.
Yeah. Well, I'm just lazy. And that's when I said earlier about the easy mode, that's what I was thinking. I really do. I want your experience. Well, see, this is the problem, Brian. I can't get your experience without going through it all, right? But I want to at least look at the world, like Wes has said. It's so beautiful. It's so amazing. Maybe the easy mode doesn't make me pick up as many sticks, or maybe I don't have to do every aspect of the survival mode that I don't like. Because I don't like survival games. It's my least favorite game of all time. I don't want to have to eat in a video game. You know what I mean? Sometimes I feel like games are micromanaged. Not saying this game. Obviously, it's all about the survival. And that's where my mind is, at least anyway.
Yeah, I'm actually not a huge fan of survival games in general. I tend to avoid them. I don't like having to. You always get way too hungry or way too thirsty, way too fast. It's like, this isn't even realistic. Why am I have to feed myself every 5 seconds? Like, this is silly. But I think it was I think it was the way that this game did it that made me fall in love with it so quickly. Right? You guys are all saying, oh, I had to go back to it to see what was so great about it. And for me, it was from the moment I stepped into the world, I was like, I love this, and then it was like, and it was showing me how to make arrowheads and get and make a knife. And then when you take that knife and you actually, with your hands in VR, carve that knife into an arrow, and then you combine the arrowhead with the arrow, and then you have to kill an animal to get the feathers, to put the feather on the back of the arrow to make it fly straight and to give it more power. And like, all of these things just felt so immersive, and they were done so well, and they forced you to use your hands instead of just clicking things on a menu. And this is what VR is all about, is like making these. Again, if this was just a flat screen game, they'd just say, click this and click that, and then combine these two things together via a menu. And VR gives you the opportunity to actually make you feel like you're in this game. And I did. I felt like I was that character who was defenseless, and like shafting like as fast as I could, crafting an arrow as because I've got something that's coming up behind me and like trying to kill me, and I'm like, I don't have any arrows left. Hurry up! Put bang this into an arrowhead. Hurry up! Put these together. And like the urgency was so there for me. I felt very present in this game in a way that a lot of other games don't make me feel. So Yeah, and I totally understand it's not going to be for everybody, and that's which is why I'm really glad the easy mode got added in. I was really happy with the difficulty level, and even when it got super difficult at times, I had to kind of fall back. Like this new area is just too much for me. I'm going to go back to this previous area, and like Wes was saying, you have to like when you go into a new area, it takes too long to go find all the rocks you need and all the sticks you need just to create a campsite. I'm taking that stuff from areas that I'm comfortable with, right? And I'm taking that into the new area so that I don't have to mess around and I can set up camp right away and have like this safety, like this little bit of a safety zone. So we all play it differently, and I think that's the great thing about this game is that you can kind of play it however you want to. There's never anything pushing you forward saying go do the next thing. You can hang out in the first couple areas for a very long time, and I did, man. I think this game took me like 25 hours to beat.
Wow.
Like, it took me forever, and the only complaint I have about it is that they like kind of drop the ball on end game content. Once you beat the game, it's like you beat it. Here's your credits. It's over. Like, wait, but I want to like keep living here, right? I want to like exploit every single area. I want to find every last thing once the credits roll. Like, put me back into the game. Come on, coach. Like, I can do it. And they didn't do that. And so I talked to Jake and I was like very, very hopeful that they could add something like that. Let me keep playing after the credits roll. And if they do that, for me, it's pretty much perfect.
Yeah, and I'm sure as creative as these people are, that they'll be able to, if they want to, they can come up with something with their existing world without even giving you new areas. This game is large enough that they can give you new things to do and a reason to go back here and live some more. It's incredibly immersive. That's the game's strength, is that it's one of the most immersive games you'll ever play. Um, and again, vast maps. And I'd love a game that, even though I'm indoors, wearing something on my face will make me feel like I'm outside. And this game does a very good job of that. Not only with the way that the maps are crafted, but the sound design, absolutely awesome in this game. There's a lot that I love about it. But we were talking about the easy mode earlier, and I kind of wanted to shelf that conversation until now because I'm hopeful, and I don't think that this is going to be the case, but I'm hopeful that at least at some point through manipulation of the difficulty level, like I didn't think it was too hard. Like I enjoy that it's hard and it's challenging to live in this world. It should be, um, but there are things I could do without, and what we've already talked about some of it. Um, but you know, I don't want the eating and drinking to go away because I love the hunting so much. You know what I mean? I I would like it if there were less, it took less time to get established in these levels. But I feel like if you go down to the easy mode, that they're going to just nerf everything, and I won't have to hunt anymore. And like, I don't want to completely get rid of that survival element because it is rewarding. It does give you something to do, gives you a purpose, especially when you get into a new level. But I'm curious, and maybe someone in the audience can enlighten me what exactly it means to go down to the easy level because I haven't tried it. I'm pretty sure that if I do that, that it's going to take out a lot of what I love about the game. Um, but yeah, you said you played it a little bit on easy, but not for very long, right?
Yeah, I couldn't tell you the real differences. Yeah, I wouldn't know. But I do want to go
Well,
on
I guess.
record and say this is my game of the year, hands down.
Yeah, in case you didn't know, this is
Right.
Brian's game of the year, and he totally thinks he's better than me.
You think you're better than me?
There's a
I think-
soundbite. Okay, I was waiting for it.
I think it does say
Yeah.
something though that both you guys don't consider yourself, fans of survival games, but you both went back to this game and you both love it. So it definitely says something
Yeah.
about this game that
Yeah,
it's
and-
not just a normal, survival game that somebody who didn't like that genre would absolutely not want to go back to, and you guys both went back. So
Yeah, and even like the survival games that I play that I do like, typically I'm just tolerating the survival elements. Like the Solus project I played recently, there's a lot of survival in that, and I don't enjoy any of it. It's a chore.
You can
It
turn
is.
all that
I agree.
off. You can turn it all
Um,
off. I turned it all off, and I was happy.
I did too.
I had it down on 25%. I had it down on 25%, and it was still too much. With this game, there are elements of that I like, and it might be the first ever, hardcore survival game that had survival stuff in it that I enjoyed doing. Again, I like that I have to eat because I love hunting. I like the fact that I have to kind of fend for myself and build a camp up around me, but I hate looking for fucking sticks. Um, I love the fact that you can catch a glimpse of something that looks like a fisherman kind of, and you go over to that water and there are fish in it. Did you notice that, Brian, that log in the very first level looks like a guy fishing and there's
No.
fish there?
I did not notice that at all.
Yeah, I'll have to screenshot it for you. Like, I even pointed it out to my wife, and she didn't see it right away. I had to well, look, this is kind of like a pole, and this is his hands. But in that very first spot where you find fish, there's a giant log right on the side of it. And if you go all the way down to the end of the map and look at it from the end, it looks like a guy sitting on the shore fishing. And there's lots of stuff like that you'll notice in this game where you kind of feel like maybe it's intuition, and then realize later that it's not, that it's really just expert game design. And
Yeah,
I
they
really do
nailed it.
enjoy this game. I enjoyed it a lot. I just, when it comes to game of the year, I feel like it should be something that's a little more accessible to everyone. And this is a hardcore game, dude. This is a hardcore game. Moving along, Sniper Elite VR. Now, this game, I'm probably going to oversell it on how good it is, because this is a game that was pretty much made for me. I love shooter games in VR. I'm not typically a versus multiplayer type of guy. I like a nice story-driven campaign where I can shoot enemies from a distance. I can hide them, pick them off through precision. And this game, it's like it was made for me. I love this game. I played through it. I just finished it the other day, actually. And it was hard for me not to pick this as my game of the year on PSVR. But the fact of the matter is, I didn't. I played through it on PC. But my friend Eric here assures me, having played every version of it, that the PSVR is actually the way to go with this one. So I did buy it. I picked it up on PC or on PlayStation just so I could play through it again with my aim controller. But I absolutely loved everything about this game.
Yeah, the aim controller makes it for me. Like I said, I played it on Quest, I played it on PC, and I played it on PSVR. The aim controller is just so good with this game, and this game is made for the aim controller. Or the aim controller is made for this game either way, and I don't care about the manual reload. I don't miss it. It's so quick, it's so intuitive, it just feels right. And I'm telling you, it's so different when you just have two controllers like this, and you're all over the place with that aim, and you just lock in with that aim controller, and it just feels right every time, every shot. So good.
Yeah, this is a game that I found myself often getting in the zone and just like, obviously you're not shooting from the hip because you're aiming through a scope, right? But I got to the point where I wasn't thinking about it, and I was like blowing through these guys from vast distances, and the best part of it, you get to watch their head explode when you're done. And again, another great touch. It's like they made a shooter game for Wes, and I love it, and I love the fact that it's totally replayable. There's leaderboards. There's a point values assigned to all these shots. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to have any issue whatsoever going back on PlayStation and playing through this one again.
Weren't you number one in the world on the leaderboards?
On the last level, yeah, on the last level on PC, and I wasn't even playing for the leaderboard. That was the weird thing about that, was like, typically when there's a game like this, it's a campaign game that also has a leaderboard. I'll go into the leaderboard and just be like distraught at how bad I suck compared to the rest of the world. So it was really like me, like after I finished the game, noticing that there's a leaderboard, and okay, let's see how horrible I am. Oh, I'm number one. Yeah, it was pretty
Oh,
cool.
that's great.
Yeah,
Game
but
was made for
this, yeah, this and Operation Ark-ade, those are my my big leaderboard victories throughout my career. I played the shit out of Operation Warcade as well.
I have a similar feeling about Sniper Elite VR as I do Arashi Castles of Sin. I feel like it's best when you play it the way the developers want you to play it, and in that way, luckily, is exactly what Wes was looking for. Yeah, hanging back, trying to pick off enemies one at a time, and it's more complicated than that, right? It's not just, hey, I'm going to hang back here and kill you guys from a distance. It's timing your shot with noises from planes that fly overhead or generators that are running, and so that other guards in the area, other soldiers around, aren't noticing that there are people all around them dying. And so if you just run in and start killing dudes, you just miss the point of the entire game. And so again, when you play it the way developers want you to play it, I think it's super, super satisfying and really time consuming. Like, you can spend a long time in some of these levels trying to get through and to, playing it perfectly. Sorry, sirens on my end. It is it's an amazing feeling. And so my heart gets racing when I'm nearing the end of a perfect level, right? Where I'm like, I haven't been spotted once. The guards have never been on high alert. They have no idea that I've been there. I snuck in and I snuck out, and no one knew I was there other than the fact that they're all dead, right? And as I'm getting closer and closer to the exit of the level, just being like looking all around, my heart is racing because I'm like, because I just so desperately want to get out of there without being seen. And I think it's beautiful, beautifully designed in that way. But also, like, if you just want to be fucking crazy, you can do that too.
Yeah.
Like most stealth games, right?
Yeah.
It's incredibly gratifying when you pick a guy off from like extremely far distance where they're even
Yeah.
tiny in your scope, and then you play through the level, and then 20 minutes later, you walk by the guy on the ground that you picked off all that time ago, and like, oh yeah, I remember killing this guy. His testicles exploded, Um, I had so much fun in this game. The sound cover is it's a unique mechanic to this game that I really enjoyed it, and they put a heavy emphasis on it the later that you get it into the game. Um, it's just so well done, and I probably relied on the same weapons a little too much as I went through it. Um,
Same.
a lot of the criticism that the game got was from some of the other weapons. So, the assault rifles, the submachine guns. I used the silence pistol. I used the sniper rifle that you don't have to reload with every shot. And then if things go really bad, I have a shotgun on the other shoulder, and that's kind of what I played through over half of the game with. And I kind of look forward to getting back in it and trying some other stuff out. And I'm sure that the game will take on a new shape as I struggle to remain unseen.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's also got a great patch post-launch, just past the point where we thought that Rebellion and Just Add Water had probably given up on, been like, okay, this is it. What you got is what you got. Just past that window of time, they dropped a patch, and the game looks so much better now than it did at launch on PlayStation VR. So it plays better too. So a lot of credit to the developers on this one.
Yeah. Awesome.
Beautiful on Quest too, for what it's worth. Not a whole lot of difference, honestly, between that and the other, the PC version. Obviously, the PC version does look better, but this is one of the best looking Quest 2 games that I've played in
Yeah.
terms
Nice.
of graphics. So I
Yeah, for
imagine
sure.
it probably does look beautiful on PlayStation as well.
Yep.
Anyway, at the end of the day, we were torn. We were torn between Fract, which we eventually disqualified due to its length, Sniper Elite VR, which I absolutely loved, and Hitman 3, which was really the only big budget AAA PSVR game of the year. But I kind of feel like the PSVR uh, list this year is kind of the yeah but list, because every game on it has a yeah but, yeah but, and we all know what Hitman 3's yeah but is, right? Yeah, but
Dual
there's not
shock.
full motion controller support. It's tracked gamepad, and I still had a good time with it. It really kind of monkey wrenched my plans for the end of the year because just as I'm getting ready to go back in and check out Hitman 3 to see if it's as good as I remember, we get the news that next month it's coming out on PC with full motion controller support, and now all of a sudden I don't want to spoil any more of the game, right?
Yeah.
But before that, I was blown away by this game, by how large and expansive the levels are. When we were talking about Song in the Smoke, I was talking about how I don't like survival games. I don't like sandbox games either. I hate playing in sandboxes unless you get something that's so big and has so many possibilities like this that literally when I was playing Hitman 3, I couldn't progress in it because I kept playing the same levels over and over and
Yeah.
over again, doing it a different way. I don't think I'll ever finish this trilogy in VR, but I don't think I'll ever stop playing it either. I absolutely love this game.
Just even like for me, first thing I did was kill that reporter that was she's filmed right in the beginning. She bugged me, and I figured she's dying. She's dead. And then I realized that was a bad mistake, Roots, and then I refreshed it. But that's what's cool. Like there's no limits, man. You can go crazy, you can kill anybody you want, you can go do it any way you want. That's really cool.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
it was maybe Dark Angel said that she was, or maybe it was D. I can't remember exactly which. So that she was watching somebody on YouTube the other day who was tackling the levels by trying to kill everyone, just kill everyone in the level. Which that's a different way to play it, right? But that's the freedom that really makes this game special. And the cool thing is you can save it anywhere. So, like for example, when I'm playing the level that's a fashion show, and I have to pose as this model and go down the catwalk, I save it right before I go down the catwalk. I dance my way down singing "I'm So Sexy." Of course, I did. And when I got to the end of the catwalk and mission accomplished, I decided, you know what? I just saved it. Let's fuck it all. I pull out a pair of scissors and totally take out a dude's eye in the front row, and everyone starts to scatter. It's that kind of spontaneity and freedom that makes me love this game so much. And even though there is a story driven campaign going on here, typically I lose focus on that when I'm playing this game. And I just like to I like to overhear conversations. I like to mess around the map, see if I can get into areas that I'm not allowed to be in. Um, I just love playing in it. And again, typically I hate sandboxes, but this one is just so well done. There's so much content. The production value is so high. Um, yeah, I think this is a deserving winner. Even though, to be honest, it was the community that decided this for us. We were locked up. We didn't know which way to go. It was the vote. The vote was overwhelmingly Hitman
Unanimous.
3 here. Yeah, and yeah, so I have no issue calling this the game of the year on PSVR, and I can't wait. It's probably going to be in the conversation next year for the PC VR game of the year.
I'm so
Yeah.
excited. You know what I mean? I want to play through this game. And as soon as I found out it was it's probably going to break your heart a little bit, Brian, but as soon as I found out it was coming on PC VR, I was like I can't touch that game anymore because I want to have full motion controls, And I'm sure that this is the thing, man. And like I said at the beginning of the show, everything's coming full round, man. The PC VR people are going to get smacked in the face soon, and they're going to be wishing they had a PlayStation VR 2 or PlayStation 5 VR. But the difference is this time, guys, you might not be able to get it, bro. You good luck getting your PS5. Good luck getting your. I'm glad I've already got the inside loop, because I think it should be easier to get the VR than it was the console, right? Because not everybody's looking for the VR. Everybody was looking for the console. So
Yeah.
I was lucky enough to be part of Brian's community, and I totally missed the bus on the PS5 pre-order when it went up on Walmart, and I forget, maybe Target was the other one or Best Buy. It went live on my lunch break at work, or right before my lunch break. So by the time I got to lunch, it was done. But right after I got off work, um, I got a notification on my phone from Discord, and it was the Without Parole server, and they just had gone live on Amazon. And
Wow.
I'm set. I'm set on Amazon. Like I buy shit on Amazon every day. It doesn't take me 30 seconds to check out. And I got one. I got one pre-ordered. Thanks to I think it was Jay Meow that shared it.
Yeah.
I can't remember who it was that initially tipped everyone off. It was someone else that tipped everyone off.
I know
cool.
that Rypop posted it and Jamie Ann posted it. It was a Wario 64 tweet, I believe. That was that everybody who was around for that 20 minutes on our Discord got their PlayStation 5.
Oh,
pre-order,
cool.
which was
That's
beautiful.
awesome. If that's not
Yeah.
a reason to be a part of your Discord, I don't know one. That's like the best reason right there. Wow, besides the amazing community.
Also that. But Bruce, I don't blame you for a second. Getting back to Hitman 3, there's we were upset about the whole controller decision, and we contacted IO Interactive ahead of time, before long before release. We got in on their developer live stream, and we're asking questions, and they're like asking why there wasn't Move controller support, because it just seems so perfect for it. And I really think the only thing keeping this game from perfection is the fact that you had to play it with the DualShock 4. It's the definition of great, but I mean, dude, I don't even know how to describe the feeling of seeing those worlds for the first time in VR. Anyone who thinks that the PlayStation VR 1 isn't capable of showing some super high resolution and super immersive worlds, and just, I mean, it is one of the most beautiful VR games I've ever seen in my life. PC, Quest, PSVR, absolutely beautiful. And you can play, I mean, we didn't mention yet, you can play Hitman 1 and 2 in VR if you own Hitman 3.
Yep.
You have to import those, you have to buy those games and import them into Hitman 3, and then you can play them in VR. And those games look just as good as Hitman 3 does. And I mean, the ability to play 3 basically AAA games in VR, just all at once, all landed on the same day. And they're all special in their own way. I think that all 3 Hitman games are really amazing. And yeah, I 100% agree with you. I think the only thing holding this game back is the DualShock controls. And so if you're holding off to spend more time for the PC controllers, then I totally understand that. I'm really, really hoping this gets another chance on PSVR 2.
Yeah.
Well, what an opportunity, right? Could you imagine, like, you strangle a guy from behind, and you really have to dig in the adaptive
Oh,
triggers
Right.
to have to really kill them? Like a lot of opportunity here with the advanced haptics and the advanced triggers and all of the stuff that's going to the next level of tech that's going to be part of that hardware.
Orbs.
A triple A developer, a triple A developer like IO Interactive should really be able to do some interesting things with that kind of a tool set. So yeah. And with regards to the tracked DualShock, it's totally playable. There are areas where it really rears its ugly head. Like for what it's worth, I didn't feel like the hands-on stuff was all that bad. Like if
No.
you're going hand to hand and interacting with items and stuff, that's all good. When you get found out and you have to reach for a gun, that's when things really get hairy, because here you are trying to handle these weapons, but you don't have real control of your hands, and it's hard to really be an accurate shot with a tracked gamepad, because the tracking obviously is limited.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
But
in spite of that, still, in my opinion, well deserving of this award, and I look forward to another great year with this game as it moves over into the other side.
Yeah.
Hopefully, there won't be too much tweaking and friction involved with the PC version. Hopefully, it just works.
Yeah, that'd be nice
Mhm.
for once.
Yeah, right.
All right, and I think that is going to wrap us up. Brian, thanks for hanging out, dude. Thanks for showing up and being candid with us. And you apologized earlier for being honest about these games as we were running down our awards. But you don't have to apologize for anything like that ever here. We're always honest. We don't try to kind of fit any kind of mold or any kind of formula like a lot of other channels do. We just typically say what's on our mind, and a lot of the time that takes us down a different
Rabbit
path
hole.
completely, as you've seen here today. But that's just our style, man. That's how we roll. And thank you for being part of it.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Ellie.
Oh, thank you. Like I
You-
said, you guys are, I don't watch a whole lot of other BR channels, but I watch you guys when I have the time. And feel really privileged to be here, man. Thank you again for inviting me.
Yeah.
Thank you, and much continued success. We wish you as we move into PlayStation's second turn. It's cyclical. We've always said this about the VR, ecosystem. It's cyclical. Everyone gets their turn. Oculus's turn is coming to an end. It's about to be Sony's turn again, and you've positioned yourself well. Everyone else is gone, man. Frank's gone. Polish Paul went over to the dark side. It's just you guys left now, awaiting the next gen of PlayStation VR. And I think as many Ks as 80 is, I think you have many more Ks in your future due to all the hard work that you put in over the years.
Hell yeah.
So kudos to you for that. And here's to another awesome 4 years of PlayStation VR.
And cross your fingers that Sony doesn't drop the ball on this.
They can't screw this up, right? No.
I mean, we've said that
No way.
before, and
That's
they've managed
true.
to screw things up constantly.
that's
So,
true.
All right.
yeah, have you
March-
tried to use the
March
PlayStation
release.
Store ever? It's
Oh my god, yeah. Come on,
Is
March
this the
release
part-
though. March release. March.
I
Is,
hope-
is this the part where I'm supposed to start talking about
March. It
Vita?
won't be March.
May?
This is,
Yeah,
May.
the Vita, you say. Well, now, what was that? Just kidding. No,
yeah, no,
I'm
I've
a
heard
huge
that
Vita
so many
fan.
times. Yeah,
hurts so much. Yeah.
yeah. But no, I don't think we're going to get a March release anymore. Like, hopefully, I'm wrong about that. But I feel
Not
like
getting
we're
a
going to
March
get
release.
we're going to get a February, maybe March reveal, and then October. It's going to be October, right?
We
Yeah.
knew the December reveal, right?
Time to save up money. And
Yeah,
time
start
for
saving.
Yeah,
Start saving.
people seriously,
October.
get your PlayStation 5 now because you don't want to be trying to get both. That would be a nightmare.
Right. Yeah, I would say October's the latest I would expect it. There's definitely some rumors floating around that it could be mid-year, summer. So
Wow.
we'll see what happens though. Like,
The world,
I have no idea right now.
the world's broke.
Days of
Anything's
play.
possible.
Yeah.
Days of Play. They could drop it during Days of Play. It'd be a good time.
You guys heard it here first. Brian says midsummer release.
That's someone confirmed. It's, no. It's weeks away, right, Brian?
Yeah.
Just weeks away. I see you've been watching Gamescast.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway,
Nice.
thanks again, Brian. We will talk to you again very soon. I'm sure I'll be on the other side of the screen from you. But always a blast catching your take on all things PSVR. And again, here's to another great year.
Yeah, absolutely.
So hopefully we'll be able to get you back on without parole soon. You got to be better than that Shuckhead guy.
Yeah,
I like
Yeah,
this
well,
25.
Yeah,
I did
You
not.
were the only one.
No.
I did not, dude. I was yelling at my screen like "Blood and Truth, you fools!" Like, yeah.
No.
Anyway, anytime, Brian.
Come on,
Anytime.
He had Corix on there. That you gotta love him for that, right?
Oh
No.
boy,
Yeah,
it's 120 hertz, bro. Come on, one of two games.
right.
But no, anytime, Brian. Seriously, just hit me up, bro. I'm down to talk VR. We can do it off camera, just whenever, bro.
Hell yeah. Awesome. Thanks again, guys. I
Anyway.
really appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. And back to you, future strangers.
Good.
All right. Hey, we're back. And we were wondering if Wes was going to be here or not. We're not sure if he fell asleep. Or,
I think he stayed in the past. He's still
Oh.
back there with. He's still back there with.
he's
past
hanging.
terror.
He's hanging out with them.
Yeah. What do you think that's all
You
about?
think you're better than me, Wes? You think you're better than us? I could hang out with them too.
I think you know what happened. Here's what happened. He said, "You know what? This is just too long. I can't talk anymore. You guys got this.
Like, fuck
You
this,
got
I'm out
this."
of here. Well, I thought for sure Michelle would be like, dude, maybe she fell asleep. I thought he would be sitting in the chair. Well, let's do this. First of all, let's thank Ray Pope for his $20 or 20 euro, 20 somethings.
I think
Australian dollars.
Australia.
Yeah, Australian dollars. Gave no note. You could have left a message there, Ray. You're rock. We Mash already told you rock.
Yeah.
And looks like Dark Angel coming through with a $5 or no $6.50, and she says toot toot. She wants to be the caboose of the train. You know who else wants to be the caboose of the train, Mash?
My mom!
All right.
Yeah, she does. She doesn't mind being the caboose at all.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we're gonna have to move into some of the next awards with Wes unavailable for a minute. And,
yeah.
So we're gonna rock the ship. We can do this because we're grown adults. We can do this.
Well, the thing is we were trying to decide what the participation trophy, because Wes has this like elaborate description, right?
Yeah.
I think it's probably going to be one of those games that is amazing, but it's so good that they don't win an award. Like they didn't win any awards.
Exactly what it is. You know what? That's exactly what it is. Yeah, that's the next award. The next award is for the participation trophy. And this is games that were up for a ton of awards, who had a shot to win a lot of awards and won nothing. You know what I mean? So they were like, thank you for participating, but you didn't make it.
Yeah.
That's what the next award is.
Yeah.
And we got some big ones here, Roots. We got one of probably the surprise games of the year in Resist.
Yeah.
One of our favorite games. And then we've got Swarm. Another great game that possibly was up for, I don't know how many different things. Swarm. We talked about Swarm quite a bit.
That was one of my games of the year, dude. Like that was for me. I thought it was going to be running away with almost everything once the year started, and guess what? It did not run away with everything. But it is amazing.
Yeah, it is. It is one of the best games of the year, and we loved it so much that how many times have we talked about it tonight?
Yeah.
And then you got Medal of Honor Above and Beyond, which deserves to win. I mean, this is one of the best quest releases this year, and deserves to be talked about, and deserves to win some games. But there were so many great games this year that a huge game like Medal of Honor that people said could never make it onto the quest didn't win anything.
Yeah, which is ridiculous, man. I mean, Sion was just saying he's been blown away by how that game and how amazing it is.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's so good. And a game that, again, we all said, how this is never coming to the quest. This is only going to be a PC game. And they moved everything over, man. It wasn't just the game. They moved the whole campaign. Plus, they moved all the multiplayer, which is just crazy for that size game.
That's crazy. Yeah, absolutely.
And then you had Warhammer, which is, Carbon Studios took a huge IP in Warhammer, and they made Age of Sigmar Tempestfall, and they gave us some of the best moments that we've had in VR this year. So they gave us, how many oh shit moments in VR with this game this year. And again, another great, amazing game that hasn't won anything yet.
Yeah, absolutely. As amazing as that was, the last one, the actual one that won the award, is so amazing that we think it would have ran away with almost every award that it could have if it was just a little bit longer, right?
That's it. Just give us more, man. If this game could have gave us even a little bit more, we've talked about it several times tonight.
That's not it.
Fracked. Right? Fracked. Well, yeah, Swarm. We did talk about that one a lot. But Fracked was a game that we've talked about many, many times tonight, and it was a game that we absolutely loved. And the only reason it didn't win, more or anything anything tonight was because of the length of it. It just didn't give us enough of what we loved.
Yeah, absolutely. It just, man, it's just so good. It's like you said, this is the best 3 hours you've had in VR this year on the PlayStation VR. Now the good news is it did win an award. It won the participation trophy award, right?
Hell yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and it needed to, because we actually said, man, if this game was just 3 hours longer, 2 or 3 hours longer, this game could have possibly won Game of the Year.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
that's how good it was. So yeah, it deserved to win something, and we're glad it won this one, because it deserved it.
Yeah. And Simplex, so I guess it's Poland. I don't know what the Poland dollar is, but 25 Poland dollars, great stamina. Keep on trucking. We appreciate it. You keep doing what you do for VR as well, Simplex, and keep doing what you do to keep us on our toes, right? If anybody's going to fact check us and make sure that we're accurate, it's going to be you. And that's a good thing.
Hell yeah, man.
We want to be accurate, so that's a good thing.
Yeah. Yeah, he's like our own personal fact checker, man. He's on us all the time. I love it.
Yep, absolutely.
He's got me. He's caught me a couple times. And I haven't been on the show that long.
Okay, so MASH. This game is so good,
Yeah,
that we have copies of it to give away, right? But I don't know. You're going to have to come up with a trivia question, MASH. I know you love coming up with trivia questions.
Yeah, I do love coming up with trivia questions. I have one for this one.
Did you?
No. Absolutely, I know.
Well, whatever it is, make sure you type it, because we don't need to piss everybody off, right?
Oh, right. Yeah, I got to type it, right? I forgot about that. So yeah, so let's see. Let me think of something. You can talk to the people in chat real quick.
Okay.
For Fracked, and then this is one that we got one to give away right now in chat, and we have one to give away in the comments afterwards. So yeah, we got 2 to give away, and we have 1 North American edition of Fracked, and we have 1 EU edition of Fracked to give away. So the chat will, the person who wins in chat will have the
choice.
Will have the choice of which one they get.
Mm.
Whoever wins the comments will have the EU version.
So it's kind of interesting. So we won't even know who needs to comment until after somebody wins here in a minute, right?
Yeah.
I don't feel like Oprah is really big enough for the there we go. Perfectionist. Yeah, you know what, MASH, no matter what happens, I am so impressed with Oprah and how, like I said, she is holding this note still. And I don't know, it's amazing. Simply amazing. Yeah. I mean, I knew she was an amazing actress, but she is an amazing singer as well, apparently.
I love seeing some new Oprahs too tonight. You got some new Oprahs.
Yeah, I thought I had a couple more, but I was so rushed. The only ones that I could really find easily are the ones that were labeled properly. So
yeah. Okay, here we go. Boom.
There's the question. Hurry, quick.
We keep it simple.
I'm kind of scared. Oh, there it is.
This is what, me again?
Oh, there we go. Laura.
She gets in. We knew she was going to get in at some point tonight.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's so good. End Dreams, man. So good. End Dreams. They got a new one coming soon too, man. We played a little bit of that in Little Cities, man. Little Cities. They're going to publish that one with Purple Yonder doing the development on that one.
It's crazy, dude. It's going to be amazing, right?
My mom.
Who said, "Oh, my mom"?
Chris 989.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well,
My mom.
There we go, Chris.
She did not make Fracked.
She may have made Fracked. We're not sure. She may be a part of the developing team. I'm not going to assume anything about anybody.
It's very possible. It's 2022.
Yeah. It's 2022. Yeah, you can be anything you want. You can be a unicorn if you want to be, bro.
Oh yeah.
Just be a pretty one. That's all I ask.
Yeah, of course. So, Roots, that moves us into our next award after a nice giveaway like that. Another freaking great giveaway, man. That's, again, one of my favorite games of the year. But our next award is the Yellow Submarine Award for non-gaming experience of the year. I love this award. This is actually an award that we actually like. We like a lot of these experiences, right?
Yeah, absolutely. One of my favorite ones was Wolf in the Walls, or Wolves in the Walls. That was like last year, right? Similar things like this. And every time I see a lot of these things, I think of the future of movies. Like I'm burnt out on movies, but you could probably get me into an amazing experience / movie type of thing in VR. And it's really cool.
Yeah, and that was one of my Wolves and Walls was one of my best experiences in VR. That really touched me in a certain way. I thought it was just the way they did it, and the way the little girl interacted with your character, like you were her, one of her imaginary best friend, was really cool, and kind of brought you into the story, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It was. I think it was next level. It was It was like just the way they did it, to where you really felt like she was a real character, and I guess they had certain type of animations that were next level, where the eyes followed you a certain way, and it really did make you feel like you were having a conversation with this little girl, and you felt bad for her, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, and that's what the people that the experiences that we had this year, they did the same thing, and it was a couple really big ones, and the first one was Baba Yaga.
hmm. Yeah, Baba Yaga. That was cool. And that had a lot of high profile people in there, right? Actors.
Yeah, there was, and this was a highly rated game too. I think it won some awards. Our experience. So I mean, you see these higher production things, and a couple of these things that we're going to talk about, experiences won awards, that were not just VR experience awards. They actually won like film festival awards, for these experiences. So we're branching out away from just a VR niche market into the art world or into the entertainment world.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. Ashes to Ashes says Wes is busy clogging a toilet somewhere. Probably not, but I mean, it is a possibility. Hey,
Hell yeah! Well,
at least he gave us a good background to look. I love to look out over the city of Half-Life Alex.
City 17, right?
Yeah, yeah, it's
So good.
really good.
Well, I just hope it's not something more serious like another tornado or
Oh
something
yeah,
like
well, and that's the thing too. We have to remember Kentucky's going. Well, I mean, he left the camera on. Maybe
that.
if all of a sudden you see things go.
I'm out.
Oh God. No. Hopefully nothing's gone bad. I know it's crazy weather there, but
No, I'm sure it's fine.
yeah. So yeah, Baba Yaga was one of them. Another
Yep.
one was one we talked about earlier, right? The meditation app Maloka.
Yeah, my Maloka is not really. It's less of like a entertainment experience and more like a meditative app. But I think it definitely belongs in this because it is an experience. And it's definitely a non-gaming experience. There's really no gaming involved in it at all. It's more about centering your body, centering your mind, and putting you in a good state of being. And but people love it, man. There's a lot of people out there that really are getting a lot out of these things. And hey, if you can help yourself, mentally and spiritually in VR, I think it's a great thing.
Yeah, and if they want to give Roots $100, I'm never going to turn it down.
Oh yeah,
Ever.
hell yeah. No, ever, or a couple of headsets. I think Mepper won a Quest 2, and
That's crazy. That's so cool.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
why
for
people
sure.
need to be a part of QTC Facebook group. Always getting free stuff, bro. Always
Oh, yeah,
giving
there's
away